Chapter 1 Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the NBA Divine Talent System. Ding. The system is currently generating divine talent options at random. Please choose wisely. Host. A. Stephen Curry's three-point shooting. B. Allen Iverson's scoop. C. Russell Westbrook's physique. D. Jason Williams' passing. Please select one option from the above as the foundational talent for your future development in the NBA. I choose. Before Xuan could finish his sentence, a sudden zzz sound emanated from the system, reminiscent of the malfunctioning noise of an old bulky television. Zzz. System is crashing. Zzz. System is attempting to restart. Zzz. The system has designated a talent for the host. Zzz. Zzz. The host has acquired A. Stephen Curry's three-point shooting. B. Allen Iverson's scoop. C. Russell Westbrook's physique. D. Jason Williams' passing. Xuan was taken aback. What is going on? However, he soon accepted this reality with delight. The system restart is complete. Please check your notifications. Host. Additionally, a registration form for the NBA is included, wishing you a splendid professional career. Xuan. Within the basketball arena, an intense and exhilarating match was underway. Xuan suddenly heard someone calling his name. Coach, your task for the moment is to focus on defense. We need your defensive capabilities right now, understood? Keep a close watch on the player with the ball. The school team coach, in his 40s, was already balding. Coach, I believe I can contribute offensively. Offense? The balding coach looked at him in surprise. No, we don't need offense, we need defense. I think I can. I don't want your opinion, I want my own. What I need right now is defense. Just do your job. The coach's words were quite stern. Xuan felt that he might evolve into a Bay before his 41st birthday, if this continued. Nevertheless, you say your piece, they'll do mine at worst. You can't stop me. You balding fool. Xuan silently gave the coach the middle finger in his mind and jogged onto the court. The game had reached the latter half of the fourth quarter. At this moment, Nandong University was trailing with a score of 67-62. Hey, here comes a handsome guy. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? What's with the infatuation? Ahem, let me clarify. He's already reserved by yours truly. Dream on. But he really is quite handsome. Sigh, Suzy, they're watching you. Wang Hong, Xuan's good friend, was playing the SF position. The girls clustered together naturally drew the boy's attention. Xuan didn't think much of it, but upon Wang Hong's comment, he turned to take a look. There were indeed quite a few beauties, and the one in the middle was genuinely stunning. If you were to rate her, she would easily score above 90. Yang Mi would only receive a 92 from him. Xuan politely nodded toward them, which immediately elicited a wave of squeals. Just a pretty boy. The opposing point guard, Yanin, a key player for the team, had already scored 16 points and made 6 assists in this match, showcasing impressive offensive organization skills. What good is being handsome? Yanin scoffed in jealousy. Only a man like me, with talent and depth, is reliable. Jealousy breeds distortion. On the court, Xuan received the ball for the throw-in. As he crossed half court, he suddenly noticed the opposing point guard glaring at him as if he were prey, his eyes ablaze. Xuan found it rather perplexing, but he was uninterested in the pathetic player in front of him. He was eager to gauge his current capabilities. Beyond the three-point line, Yanin waved for his teammates to disperse. He intended to face Xuan on Yanon. Yanin fixed a fierce glare on Xuan, his eyes glinting with menace. Kid, if you manage to score on me today. But before he could finish, Xuan, amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, effortlessly hit a three-pointer. It was as if in a dream. What the? Yan's eyes widened. Someone had just scored a three-pointer right in his face. Is this what they call a pull-up shot? Wang Hong swallowed hard. When did Suzy master this move? Absurd. The spectators were equally dumbfounded. The balding coach struggled to swallow the words that had lodged in his throat. This was a clean and precise pull-up three-pointer. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into raucous cheers, and the group of girls was in an uproar. Was that not the most incredible shot? Though I don't understand much, it certainly looks impressive. Damned. Yan's expression soured, while Xuan didn't even spare him a glance, simply retreating to defend. Pathetic. If you have the guts, show your true skills. Desperate to regain his standing, Yin made a move, but evidently, against the current Xuan, he was entirely outmatched. As he attempted to break through, Xuan seized the opportunity, deftly stealing the ball. With a swift motion, he snatched the ball away. Fast break! Fast break! On the sidelines, the balding coach was raising his arms in exhilaration, as if he had anticipated this moment. Though really, what did this have to do with him? There was only one opponent ahead. The opposing center, a hulking figure standing at 201 centimeters. He was well positioned, but Xuan showed no signs of backing down and charged forward. Suddenly, he executed two rapid changes of direction to the left while faking left. The opposing center, deceived, lunged forward. At that moment, Xuan swiftly pulled back, switching the ball from his left hand to his right, pivoting, and drove straight for the basket. The opposing center, realizing too late, lost his balance and thud. He was knocked to the ground by Xuan's feint. In that instant, the lane was wide open, and Xuan leaped from just inside the free throw line. Thud! The rim trembled. An astonishing hang time. Westbrook-style tomahawk dunk. Score tied at 67-67. The whole arena erupted. The balding coach was left dumbfounded. His mind was consumed by the image of Xuan's steal, the center being floored, and the powerful dunk this. Was he really just a college student? Shouldn't this be the caliber of an NBA player? Behind Xuan, Yin was also left speechless compared to Xuan's dazzling display against their center. He suddenly felt that being stolen from was trivial. Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson reborn. Why do I see Westbrook's shadow in him? When did Nandong University acquire such a talent? My titanium alloy eyes are blinded. The crowd was filled with gasps of admiration, while Xuan shook his head in such a level of competition. Could he truly not discern his own strength? Though these two plays appeared impressive, they had not faced any formidable resistance. The opponents had essentially conceded by the time he took his shots, leaving him unable to gauge his true limits. The gap between amateurs and professionals is not merely a matter of inches. After these two plays, Xuan had risen to prominence. Even Yin, who had been brimming with vengeance moments ago, now appeared somewhat intimidated, fearing Xuan might pull off some dazzling move against him, which would ruin his reputation. Don't rush, we'll take our time. He might just be having a lucky streak. Once his luck runs out, we'll see. The head coach of High University spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Yet, in such amateur competitions, enthusiasm and fighting spirit are paramount. If they falter without a fight, there would be little reason to continue the match. The High University players exchanged glances with their coach and then looked at Xuan, who was chatting with his teammates, nodding in hesitant agreement. Let's go. However, not a minute after that cheer, Yin, now facing Xuan, suddenly raised his hand to communicate with the coach on the sidelines. Coach, I suddenly have a stomachache. Head coach, I find myself somewhat at a loss regarding your abdominal pain. Coach, I truly mean it. The head coach gazed into the innocent eyes before him and, with a profound expression, remarked, given the current circumstances, it is quite challenging for me to believe your words. Then how can I prove it? To substantiate this claim, would you resort to self-castration? Yin, indeed. However, the scene had already turned into Xuan's personal showcase. The level of competition had no bearing on his extraordinary performance on the offensive end. The three-point shots from beyond the arc flew through the air, each one piercing the hearts of the Haida University players as if they were arrows. Every shot struck true. 67-70, 67-73, 67-76, 67-78, 69-80. Xuan had only been on the court for a brief period, yet he had already amassed 18 points, along with 2 rebounds and 2 steals. It could be said that he had single-handedly decimated the entire Haida University team. The previously aggressive and defiant Yin had already retreated, using the SHD escape to slip away. As the students of Nandong University reveled in joyous celebration, a foreign student, seemingly of mixed descent, was excitedly sending messages to someone in a corner of the court. After the game concluded, Xuan had barely broken a sweat. The opponents were simply too weak, and he hadn't played for long. It seems I must expedite my journey to the NBA, Xuan mused as he reviewed his attribute panel. This NBA-level talent system, upon its reboot, displayed only a single data column. Xuan male. Age, 19. Rating, 236. Talents possessed. Stephen Curry's three-point bronze. Allen Iverson's breakthrough bronze. Russell Westbrook's physicality bronze. Jason Williams' passing bronze. Currently, all his talents were of the bronze variety, and Xuan speculated that he might find ways to upgrade them in the future, but the system remained cryptic for now. Xuan was unsure how the scoring system worked regardless. The figure of 236 seemed rather peculiar. Never mind. Everything will become clear once I reach the NBA. At present, the only attribute panel visible on his system interface was this one, yet Xuan sensed that the system was likely more intricate than it appeared. It will improve gradually. Xuan silently encouraged himself. The most pressing matter was to secure a place in the NBA. However, he was currently lacking a manager to help him connect with trial agents. Though he had the application form ready, merely signing up was futile. How would they know to select someone of his caliber? He must have an opportunity for a trial. Xuan had contemplated that if all else failed, he could seek out Yao Ming in Shanghai, believing that Yao would undoubtedly lend him a helping hand. Yet, he was reluctant to approach him without cause, considering they were not well acquainted. What has made you so formidable? I had no idea. Wang Hong was still somewhat incredulous. The two shared a close relationship on the school team, with Wang Hong being a year senior to Xuan. I dreamt last night that an immortal pointed the way. Do you believe it? Wang Hong rolled his eyes. Do you think I would believe that? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Hey you. Just as Wang Hong was about to say more, he was suddenly swept away by a throng of girls. Upon closer inspection, it was undoubtedly the same group from the stands, all of whom had come to seek out Xuan. There was no question that Xuan's earlier performance had been nothing short of dazzling. Amidst a swarm of enthusiastic admirers, Xuan found himself in a state of painful joy. Wow, you look handsome from afar, but even more so up close. Wow, those muscles. So firm and defined. Is that a six-pack? No, wait, it's an eight-pack. This is exactly what I envision in my ideal boyfriend. Xuan was left both amused and bewildered when had girls in his country become so open. He had no idea. And, while I can tolerate you touching my abs, whose hand is that? Where do you think you're putting it? Back off. I consider you all fans, yet you dare to cross the line. As Xuan pondered how to extricate himself from his predicament, he suddenly heard a sweet, melodious voice from outside the circle. Xuanzi, where are you? Xuan turned towards the voice, and a refreshing breeze carried a delightful fragrance, making him feel as though it was spring rather than summer. Gulp! Someone swallowed audibly, and the sight before them was utterly captivating. There stood a beauty who would undoubtedly score above 95. In the entire arena, only two individuals bore expressions distinct from those of the other men, Xuan and Wang Hong. Upon the sighting of the woman, Wang Hong instinctively shifted aside, as if wishing to remain unseen, while Xuan wore a bittersweet smile. Alas, just as he thought he had managed one challenge, another formidable presence emerged. The woman surveyed the crowd, her gaze illuminating when it fell upon Xuan's position. However, upon noticing the throng of flirtatious companions surrounding him, her expression swiftly morphed into one of trepidation. With remarkable agility, she donned a dangerously alluring smile and sauntered over to Xuan, her commanding aura rendering those in front of her momentarily speechless. What brings you here? She purred, her voice laced with an enchanting sweetness. If one were to overlook her current demeanor, one might say, "Sister, could you please be a bit gentler?" Xuan covered his ears, a pained expression on his face. I was playing basketball. The girl suddenly sniffed at Xuan, glancing around before nodding in relief and releasing her grip on his ears. Why don't you go back after the game? I was just about to leave when you arrived. Did I arrive at such an opportune moment? Yes, indeed. Then let us go. First, wash up and change clothes. And we shall dine together this evening. Lin Yun was someone Xuan had met upon entering university. He had a poor sense of direction, and on the first day of school, he found himself utterly lost. By chance, Lin Yun spotted him, and thus, she too became disoriented. At that moment, beads of sweat dripped from Xuan's forehead, while one could understand his confusion as a newcomer. It was perplexing how someone so seasoned could lose their way in their own school. Nevertheless, Lin Yun had a solution. She led Xuan to the cafeteria, one of the two places she could confidently navigate to, the other being the dormitory. From that day forward, the two became acquainted. During routine club activities and off-campus endeavors, Lin Yun often took on the role of the big sister, insisting on bringing Xuan along. It was evident to all that Lin Yun harbored feelings for Xuan. Yet neither had the courage to break the unspoken barrier between them. Until, I might be going to America. After their meal, they strolled along the edge of the school playground, the evening breeze refreshing and soothing. Lin Yun, with an adorably dazed expression, asked, "You should go. But when will you return?" She had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Xuan hesitated. "I might not come back." Lin Yun covered her mouth, her carefree demeanor not masking her intelligence. "Where are you going? To play basketball? The NBA?" A barrage of 3 questions. "Yes, to America, indeed." 3 affirmations. Suddenly, Lin Yun stopped in her tracks, and while Xuan was uncertain of her intentions, she unexpectedly grasped his hand tightly. "No, you cannot leave. You think you can just take everything and walk away without a word?" Lin Yun's tone was fierce. Yet in her trembling eyelashes and the glimmer of fear and distress in her eyes, Xuan discerned the softness of her heart concealed beneath her strong facade. Xuan understood in his heart and deliberately pondered for a moment. "How is your English?" "Why ask this?" At that moment, Lin Yun's voice appeared particularly fragile and helpless, akin to a small kitten on the verge of abandonment. Xuan feigned a nod, saying, "If all goes well, you can accompany me." Lin Yun appeared momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and playfully punched Xuan's chest, exclaiming, "Why are you so mischievous?" Her reaction elicited a hearty laugh from Xuan, who swiftly embraced the charming girl. He was well aware of Lin Yun's affections for him. Honestly, with such a beloved figure in his arms, what more could he possibly desire? The formal acknowledgement of their relationship naturally called for celebration. Under Wang Hong's insistence, Xuan was to treat everyone. During the banquet, Xuan announced the exciting news. He would be participating in this year's NBA draft in the United States come summer. Wang Hong was not taken aback. She had witnessed Xuan's prowess firsthand. However, this did not imply that she believed he would undoubtedly be selected, given his lack of formal competition experience, which was his greatest disadvantage. Meanwhile, Lin Yun's close friends harbored some concerns. After all, one would be in America while the other remained in their homeland. Though a short separation might be manageable, the prospect of enduring a long-distance relationship raised questions about maintaining sincerity, especially in a vibrant and indulgent environment like America. Lin Yun remained composed, asserting, "It's quite simple. As long as I can become an exchange student in his city, everything will be fine." Her friends exchanged glances, uncertain. However, Lin Yun lifted her gaze to Xuan, where their hands clasped tightly beneath the table. "As long as you are here, everything will be simple. Hello." After a public lecture concluded, Xuan was busy packing his belongings when he suddenly heard a somewhat awkward voice speaking in Chinese nearby. Xuan lifted his head to glance at the individual before him. This person appeared to be an international student, possessing a hint of mixed heritage. Yet Xuan could not recall having met him before. "Hello, is there something you need?" "Well, it's like this." The mixed-race youth displayed a hint of nervousness, yet managed to articulate his thoughts clearly. He was an avid basketball enthusiast, and his father was a professional agent. Recently, he had watched Xuan's game and subsequently shared the footage with his father, who believed Xuan possessed significant potential for a career in the NBA. "Are you saying that your father wishes to become my agent?" Xuan sat across from the young man, who introduced himself as Andre, within a quaint saif. "Yes, my father is indeed a highly professional agent." Andre held his father in high regard. Though Xuan had conducted a brief online search and discovered that while his father was indeed reputable, his primary focus did not seem to lie in the realm of basketball. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan resolved to grant him an opportunity. "Here's the deal. You can relay this to your father. I require a chance for a joint tryout. If he can facilitate this, I will agree to have him as my agent." This could also serve as a test, for the profession of an agent is intricately tied to that of a basketball player. Their fates are intertwined. As the saying goes, one need not fear a formidable opponent, but rather a teammate of ineptitude. If an agent proves to be inadequate, he can undoubtedly hinder the potential of a basketball player. It was now late March, and typically, NBA tryouts are conducted after the conclusion of the regular season and before the commencement of the playoffs. There remained some time for arrangements, and Xuan also needed this interval for preparation. Carson Andre. His actions were swift. Before Xuan could even reach his dormitory, an email had arrived. In this correspondence, he briefly analyzed Xuan's current strengths and weaknesses, assuring him that he would promptly communicate with NBA clubs. Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of the outcome, such a work ethic would never be in vain. 2 days later, to Xuan's astonishment, the Mediterranean coach came knocking at his door. Accompanying him was a scout from Jingnan, reportedly an assistant coach responsible for recruitment. It was evident that the Mediterranean coach's commendable actions post the last game had borne fruit. However, Xuan was not inclined to join the domestic league, as doing so would subject him to various institutional constraints, undoubtedly leading to a myriad of unnecessary troubles. Perhaps the Mediterranean coach believed that being noticed by a domestic league club during one's college years was a remarkable achievement. But Xuan was unwilling to squander his time in such a manner. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Upon witnessing Xuan's refusal, the Mediterranean coach appeared somewhat anxious. If this endeavor succeeded, it would reflect positively on him and potentially forge a beneficial relationship with Xuan for the future. However, he had not anticipated such a direct rejection. After all, this was a substantial financial opportunity. What college student could turn down such an enticing offer? Not only Jingnan but also Sujiang Taigang extended an olive branch, hoping Xuan could find the time for a trial. Yet, predictably, Xuan declined all offers. The stage was not set here. On April 6th, after completing the registration form gifted by the system, he received a notification the following day confirming his successful registration for the NBA draft. This year, over 100 rookies participated, and Xuan's unfamiliar visage went unnoticed. Though the name of his agent in the adjacent column piqued many people's curiosity. Carson Andre? Wasn't he a Hollywood worker? Why the sudden shift to the NBA? It was unclear, but it seemed one of his artists had gotten into some trouble. That trouble? Oh, I see, how unfortunate. Which rookie would have such a jinx as an agent? Who knows? Perhaps he was merely a stepping stone. Xuan was unaware of the events that transpired in the United States upon the announcement of this list. After nearly 10 days of diligent efforts, Carson finally conveyed some encouraging news to Xuan. On April 26th, an invitation arrived for him to attend the joint tryouts held in Chicago, where he would join approximately 30 other aspiring rookies. This was the culmination of Carson's tireless endeavors over the past weeks, and Xuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the outcome. Being able to participate in this training camp was a significant opportunity, and at the very least, it demonstrated that Carson had genuinely made the effort. A few days later, the tryout invitation was sent over, and Xuan promptly proceeded to apply for his visa. The reviewing staff did not pose any difficulties for him, considering he was a potential candidate for the NBA, despite the slimness of that prospect. Xuan now merely has to await, for in due time, he shall embark on his journey to the United States. Lin Yun, of course, was also aware of this news. However, her momentary sorrow vanished within the span of a single heartbeat. Xuan cherished this fleeting moment, as the bond between him and Lin Yun had rapidly intensified, teetering on the brink of a profound culmination. Yet, in pursuit of his dreams and aspirations, Xuan recognized the necessity of resisting the allure of such an enticing life. On April 21st, at the airport, Xuan was set to embark on a direct flight to Chicago. His roommates, classmates, and numerous teammates from the school's baseball team gathered to bid him farewell. No flirting with foreign girls. No gallivanting about. Keep your eyes away from other women. Think of me every day. Tell me you love me every day. Lin Yun appeared resolute, yet only Xuan, holding her in his embrace, could sense the profound fragility of this woman in that moment. He felt a deep compassion and reluctance to part. Ultimately, he could only gently pat her back and whisper softly in her ear, "Having you is truly wonderful." In that fleeting instant, the strong Lin Yun suddenly broke into tears. Those nearby were equally moved. In the distance, Carson's son, little Andre, raised his camera just in time to capture this poignant moment. Xuan embraced Lin Yun deeply one last time before proceeding through security without a backward glance. From this moment onward, there was no turning back. He was resolutely determined to become a superstar in the NBA, for only then could he attain everything he desired. Upon arriving in Chicago, it was already the morning of the 23rd. Carson had arrived early at the airport to welcome him, although they had spoken extensively over the phone. This was their first encounter in person. Carson appeared to be in his 40s, his face etched with the marks of experience. He greeted Xuan warmly, exchanging a high five and a brief embrace. "Carson, I hope for a delightful collaboration with you," Xuan remarked, filled with optimism. I believe this will undoubtedly be a truly remarkable journey. Let us head to the hotel first to adjust to the time difference. And then prepare for our tryout the day after tomorrow, Carson replied briskly, revealing a no-nonsense demeanor that conveyed a sense of urgency. Xuan's first impression of Carson was quite favorable. He appreciated the man's succinctness and the fact that Carson was covering all expenses for meals and accommodations, which relieved Xuan considerably. He had set aside some money, yet he was uncertain about the cost of living in America, especially as a student with limited savings. Lin Yun had given him a bit of money before his departure, but Xuan had no intention of using it. This further solidified his resolve this time. Failure was not an option. Xuan's gaze was extraordinarily resolute. On April 25th, this Chicago joint training session commenced. Xuan belongs to the early cohort. He lacks significant exposure. Thus, he cannot afford to arrive precisely on time or, worse, be late, as that would undoubtedly invite harsh criticism from the press. Conversely, if it were a top draft pick like Andrew Wiggins or Jabari Parker, there would be no issue at all. Such is the nature of status. Xuan's eyes glowed with fervor. This was precisely what he desired. Alas, was there someone with yellow skin? From Asia? Korea? Japan? Or perhaps somewhere else? Could it be someone from your country? The appearance of Xuan left the media reporters present momentarily taken aback, although his name was included in the roster. The lack of any accessible information led everyone to selectively overlook him. Consequently, his visibility was minimal, unlike the grand spectacle when the future great villain participated in a trial, which drew throngs of spectators. Some skeptical reporters from the domestic scene approached him, and upon confirmation, it indeed turned out that Xuan hailed from China. Instantly, a flurry of cameras surrounded him, but he deftly deflected their attention under the pretense of preparing for the trial. At that moment, some expressed disbelief at the presence of domestic players in the selection process, yet here was proof. However, why was there no information available about him? A student? A university student? With no competitive experience, it seemed exceedingly challenging. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but the security personnel at the trial venue swiftly intervened to maintain order, compelling them to focus their lenses on Xuan. After all, he was the sole representative this year. Simultaneously, major domestic media outlets began to disseminate this news. Penguin Sports proclaimed, following Yi Jinlian, another young player from China participating in the draft. Ocean Wave Weibo reported the participation of young athletes in this year's NBA draft. This announcement quickly captured the attention of netizens and soared to the top of trending topics. Live broadcast touted the new generation of young players entering the draft. Was it merely a stunt, or was there substance to it? Ultimately, even CCTV released a statement on their official website regarding a student from Jing'an University participating in this year's draft. CCTV's report was notably more accurate and detailed than that of other media. However, it was evident that no one held high hopes for Xuan's selection, as he was a name previously unheard of, with no record of playing in domestic leagues. Could he be the scion of a wealthy family seeking novelty? It was not impossible. I once had a friend who, in pursuit of thrill, even coerced a sow. Your friend is quite remarkable, truly admirable. The participation of Xuan in this year's NBA draft has stirred up a considerable commotion domestically. The reporters on the scene, armed with long lenses and cameras, are being urged by their editors to secure first-hand information. Meanwhile, Xuan's alma mater, Jing'an University, is abuzz with speculation, pondering the true identity of this remarkable young man. Amidst the swirling rumors online, someone unexpectedly released a video of Xuan's game from that day. And then, chaos ensued. What on earth is this? Who is this prodigy? My goodness, no wonder he dared to participate in the draft. He possesses extraordinary skills, with a three-point shooting percentage that surpasses mine. Unbeknownst to Xuan, who is currently undergoing basic physical assessments under the guidance of the staff, the tumultuous discussions in the domestic sphere are far from his awareness. Today, he may not be the most prominent figure, yet he is undeniably surrounded by a throng of admirers. Who is that individual? A robust rookie with a full beard inquires of the agent beside him. Who knows? The agent shrugs. Perhaps he is a prince from some distant land. Xuan observed his surroundings attentively. Today, a considerable number of promising newcomers have gathered for the joint training session, and within this brief moment, he has already spotted several future basketball stars. Zach LaVine possesses a remarkably elongated physique, exuding an ethereal aura. Aaron Gordon bears a resemblance to a robot. Marcus Smart, with his full beard, might easily be mistaken for a 30-year-old if encountered on the street. The individual who just spoke was indeed smart. who is currently projected by many to be selected as high as the 4th pick by the Orlando Magic. He has appeared in the 4th position on 6 out of 12 prediction boards. At the very latest, he is anticipated to be chosen within the top 8, marking him as the second most prominent rookie participating in today's joint tryouts. The foremost standout of the day, without a doubt, is Jabari Parker. Surrounded by a throng of journalists from across the nation, Xuan stood out, yet the crowd encircling Jabari Parker was significantly larger. As a frontrunner in this year's draft, he was, at the very least, among the top 2 prospects. The physical evaluation during the tryout consisted of 2 segments, dynamic and static assessments. For someone like Xuan, whose competitive data was nearly non-existent, the scrutiny was particularly rigorous. Carson had parted ways with Xuan to engage with the general managers and scouts from the attending clubs. Staff members diligently recorded Xuan's metrics in a notebook: barefoot height of 188 centimeters, shot height of 190 centimeters, weight of 80 kilograms, wingspan of 203 centimeters, left hand palm length of 22.8 centimeters, right hand palm length of 23.0 centimeters, standing reach of 254 centimeters, vertical leap from a standstill of 78 centimeters, and a running jump of 94 centimeters. His sprinting speed was clocked at 10.58 seconds for 100 meters, with a dribbling speed across the court at 6 seconds and a 3/4 court sprint at 3.8 seconds. Furthermore, he completed the 3-second area shuttle in 10.22 seconds and the baseline return run in 10.98 seconds. Impressively, he achieved a bench press of 185 pounds for 12 repetitions. As the evaluations progressed, the astonishment in the eyes of the staff beside Xuan grew increasingly evident. This was not due to subpar results. Rather, it was a testament to his extraordinary capabilities. His physical prowess surpassed that of many athletes he had previously encountered. The emergence of such a remarkable talent among the yellow-skinned newcomers was unprecedented. The dynamic assessment primarily focused on dribbling, shooting, and dunking. Xuan displayed no difficulties in dribbling, showcasing the innate breakthrough talent reminiscent of Allen Iverson. Even if merely at a bronze level, sufficient for this scale of competition, his three-point shooting was nothing short of spectacular, arrows piercing through the net with remarkable precision. While the static metrics had been challenging to compare, the dynamic testing captured the attention of many onlookers. "Goodness, this fellow's three-point shooting is remarkably accurate," someone exclaimed. "His shooting form bears a resemblance to that of Steven from Golden State. Can someone please provide me with his static assessment data?" Xuan harbored no intention of concealing his talents. In the United States, the art of humility often falls flat, as it merely leads others to perceive one as inherently weak. Before long, the number of onlookers swelled, and the general managers of the attending teams began to direct their attention towards Xuan. Carson acted swiftly, clutching a stack of Xuan's static physical assessment data in his hands. In no time, R.C. Buford, Presti, Ainge, the portly Morey, Mills, and numerous other general managers had obtained Xuan's physical measurement data. Goodness, 12 repetitions on the bench press, impressive arm span, excellent speed, and formidable explosiveness. Where did this young man come from? China? Quite remarkable. This year's draft was anticipated to be a once-in-a-decade event. Yet it was surprising that the first to astonish them was a player hailing from China. Oh, by the way, I recall that previous physical assessment data was quite impressive as well, Ainge mused, his gaze flickering as he suddenly spoke to the other general managers nearby. Where is he now? The others shook their heads, but their enthusiasm noticeably waned. Indeed, merely analyzing data could not dictate everything. And Xuan possessed a critical flaw. He had no competitive game statistics. Overseas match data, 0. International competition data, 0. Coupled with his racial background and the cautionary tale of Yi Jianlian, concerns began to loom large. Xuan's status in their eyes has abruptly become dispensable. The NBA has never been short of exceptionally talented prodigies, yet those who truly make an impact are exceedingly rare. They resolved to temporarily set aside their focus on Xuan, opting to wait and observe developments later. As the first day of the trial concluded, Xuan found himself encircled by a multitude of journalists who had arrived from his homeland. Xuan responded with a few casual remarks. For it is now the time to act with grandeur, yet maintain a humble demeanor. Otherwise, one cannot guarantee that a malevolent journalist might weave today's words into a sprawling, unsuccessful novel of millions of characters. Alas, there is not a single foreign media journalist at his side. Perhaps in the eyes of domestic fans, Xuan's presence is a significant event. But in the perspective of these foreigners, who is he? The results of the first day of joint training swiftly returned to the homeland. On the forum, discussions erupted. Domestic university students making an appearance in the NBA? Xuan? A name entirely new. Is he a dragon or merely an insect? Come. Let us examine his physical statistics. What a surprise. Is it true? Wasn't it said that the great king was also going? Surely a spectacle. I had never heard of this individual before. I've heard the young man has quite the handsome appearance. While words may be spoken and commotion may ensue. Let us not just about looks. Xuan's news even ascended to the pinnacle of Weibo's trending topics. Can anyone, be they human or ghost, make it to the trending list? Surely this must have been purchased. I, Teacher Wong, refuse to accept this. Bring it on. I've heard that Demimi is set to star in Rural Love. The following day, a 5v5 showdown is scheduled. This is what truly captivates the attention of many prominent figures. In basketball, only through actual competition can one discern strength from weakness. Physical metrics may offer insights, yet they do not encompass the entirety. Let us keep a keen eye on that individual from China. The portly Mori discreetly whispered to a nearby executive of the Rockets. He then turned his gaze toward Ainge's position, and their eyes locked in the air. Humph, do you think I am oblivious to the meaning behind your words from yesterday? Attempting to deceive me? Humph, no one is a fool here. On the contrary, they are all quite astute. The match is about to commence. This confrontation is divided into two halves, totaling 20 minutes. The dozens of rookies who participated in yesterday's trial will be organized into several groups for their contests. In this ensemble featuring Xuan, aside from himself, the shooting guard is James Young, the small forward is KJ McDaniels, and the interior players include power forwards Clint Capella and Jarnell Stokes. Thanks to the impressive physical metrics from yesterday, Xuan's teammates are relatively competent, at the very least not of undrafted caliber. Conversely, his opponents comprise Marcus Smart, CJ Wilcox, Bruno Caboclo, Mickey McGarry, and Johnny O'Brien. Evaluating on paper strength and projected draft rankings, it is evident that Smart's team possesses a distinct advantage over Xuan's squad. Xuan was somewhat taken aback, wondering how a rookie of Smart's caliber, akin to that of a humble green room, could possibly find himself opposing him. However, as soon as Xuan glanced up, he was caught by Smart, who responded with a derisive gesture, signaling with a thumbs down. Xuan suddenly comprehended the situation. This individual was being deliberately provocative. However, regardless of who stood opposite him, Xuan remained unfazed. His sole focus was to showcase his abilities, to express himself as vividly as possible. The 10 players on the court dispersed. Capella won the jump ball against O'Brien. Xuan dribbled past half-court. Smart advanced to apply pressure. In such a game, the concepts of help defense and zone defense are rendered nearly obsolete. Thus, it fundamentally tests the prowess of individual defense. With a slight smile, Smart prepared himself. This was his forte. He built his reputation through defense, and many external experts proclaim that he is destined to become the next defensive maestro in the league. Xuan instantaneously sensed the physical confrontation posed by Smart. A pass. James Young, positioned at a 45-degree angle, received the ball without hesitation and executed a direct shot. The difficulty was considerable. O'Brien secured the rebound. Smart brought the ball forward, confronting Xuan's defense. A forceful drive. Is this guy utterly audacious? Xuan gritted his teeth. Yet his body was involuntarily pushed apart, creating a narrow gap. Crash. Although the breakthrough ahead was executed flawlessly, the final layup failed to find its mark. Damn it. Smart cursed. Without concern for Xuan, Capella received the rebound and promptly passed the ball over. Xuan elegantly reciprocated with a precise bounce pass. The talent of white chocolate in passing shone brilliantly. The ball found its way to Capella. Capella, receiving the pass, rose powerfully. Bam! A splendid collaboration. What a remarkable play. Xuan's contribution was monumental, delivering an exquisitely executed pass. The Smart team also managed to score, leveling the game at 2-2. Turning back, Xuan once again delivered a lightning-fast pass. Well done, my friend. Once again, it was Capella who scored. Capella expressed his satisfaction, remarking how delightful the assist was. A trivial matter. Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, just call me for the pick and roll later, and I shall assist you. Capella acknowledged this with equal camaraderie. Even amidst uncertainty regarding Xuan's passing trajectory, Smart's diligent defense could not hinder such scoring prowess. His vision and passing ability were commendable. Onlookers at the sidelines subtly nodded in agreement. The Smart team failed to convert their offense, leaving the score at 4-2. with Xuan's team in the lead. Damn it. If you have the skill, do it yourself. Smart glared fiercely at Xuan, as if he were ready to devour him. Do it myself? Xuan felt a tinge of apprehension within. The defensive prowess and intensity of Smart were far from the lackluster players he was accustomed to at his school. He lacked confidence in his ability to score under such circumstances. Thus, Xuan directly called for a screen. Capella also moved in a timely manner, firmly positioning himself behind Smart. Xuan made a direct breakthrough. With a swift change of direction, the explosive ability of Allen Iverson was unleashed. His movements flowed like water as he effortlessly bypassed Smart. The lane opened wide, and he charged straight towards the basket. With a swish, the ball went in. The score stood at 6-2. The game was veering in a peculiar direction. It was evident that Smart's team possessed a distinct advantage over Xuan's. So why were they trailing? Damn it. Damn it. Smart was frustrated. Yet, he found himself powerless as his aggressive drive to the basket resulted in yet another miss. Smart ought to place more trust in his teammates. What was he attempting to accomplish? He was never renowned for his scoring prowess. Rather, his strength lay in defense and court vision. Such a forceful play was truly uncharacteristic of him. A splendid pick and roll. Xuan exchanged a high five with Capella, a reward for the 2 passes he had previously made. Hey, buddy, I can set screens too. On Xuan's team, another interior player, Stokes, exclaimed loudly, All right, buddy, just wait. Xuan smiled and gave a thumbs up. Smart was currently in a state of emotional turmoil, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to overshadow Xuan's prowess. This was undoubtedly a case of leveraging one's own weaknesses against another's strengths. Although Xuan was unable to defend against his breakthrough, what purpose does it serve if he ultimately fails to score? 10 seconds later, Xuan continually altered his dribbling rhythm beyond the 3-point line, taking a step back before unleashing a powerful shot. A long pass. A feint. He fell for it. Smart misjudged the situation. Xuan swiftly reclaimed the ball, executing a reverse motion to deliver it directly into Stokes' hands. Stokes' expression radiated excitement. This pass was perfectly set up, leaving no reason for him to refrain from capitalizing on the opportunity. Off he went. Bam! Another thunderous dunk. What exhilaration! Upon landing, Stokes let out a triumphant roar. Such a score would undoubtedly enhance his standing. Well done. What about me, buddy? Are you not looking my way? Over here, mate. No one desires to offend a playmaker of such caliber. Moreover, merely watching others score while running back and forth is surely disheartening. Thus, within just a few plays, Xuan quickly forged a rapport with the other 4 members of his team. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 from the Smart team harbored a hint of resentment, as Smart's shot attempts monopolized over 80 of the total, leaving little room for others to shine. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and under Xuan's orchestration, the score stood at 25-16, a lead of 9 points. Xuan himself boasted an impressive tally of 7 points and 6 assists in this brief span. After these 10 minutes, a short respite was allotted for the rookies to recuperate. Naturally, there were no tactical discussions from the coach, merely a chance to sip on some Gatorade. It remains uncertain if Smart's agent imparted some advice during these few minutes, but upon returning, Smart's style of play transformed, reverting to his collegiate approach rather than contending offensively with Xuan. This shift in style left Xuan somewhat beleaguered. For those unaware of the player archetype that Smart was initially compared to during the draft, allow me to enlighten you. Surprisingly, he was likened to Dwayne Wade. Indeed. That very player with the prominent cheeks. Even more astonishingly, ESPN suggested he resembled both James Harden and the diminutive DeJuan Blair. Pray tell, in what ways do Smart and these 3 individuals bear resemblance? Is it in skin tone or appearance? It truly baffles the mind. Smart is most memorable for his exceptional physical attributes. He stands taller and more robust than the majority of point guards, adept at leveraging these advantages. His scouting report described him as a powerful guard, excelling in driving to the basket, capable of executing difficult contested layups, a solid perimeter defender, possessing good court vision, selfless, and brimming with passion. Smart has a penchant for attacking the rim, though, truth be told, his outside shooting leaves much to be desired. He excels in transition and pick-and-roll situations, with a knack for creating opportunities for his teammates. His defensive prowess is particularly noteworthy. His size and strength allow him to guard 2 positions in the backcourt, and he embodies tenacity and competitiveness. Moreover, his attitude toward the game is commendable. His presence can even uplift the locker room atmosphere, inspiring those around him to give their all during competition. Considering these attributes, he could be likened to Draymond Green. Now, as he utilizes his remarkable physicality, court awareness, and experience to match up against Xuan, the latter immediately felt the pressure. This NCAA starting caliber point guard is no joke. Xuan is undoubtedly experiencing significant discomfort. Under Smart's leadership, the previously trailing team began to close the gap. Such physicality, such quality, such resilience. Remarkable. His court vision is exceptional, and his defense is outstanding. That yellow-skinned fellow is nearly gasping for air. Next up is Smart's moment to shine. After all, he is projected to be a top 4 pick. Xuan silently shook his head. This is no simple task. However, with his 4 innate talents, suppressing him is a formidable challenge. Xuan managed to find the time to score a 3-pointer and provided 2 assists. Ultimately, his statistics settled at 10 points and 8 assists. Capella contributed 12 points, all of which were from dunks. Smart recorded 6 points, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. However, he also committed 4 turnovers, 3 of which occurred in the first 10 minutes. Xuan's team ultimately emerged victorious, however. The accolades and admiration were predominantly directed towards Smart. Hey, buddy, don't pay him any mind. After the match, Capella surprisingly exchanged pleasantries with Xuan. The two engaged in conversation as they made their way to the locker room. He's just all talk. I'm not saying this to flatter you, but he's definitely not as good as you, my friend. Capella remarked with a grin. Thanks, you're not too shabby yourself. Xuan adeptly navigated this reciprocal flattery. Meanwhile, Carson had already been enveloped by reporters who had come from the domestic scene. Although Xuan's performance had been somewhat overshadowed by Smart, his overall display was certainly commendable. It's only natural to consider that Smart, a predicted top 4 rookie, would have the upper hand in suppressing Xuan. Xuan, pa? Which of your eyes saw me being suppressed by him? Both of them did. Get lost. Yes, indeed. I am Sue's agent. I will communicate with multiple teams. In fact, I have been doing so for a while now. Snap. Snap. Going to the Lakers? The Rockets? No, no, no. Discussions are still ongoing. Carson revels in the sound of flashing cameras. It has been a long time since he enjoyed such treatment after the incident with the artist under his management. He clearly understands that judging by Xuan's performance just now, as long as these general managers and scouts are not foolish, the likelihood of being undrafted seems slim. Now, Carson harbors a small dream, the first round. He aims to maneuver Xuan into being selected in the first round. Meanwhile, the big players back home have swiftly received the video from today's 5v5 match. From my perspective, Yang Yi and Xuan's performance was quite commendable. Though I am not well acquainted with him, managing to hold his own against Smart is no small feat. Zhang has an exceptionally solid foundation, almost surprisingly so. Such well-grounded guards are rare in our country. Su Junyang finds it difficult to predict the draft order. The current situation remains unclear. If one were to only rely on this physical data and game footage, my prediction would place him around the middle of the second round. The big players back home are quite well informed, and their news reaches the eager fans swiftly. Goodness, it seems he is truly on the path to being selected. Evidently, he possesses genuine talent, rather than merely seeking attention. However, his physique remains a concern. Just look at how Smart, a mere speck, knocked him over. Up there. Can someone speak in human language? A mere speck? Doctor, I don't quite understand what you mean by speck. I can confirm that Demi Mi is set to star in Rural Love. There are many who slack off, but for Xuan, that is inconsequential. He feels relatively satisfied with his performance today. If a perfect score is 100, he believes he should score around 70 to 80. If the second 10 minutes mirror the first, that would be a delightful surprise. However, it is evident that Smart did not grant him that opportunity. He has now realized the harsh realities of the league. Smart is merely a rookie, yet can suppress him. Experience plays a part, but there is also a gap in their inherent abilities. One might argue that Xuan has yet to fully acclimate to his own physique and the league's regulations. In the 2 days leading up to the combine, Xuan has been striving to familiarize himself with these aspects. In his past life, as a quintessential player, he understood many of the NBA rules, but that knowledge was limited to mere awareness. The practical application, however, eluded him entirely. Moreover, experience cannot be acquired in a short time. Xuan must engage in actual gameplay to learn. After Xuan went abroad, Lin Yun juggled preparing for the overseas study exams, while keeping an eye on the updates about Xuan that trickled in from abroad. Hey girl, what have you been busy with lately? You haven't called your old man? Oh, Dad, I'm quite occupied. Do you need something? If not, I'm hanging up. Oh, you girl, I still haven't caught my breath, and you're ready to hang up. Let me ask you, what is the deal with that Xuan kid? Where is he? Speak. Don't just say hello. Hello. The signal is poor. Don't say I have another call coming in. I'm hanging up, and definitely don't say teacher. Oh. Teacher, you've arrived. I'm so sorry I didn't TC you. If you don't speak, that's fine. I'll go report this to the Empress Dowager. Oh, no, let us talk this out. After some communication, Lin Yun's father, Lin Zhe, finally grasped the nature of his daughter's relationship with Xuan. You mustn't betray me, Lin Yun warned sternly. If you do, I will expose all your other cards. So ruthless? Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. Are you threatening me? Humph. If you dare to say it, I dare to do it. Lin Zhe had some understanding of Xuan, yet he was not optimistic about his future prospects. In his view, Xuan would be better off staying in the country to complete his university education, after which he could assist him in establishing his career in countless ways. Family background? Would he care about that? As long as the boy has good character, his daughter will be happy. Wealth is inconsequential. But now that Xuan has gone to the NBA, he feels somewhat powerless. That realm is certainly not his territory. Moreover, he is still unclear about Xuan's actual situation. Suze contemplated carefully and said, "Let me clarify, my dear daughter. I do not oppose your association with this young man. However, you must handle your affairs discreetly." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Additionally, I have a conference in the United States next month, and I will take the opportunity to meet him. You are not to give any advance notice." Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that her father could be so reasonable. A look of sheer joy instantly spread across her face. Long live Dad. You are truly wonderful. All right. It's quite a feat to hear such words from you. Lin Zhe chuckled slyly. But do you genuinely possess such confidence in him? Absolutely. Lin Yun replied without a moment's hesitation, her mind conjuring the image of Xuan, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. He will surely succeed. Xuan certainly did not overlook Lin Yun. He made it a point to call her every evening, indulging in lengthy conversations. Carson had been quite occupied these past few days, and when Xuan encountered him the following day, he was nearly taken aback. Who has adorned you with such unique dark circles? Xuan suppressed his laughter and remarked, they bear a resemblance to a national treasure of our country. I wouldn't mind having a few more of those dark circles. Carson handed over a form and then seized a sandwich from the table, indulging in a hearty meal. Xuan took the document, his gaze sharpening, and then a look of astonishment spread across his face. Are these all teams inviting me for trials? He lifted his eyes to Carson and asked, why are there so many? Nearly 10 teams had extended individual invitations for trials. This outcome far exceeded his expectations. Who could have foreseen this? Ahem, Carson cleared his throat, quickly sipping his coffee. But this is a good thing, isn't it? Carson felt considerable pressure. Although they were both agents, there was a distinct difference between the entertainment industry and the sports realm. What do you think? It's excellent, but will we have enough time? Of course, we have ample time. I have already communicated with them. This is the roadmap. As Carson spoke, he handed over a sheet of paper. It outlined all the upcoming schedules and arrangements with clarity and precision, even detailing the modes of transportation. Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Very good, my friend, splendid work. One cannot aspire to be your agent without a certain level of skill. Carson extended his hand to exchange a brief touch with Xuan. Let me share a secret with you. I have recently been brushing up on my Chinese. My son could serve as my tutor. What do you think? No problem. Xuan replied with a gentle smile. I could also be your teacher. Xuan's foundation pales in comparison to that of other rookies. Had it not been for his remarkable performance in the recent joint trials, it is likely he would not have received a single invitation for an individual tryout. As he boarded the plane to San Antonio, Xuan mentally sifted through the draft situation of this year. The first overall pick belongs to the Cleveland Cavaliers, the second to the Milwaukee Bucks, and the third to the Philadelphia 76ers. How indiscreet of me. The 76ers, indeed. The fourth pick is held by the Orlando Magic, the fifth by the Utah Jazz, the sixth by the Boston Celtics, and the seventh by the Los Angeles Lakers. The top 3 selections are determined by a lottery, while the subsequent picks are generally inversely correlated with regular season performance. The stronger the team, the higher the pick. Conversely, the weaker the team, the lower the selection. This mechanism serves to balance the strength among teams, which is a primary reason why many franchises willingly embrace a lackluster season. Xuan's first trial was with the San Antonio Spurs. The Spurs were the top team in the regular season of 2013 to 2014, Thus their draft position was not particularly favorable. Carson's initial choice of the Spurs was merely to test the waters. This year, the Spurs hold the 30th pick in the first round, along with the 28th and 30th picks in the second round. These are all rather inconspicuous selections, and Carson naturally aimed for the 30th pick in the first round. The second-round picks were not within his considerations. The workout with the Spurs went smoothly, and Xuan performed admirably. However, for a championship-caliber team, the Spurs needed to assess Xuan's future potential and whether he would adapt to the team environment. They were not in need of immediate contributors. After confirming with coach Greg Popovich, general manager R.C. Buford communicated with Carson, "We are quite pleased with Sue. But can you assure us that he won't cause any disruptions within the team? If so, we might consider selecting him with the 30th pick." Disruptions? Carson frowned. "Sue is an excellent player. He will not engage in the behavior you mentioned." However, he shifted his tone. "Your words imply a lack of trust in my judgment as an agent, and I will reconsider this matter." The Spurs' attitude was disheartening, and Xuan departed after the trial. "Greg, I think this kid has potential. Why are you reluctant to consider him?" In the Spurs' office, Buford expressed his dissatisfaction with Popovich's decision. "RC, you must understand that we do not lack guards at this moment, and it is challenging to determine his talent based solely on 1-5 game," Popovich replied calmly. "Yet the market potential behind him could generate significant value for us." RC. Buford eyed the substantial market surrounding Xuan with envy. "That is not my concern," Popovich retorted without hesitation. "Damn it, you old stubborn fool," Buford muttered under his breath as he watched Popovich walk away. "If you enjoy calling the shots so much, perhaps I should let you take over as general manager." Xuan's next destination is the Oklahoma City Thunder. This year, the Thunder possesses 2 first-round picks, specifically the 21st and 29th selections. Carson believes that these are the most likely positions for Xuan to be chosen, within the range of 20 to 30. The discussions between both parties were cordial. However, Presti did not offer any guarantees until the very end. They expressed intentions for further communication. Next is the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers have fallen on hard times this year, having nearly exhausted their future prospects in their pursuit of assembling a star-studded roster. This season, they possess only a late second-round pick. Internal conflicts have plagued the team, and just 2 days ago, on April 30th, D'Antoni officially announced his departure from the Lakers. The organization is now divided into 2 factions, one led by Jim Buss and the other by Jeannie Buss. Kupchak finds himself in a precarious position, and with no head coach, the trials for Xuan were not approached with much seriousness. Conversely, the Houston Rockets have extended a promise to Xuan. Should he fall to the second round, they may utilize the 42nd pick to select him. As for the 25th pick in the first round, Morey subtly indicated that it is reserved for Capella. However, Morey's words carry little weight, and Xuan remains unfazed, as he has already made his way to his next stop, the Boston Celtics. The Celtics possess 2 first-round picks this year, the 6th and the 17th. Coincidentally, as Xuan entered the training facility, he spotted Smart exiting. Their eyes met momentarily, but no words were exchanged. However, from the delighted expression of his agent, Xuan and Carson sensed a hint of unease. Smart plays the same position as Xuan, a fierce competitor. It is highly unlikely for a team to select 2 players of the same position in a single draft, as they cannot develop both simultaneously. Unless the team is particularly in need of that position, allowing one rookie to start while the other serves as a backup. Otherwise, the prospect of coexisting is virtually impossible. Indeed, when Xuan and Carson entered, Ainge expressed regret, stating that if circumstances allowed, they would consider using the 17th pick to select Xuan. Yet he candidly noted that opportunities for substantial playing time might be limited. However, their new head coach, Brad Stevens, expressed considerable interest in Xuan. "If possible, I would like to review footage of your previous games," Stevens remarked after observing Xuan's training exercises. The young coach sensed that Xuan held untapped potential and was optimistic about him. Carson and Xuan both shared a wry smile, lamenting their misfortune. If only they had previous game footage, but alas, they did not. Throughout the month of May, Xuan largely traversed the skies and training facilities. The outcomes of the trials varied, but overall, the commitments received were primarily for second-round picks. Skepticism lingered regarding Xuan's ability to succeed in the NBA. Teams preferred to draft players who appeared less talented rather than trust in Xuan's innate gifts and potential. The impression left by E. Jianlian had been profoundly etched in their minds. To them, Apart from Yao Ming, yellow-skinned players were merely ornamental. When Lin Yun's father, Lin Ziyuan, arrived, Su Xian had just concluded a trial. They met at a CAF, where the aroma of coffee wafted through the air. Lin Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. So, you are quite confident about being selected? Indeed, Su Xian replied, striving to maintain a demeanor of calm assurance. This was his first encounter with Lin Yun's parents, and he had never realized that Lin Yun hailed from a wealthy family. Are you planning to develop your career in the United States? Lin Ziyuan inquired, swirling his coffee. Yes, Su Xian affirmed. Have you considered returning home if you are not selected? No, he replied. If I am not chosen this time, I will participate in the summer league, and if that doesn't yield any offers, I shall wait until next year. I am certain I will be selected. Su Xian's words left Lin Zhe in silence for a while, and ultimately, he departed with a single phrase that filled Su Xian with unbridled joy. If possible, try to go to a big city. My daughter cannot endure hardship in remote places. Did this imply his consent regarding Lin Yun? He had anticipated that Lin Zhe would furiously produce 1, 2, 3, or even 4 bank cards, uttering incomprehensible words such as, "You are unworthy of my daughter," or "This money is sufficient for you to live a lifetime. All you need to do is leave my daughter alone." Su Xian promptly called Lin Yun to share this joyous news, to which Lin Yun responded with disdain, "That old man dares not utter a word. I hold his secrets." Su Xian was instantly drenched in sweat. It turned out that his earlier excitement was unfounded. As time progressed into June, the month of the finals, it became evident that the teams reaching the championship were none other than the San Antonio Spurs and the Miami Heat. On June 15th, Su Xian watched the G5 match between the Spurs and the Heat from his hotel. A band of seasoned veterans, wearing mischievous grins, triumphed over the trio of Heat superstars at the AT&T Center, lifting their 5th championship trophy. Su Xian was unaware of whether Duncan had once again engaged in banter with James after the game, yet he surmised that Duncan had likely said something. Otherwise, LeBron would not have been so resolute in his departure this season. The small city of San Antonio was once again engulfed in jubilation. While Su Xian had already arrived at Terminal 1 of New York's Kennedy International Airport to welcome the long-distance traveler, Lin Yun. As universities in the country had already commenced their summer break, Lin Yun, undeterred, had decided to fly over to accompany Su Xian for the draft event. Lin Yun, possessing a somewhat absent-minded demeanor, had prompted Su Xian to remain at the airport since her arrival, fearing she might become disoriented upon her exit. She still adorned herself in her signature pure and radiant style, sporting a simple shirt paired with form-fitting black trousers, exuding an aura of sophistication while simultaneously radiating innocence. "Where have you been? I almost couldn't find you," Lin Yun exclaimed with a voice tinged with a hint of distress upon spotting Su Xian. Su Xian was instantly drenched in sweat, clearly standing right before you, yet you refused to look his way. "You must not laugh at me." Lin Yun, unable to contain her teasing at Su Xian's mischievous expression, exclaimed, "Come on, have you fallen for some American girl?" "Absolutely not," Su Xian cried out in protest. "My sincere feelings for you are as evident as the sun and moon." "Then who purchased this suit for you?" she inquired. "My manager. I need to look sharp for the draft, don't I?" Carson had indeed invested significantly, covering everything from transportation and hotel accommodations to meals, and even this suit. Nevertheless, Su Xian was not one to take advantage of others. He had asked Carson to keep meticulous records of all expenses, promising to repay him in due time. "I'm so tired. I must return to adjust my body clock." Lin Yun tossed her bags onto Su Xian, effortlessly wrapping her arm around his. "All right. Let us first tackle the jet lag, then indulge in a lavish feast." On June 25th, in Brooklyn, New York, the Barclays Center hosted this year's draft, which many referred to as the most formidable in a decade. Numerous players were heralded as the stars of tomorrow, with promising collegiate talents such as Andrew Wiggins, Jabari Parker, Marcus Smart, Julius Randle, Aaron Gordon, T.J. Warren, Noah Vonleh, Joel Embiid, and Tyler Ennis. Other notable prospects included Australia's Dante Exum and Doug McDermott, who was on the brink of graduation. However, in reality, only a few players truly made an impact, with the likes of Embiid and Young emerging as the leading figures. Many, including the highly touted Wiggins, were somewhat underwhelming. In the preceding lottery, the Cleveland Cavaliers secured the first overall pick, with the Milwaukee Bucks and Philadelphia 76ers following in second and third positions, respectively. This marked the Cavaliers' second consecutive year of winning the top pick and their third in 4 years, a stroke of incredible luck. In the homeland, sports channels and online platforms were broadcasting the draft live, with commentators Wang Ming, Ku Fan, and Yang Yi providing insights. Based on previous circumstances, Xuan was likely to be chosen in the second round. Fan perused his notes, acknowledging the challenges of the first round. Though some teams had expressed interest in securing Xuan within that time frame, Wang Ming chimed in, the second round isn't without merit. The key is establishing oneself in the NBA. What have we been vying for in recent years? Isn't it potential and talent? As long as that shines through. The round you were selected in becomes inconsequential. Xuan's parents are currently seated before the television, engrossed in the live broadcast. While their understanding may be limited, they are acutely aware that today marks a monumental occasion in Xuan's life. Xuan and Lin Yun arrived at the Barclays Center in Carson's car. Today, Xuan donned a sleek black suit, exuding an air of refined elegance. Beside him, Lin Yun wore a delicate light red evening gown, though modest in design. Her ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from clear waters, captivated many onlookers. Indeed, Jabari Parker, seated in the green room, was left mesmerized. Regardless of whether he would be selected, he was undoubtedly the happiest person that evening. Back home, Lin's parents were intently watching the live broadcast. "Is this the young man you mentioned?" Lin's mother remarked. "He does seem rather effeminate. No wonder our daughter is fond of him." Lin Zhe sighed in resignation. "He possesses both charm and talent." "Talent?" Lin's mother scoffed again. "I fail to see any evidence of his abilities. Let us observe. If he is chosen, he may be worthy of our daughter. If not, it would signify his inability to provide her with a happy life." Lin Zhe responded thoughtfully. "Humph, that will not suffice. I must conduct my own assessment first." Lin's mother declared with a hint of pride, though the defiance in her eyes had noticeably diminished. Xuan's striking appearance certainly captivates the eye, and he compliments Lin Yun splendidly. "Alas, old Su, is that young lady beside Su your girlfriend? She is quite charming." Today marks a significant occasion for the Su family, and many, including neighbors from the Su residence, have gathered to witness the live broadcast. Su's parents exchanged a glance and chuckled to mask their astonishment. Where did this young man find such a remarkable girl? Carson was not accompanying Xuan. He was exceedingly occupied. The draft was fraught with unpredictability, and even at the last moment, unforeseen variables could arise. Historically, many players have been traded immediately after being selected. Of course, those even busier than Carson were the general managers, coaches, and owners of the teams. Amid incessant phone calls, they were engaged in fervent discussions about who would be the first and second picks. In the Celtics conference room, the young coach Stevens and Ainge were embroiled in a heated debate. Smart was undeniably talented, yet he did not substantially elevate the team, whereas Su was different. "I have observed his shooting and skills. He possesses immense potential to become a star." The young coach aspired to use their 6th overall pick to select Xuan. Ainge, growing increasingly irritated, hung up the phone. "What you are suggesting is merely hypothetical. In my view, that Chinese player lacks physicality and his defense is abysmal. Even if we were to draft him, what could he accomplish? He could lead the Celtics to resurgence." The young coach replied calmly. "Goodness. On what basis are you so certain?" Ainge retorted impatiently. "Even so, I would not use the 6th pick on him. If he does not perform as you claim, I would be torn apart by furious fans. Greg, if Kyle is chosen, who would be your second option?" In the Spurs conference room, R.C. Buford had just concluded a phone call. Popovich took a moment to respond. "Are you suggesting that Chinese player?" "Indeed, I believe we could select him without hesitation." "There is no need for that, R.C. We should adhere to our established objectives." "Very well, I shall defer to your expertise. You are the champion coach. And I am merely a modest general manager," Buford conceded with a shrug. "In celebration of the signing, I will post 2 updates tomorrow. I humbly request your support in the form of collections and votes." For the newly appointed NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, this moment was monumental. Although he had graced this stage before, the sensation now was unparalleled. It felt as if the entire world was within his grasp. No wonder that Old Man was reluctant to step down. Silver cursed under his breath. Years prior, that Old Man had mentioned retirement, yet no action had followed. With power still firmly in his grasp, had it not been for the lockout in the 2011 to 2012 season, that old fellow might have remained in power for several more years. This irked Silver, as he believed he should have ascended long ago. Nevertheless, the fans at Barclays Center continued to show their disdain for the new commissioner, booing as expected. However, Silver, thick-skinned and reminiscent of David Stern, read his speech without flinching, then cleared his throat and opened the envelope. "The draft is officially underway. With the first overall pick in the 2014 NBA draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Andrew Wiggins from the University of Kansas. Indeed, it is Wiggins. Many consider his talent to rival that of LeBron James, with a draft comparison to the extraordinary Vince Carter. No one doubts his potential. Yet, reality can be quite peculiar. The first three picks seemingly had no connection to Xuan. With the second overall pick, the Milwaukee Bucks select Jabari Parker from Duke University. No one questioned the Cavaliers' choice of Wiggins, nor did anyone doubt the Bucks' selection of Parker. Based solely on college statistics, Parker was even more formidable than Wiggins. The debate over who would be the first pick continued until just recently. Wiggins and Parker donned their respective baseball caps. With the third overall pick, the Philadelphia 76ers select Joel Embiid from the University of Kansas. The process also hailed from Kansas. Before June 20th, he was projected to be on par with Wiggins and Parker, but after announcing his surgery for a stress fracture, his stock plummeted. Surprisingly, the 76ers were willing to use their precious third pick on Embiid, knowing he might miss an entire rookie season due to the surgery. However, to the public, the departure of the beloved Iguodala left the 76ers in a state of mediocrity, and now selecting Embiid only deepened their plight. With the fourth overall pick, Orlando selects Aaron Gordon from the University of Arizona. With the sixth overall pick, the Boston Celtics select from Xuan now harbored a fervent desire to eliminate the one above who was gasping for breath. This was a pivotal opportunity for him to be selected. Marcus Smart from the University of Oklahoma State. Was it truly not himself? A wave of disappointment washed over Xuan. Ultimately, Boston opted for Smart instead of him. Sitting beside him, Lin Yun grasped Xuan's hand tightly, sensing his disheartenment. Meanwhile, the chosen Smart beamed as he emerged from the green room to ascend the stage. Although his projected draft position was within the top four, being selected sixth was hardly a misfortune. Moreover, the Orlando Magic paled in comparison to the Boston Celtics, a traditional powerhouse of the league. In the 2014 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Lakers selected Julius Randle as the seventh pick in the first round. 9th, 10th. The sensation of watching others being chosen one by one was undeniably disheartening. Yet, the crux of the matter remained. Xuan's confidence was too fragile. In the absence of any competitive experience, aside from the market behind him, no one was willing to take such a risk. Danny, do not hesitate any longer. Xu has yet to be selected. We must choose him. The Celtics still possess the 17th pick. Currently, Ainge held two envelopes in his hands. One contained the name of their predetermined choice, the versatile forward James Young, while the other, naturally, bore Xuan's name. Ainge pondered. For although the young coach held a significant position within the team, this decision rested solely on Ainge's shoulders. Brad, we already have Smart. Ainge found himself in a dilemma. We could trade Smart, the young coach asserted without hesitation. Ainge suddenly shook his head. He did not need to deliberate. The moment such a decision was made, he would undoubtedly face the ire of Celtics fans. Trust me, Brad. Yet, Ainge ultimately submitted the envelope containing James Young's name. Xuan's heart sank to the abyss. The Boston Celtics' sixth pick did not select him, and neither did the subsequent 17th pick. Carson called him. Sue, Boston has gone back on their word. I will find a way. Carson gritted his teeth. The Phoenix Suns, holding the 18th pick, seemed to present an opportunity. Prior reports indicated they intended to select a point guard to back up Dragic. However, with the 18th pick, the Phoenix Suns chose Tyler Ennis. It appeared that Xuan would tumble into the second round, which aligned closely with my expectations. These NBA teams remain reluctant to place their trust in a Chinese player. As Kafa spoke, the Spurs also submitted their first-round 30th pick envelope. Adam Silver slowly announced, with the 30th pick, the San Antonio Spurs select Kyle Anderson. The first round of the draft concluded, and even Lin Yun's face displayed a hint of disappointment. But there was still the second round. Xuan rallied his spirits, while Carson's eyes were also glistening with emotion. His goal for Xuan was merely the first round, yet it ended up being a fruitless endeavor. It felt as though all of his prior efforts had been in vain. In the second round, the Milwaukee Bucks selected small forward Damian Inglis with the first pick, while the Philadelphia 76ers chose KJ McDaniels with the second pick. Just as Xuan was beginning to lose his patience, a sudden announcement pierced through the air. Ladies and gentlemen, with the fourth pick in the second round of the 2014 NBA draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Xuan from China. In an instant, a thunderous sound reverberated within Xuan's heart. The Dallas Mavericks? I haven't even attended a tryout. How could I have been chosen by the Mavericks? Xuan wore a bewildered expression. Cuban? Veteran driver? But we cannot drive. What should we do? Waiting online, quite urgent. Xuan felt a bit bewildered. Yet, he knew he must ascend now. Although he was uncertain why Dallas had chosen him, it appeared that the Dallas team had quite a connection with China. Lin Yun gently squeezed Xuan's hand and whispered softly, "My dear, you must go up." Xuan, as if awakening from a dream, finally accepted the baseball cap from Dallas handed to him and placed it upon his head. With a facade of a smile, he shook hands with the insipid Xiaohua for a photograph. Just as Xuan turned to leave the stage, having taken only a few steps, Carson suddenly rushed over and leaned close to his ear, exclaiming, "New York has traded up for you. You are now a New Yorker." Goodness. Xuan was taken aback. Something felt amiss. He had never even attended a tryout in Dallas. How could they possibly select him? Indeed, shortly after the next chosen individual delivered their remarks, news broke of a trade between the New York Knicks and the Dallas Mavericks. The Knicks dispatched this year's 21st pick in the second round along with a sum of cash, while the Mavericks sent Xuan in return. The deal was officially concluded. However, domestic fans erupted in disbelief. What happened to the plan of driving to Dallas? How did it transform into New York? Fourth pick in the second round? Selected only to be traded to New York? What a pity, just 4 spots away from the first round. Nonetheless, this should mark the highest selection for a guard from our country, right? Xuan is remarkable, but perhaps it is premature to celebrate. Mishaps can easily occur. New York is indeed a splendid place, with high visibility and ample opportunities to shine. When many domestic fans think of New York, their first impression is of the team owner's wealth, often characterized by a certain foolishness accompanying their riches. Now, Xuan's mother need no longer fret about his financial situation, such as the nature of domestic fans who harbor a love-hate relationship towards national players competing internationally. While they may doubt Xuan's capabilities, the genuine joy and pride they feel cannot be concealed. In Xuan's household, a sigh escaped his lips. Old Xu. Does it seem that the later one appears, the higher their official rank? Last time I witnessed the inauguration of that pig farm nearby, the prominent leader was the last to make an entrance. Your little Xu has truly achieved something remarkable. This must be quite lucrative indeed. Despite their lack of understanding regarding the intricacies of the NBA draft, it did not hinder them from extending their blessings to the Xu family. At Lin Yun's home, Lin Zhe exhaled deeply and cautiously shifted his gaze to Lin Yun's mother. In his opinion, a second-round pick was barely acceptable, yet New York was undeniably a splendid city. What do you think? Lin Zhe inquired tentatively. Lin Yun's mother softened her expression and let out a gentle hum. It will suffice. What do you intend to do about this? Me? Lin Zhe exclaimed, pointing to himself in disbelief. When have my words ever held weight? Ah. The complexities of familial status are truly ineffable. A second-round pick, it ultimately remains a second-round pick. Kufan felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet a wave of excitement quickly replaced it. A second-round pick is still commendable, friends. The trio of commentators displayed expressions brimming with enthusiasm. They had lost track of how long it had been since the NBA featured a new face from their homeland. Since Yi Jianlian and Sun Dashing, there had been a void. Regardless, this undeniably marked a promising beginning. Yang nodded. Let us collectively wish Xuan the best. May his journey in the NBA be smooth sailing. Go for it. After completing the interview, Xuan encountered Knicks general manager Mills and their owner, Dolan. Welcome to New York, Xu. Before Mills could speak, Dolan approached with evident delight. Mills's expression darkened momentarily. Could we not exercise some restraint? You are the owner, not a restaurant server. It is an immense honor. Xuan thought, as he was not averse to New York. You will surely love it here. Dolan joyfully patted Xuan's shoulder, leading Xu to ponder whether this trade had been orchestrated by Dolan himself. Mills was engaged in discussions with Carson regarding the various matters Xuan would encounter in New York, most notably his jersey number and contract. What? Number 23? Are you certain you want to use 23? Mills asked, bemused. All right, we respect your wishes. 23 is acceptable. He conceded. Xuan had indeed considered this number. His preferences included 0, 8, 10, 23, and 24. He cherished 8 and 24 due to Kobe, while 23 was inspired by Jordan. Numbers 0 and 10 were personal lucky numbers. Unfortunately, in New York, 24 and 10 had been retired, and 0 was already assigned. Ultimately, Xuan settled on 23. Before long, Mills presented Xuan at a press conference. Upon seeing Xuan holding the 23 jersey, A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the assembled reporters, with flashes illuminating the room incessantly. The novelty of an Eastern face. Joining the Knicks, was this a blessing or a curse? It was difficult to fathom this countenance. Surely, this individual would falter. Number 23? Did he aspire to emulate Michael or LeBron? Such ambition, yet it remained uncertain whether he possessed the requisite skill to match it. While domestic fans exhibited a neutral yet slightly supportive stance, American fans and media displayed outright skepticism. No one was willing to believe in Xuan. Later that evening, Dolan hosted a dinner for Xuan, providing him an opportunity to voice his concerns. Dolan chuckled heartily as he sliced a piece of steak for Xuan. Do not overthink it, Su. Just consider that I value the market behind you. Xuan remained skeptical of this explanation. Yet relishing the delightful cuisine was the priority at that moment. As Xuan departed Dolan's residence, the clock was nearing midnight. Xuan and Lin Yun walked side by side along the streets of Manhattan. The evening breeze wafted gently, and the roadside was adorned with vibrant neon lights, complementing the luminous glow emanating from the towering skyscrapers, creating an atmosphere of serene beauty. The most exquisite feeling is the realization of one's dreams, accompanied by your presence. Xuan tightened his grip on Lin Yun's hand. The two exchanged a smile, their silence speaking volumes, as their shadows beneath the street lamp drew ever closer. In 2 days, Lin Yun would return to her homeland, and now that Xuan had embarked on his journey, she too aspired to realize her dreams. Xuan accompanied her to the airport, and Lin Yun whispered discreetly in his ear, "Wait for me. I shall return to you swiftly." After bidding farewell to Lin Yun, Xuan immersed himself in the intense and exhilarating training. His foundation was frail. He needed to become thoroughly acquainted with his own physique, to comprehend the astonishingly explosive talents that lay within this body. The bronze level 4 talents were evidently insufficient for him to firmly establish himself in the NBA. He needed to discover ways to enhance his abilities. Unfortunately, no matter how fervently he called out, the system had vanished as if it had never existed. All that remained was a solitary panel of attributes. Xuan, male, age 19, rating 239. Possessing talents, the three-point prowess of Stephen Curry, the penetrating ability of Allen Iverson, the physicality of Russell Westbrook, and the passing finesse of Jason Williams. In the prominent score column, his previous rating of 237 has now transformed into 239. Yet, Xuan remains oblivious to its significance. Is it second tier? Third tier? Or perhaps not even ranked? Carson, I believe I am in need of a mentor. Carson has been quite occupied these past few days. His inaugural experience as an NBA player's agent has evidently left him somewhat flustered. Nevertheless, his spirit is remarkably buoyant. Successfully navigating the NBA draft for the first time has rekindled that profound sense of accomplishment within him, that exhilarating thrill that resonates from the depths of his being. Xuan did not mind being assigned additional tasks, for he required systematic and scientific training, rather than proceeding haphazardly on his own. Leave it to me. Carson nodded without hesitation. This was his duty. Regardless of what the number 239 signified, for him, improvement could hardly be deemed a negative outcome. Thus, let us strive onward, young man. Your dreams lie firmly within your grasp. When the day arrives that you achieve success and fame, you will look back with gratitude upon all your efforts made in the present. Xuan poured himself a bowl of soul-nourishing wisdom. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic dribbling echoed once more within the arena, as beads of perspiration cascaded onto the gleaming floor beneath the glaring lights. A young boy toiled diligently, striving earnestly. As July arrived, the free agency market burst into fervor. This year's free agency was nothing short of tumultuous. Following the Miami Heat's devastating defeat, an avalanche of rumors began to swirl through the air. LeBron is leaving. LeBron is heading to Houston. LeBron is bound for Los Angeles. LeBron is returning to Cleveland. The deluge of gossip was relentless. Each day, news of this nature greeted him upon waking and before closing his eyes at night. It was reminiscent of that summer 4 years ago. Yet now, everything remained rife with uncertainty. For Xuan, this was not his primary concern, aside from his rigorous training. He was most preoccupied with the matter of his contract. Carson preferred to finalize the contract as the free agency commenced. However, Xuan declined this proposal. He was in dire need of funds, exceedingly desperate for financial support. Yet reason dictated that if he could wait until after the Summer League to sign, his market value would undoubtedly soar. Thus, after splashing cold water on his face 3 times, Xuan conveyed his decision to Carson. He chose to temporarily set aside the contract negotiations, opting to revisit the matter post-Summer League. Carson found himself in a quandary. As a rookie, particularly one traded in the second round, Xuan possessed little autonomy in this regard. Nevertheless, fulfilling Xuan's request was imperative for Carson. Such was his duty. The absence of a contract meant Xuan would have to endure a few more days of hardship. However, it was evident that the Knicks were not inclined to press the issue with him at this juncture. In this year's free agency, two significant players emerged. One being the Knicks' own Carmelo Anthony. Previously, Melo and the King had announced their decision to opt out of their contracts, testing the waters of free agency. Dolan, Mills, and Knicks president Phil Jackson arrived at Melo's residence on the very day he made his announcement, yet Melo expressed his reluctance to engage in discussions, stating he would reveal his decision after the 10th. However, after shutting the Knicks trio out, Melo proceeded to visit the Bulls, Rockets, Mavericks, and Lakers consecutively. Undoubtedly, this was a sorrowful tale. Yet the New York trio remained undeterred, returning to Melo after his absence. Rumor had it that the Zen master painted a grand vision for Melo, and after sampling a taste, it seemed quite appealing, prompting an agreement between the two parties. The free agency market held little relevance for Xuan, who merely kept an eye on the Knicks' situation. However, just as Xuan arrived in Las Vegas, the King finally made his decision. He would return to Cleveland. He aimed to bring the championship back to his hometown. The King's proclamation was undoubtedly final, leaving no room for doubt, and those teams that had cleared salary cap space to pursue him faced significant losses. Humph. A toad dreaming of devouring a swan. The King's resolution was crafted after careful deliberation, impervious to the allure of your garish charms and colorful promises. The King's affair once again captured everyone's attention. Even Dolan took to Twitter to congratulate Gilbert, lamenting the loss of his emperor for poor Arnold Donald. Honestly, what business is it of yours? You, who cannot even manage your own affairs, spend your days gossiping. However, unexpectedly, Dolan's gossip inadvertently aided him, benefiting the New York Knicks. For Dolan's tweet irked another big fish. Carmelo Anthony. Melo had initially planned to take his time and assert his presence, but why was attention diverted from him? Hey, fellas. You ought to be paying more attention to me. Consequently, Dolan eagerly shifted his focus towards Melo. The following day, news broke that Melo had officially re-signed with the New York Knicks. A 5-year, $120 million contract. A staggering agreement, just shy of the maximum 5-year, $129 million deal. Wojnarowski, the notorious disruptor, reported, according to reliable sources. Carmelo's failure to secure the maximum deal was attributed to Dolan's tweet. Originally, Melo was adamant about the maximum, but Dolan found a way. Frankly, in my years of experience, I have never witnessed such aggressive bargaining. Xuan could only envy such a monumental contract, as even the smallest fraction of it surpassed his earnings. Yet he was not preoccupied with such matters, for the Summer League had commenced. Every summer, the NBA typically hosted two venues for the league, one large and one small, namely the Orlando Summer League and the Las Vegas Summer League. The Orlando League featured around 10 teams, while this year's Las Vegas Summer League boasted 24 teams, 23 of which were NBA franchises alongside a G League All-Star team. The Knicks had already played 2 games, unfortunately losing both, one against the Dallas Mavericks and the other against the Portland Trail Blazers. The atmosphere within the team's locker room was palpably tense. Hey guys, we ought to take this seriously. I think we all need contracts, don't we? Shut your mouth. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lost both games. Damn it. Didn't anyone teach you how to respect your elders? Arrogant fool, what do you know apart from flaunting your meager age? Idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? Useless. Shameless scoundrel. Arguments, disputes, and more disputes. Participants in the Summer League were typically fringe players, like Xuan, a rookie, alongside numerous athletes from overseas leagues, all seeking merely a contract, with little else to weigh on their minds. The Knicks were led by newly appointed assistant coach Kurt Rambis, a loyal follower of the Zen master. It was common knowledge that the Knicks' new head coach, Derek Fisher, and the entire coaching staff had been handpicked by the Zen master. His only requirement for selecting coaches and staff was familiarity with the triangle offense. It must be said that the Zen master possessed an unwavering obsession with this strategy. In an era where small ball was on the rise, the triangle offense had become increasingly obsolete within the league. Rambis, donning his thick black-rimmed glasses and sporting a lengthy beard, silently observed the unfolding scene before him. The cacophony of arguments and heavy breaths blended together, resembling a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly in one's ear. After a long while, calmness gradually descended upon the atmosphere. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of Lambis tapping on the door frame resonated throughout the seemingly confined space. Unfazed, Lambis bore an air of tranquility, facing the gazes of the crowd with composure. Is that enough? I ask you, is that sufficient? Instinctively, the angry, stubborn, guilty, and discontented eyes all averted their gaze. Lambis cast a commanding glance around the room, momentarily pausing on Xuan in the corner before expressionlessly shifting his focus away. If that is sufficient, proceed to training. There is a match tomorrow. HM? Just like that? Xuan, who had been a silent observer, felt a twinge of surprise. He had anticipated that a few individuals would face punishment or scorn today, yet Lambis had so effortlessly brushed it aside. Watching Lambis's retreating figure, Xuan couldn't help but nod thoughtfully. On the fourth day following the commencement of the Summer League, the New York Knicks were to engage in their third match against the Charlotte Hornets. Leading up to the game, the eyes of the players flickered with uncertainty, even among veterans like Tim Hardaway, Aldridge, and Sean Larkin. With a new coach at the helm, none could predict his temperament. They deemed it prudent not to offend the coach's trusted aides prematurely. Lambis's expression remained indifferent. Sue, Tim, Brown, Cole, the five of you will be the starters. Have you remembered? HM. Xuan felt a twinge of surprise. He was actually in the starting lineup. It is worth noting that in the previous two matches, he had only appeared as a substitute for Sean Larkin. Observing Larkin's countenance darkening suddenly, Xuan pondered whether it was due to yesterday's events. Today, the commentators, Kafa and Wang Ming, seemed to have made a significant discovery. Xuan is starting? Indeed, it was true. He was changing into his uniform. Without a doubt, Xuan was in the starting lineup, while Larkin had been relegated to the bench. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the surprise reflected in the other's eyes. This was undeniably a promising beginning. Xuan felt greatly invigorated. Although it was merely the Summer League, he was already exceedingly pleased to be in the starting lineup. This marks the beginning. Limited by his playing time in the previous two games, Xuan had not exhibited particularly outstanding performances, but now the opportunity has arrived. Xuan had never contemplated concealing his talents. Such tactics were ineffectual in America. At this moment, he needed to focus solely on one thing, to wholeheartedly showcase his innate abilities. He was ready to play. After a brief tactical briefing, Lambis relinquished the stage to them. On the Hornets side, Xuan was not familiar with all his teammates. Among the starters, he recognized only Joakim Noah, Cody Zeller, and PJ Hairston. The Knicks secured the initial possession of the ball, and as Xuan received it, he brought it forward for the Knicks' first offensive play. Run! Xuan bellowed with fervor. The other members of the Knicks were startled, and the five players of the Hornets momentarily paused in astonishment. Meanwhile, Xuan dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The defender assigned to him had yet to react when he arrived at the three-point line, received the ball, bent his knees, and aimed for the basket, executing the movements with seamless grace. Was he about to take the shot? A three-pointer? No, it was not a shot. This fellow was making a pass. As the Hornets were drawn in by his attention, Xuan flicked his wrist, delivering the ball to the cutting Tim Hardaway. Swish. A layup scored. Oh. The pace is exhilarating. Xuan remarked with a chuckle. What a splendid pass. It was truly inspired. In truth, Xuan could have taken the shot himself, but chose a more conservative approach. Wang Ming shook his head. That had been a wide-open opportunity, and according to the data, Xuan possessed formidable three-point shooting abilities. No need to rush. Take it slow. The Hornets appeared somewhat bewildered, only regaining their composure under the thunderous exhortations of their head coach. Cody Zeller sought an opportunity to isolate Aldridge in the paint, but faced interference. The ball rimmed out. Damn. Aldridge secured the rebound, and Xuan accelerated. Once little Tim Hardaway had caught up in the front court, Xuan tossed the ball behind him, effectively shielding himself from the defenders. Little Tim Hardaway had an open shot. He took it. Unfortunately, the ball failed to find its mark. A promising opportunity squandered. Dude, that was a beautiful pass. My bad. Little Tim Hardaway readily accepted the blame. Xuan waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern and that he would return another time. The Hornets seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, equalizing the score at 2-2. Following the opening, Xuan initiated very few offensive plays, primarily focusing on distributing the ball to his teammates. He firmly believed in a profound truth. Only through giving can one receive. Watch out for his passes. After a brief period of play, the Hornets had already become alert. The head coach on the sidelines shouted towards the court, causing their point guard to tense up. But how to defend against it? The young guard lacked experience in this regard. Tim. Xuan suddenly called out. Tim? The young guard's expression changed dramatically. Is he going to pass? No. Stop him. The young guard, fueled by an inexplicable surge of energy, charged fiercely towards Tim Hardaway. Yet at that moment, Xuan swiftly retracted his outstretched foot, dribbled once beneath his legs, adjusted his rhythm, and released a three-point shot. Here it comes, the first offensive highlight of Xuan in this match. It was a three-pointer. Did he make it? Yes. The basketball obediently swished through the net. It's in. A splendid three-pointer. Well done, my friend. What a remarkable shot. Xuan shook his finger at the young defender, whose face was a tumult of red and blue. Hey, my friend, I'm not merely skilled at passing. Xuan, a 19-year-old male player, boasts a rating of 240. He possesses remarkable talents, including Stephen Curry's three-point shooting, Allen Iverson's ability to break through defenses, Russell Westbrook's physicality, and Jason Williams' exquisite passing, all at a bronze level. After several days of competition and training, his rating has slightly increased to 240. Yet his four talents remain unchanged at the bronze tier. Nevertheless, even with bronze-level abilities, Xuan's three-point shooting percentage is undeniably impressive when he finds space and adjusts his rhythm. Many tend to overlook the significance of shooting rhythm in one-on-one situations. Yet this is a crucial aspect of offensive play. Take James Harden, for instance. He epitomizes a rhythm player. When he is in his groove, defensive efforts become less impactful. Thus, it is common to witness Harden executing remarkably difficult shots, which is a testament to the importance of rhythm. On the court, after 8 minutes of play, Xuan has undoubtedly emerged as the most dazzling player among the 10. Within this brief span, he has already accumulated a balanced statistic of 8 points and 5 assists, having made 3 out of 4 field goal attempts and 2 out of 3 three-point shots. Scoring in harmony with the passage of time is truly a delightful experience. Well done. Remarkable performance. Hey, buddy, could you pass me the ball in a moment? The players have a favorable impression of Xuan. He maintains a low profile while excelling in his game, particularly evident in his adept passing skills. No one would wish to offend a guard so proficient in passing, except, of course, for Shaun Livingston. Xuan has usurped his position as a starter, and what is more, he has performed even better. However, Rajan dares not to exhibit any further indiscretions. As a player who has transitioned from Dallas, he is, in a strict sense, still regarded as a rookie within the Knicks. Perhaps in the presence of players like LeBron, the head coach may seem merely a mascot, yet before a newcomer like him, neither the head coach nor the other members of the coaching staff are individuals he can afford to offend. It is evident that Rambis has now shifted his focus entirely onto Xuan. In this 40-minute match, Xuan played for nearly 30 minutes. This already surpasses the combined play time of the previous 2 games. Xuan did not squander his opportunity on the court, ultimately delivering an impressive performance with 20 points and 9 assists, narrowly missing a double-double. Rambis has resolved that if Xuan continues to excel in the forthcoming games, he will recommend him to both Coach Fish and the venerable Zen Master. This year's tournament format mirrors that of the previous year, adopting a cup competition structure, which entails not only a round-robin phase but also knockout rounds and a championship match. According to the schedule, the round-robin matches will take place from July 11th to 15th, with the knockout stage commencing on July 16th, culminating in the final championship on July 21st. Teams will be ranked based on their performance in the round-robin stage, leading to knockout matches for positions 9 through 24. The losers of these 8 matches will compete among themselves, while the victors will face off against the top 8 from the round-robin phase to determine the quarterfinalists. The quarterfinals will occur on July 19th, with the losers eliminated from further competition, while the winners will advance to the semifinals on July 20th. The victors of the semifinals will vie for the championship on July 21st, with no additional matches for the semifinal losers. The Knicks did not perform admirably and were eliminated early from the tournament. However, this did not detract from Xuan's individual performance. In composing his personal evaluation for this summer league, Rambis devoted considerable attention to Xuan. His organizational skills, broad perspective, and significant offensive capabilities were noted, with three-pointers being his primary scoring method, solid footwork in driving to the basket, and commendable playing style, though his defensive abilities were somewhat lacking, positioning him as a scoring contributor off the bench. After contemplation, Rambis added, he possesses a humble character, is prudent in nature, trains diligently, and comprehends tactics thoroughly. Rambise's evaluation holds substantial weight, as Coach Fish and the Zen Master have limited time to oversee the Summer League, let alone review game footage. Thus, Rambise's impressions could significantly influence eventual contracts and signings. Xuan was certainly unaware of how Rambis had described him in his commentary, but he presumed it must be favorable. Therefore, he promptly called Carson to inform him that negotiations regarding the contract could commence. Meanwhile, Rambise's remarks swiftly found their way to Fisher and Zen Master's desks. Xuan? A Chinese? Old Fish murmured in confusion. He had been exceedingly busy since the Zen Master announced him as the head coach of the Knicks, tirelessly managing the aftermath left by Mike Woodson. Moreover, meetings with top-tier stars like Melo and Stoudemire had left him utterly drained. Fortunately, during his playing days, he had amassed sufficient prestige. Otherwise, his understanding of Xuan was rather limited, yet Rambise's brief commentary warranted his attention. Could this be a promising talent? Having played alongside Yu Ming and others, Old Fish Fisher did not share the same skepticism towards Chinese players that many harbored. Given time and space, they could indeed prove to be remarkable. With a positive first impression, Old Fish set Xuan's evaluation aside, opting not to dwell further. On the other side, the Zen Master also perused Xuan's evaluation report. However, with numerous matters at hand, a mere rookie evidently did not merit his full focus. Yet, considering Dolan's enthusiasm, an opportunity could certainly be afforded. He could assert authority over Mills and Old Fish, yet he would always maintain a degree of respect for the owner, Dolan. In the office of the Knicks general manager, Mills and Carson sat across from each other. Any issues? None at all. Then it's settled. We'll hold a press conference in a couple of days to announce the signing. All right. A pleasant collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. The contractual matters concerning Xuan did not linger for an extended period. Following his remarkable performance in the Summer League and the endorsement from the esteemed veteran coach, Mills efficiently drafted Xuan's rookie contract. The agreement stipulates a total of $4 million over 3 years, with $1,200,000 for the 2014 to 2015 season, $1,300,000 for the 2015 to 2016 season, and $1,500,000 for the 2016 to 2017 season. However, the sum of $1,500,000 in the third year is partially guaranteed, a detail with which Xuan expressed no objection. His sole stipulation was the inclusion of a player option for the third year. A player option? Does he possess such confidence in himself? The venerable coach let out a soft huff. Mills, standing nearby, dared not breathe a word. If he desires it, grant it to him. I am curious to see just how far this little sparrow can soar. A player option indeed. Humph. Xuan initially believed he would not secure this player option, as he was not a first-round draft pick. To his surprise, Carson managed to facilitate it for him. My friend, I fear this may not bode well, Carson remarked with a faint smile, observing Xuan's delight. Why is that? Xuan inquired. Mills mentioned that Phil is quite displeased. It is no wonder Carson bore such an expression. The venerable Zen Master held authoritative sway within the Knicks, and a mere rookie like Xuan could hardly withstand the wrath of such a formidable figure. Rest assured, Carson, you've stated that I am but a minor player. Someone of his stature surely lacks the inclination to engage in conflict with me. I shall be fine. Xuan gently patted Carson's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, expressing hope for better days ahead. Carson managed a wry smile in response. As soon as the contract was signed, Xuan's first action was to approach Mills for an advance on his salary. His current contract in the NBA could only be deemed marginally superior to that of a minimum salary player. He had heard that the first overall pick, Wiggins, signed a 4-year deal worth an initial $5 million with the Cavaliers, in addition to a $2 million bonus. It was a stark reminder of the disparities in their earnings, with some players making in a single year what others earn over 3. Yet, there was little to be done. After all, a first-round draft pick carried significant prestige. Mills, however, was not inclined to make things difficult for Xuan, promptly advancing him $500,000 of his first-year salary. Although $500,000 seemed substantial, the reality was that after taxes, he would receive barely over $300,000, and certainly less than $400,000. The tax rates in the United States were exorbitant, and they taxed income twice, once at the state level in New York and again federally, which felt utterly outrageous. The financial strain was almost suffocating. Perhaps the only fortunate aspect of Xuan's situation was that he did not hail from the CBA. Otherwise, that 300,000 would likely dwindle to a mere 30,000. While this amount was not excessive, it was sufficient for Xuan to sustain his life in the United States and still send some support back home. Upon receiving his advance salary, Xuan promptly repaid the money Carson had previously spent on him, adhering to a fundamental principle of his character. After settling his debt with Carson, Xuan transferred $50,000 to his family. With newfound financial resources and the ability to earn, he felt it was imperative not to indulge solely in his own pleasures while neglecting his parents. $50,000, when converted to renminbi, amounted to several hundred thousand, which would at least afford his parents a more comfortable and relaxed lifestyle. By the time the contract matters were finalized, it was nearly the end of July. Carson's connections proved to be somewhat limited, and after a fortnight of searching, he had yet to find any outstanding trainers. Unable to find an alternative, Xuan reluctantly agreed to train with Lambis, who held a favorable impression of him. A personal trainer? Lambis furrowed his brow. Do you have any idea about the fees for personal trainers? They charge by the hour, and I doubt your current salary can accommodate such an audacious notion. Xuan was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten this detail. In the United States, professional private trainers command exorbitant fees, often earning more than many NBA players. With his meager finances, a few sessions could swiftly deplete his resources. I believe it would be prudent for you to seek a specialized nutritionist and also find a gym to enhance your strength, Lambis suggested hesitantly. Thus, Carson was finally liberated. God knows how much effort he had expended in search of a trainer, one who was both professional and affordable. Where could one find such a combination? In comparison, locating a nutritionist and a gym was significantly less daunting. By the time August arrived, most of Xuan's matters had fallen into place. Carson managed to rent him a place near Madison Square Garden. In Manhattan, housing is not only expensive but also scarce. Xuan initially sought to rent a studio apartment, but after an exhaustive search found none available and was left with no choice but to rent a two-bedroom apartment. The thought of the rent made his heart ache. Endorsement? Xuan lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. Is anyone seeking me to endorse their brand? The competition hasn't even begun. Of course not. Carson waved his hand dismissively. Xuan, with a frown, questioned, Why do you ask me? Just to be cautious. As for endorsements, Xuan held no particular demands. For now, he preferred to consider domestic opportunities, though he was open to options from the United States, provided they did not clash with his image in any awkward manner. Could you provide an example? He inquired. Discover it for yourself. With no systematic trainer at hand, Xuan pondered a direction for his training, the sense of the ball. This concept seemed rather elusive, lacking any specific training methods. The only thought that crossed Xuan's mind was the adage, death is like the wind, always at my side. But rather, it is about the ball being inseparable from oneself, the unity of man and ball. During his leisure, he would simply hold and toy with it. In essence, it boiled down to this: master it thoroughly. Xuan, male, age, 19, rating, 245, possesses talents, bronze level 3-point shooting akin to Stephen Curry. Bronze level penetration reminiscent of Allen Iverson, bronze level athleticism comparable to Russell Westbrook, bronze level passing skills similar to Jason Williams. Xuan gazed at his attribute panel, noting that the rating had once again risen to 245, a commendable increase of 5 points since the Summer League. Xuan felt a deep sense of frustration as the malfunctioning system fell silent, leaving him bewildered by the obscure meaning of the ratings and completely ignorant of how to enhance his talents. He found himself enveloped in a fog of confusion. Just then, a peculiar sound pierced the air, zzz. System zzz, detecting zzz, host zzz, successful signing zzz, with NBA team zzz. Initiating zzz, detection assistance function. For specific functionalities, please explore on your own. After a prolonged period of static, the long-absent system finally revealed the name of its new feature, detection assistance function. However, to his dismay, much like before, Xuan could only discern the name, while everything else remained an inscrutable void. How on earth was he supposed to utilize this enigmatic entity? Xuan was at a complete loss. QWE? EE? RQ nothing. Xuan was diligently attempting to decipher the usage of this newly emerged enigmatic object. However, despite exhausting all his knowledge acquired throughout his life, he still found himself at a loss. Could it be? Xuan's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he swallowed audibly in his throat as a thought struck him. He cautiously raised his hand, gently rubbing his thumb against his ring finger. Snap! That didn't work either. Damn it! Xian muttered in dissatisfaction. Is snapping my fingers also futile? Forget it, he thought, unable to come up with a solution. He decided to embrace the chaos. However, just from the name alone, it seemed rather mysterious. He understood the meaning of assistance, but he was unsure what precisely this detection was intended to uncover. Ahem, could it possess some special significance? Just as Xian was lost in contemplation, a balding middle-aged man entered through the gym door. So early? The balding man approached the treadmill next to Xian, skillfully adjusting the speed to a leisurely pace. As he swayed his head with ease, Xian glanced up at him and asked, "Are you sweating again?" "Indeed," he replied. "If I do not sweat for a single day, I find it impossible to sleep." "What do you think is the matter?" The balding middle-aged man, while jogging, adjusted his pace to a lower setting, his face etched with sorrow. Xian frequently visits the gym whenever he has the time, focusing on enhancing his strength and physical fitness. If he fails to make good use of the talents bestowed upon him by the system, would that not be a lamentable waste? Xian located his familiar arm exercise equipment and commenced his workout. 1 set, 2 sets, 3 sets. After completing 3 consecutive sets, he paused, breathless. The gym began to fill with more patrons, and Xian moved to the rowing machine, diligently following his daily training regimen. Once he concluded his exercises for the day, he prepared to depart. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man happened to reach the entrance. "Nice day?" Xian glanced at him, hesitating to respond. "Very well." Xian chose not to speak further. He truly admired the man's ability to run on the treadmill for hours without ceasing. Who wouldn't he be intimidated? By the time Xian returned home after his workout, it was already 9 p.m. After taking a shower, he engaged in a lengthy phone conversation with Lin Yun. Lin Yun was about to arrive. It was early August, and she had originally planned to come at the end of the month, but circumstances had shifted. Lindsay had utilized his connections to secure Lin Yun a place at New York University's Stern School of Business. At that moment, Xian realized just how affluent Lin Yun's family was. The Stern School of Business is ranked among the top 3 finance schools in the United States. It seems his future father-in-law is quite the formidable figure. Xian meticulously schedules his day from dawn till dusk, rising at 5:30 in the morning. He engages in a brief routine before heading out for a run with a basketball. This forms part of his foundational training as well as his ball handling drills. After an hour and a half, Xian indulges in a sumptuous meal prescribed by his nutritionist, which includes a fried egg, an apple, a banana, a liter of vegetable juice, and 5 slices of toast. Although this feast is lavish, he finds himself nostalgically yearning for the taste of the steamed buns and fried dough sticks from his hometown. Following his meal, he performs some light exercises. By 8 o'clock, Xian is punctual at the gym, honing his shooting skills. After lunch, he heads directly to the fitness center. If he returns early, he watches edited game footage of point guards by Carson, and if he comes back late, he simply freshens up and retires for the night. Lin Yun arrived in New York on August 15th, and Xian went to the airport to greet her. Their reunion was long awaited. Yet the enthusiastic embrace and French kiss he had envisioned were absent. In fact, he did not even grasp Lin Yun's delicate hand. This time, she was not alone. Her parents had accompanied her. He greeted her father and mother warmly, while he managed to navigate his father-in-law without much difficulty. The mother-in-law presented a greater challenge. Lin Yun wore a white t-shirt paired with light denim jeans, while her mother donned an expensive outfit from a brand Xian could not identify, exuding an air of opulence. Nevertheless, apart from her slightly frosty demeanor, Lin Yun's mother did not put Xian in an awkward position. Lin Yun must be doing exceptionally well at work. It was only after dinner that Xian managed to carve out some time for a private conversation with Lin Yun. To his surprise, he discovered that they had booked the same flight. He only noticed them once he boarded. Xian suddenly realized that Lin Yun had deliberately chosen to spring a surprise on him. They conversed briefly, learning that Lin Yun's mother and she would be staying for a few days, while Lindsay had business matters to attend to. The university reporting date is approximately around August 20th. Xian's training regimen had to be interrupted. This time, his mother-in-law had come over for an assessment. But according to Lin Yun, Xian performed quite admirably. Although it was his first meeting with the parents and rather abrupt, the outcome was satisfactory. It wasn't until Lin Yun reported to school that Xian resumed his training schedule. Day by day, the training continued. Only by enduring solitude can one achieve great things. After Lin Yun's enrollment, her mentor assigned her numerous academic tasks, yet they still managed to carve out moments to meet occasionally. A balance of work and leisure is essential. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the labor less burdensome. However, let us not misconstrue. This was merely an outing for shopping, as her mother was still present. They directly purchased a villa near New York University. Truly affluent. This is genuine wealth. There is no need to elaborate on the property prices and school districts, as it would only bring tears to our eyes. The monotonous training was arduous to endure, but every time Xuan thought of his dreams, the ever-rising fuel prices, the future real estate market, and the pork prices at the local market, an unstoppable motivation surged from the depths of his being. It turns out that life requires such diligent effort. Time flew swiftly, and before long, it was mid-September. Carson had secured several endorsements for Xuan, most of which were for small brands or fast food establishments. The total earnings were not substantial, amounting to around $100,000. It was rumored that a small umbrella brand was interested in having Xuan as their spokesperson, offering a lucrative deal, which greatly piqued Carson's interest. Thus, Carson, you ought to approach it this way. Oh my, you could easily earn this sum, despite the slightly smaller size. It should not pose a significant issue. This year, the Knicks made considerable changes, having revamped their coaching staff, necessitating early familiarity and preparation. The team announced that they would convene on September 30th, with the training camp officially commencing on October 1st. Over the course of 2 months, Xuan experienced a transformation from a non-professional to a professional athlete. He gradually acclimatized to the monotonous training lifestyle. Perhaps it was true that he was naturally suited for this vocation, as Xuan found himself increasingly motivated with each training session. This was because he had glimpsed his attribute panel. Xuan, a 19-year-old male, possesses a remarkable score of 300. He is endowed with exceptional talents. Stephen Curry's three-point shooting, in progress. Allen Iverson's breakthrough skills, in bronze. Russell Westbrook's physicality, in progress. And Jason Williams' passing abilities, in bronze. His score has experienced a significant leap, transforming from a mere 28 to a striking 55 points. Most importantly, the talents of Stephen Curry's three-point shooting and Russell Westbrook's physical prowess are both marked as in progress, signifying potential for advancement. Drawing from his extensive experience influenced by countless online novels, Xuan is confident that this is undoubtedly a positive development. While the timing of successful progression remains a substantial concern, the prospect of improvement serves as motivation. Witnessing his score rise steadily, Xuan wishes he could employ a technique akin to shadow clones. A scholar in his past life conducted an investigation into a similar case. To adults, gaming often appears tedious, with years of effort condensed into a single map. Both learning and gaming can be monotonous. However, why do elementary school students prefer gaming over studying? The expert concluded that gaming offers a sense of achievement. Players can continually observe their experience points increasing and their strength growing, whereas in studying, despite a week of diligent effort, one may still receive a D in the next assignment. Xuan currently harbors such a mindset. Although the team has stipulated the assembly time as September 30th, Xuan arrived at the arena on the 28th. The early bird catches the worm. He does not consider himself superior to others, which is why he typically strives to arrive early whenever possible. Naturally, he is not the only one who has come early. Madison Square Garden already echoes with the sounds of several individuals diligently practicing. As the dawn breaks, the rhythmic thumping of basketballs against the floor reverberates through the hall. Xuan slowly closes his eyes, entranced by this sensation. However, when he opens his eyes, he finds himself momentarily stunned. "Hey, buddy, over here." Tim Hardaway Jr. approaches him. The two share a camaraderie, having played together during the summer league. At this moment, Xuan could hardly focus on responding, for before him appeared a line of orange text. Tim Hardaway, rating 480, threat level, orange. "Hey, what is up, buddy? Have you fallen in love with this place?" Observing Xuan standing there in a daze, young Tim Hardaway burst into laughter, saying, "I was equally exhilarated when I first arrived here. My goodness. This is a basketball sanctuary. I never imagined I would one day play here." "Oh." Xuan finally snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Yes. I realize I have indeed fallen in love with this place on my very first visit." Seizing the moment, Xuan swiftly averted his gaze elsewhere. "Can't see? That is simply inconceivable." Xuan quickly blinked his eyes, and then, red text, Sean Larkin, rating 320, threat level, red text, Cole Aldrich, rating 340, threat level, red, orange text, Jason Smith, rating 400, threat level, orange. Is this the purpose of the detection assistance feature? Xuan took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. In the next moment, he blinked vigorously at a staff member standing by the sidelines. Blank. Indeed, it was blank. Just as before. He had possessed this detection assistance feature for quite some time, and although he had made numerous attempts to utilize it, all had proven futile. Until today, Xuan speculated that this detection assistance feature is likely capable of perceiving only the scoring of basketball players, something that ordinary individuals cannot detect. However, a question arose. He had previously utilized this feature on television. It had not experienced the same visibility. Could it be that face-to-face interaction is a prerequisite? Xuan gradually arrived at a conclusion in his mind, estimating that even if it were incorrect, it would not be far from the truth. However, it was the threat levels accompanying each individual's scores that captured his attention. Tim Hardaway, with a score of 480, was categorized as orange, as was Jason Smith, who scored 400, while the others were uniformly marked in red. This implies that a score of 400 might represent a significant threshold. The more Xuan contemplated, the more he found it intriguing. This wretched system unexpectedly evoked a sense of deduction within him. How absurd. You are merely a cheat, not a mere elementary monk wandering through a realm fraught with blood and chaos. Xuan was struck by disappointment. He had believed that after 2 months of rigorous training, his prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of Xuan Larkin and his peers. To his astonishment, their scores were all higher than his. Yet, during the Summer League, his performance had been superior to theirs. Furthermore, he had dedicated himself to an intense training regimen over the past 2 months, which was beyond reproach. How could it be that his score was lower than theirs? Could it be a matter of his current form? Xuan found himself perplexed, as the inadequate system failed to provide any clarification. On the court, Cole Aldrich was engaged in a fierce contest with Jason Smith. The two were partaking in a battle for rebounds, with an onlooker presumably hurling the basketball towards the hoop, prompting both players to vie for possession. In terms of scoring, Jason Smith boasted a higher rating than Aldrich. However, Aldrich's instinct for securing rebounds was evidently superior to that of Smith. Out of 10 rebounds, Aldrich was able to average 6, while Smith managed to secure only 4. Could this be the reason? Cole Aldrich, despite his lower rating compared to Jason Smith, exhibited greater prowess in the art of rebounding. Xuan harbored some doubts. The state of affairs was one aspect, while on the other hand, Tim Hardaway Jr. ushered Xuan into the locker room, where his locker was situated in a corner, already emblazoned with his name. He changed into his practice gear. Currently, the facility was predominantly occupied by young and fringe players. As for the seasoned veterans, Xuan had yet to spot any of them. They would only arrive at the official gathering time, rendering any physical assessments unnecessary at this juncture. The players merely congregated to train in areas of personal interest. On September 30th, all would assemble. A total of 23 players were participating in the training camp, aside from the contracted veterans and rookies like Xuan. There remained 14 individuals vying for 6 coveted spots at the water cooler. It was indeed a ruthless competition. Yet, this is the nature of the league. Only those who adapt will survive. Veteran Fish Fisher arrived at the arena early today, and Xuan took the initiative to greet him. "Well done, kid. I heard you trained hard over the summer," Fisher remarked, giving Xuan's shoulder a friendly squeeze. "Make sure to eat well when you go back. You need to gain some weight." Xuan currently weighs approximately 80 kilograms and does not appear particularly robust. "All right, coach," Xuan promptly responded, while Lon Beasy beside him nodded in acknowledgement. Out of the corner of his eye, Xuan noticed that he was holding a stack of forms. "Hey, buddy. How was yesterday? Happy?" As Xuan approached, little Tim Hardaway cheerfully came over. "Absolutely thrilled, my friend," Xuan replied with a smile. Yesterday, Linyan took a break and specially traveled from Brooklyn to New York to spend the day with him. Naturally, these NBA players, often referred to as gluttons for fame, couldn't help but drool with envy at Xuan's good fortune of being in Linyan's company. Xuan offered little explanation. In America, if one reaches adulthood and remains a virgin, one may be looked down upon. Xuan exchanged fist bumps with several individuals who had arrived early, including the renowned Tim Hardaway Jr. and others who were also participating in the Summer League, such as Cole Aldrich. His relationship with Xuan Larkin remained strained, and Xuan chose to ignore him. Why would he engage with someone who disregarded him? Dream on. However, when Xuan caught sight of a figure next to Larkin, his pupils constricted suddenly. Langston Galloway. Rating: 450. Threat level: orange. The orange letters stood out, just slightly below Hardaway's rating. Who was this individual? Xuan discreetly nudged Tim Hardaway Jr. beside him. Hardaway turned his head to glance. Are you talking about Langston? You don't know him? He is from your draft class, but he was as fortunate and went undrafted. An undrafted player? Xuan nodded, then turned his attention away from him. If the System S rating was accurate, this player should be capable of securing a contract given his talent. The veterans seemed to have conspired. As it was now 8:40 a.m., and not a single one had arrived, despite the agreed time of 9 o'clock a.m. The seasoned player, Old Fish, wore an impassive expression, betraying no emotion. It was until around 8:45 a.m. that someone finally walked in, Jose Calderon. Including this year. He was a veteran who had been in the league for 10 years. Rating, 500, threat level, yellow. A score of 500. This was the highest rating Xuan had encountered thus far. Moreover, the color had shifted from orange to yellow, indicating a new classification, recently signed by the Knicks. Calderon averaged 11 for points and 4.7 assists last season with the Mavericks, known for his steady style. The venerable Zen master had signed him for no other reason than to secure a starting point guard, the first starter to make an appearance. Calderon approached Old Fish with a smile and shook his hand. Interestingly, the two had been rivals last year. And now Old Fish had become his coach. Such are the whims of fate. J.R. Smith. Rating, 590, threat level, yellow. J.R. had arrived. Another high score. With a rating of 590 and a yellow threat level, he was truly a powerhouse. Iman Shumpert. Rating, 500, threat level, yellow. It was no surprise that he arrived a little later. His rating was undoubtedly superior to that of the younger players. Just as Xuan was contemplating this, a series of muffled gasps suddenly reached his ears. Xuan quickly looked up and saw Little S walking in, adorned in jersey number 1. Well, look who arrived so early, he exclaimed. Little S exchanged high fives and embraces with Old Fish Fisher, then greeted each player standing nearby. Hey, buddy. It seems you've put on some weight. I pray the coach doesn't make you lose it. Tim, did you go to the summer league? Goodness. Isn't that a bit of a waste of talent? Hello, Carl. I truly admire your passing. By the way, could you pass to me more often in the new season? Little S was warm and cordial, greeting everyone. Hey, you're from China? It's a wonderful place. I really enjoy it there. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I have a great relationship with Yao Ming. We even shared a meal of Chinese cuisine together once. Xuan never anticipated that Xiaoxi would be such a chatterbox. In his mind, Xiaoxi belonged to the type that was aloof and proud. Indeed, if time permits, I could recommend a few renowned dishes from our country for you to try. Xuan instinctively activated the detection assistance feature to gauge the presence of Stoudemire. Amare Stoudemire. Score, 720. Threat level, Azure. Extremely dangerous. A line of bold Azure characters floated before Xuan's eyes. Gulp. Xuan involuntarily swallowed, his throat feeling parched. A score of 720? Azure. Is this the extent of Stoudemire's prowess? It is no wonder he once dominated the likes of Yao Ming. Even in the twilight of his career, he remains formidable. Having observed Stoudemire, Xuan now found himself even more intrigued by Anthony. It is worth noting that Anthony is currently the leading force of the Knicks and one of the few superstars in the league. What might his score be? Unlike Stoudemire, Anthony embodies the essence of an aloof and charismatic figure. Upon entering, he merely acknowledged Coach Fish with a nod, disregarding everyone else, including assistant coaches like Rambis. However, while Anthony may choose to ignore them, it does not imply that they can afford to overlook him. Before Xuan could even blink, a throng of rookies and new recruits, led by the ever-obsequious Tim Hardaway Jr., had swarmed around him. Xuan held a deep disdain for such individuals, secretly giving them the middle finger. What has become of your integrity? Where has it all vanished? Who was it that just moments ago whispered disparaging remarks about Xuan? What is the situation now, my young friends? Despite his contempt, Xuan exerted himself to push past Sean Larkin, extending a greeting to the prominent figure before him. Carmelo Anthony. Rating, 900 points. Threat level, purple. Extremely dangerous. What the hell? 900 points? Purple? Xuan's throat felt parched, rendering him unable to swallow even his own saliva. The presence of the prominent figure, the purple giant, suggested that he was indeed among the elite at the pinnacle of the league's hierarchy. As everyone gathered, the training camp was officially set to commence. Oldu gathered the attendees and delivered some rather uninspiring remarks. He needed to establish his authority. Yet the carefree demeanor of Sweet Melon before him was a source of great frustration. This cohort of players would prove challenging to manage. On October 1st, the day that celebrates the birthday of our motherland. The New York Knicks training camp for the 2014 to 2015 season commenced. The first day of the camp was designated as Media Day, presenting a rare opportunity for domestic journalists. They had long anticipated the chance to cover Xuan. The heavens had finally smiled upon them. It is worth noting that the residence Carson had secured for him was in an exceptionally favorable location, despite searching for 2 months. These reporters had been unable to ascertain Xuan's whereabouts. For the first time, Xuan appreciated the merits of American law, particularly in its regard for individual privacy. The journalists, unaware of his location, dared not intrude recklessly, as encountering an ill-tempered individual could lead to dire consequences. Thus, for many domestic fans, the name Xuan remained shrouded in mystery. Quietly, he had indeed signed a contract. Within the training facility, a dejected Tim Hardaway Jr. lamented his predicament, realizing that the number of reporters surrounding him paled in comparison to those gathered around Xuan. In preparation for Media Day, he had spent several hours on his hair. Yet reality had proven that no amount of styling could compensate for a lack of appeal. Xuan is currently quite troubled, yet he finds himself powerless in the situation. These visitors hail from his hometown, and they have come specifically to see him. Should Xuan dare to show them any disrespect, it is highly likely that he would, in the next moment, find himself unjustly adorned with an array of hats. Of course, excluding the green ones. Hello, Xuan. I am a reporter from Hailang Weibo. May I inquire about your place of residence? Xuan has a dark complexion. Do you think I can answer this question? Past, next. Hello, Xuan. I am a reporter from Penguin Sports. May I ask if the girl you brought on draft day is your girlfriend? Xuan. Shall we perhaps inquire about more conventional matters? You are sports journalists, not gossip reporters, let alone tabloid paparazzi. Well, Xuan, I am genuinely curious about the culinary offerings of the Knicks. Do they suit your palate? Will you miss the savory braised lion's head, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, spiced ribs, and the fiery little lobsters from home? Xuan, all of you, get out. The reporters would certainly not dare to pose such a question, nor would Xuan respond in such a manner. Most inquiries revolved around his experiences in the United States, particularly in New York and with the Knicks, as well as whether he could integrate into the team. Additionally, there were questions regarding his aspirations for the future and reflections on the past. Xuan, adhering to the notes prepared by Carson the previous day, delivered his responses with remarkable precision. Hey, could you take me along next time you conduct an interview? He inquired. Just as Xuan concluded his interview, he noticed the irreverent Tim Hardaway Jr. approaching with his peculiar hairstyle. What kind of hairdo is that? Xuan exclaimed in surprise. It's my head, of course. Renaissance. No, merely a personal preference. Do you comprehend what Gio signifies? Tim Hardaway Jr. pressed. After contemplating for a moment, Xuan ultimately declined his request. You must understand. What belongs to you is yours, and what does not will never be yours. A forcibly picked fruit is never sweet, he advised earnestly. But there was this one girl who initially showed no interest in me, yet after I revealed my prowess, she claimed to love me. How do you explain that? Tim Hardaway Jr. retorted defiantly. Xuan paused for reflection. Are you certain that any girl would fancy a needle? He continued. Let us refrain from discussing such topics in the future, as it may lead to unnecessary emotions. As Xuan engaged in light banter and training alongside Tim Hardaway Jr., the day slipped away unnoticed. Upon returning the next day, he learned that the veteran Calderon was feeling unwell and would be absent from practice. Now you're pleased, Tim Hardaway Jr. remarked with envy. Huh, Xuan replied, puzzled. What do you mean? With him absent, you now have a chance, Tim explained. So, Xuan queried. This means we might start together. Tim Hardaway Jr. exclaimed in disbelief. Are you joking? Xuan immediately scoffed at the thought. With so many players on the Knicks backcourt, how could he possibly secure a spot? Moreover, Calderon had not indicated any serious issues. He was likely to recover in a few days. However, events unfolded contrary to his expectations, as Calderon had been absent from the training camp since that day, even until the camp's conclusion. Xuan had not laid eyes on him again. Buddy, your luck is about to change, remarked Tim Hardaway Jr. Get lost. Xuan waved him off. After spending several days together, he realized that Tim Hardaway Jr. was quite the jokester, though he was a decent fellow, and Xuan found he could get along well with him. Was this what it meant to encounter kindred spirits? Out of respect for his senior, Xuan sought out Calderon's residence, intending to check on him. Yet, upon reaching the doorstep, he hesitated and turned back. They were not well acquainted. Showing up unannounced might give the impression that he had ulterior motives. Tim Hardaway Jr. looked at him in surprise. Don't you? Xuan. Go away. The training camp number 7 has concluded. And Old U has officially announced that Calder Inn may miss the entirety of the preseason and approximately 3 to 4 weeks of the regular season due to a fibular muscle strain. Xuan clenched his fists discreetly. Undoubtedly, this was a remarkable opportunity. However, he was not alone in this sentiment. Following the conclusion of the training camp, besides Xuan and Calder Inn, 3 others had also secured contracts for the coveted number 1 position. They were Langston Galloway, Sean Larkin, and Pablo Prigioni. 4 individuals vying for a singular spot. The competition was exceedingly fierce. Xuan glanced at the attribute panel in his mind. Xuan, male, age, 19, rating, 340. Talents: Stephen Curry silver 3-point shooting, Allen Iverson's bronze breakthrough and advancement, Russell Westbrook's silver athleticism, Jason Williams' bronze passing and advancement. The training camp over the past 7 days has successfully aided him in the progression of 2 talents. Now, both Stephen Curry's 3-point shooting and Russell Westbrook's athleticism have advanced from bronze to silver. Moreover, the other 2 talents, Allen Iverson's breakthrough and Jason Williams' passing, are currently in the process of advancement. Xuan felt that his previous dedication as a liver emperor might have contributed to this moment. After undergoing systematic training, his attributes on the panel had soared remarkably, his ratings improved, and his talents advanced, undoubtedly instilling a great deal of confidence within Xuan. Perhaps I could also occupy that position? On the 8th, the New York Knicks will face the Boston Celtics in their first preseason game of the new season. This season, the Knicks have 7 preseason matches, comprising 3 home games and 4 away games. Among these, aside from the Bucks and the Wizards from other divisions, the remaining matches are all within the Atlantic Division. Furthermore, both encounters against the Bucks and the Wizards will be held at home, which means there will be no need for extensive travel across the skies. Hey, buddy, are you afraid of heights? Tim Hardaway Jr. inquired on the plane, seeking conversation. Xuan shook his head. Then why are you keeping your eyes tightly shut? I am pondering who will be the starter later. Little Tim Hardaway, beaming with a smile, replied, although I am unaware of the exact individual, I suspect it will not be you. Xuan pressed his lips together, feeling an overwhelming impulse to swing a fist at him. Little Tim Hardaway continued to add insult to injury, his voice taking on a sincere tone. I speak the truth. That Langston has outperformed you. Xuan felt a sense of frustration. With Calderon confirmed injured, several young point guards on the team were vying for the starting position. Given the current circumstances, Xuan and Langston were undoubtedly the 2 with the greatest opportunity. However, upon arriving in Boston, Old Fish's choice was astonishing. Today, Sean, Tim, Carmelo, Amare, Jason, you 5 will start, Old Fisher declared, tapping his tactical board with an air of authority. Sean? The group collectively turned their gaze toward Sean Larkin. Sean Larkin wore a smug expression, casting sideways glances at Xuan and Langston. What in the world? Fisher actually chose Sean to start? Little Tim Hardaway whispered, his voice low yet brimming with excitement. Did this guy take something when he made the list? Why are you so thrilled? Xuan shot him a puzzled look, his eyes deep with contemplation. Curse it, what kind of look is that? Little Tim Hardaway, feeling embarrassed and angry, retorted, I'm just feeling indignant on your behalf. Then I thank you. Xuan strode away, finding a corner to settle into. One must admit, watching the game here is truly exhilarating. Xuan glanced around, taking in the VIP seating. Not far to his left was the cheerleading squad of the Celtics, and he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Ahem. There was no ulterior motive. He was simply appreciating beauty. Those young ladies were quite impressive, weren't they? One hand rested on his shoulder. Xuan turned his head and caught sight of a cheeky grin belonging to the veteran Samuel Delamport. Samuel, the oldest player on the team, was born in '81 and had already reached the age of 33, a year senior to Chelsea. He was a Haitian Canadian, known for his amiable nature, and had just arrived in the bustling metropolis of New York this season. No. Xuan turned his head once more, shook it, and declared loudly, my girlfriend is more beautiful than them. Indeed, you are quite the devoted soul. God bless you. Samuel chuckled at the group of girls. At your age, I used to stay up late every night. He winked at Xuan, adding, you understand, don't you? Of course, Xuan nodded. I heard from little Tim that even at your age, your endurance is more than 3 times that of his. He continued. Little Tim said his greatest aspiration is to be as carefree as you. Samuel was about to let out a hearty laugh, but his smile suddenly froze in place. What did you say? 3 times his. The tone of his voice sounded rather peculiar. Yes, he also mentioned that not only your endurance, but your size is 3 times his as well. Xuan appeared to be utterly sincere. Damn it. Samuel cursed in anger. I shall skin this little brat alive. Xuan chuckled quietly. Little Tim Hardaway possessed a genial disposition, easily mingling with anyone, and he harbored a peculiar penchant for bathing with others. Thus, the game unfolded with fervor. Both Carmelo and Stoudemire were present on the court, yet Xuan perceived no semblance of synergy between the two. The Knicks lacked a coherent strategy, resorting instead to a repetitive cycle of Carmelo-esque plays. Stoudemire? His instances of initiating an offensive were, to be frank, rather scarce. After observing the first half of the quarter, he had only attempted a mere 3 shots. As the second time out of the first quarter approached, both teams transitioned into their substitution phase. Xuan sat up straight, his ears perked high, exuding an air of apprehension. Do not fret, my friend. This is merely a customary preseason match, Samuel reassured him, a smile illuminating his face. Thank you, Xuan replied, shaking his head. I am not anxious. I merely wish to seize the opportunity. There will be chances aplenty. You are still young, and opportunities abound, Samuel remarked with a calm tone. In my youth, I too eagerly anticipated each game. You cannot fathom the excitement we experienced back then. This individual was quite the chatterbox, engaged in his incessant prattle. Xuan lost track of the time, unaware that the substitutions had already concluded. Coach Lau Yu had rotated 4 players in succession, with only little Tim Hardaway remaining unchanged. Yet, he still dutifully occupied the bench. Langston had taken to the court. Sean Larkin, with an air of superiority, deliberately circled in front of Xuan, ostentatiously wiping the imaginary sweat from his brow. Xuan's eyes sparkled as he suddenly presented a towel to him with a broad smile. Sean, you must be exhausted. Here, wipe off your sweat. Sean Larkin looked at Xuan in astonishment, wondering to himself if this fellow had undergone a transformation. I have heard that Larkin is least skilled at shooting. You managed to force him to score using his weakest method. Truly impressive. Xuan sincerely gave him a thumbs up with a warm smile. What? Sean Larkin was momentarily puzzled. Did he mean that I played well and am worthy of emulation? Huh? Is that the implication? Sean Larkin felt somewhat bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. As the match progressed into the second quarter, one couldn't help but wonder about Coach Derek's considerations. Several young guards had taken to the court, leaving only Xuan uncalled. Commentary duo Kofa and Wang Meng engaged in casual conversation. There's no rush. We have ample time left in the game, Wang Meng reassured. Xuan is now remarkably calm. If there was an initial sense of anxiety and tension, that feeling has considerably diminished after Sean Larkin's arrival. There will always be opportunities, won't there? As the third quarter drew to a close, Xuan finally heard Rambise's voice. Su, get ready. You'll be on the court shortly. Xuan promptly sprang from his seat, hastily removing his trousers as he approached Chairman Fisher. What instructions do you have for me, coach? Old Yu glanced at him momentarily before swiftly turning his gaze away. None. Just go out there and play well. This marked Xuan's inaugural appearance in the NBA. Here he comes. Xuan is on the court. Xuan replaced the breathless Langston Galloway and hastily entered the court. Goodness. The moment he stepped in, he was taken aback. Before him stood an imposing lineup. Smart, rating, 420, threat level, orange, Avery Bradley, rating, 650, threat level, green, Jay Crowder, rating, 420, threat level, orange. Jeff Green, rating, 640, threat level, green, and Tyler Zeller, rating, 570, threat level, yellow. Astonishingly, the lowest rating belonged to Smart. However, even Smart possessed an intimidating threat level of 420, while the highest, Bradley, boasted an impressive 650. A line of bold green characters flashed across the screen. Xuan wore a face of deep perplexity. At present, this detection assistance feature had scrutinized numerous individuals. If I am not mistaken, the threat levels should be arranged in the sequence of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The other colors posed no issues. It was merely this vexing green. This infernal system seemed to have frozen, and I wonder, could we possibly replace this green? Xuan muttered incomprehensible words to himself. In front of him, Smart looked on with confusion, wondering if this fellow was a fool for his peculiar ramblings. It was no surprise that Ainge held him in low regard. However, Another figure from the Celtics watched Xuan with keen interest, none other than the young coach, Brad Stevens. He had initially coveted Xuan, even considering parting ways with Smart. Yet, in the end, he could not persuade Ainge. To Stevens, Smart had the potential to be a key player for the team. But Xuan could ascend to the heights of stardom. While Smart's formidable defensive skills might serve as a valuable asset, the Celtics were in a rebuilding phase. A time when talent and potential were paramount, not the immediate effectiveness that Smart provided. The young coach understood this well. Yet his limited authority left him powerless to prevent Xuan from slipping away. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Knicks held possession, preparing for a sideline inbound. Xuan plays as a point guard on the court, with his teammates being J.R. Smith, Shumpert, Stoudemire, and Aldridge. Xuan received the ball. Smart advanced swiftly to apply pressure, asserting, "Hey, kid, this isn't a trial. I intend to prevent you from scoring a single point today." With a defiant retort, Xuan replied, "Oh, I am immensely grateful," while his hands remained agile. The innate talent of Allen Iverson for breakthroughs emerged. The ball was deftly maneuvered from the left to the right, a change of hands, a rhythm adjustment, and a sudden retreat following a feint. The pass. Little Smart received the ball in a low position, confronted by the slender Jeff Green. With a glance at the hoop, without a moment's hesitation, he surged upward. "Bang! That was a splendid pass, my friend," exclaimed Little Smart with joy upon landing, as he approached Xuan to share a high five during the transition back on defense. "Just a trivial matter," Xuan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "First, let us deal with the big brother on the court, and then the game will flow more smoothly." "Coward." Smart was displeased with Xuan's earlier pass. Xuan subtly raised his middle finger at him, disdainfully remarking, "Hey, buddy. If you find me displeasing, feel free to throw a punch. Don't you think your incessant whining is rather bothersome?" Smart's face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson, akin to that of a liver. "Damn it. I hope when I slam the ball down on your head later, you'll still have the audacity to speak. TCH. Coward. If you have the guts, show your true weapon." As a promising youth of the new era, Xuan asserted that the squabbles in the NBA are utterly trivial. "I could insult you in classical Chinese for 3 days, and you wouldn't even comprehend it. Can you handle that?" Xuan cast a disdainful glance at him once more. Smart's anger flared. He forcefully pushed past Xuan, intent on driving inside to attack. However, standing in the paint for the Knicks was Stoudemire. With a resounding thud, it was clean and decisive. Stoudemire effortlessly pinned Smart, along with the ball, to the ground. The little overlord displayed his might. On the sidelines, the young coach furrowed his brow in dismay. Was there no thought involved in such a reckless charge? Just moments ago, Smart could have drawn Stoudemire's defensive attention and lofted the ball to Jeff Green in the paint, yet blinded by fury, he completely overlooked this opportunity. In the ensuing possessions, Xuan refrained from taking shots himself, consistently facilitating plays for his teammates. Smart's approach was utterly vexing. He could have relied on his strength and imposing physique to overpower Xuan, yet it was as if he were attempting to wield the 18 dragon-subduing palms against cotton, rendering his efforts entirely ineffective. Xuan was acutely aware of his shortcomings. While he could effectively connect plays for the team, the prospect of launching an independent offensive against a formidable opponent like the Celtics, renowned for their tenacious perimeter defense, was daunting. Even someone of Curry's silver-level caliber would find it challenging. Silver, indeed, remained at the lower tier. Thus, he sought the opportunity to strike decisively. He needed to demonstrate his worth to Coach Fish and Phil Jackson, for only then would he find the space for further development. As the game progressed into the fourth quarter, substitutions were incessantly made by both teams. The preseason served several purposes. First, to acclimate players to the tempo of the game, ensuring they enter the regular season in optimal form. Second, to allow coaches to familiarize themselves with the new team dynamics, much like the two coaches were currently doing. And third, to select the starting lineup for the regular season. Survival of the fittest. The better a player performed, the more opportunities they would receive. However, Xuan remained on the court without being substituted. Perhaps it was time to attempt an offensive move? Coach Fish urged Xuan to take the initiative. During the preceding moments, Xuan had already showcased his prowess as a point guard through his passing ability. Now, Coach Fish was eager to witness Xuan's offensive capabilities. "Good coach," Xuan readily agreed. Upon resuming play, Xuan found himself matched against Smart. Whether it was a deliberate tactic by the young coach remained uncertain. But upon noticing that Coach Fish had not substituted Xuan, he too kept Smart on the court. "Hey, Did your coach mention that your 0 points look rather unappealing? Smart chuckled widely. Indeed, my friend. But I reminded him that your 6 points and 3 turnovers are even less impressive. You loser. Xuan resolved to disregard the foolish individual before him. Xuan stood at the arc's apex. As the young Tim Hardaway emerged from the right corner to receive the ball, Xuan deftly passed it to him with a reverse motion, then created space. Beginning to navigate the interior like a king circling a pillar, Smart found himself utterly bewildered by the maneuver. Xuan returned to the perimeter to receive the ball, while Smart staggered in from the side. His obsession with Xuan was profound. Yet Xuan paid him no heed as he caught the return pass from Tim Hardaway Jr. rolling up his sleeves. He aimed at the hoop and launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Just as Smart lunged towards him, the ball slipped from his palm. With a swish, the basketball found nothing but net. This marked Xuan's inaugural score in the NBA, his first three-pointer. Both head coaches shared an immediate reaction upon witnessing Xuan's successful shot. The one who proclaimed excellent movement was the young coach, while the one who remarked decent movement was the veteran Fisher. Had Smart not been impeded by a sly maneuver from both Stoudemire and Aldridge while navigating the wall, he might have been able to catch up with Xuan. A rating of 420 is no mere trifle. Cursed, Smart spat vehemently onto the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Xuan. With a playful grimace, Xuan taunted him. Why not take a swing at me? Where's that fist of yours? As large as a pot? Bring it out. It seemed that Smart truly harbored a disdain for Xuan. Despite having dominated their previous encounters, he remained unsatisfied. Xuan is certainly not a soft target to be easily manipulated. Those who attempt to do so should beware of the repercussions. Nevertheless, the personal clash between Xuan and Smart evidently does not sway the broader dynamics of the match. On the Knicks side, Carmelo's performance was notably lackluster, as he managed a mere 3 out of 14 attempts in the first preseason game. The Knicks suffered a defeat by 20 points, ending the game at 86-106. This loss was a blow to Coach Fish, as it marked his inaugural game at the helm, and to be overwhelmed by such a margin, even in a preseason context, was an agonizing ordeal for his fragile psyche. In stark contrast, Xuan's performance was a revelation, recording 8 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists. For a second-round draft pick, such an outing is undeniably commendable. Notably, Xuan exhibited remarkable efficiency, sinking 3 out of 5 shots, including 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc. And he played nearly 20 minutes without a single turnover. Meanwhile, Smart, who logged nearly 30 minutes on the court, ended with only 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists, accompanied by a disheartening 5 turnovers. This comparison clearly highlights Xuan's superiority. Moreover, Xuan's astute ability to read the game instantaneously reminded Fish of his own earlier days with the Lakers. It was this very intelligence that enabled him to establish himself in the competitive landscape of Los Angeles. As Fish observed Xuan, he felt as though he was gazing into a mirror reflecting his younger self, both exuding a striking handsomeness and charisma. Xuan, however, felt increasingly uneasy. An unsettling discomfort enveloping him, for Lao Yu's gaze upon him resembled that of a chef eyeing a freshly roasted chicken breast. This evening, just as Lao Yu's hand rested upon Xuan's shoulder, the words had yet to escape his lips. Xuan hastily retreated into the player's tunnel. I have matters to attend to tonight, coach. Old Yu chuckled softly. Look at this kid. How full of energy he is. Rambus beside him smirked, by the way. Did you scare the poor fellow? Old Yu smiled nonchalantly. Later, I'll review the footage. You should also prepare, for the training on the triangle offense is about to commence. For the current Knicks, it seems that there exists but one true strategy, the triangle offense devised by the Zen master Phil Jackson. In the eyes of many in later years, the Knicks' persistent struggles to ascend can largely be attributed to the Zen master's unwavering commitment to this approach. The triangle offense, undoubtedly a highly sophisticated and efficient tactical framework, has, however, become somewhat antiquated in the era of small ball, which favors scoring from the perimeter and beyond. Yet, no one dares to voice such sentiments in the presence of the Zen master. Even if someone did, he would likely dismiss it. A jest, what is your status? And what is mine? You wish to lecture me? First, adorn your fingers with the championship rings. The following day, under Rambise's guidance, the team diligently devoted themselves to mastering the triangle offense. Aside from 2 hours of fundamental training in the morning, the remainder of the day was spent delving into the profound intricacies of the triangle offense. There was no rush to depart Boston, as their next game awaited them in this very city. Yu commenced experimenting with the triangle offense on the court. He was acutely aware that the Zen master had brought him on board precisely because of his understanding of the triangle offense and his compliance. The Zen master's criterion for gauging obedience was remarkably straightforward. It hinged upon whether one could effectively implement the triangle offense during a game. The Zen master exuded a considerable air of pride, firmly believing in his own correctness, rarely considering the sentiments of others. His intention to cultivate Kobe during his tenure with the Lakers was unmistakable, yet he did not hesitate to threaten trades involving Kobe, revealing much about his character. The triangle offense consists of 3 players forming a triangle on one side of the court, while 2 players operate on the opposite side, devoid of any rigid patterns. It adapts fluidly to various defensive setups, offering a plethora of counter-strategies. Though it is not entirely freeform, the triangle offense demands precise spacing and positioning, necessitating that each player comprehends every role on the court, resulting in a multitude of tactical variations and offensive choices. Consequently, it poses significant challenges for defenders, however, who would dedicate themselves to countering such a scheme. After 2 screens, a 3-point shot soars. Am I to engage in defense? Unless my mind were utterly befuddled. Xuan felt utterly exhausted, yet he found himself without any alternatives. Tim. Rambai raised his voice. Focus. What are you thinking about? I instructed you to execute a triangle offense, and you nearly produced a rectangle instead. Laughter erupted among the others. Tim Hardaway, usually quick-witted, wore a rare frown. The training tactics were unbearably monotonous. If given the option, Xuan would rather revisit the second driving test than endure this triangle offense drill. I fear that if I continue practicing like this, I might just perish. Young Tim Hardaway sat sullenly at the sidelines. Xuan, however, was not in the mood to listen to his complaints. He quietly asked, "Have you seen Carmelo?" Tim Hardaway raised his head and glanced around, seemingly unable to spot him. Is this the privilege of a superstar? Xuan felt a twinge of envy. Nonsense, he probably stayed out too late last night. Young Tim Hardaway scoffed. If anyone despised the triangle offense the most, it certainly wasn't Xuan nor young Tim Hardaway. It was undoubtedly Carmelo Anthony. Damn it. I am a superstar in this league, celebrated for my offensive prowess. Do I really need your triangle offense? After running around for ages, my pull-up jumper is still more effective. Why should I bother learning it? Isn't that just like pulling down your pants to fart? Utterly unnecessary? With such sentiments, it was a miracle that Carmelo even showed up for tactical training. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Rambis finally announced the end of training, allowing for free time. Yet, before the excitement could settle in, his next words nearly brought young Tim Hardaway to tears. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, assemble on time. We will continue today's training. Thus, after 2 days of practicing the triangle offense in Boston, Carmelo only attended the foundational training on the second morning before departing. On October 11th, during the Knicks' second preseason game against the Boston Celtics, Xuan finally earned a starting position. This starting role was rightfully earned, devoid of any under-the-table dealings. The feeling of starting was delightful, and surprisingly, the Knicks, who had suffered a 20-point defeat in the previous game, triumphed this time. They won 96-80, making a remarkable comeback. You are a lucky charm, Old Fish said with a smile. What do you think about starting again in the next game? Let's see if you are the one favored by the gods. Perhaps I just managed to keep them in check. Xuan smiled, gesturing towards Smart on the Celtics' side. The atmosphere among the Knicks was quite pleasant, as there was no lingering mood of a losing streak, even if the preseason was merely a formality. On the 13th, the Knicks returned home to face the Toronto Raptors. This marked Xuan's first ever home game, and he initially anticipated raucous cheers from the home crowd. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Go, DeMar. You're so handsome, DeMar. I want to have your babies, Kyle. Xuan was left utterly astonished. He nudged the shoulder of the nearby Tim Hardaway, asking, "My friend, what on earth is happening?" Tim Hardaway, seemingly accustomed to the situation, shrugged in response. All right, my friend. You must acclimate to this reality. Here, even Carmelo is not the first choice for the fans. With a cheeky grin, he continued, "Hey there, lovely ladies. Shall we delve into the mysteries of life together this evening?" Unfazed by the lack of attention, Tim Hardaway shamelessly maneuvered himself closer to the edge of the audience. Xuan covered his face with his hand, bewildered by the peculiar teammates and eccentric fans. It is truly outrageous that they chose to support the visiting team during a home match. It is utterly ridiculous. Such audacity from these fans is beyond belief. Xuan set a modest goal for himself. During his lifetime, he must rectify the corrupt atmosphere of Madison Square Garden. Today, Xuan returned to the bench once more, while Old Fish promoted Langston to the starting lineup. Regardless, the young players in the team were given equal opportunities by Old Fish. It was up to them to seize their chances. At present, Xuan seemed to have a slight advantage, as the team had suffered another defeat in this match. After the game concluded, Langston looked at Xuan with a peculiar expression. He had performed decently, accumulating 12 points for rebounds and 4 assists in just over 20 minutes of play, even outshining Xuan's performance. Yet, the team could not secure a victory. Is this even possible? Langston mused to himself. On the 14th, the Knicks faced the Philadelphia 76ers in a back-to-back away game, with Xuan starting, and the Knicks emerged victorious. On the 20th, the Knicks hosted the Milwaukee Bucks, with Langston starting, and suffered a 17-point defeat. On the 22nd, the Knicks hosted the Washington Wizards, with Sean Larkin starting, and faced a 15-point loss. On the 24th, the Knicks challenged the Raptors away, Xuan started again, and the Knicks won. By the end of the 7 preseason games, Xuan found it rather perplexing. Every game he started seemed to end in victory, while those started by Langston and Sean Larkin appeared to be losses. Amidst the curious gazes around him, little Tim Hardaway suddenly approached Xuan, playfully poking him. Xuan, feeling disgusted, responded with a swift kick. Get lost. He was bewildered, if it were a matter of unequal team strength. How could their victories against the Celtics and Raptors be explained? The system had not indicated any lucky attributes, so could it be a hidden talent? Xuan was secretly intrigued. After the preseason concluded, Xuan participated in a special interview with the sports channel. This interview had been scheduled in advance. Although Xuan did not hail from a traditional basketball association background, he was well aware of the importance of such matters. The interviewers were Jia and Zhang Heli. This was Xuan's first encounter with such a formal interview. Zhang Heli stood up to pour Xuan a cup of tea. Thank you. Xuan politely replied as he rose. How are you finding life in the NBA? Jia opened her notebook and gestured with her pen. It's going well. I tend to adapt to new environments fairly easily. Xuan took a sip of tea, savoring the flavor. This tea. Quite delightful, isn't it? It was specially brought from my home country. I can't quite get used to coffee, but this suits my palate. Zhang Heli waved his hand dismissively. New York is a wonderful place, bustling with attention. You must have experienced that quite profoundly during this time, right? Jia chimed in with a smile. There are pros and cons, indeed. While the exposure is high, a minor misstep can be magnified exponentially in such a place. Xuan nodded in agreement. Do you feel pressured? Certainly, but sometimes pressure can serve as motivation, and I tend to lean towards the latter. Did you ever consider being selected before coming here? Especially in New York? I thought about it a little, but I didn't dare to think too much. Are you able to adapt to the intensity of NBA games? Initially, it was somewhat overwhelming, but after playing a couple of games, it became much easier. The questions were relatively standard. Official interviews rarely posed challenging inquiries. However, when the discussion turned to whether he would represent the national team in the future, Xuan did not hesitate for a moment, immediately responding in the affirmative. Following the interview, Zhang Heli was quite pleased with Xuan. He was young yet spoke and acted with caution. He was humble and polite. If he could truly establish himself in the NBA, the national team would no longer have to worry about finding a successor to Jianlian. The national team was currently in a transitional phase, and having such a young player in the NBA would undoubtedly benefit them immensely. Moreover, he did not mention that this year had been particularly disastrous for the national team. They failed to qualify for the World Cup. They suffered setbacks in the Asian Championships. Xuan's emergence perfectly filled this void. Perhaps Xuan was unaware that he had become a beacon of hope for domestic fans. Reflecting on this, Zhang Heli's expression grew complex. The development of men's basketball had reached a point where it relied on a sudden prodigy to save the day. Where are our homegrown talents? Where have our exceptional young players gone? With the conclusion of the preseason, Old Fish granted a day off, and starting from the 26th, preparations for the regular season would commence. For Xuan, there was no time for rest. He aimed to seize this opportunity to enhance his skills. Believing that even a slight improvement before the regular season would prove beneficial, he trained diligently, sweating profusely. Resting intermittently in the training facility and gym, he worked tirelessly. Ding dong. Congratulations. Allen Iverson's breakthrough has advanced to silver. Congratulations. Jason Williams' passing has advanced to silver. Xuan, male, age, 19, score, 380. Possessing talents. Silver 3-point shooting of Stephen Curry, silver breakthrough of Allen Iverson, silver athleticism of Russell Westbrook, silver passing of Jason Williams. Firstly, the score has risen to 380 points, an increase of 40 points from before, and now all 4 talents have advanced to silver. Xuan's spirit soared for him. Nothing could possibly surpass the exhilaration of enhancing his prowess. With the regular season on the horizon, each increment in strength translated to greater opportunities. Indeed, the path of iron was the true way, he mused. He had once heard a profound saying, nothing can't be resolved with a good workout. If one session isn't enough, then 2 surely will be. Such wisdom. Strangely, Xuan found himself somewhat addicted, particularly when he laid eyes on those delightful weights, dumbbells, and rowing machines. An irresistible urge to caress them surged within him. Furthermore, the exhilarating sensation that accompanied his newfound strength was truly ineffable. Alas, this was quite the predicament. He had become hooked. Upon returning from the gym, Xuan made a point to visit the training facility to assess the effects of his newly acquired talents. Ultimately, he reached a resounding conclusion: exceptional and formidable. He was undeniably much stronger than during his bronze phase. This revelation instilled in Xuan a renewed confidence. The regular season loomed ever closer, and every point of strength gained was critically important. On the 26th, all players would reconvene. A total of 19 athletes participated in the training camp, vying for the final 15 roster spots. Among them, many, including Xuan, were bound by contracts, while 7 others without contracts competed for 3 coveted positions. The competition was fierce. Yet, this was the NBA, where the weak were devoured by the strong, and survival was reserved for the fittest. Without strength, words held no weight. But once one possessed the requisite power, Coach Fish and Master Zen meticulously sifted through the candidates until they ultimately settled on a 15-man roster for the regular season. In the point guard position, Xuan was rated at 380 points, threat level, red; Langston Galloway at 450 points, threat level, orange; Calderon at 500 points, threat level, yellow; Sean Larkin at 330 points, threat level, red; and Pablo Prigioni at 320 points, threat level, red. Curiously, even Sean Larkin had improved by 10 points, while Langston remained stagnant at 450 points. What could possibly be the reason? Xuan is a diligent individual, often observed during his training sessions. Although he did not ascend through the draft, both Old U and the Old Master have placed their faith in him, granting him a contract. Is this truly the extent of his capabilities? It seems implausible otherwise. In the point guard position, Xuan has risen to the 3rd spot, trailing only behind Calderon and Langston Galloway, while Sean Larkin and another unremarkable player have been eclipsed by him. As for the shooting guards, or the 2-guard position, Tim Hardaway Jr. boasts a score of 500, threat level, yellow. J.R. Smith holds a score of 590, threat level, yellow. Iman Shumpert also has a score of 500, threat level, yellow. Tim Hardaway Jr. has made remarkable strides, jumping directly from a score of 480 to 500. His threat level has shifted from orange to yellow, an impressive feat. Now, he shares the same score as Shumpert. Truly commendable for someone who has averaged 19 points per game in the past. It is no surprise that his pace of improvement surpasses that of his peers. Within the team, Xuan enjoys a strong rapport with Hardaway Jr. The latter's elevation in performance is beneficial for Xuan, as their positions are complementary. In the small forward position, or the 3 spot, Carmelo Anthony commands a score of 900, threat level, purple, extremely dangerous. Quincy AC stands at 360, threat level, red. Anthony's score remains dazzlingly high. Undeniably a purple powerhouse. Quincy AC, selected 7th overall in the 2nd round of 2012, shares a similar draft position with Xuan. But his performance has been less than stellar. Last season, while playing 57 games for the Kings and averaging 13.8 minutes per game, he could only muster 7 points, 0 for assists, and 3.5 rebounds. Rather unimpressive statistics. The Knicks signed him for his ability to contend in the paint, despite his modest height. He possesses an exceptionally robust physique, with solid muscle. In the power forward position, or the 4 spot, Amare Stoudemire holds a score of 720, threat level, cyan. Extremely dangerous. Andrea Bargnani scores 590, threat level, yellow. There is little to say. One is a cyan powerhouse while the other is on the verge of slipping to green, much like JR. Finally, in the center position, or the 5 spot, Jason Smith scores 410, threat level, orange. LaMarcus Aldridge scores 370, threat level, red. Samuel DeLimbert scores 320, threat level, red, in the center position. Both Jason and Aldridge have shown varying degrees of improvement, indicating that they have not been idle during this period. Thus, the Knicks' 15-man roster has been freshly unveiled. According to the current assessment of Xuan's capabilities, he is positioned rather low in the rankings on this list. In the afternoon, Carson paid a visit, bringing along several pairs of sneakers. "Take a look and see if there's anything you fancy," he said while settling onto the sofa. "What are these?" Xuan inquired, frowning. "These are merely the essentials that every promising rookie typically possesses. You have quite a modest collection here with only 4 pairs. I've heard that Wiggins has an entire cabinet filled with them." Carson gestured, illustrating the abundance. Xuan examined the sneakers, scrutinizing the logos. "Nike, AJ, Under Armour, New Balance? What do you think? Which one do you prefer?" Carson handed over several contracts, emblazoned with bold letters, "Invitation to endorse as a promising rookie." "What does that imply?" "It signifies that they recognize your potential. Although you may not hold significant value currently, there is a possibility that in the future, your worth might increase, granting them the right to secure you at the same price." "Is it merely a scheme? How could that be?" Carson elaborated. "Nike offered 100,000. AJ matched with 100,000. Under Armour proposed 150,000, while New Balance offered 200,000. Naturally, Xuan was well aware of the prestige associated with Nike and AJ. He had heard of Under Armour primarily because of Xuan's affiliation with the brand. However, New Balance? It seemed to tread the path of the common folk. Moreover, he was unaware of any stars associated with New Balance. They mentioned, and Carson noted Xuan's interest in the New Balance sneakers if you endorse their invitation. Should a rival brand later seek to sign you for a higher price, they are willing to outbid by an additional sum to match the contract, rather than merely equating it. "Oh," Xuan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Then what are we waiting for?" It's settled. October 28th. The final preparation day before the regular season commences. After a day of rigorous training, Xuan was just about to take a well-deserved rest when Tim Hardaway Jr. enthusiastically approached him, phone in hand. "What do you want?" Xuan said dismissively, tossing a foul sock at him. "Stay away from me. Take a look at this, Sue. I guarantee you'll enjoy it," Tim replied, unperturbed, as he waved his phone. "What kind of girl is this?" Xuan shot him a sideways glance. No. It's not about a girl. It's the rankings. ESPN just released their power rankings." "Rankings?" Xuan murmured. "Let me see." "Every season before it begins. Major networks like ESPN and TNT engage in such flashy presentations." Clearly, what Tim Hardaway Jr. was holding was just that. Xuan took a glance at the rankings. The young Emperor LeBron James held the top position, followed by Durant in second and Chris Paul in third. The recently crowned champion, Old Duncan, secured the 4th spot, while the Knicks' Carmelo occupied 5th and the Lakers' Mamba ranked 6th. The Love God was in 7th place, and originally, the 8th spot was held by Paul George, but alas, he could not escape the clutches of a devastating injury. Indeed, he has been declared out for the season by the Pacers. Griffin stepped into the 8th position, while Golden State's Curry made his inaugural appearance in the top 10, landing at 9th, and the bearded one rounded out the list at 10th. This ranking clearly illustrates that the league is currently dominated by newcomers. Look, the newcomers, led by Tim Duncan, occupy nearly 60 to 70% of the top 10 spots. Do you wish to know your ranking? Young Tim Hardaway wore a mischievous smile. Not at all. Hey, buddy, you really don't want to know even a little? Indeed. Well, honestly, if you just plead a bit, I would tell you. I swear I'm not joking. I have no desire to know, but if you insist on revealing it, I won't put up any resistance. Xuan ranks 326th, falling outside the top 300. In contrast, his fellow Knicks point guard, Langston Galloway, has achieved a ranking around 250, surpassing Sue by several places. This ranking is unlikely to significantly impact Sue, as true prowess is demonstrated through performance. It is reminiscent of Derrick Rose, who ranked over 100 during his rookie season but soared into the top 10 by its conclusion. Sue does not seek respect at this juncture, for he has yet to showcase his true abilities. Genuine strength is indeed the sole pathway to earning respect. On the final day of training, Sue anticipated the introduction of new strategies or tactics, however, under the discerning gaze of the old Zen master. Fisher and Rambis guided everyone through a familiarization of the triangle offense once more. Carmelo sat on the sidelines, yawning. In truth, he seldom engaged in what he deemed a futile tactical exercise unless his boredom compelled him to practice independently. The Zen master's expression was somber, and even a glance at Carmelo would elicit a trace of chill in his demeanor. Yet, he was powerless to alter the situation, as Carmelo's contract explicitly allowed him to decline any training related to the triangle offense. Initially, Carmelo intended to leave New York due to this stipulation, but only when the Zen master recognized the possibility of his departure did he reluctantly acquiesce to this special request. The atmosphere within the Knicks roster is peculiar. The composition is notably unbalanced, with 8 perimeter players and 7 interior players. However, of the 15-man roster, only 13 are currently able to participate in games. This includes Calderon at the point guard position and Andrea Bargnani at power forward, both of whom are nursing injuries and uncertain about their return. Among the 13 players available, Carmelo undoubtedly stands out as the most transcendent. His status within the team even eclipses that of Fisher. Stoudemire and Carmelo embody contrasting styles. Stoudemire enjoys a favorable rapport within the Knicks, yet injuries have severely hindered his explosive capabilities. Most notably, Stoudemire opted to exercise his player option this summer, making him the highest-paid player on the Knicks at an astonishing $23.41 million. This decision has understandably displeased many, including owner Dolan, Zen master Phil Jackson, and even Carmelo himself. Dolan is frustrated by the expenditure, while the Zen master laments that Stoudemire's hefty salary consumes a significant portion of the team's salary cap, preventing him from making any acquisitions over the summer. Moreover, Stoudemire and Carmelo are hardly allies. The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend does not apply in this context. Since Xuan joined the Knicks, he has scarcely witnessed any interaction between these two in the locker room or on the practice court. Even their exchanges during games have been exceedingly limited. The two prominent figures in the team are at odds with each other and simultaneously at odds with the management. What a frustrating situation. Xuan felt a vague headache, and he began to worry about his future journey. It seemed quite challenging to realize his desire to thrive in such an environment day after day. Who would be the starter for tomorrow's game? After the training session, Fisher surprisingly did not announce the starting lineup for the next day. Logically, it should have been disclosed this evening, yet old Fish remained silent. Was it a matter of leaving suspense, or had he not yet made a decision? Xuan silently speculated that it was not a matter of leaving suspense, which would be rather foolish. Perhaps a decision had yet to be made. Among the 5 starting positions, the other 4 appeared to be quite clear, leaving only the point guard position uncertain. Su possessed exceptional organizational skills. In fact, the team did not necessarily require an overly aggressive scoring point guard. In the conference room, Old Fish, Rambis, and the Zen master were deliberating the starting lineup for tomorrow's game. He could facilitate plays for Carmelo, Amare, and Tim. Rambis added that most importantly, Su had a profound understanding of the triangle offense. He was intelligent, capable of grasping complex concepts with ease. This remark from Rambis sparked a glimmer of interest in the Zen master's eyes. While the preceding commentary could be dismissed as trivial, this statement held considerable value. From the Zen master's perspective, other factors paled in comparison. Players who could execute the triangle offense were inherently good players, were they not? Upon noticing the Zen master's expression, Old Fish realized that a decision had been reached. Thus, the fate of this fortunate young talent from the East rested entirely in his hands. Reflecting on Yao Ming's remarkable prowess in the league, Old Fish felt a surge of anticipation. Could it be possible that this young Chinese player might create a myriad of miracles in the NBA, just as his predecessor had? China had always been a land of wonders. Once believing that starting in the NBA was a distant dream, he was astonished to find himself in that very position. After the meeting, Rambis conveyed the news to him, and Su initially thought it was a jest. You need to consider your role carefully, what the team requires from you, and what you excel at, Rambis spoke slowly. The reason I am informing you early is to allow you time to prepare. You understand my intent. Thank you, coach. Xuan nodded earnestly. To be fair, Rambis had indeed treated him well. Since Su's arrival at the Knicks, Rambis had been a constant source of support. However, Rambis was right. The most pressing matter for him now was to contemplate how he should approach tomorrow's game. On October 29th, the Knicks' first regular season game of the year commenced. At 7 p.m., Madison Square Garden was ablaze with lights. The fans were dissatisfied with the Knicks' performance last season. Having finished 9th in the Eastern Conference despite boasting quality players like Carmelo, Amare, Old Iron Fist, and Kenyon Martin, they had failed to reach the playoffs. Disappointment ran rampant, which explained the current lack of cohesion in New York City. The Zen master had previously proclaimed that the Knicks would make a comeback this season, reigniting hope in many hearts. Surely, the words of Phil Jackson, a man adorned with championship rings, could not be in vain. Yet, little did they anticipate that the Knicks, aiming for resurgence, would instead deliver a performance bordering on disgrace. During the entrance ceremony, the Knicks faced off against the formidable Chicago Bulls. This season, the Bulls were exceptionally strong. After much deliberation, Pau Gasol decided to part ways with Kobe, as he could no longer endure a life devoid of competitive spirit. Games lacking in substance were trivial. Gasol resolved that he must find a strong ally for the latter half of his career. Numerous teams in the league boasted talented players, and Gasol's stature made him quite sought after. While the Bulls may not have had the most prominent player in the league, they were certainly the most enticing. The combination of the tough guy and the Rose effortlessly captured Gasol's heart. However, he could not have anticipated that in his quest to cling to a strong ally, he would ultimately become the very support for others. Meanwhile, backstage, Xuan was taken aback by the ratings of the Bulls players who were being announced one after another. Kirk Hinrich, rating 500, threat level, yellow, Mike Dunleavy, rating 590, threat level, yellow, Joakim Noah, rating 850, threat level, blue, extremely dangerous. Pau Gasol, rating 880, threat level, blue, extremely dangerous. Derrick Rose, rating 900, threat level, purple, extremely dangerous. Taj Gibson, rating 620, threat level, green. Aaron Brooks, rating 600, threat level, green. Nikola Mirotic, rating 650, threat level, green. Goodness gracious. These ratings put the Knicks to shame. What Xuan did not anticipate was that Ross actually possessed a remarkable score of 900. Xuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Another purple powerhouse, a rating comparable to Sweet Melon. This was the second purple elite he had encountered. But that was not all. Aside from Ross, there was Sister Gia with a score of 880 and Noah with 850, marking two more Blue Titans. Moreover, the bench was graced by several green luminaries, each boasting scores exceeding 600. The rows of glimmering green text nearly blinded Xuan. They were all extraordinary talents. This was outrageous, simply outrageous. Such overwhelming superiority was utterly unfair. Xuan curled his lip. Fortunately, they also had a prominent figure in purple, otherwise he would have been left in the dust, unseen. Ross enjoyed immense popularity in New York, at least from Xuan's perspective. It surpassed that of Carmelo by more than double. Sequentially, Xuan was scheduled to make his appearance fifth. This position carried no particular significance. Stoudemire led the way, and Carmelo brought up the rear, leaving Xuan caught uncomfortably in the middle. However, unexpectedly, Xuan emerged as the Knicks' second most beloved player, the first being Carmelo. "How did you manage that?" Tim Hardaway exclaimed in envy. "How did you achieve such a feat?" Xuan replied with a question. Young Tim Hardaway nodded eagerly. "Well," Xuan said, pulling him close, "if you truly wish to learn, I can certainly enlighten you." Xuan's tone shifted to one of sincerity and earnestness. "Firstly, you must be born under favorable circumstances." Xuan observed that many familiar faces filled the stands today. Otherwise, how could his cheers resonate so exuberantly? "They are all from our hometown." The large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. Knicks, Xuan, Tim Hardaway, Anthony, Stoudemire, Jason Smith. Bulls, Rose, Hinrich, Dunleavy, Gasol. Noah. Prior to the game, whispers had circulated regarding Xuan's anticipated starting position. However, when his name appeared on the screen, a collective sigh of relief echoed among the crowd. It was not a falsehood. Xuan truly was a starter. To commence his first regular season game as a second-round draft pick in such a manner seemed almost too splendid. During the pregame warm-up, Xuan was encircled by a throng of journalists, most of whom had traveled from his homeland. Xuan's palms were clammy with perspiration. He had pondered extensively throughout the previous night and the day, and at this moment, his mind was a blank slate, solely focused on the impending match. This is the Sports Channel, broadcasting live the season opener of the 2014 to 2015 NBA season featuring the New York Knicks against the Chicago Bulls. Greetings, I am Kafa. Hello. I am Wang Ming. Professor Wang, many fans are inquiring about one particular question. Who is Xuan's role model? It is said that ESPN and TNT have provided their insights. ESPN cites Rajon Rondo, while TNT mentions Tony Parker. What is your perspective on this? It is rather difficult to ascertain. Personally, I believe Xuan has the potential to develop in the direction of Stephen Curry. Wang Ming contemplated for a moment. I wonder if everyone has noticed that Xuan's average scoring during the preseason, including the Summer League, is not particularly high. Yet his shooting percentage, especially from beyond the arc, is impressively close to 40. If he can enhance the shooting percentage further, it would be truly remarkable. He merely takes fewer shots, yet his efficiency remains exceedingly high. Xuan was utterly unaware that these two had actually placed him alongside Curry. If he had known, he would have awakened from dreams laughing. For if last season's Curry was merely emerging, showcasing his brilliance, this season's Curry was a force of nature, striking with lethal precision and astonishing awe. At last, Xuan applied the magnesium powder and made his way onto the court. As both teams took their positions, Smith and Noah stepped onto the center line, standing at 2.11 meters and 2.13 meters respectively. Yet, Smith exhibited no advantage in height, with a gentle leap. Noah deftly tapped the ball into Rose's hands. The Bulls initiated their first offensive play. Xuan felt an immense pressure. As the competition commenced, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead and palms. Had the formidable opponent before him not been Derrick Rose? And had his rating not soared to an impressive 900, perhaps Xuan's burden would have been lighter. However, there are no ifs in this reality. Xuan's inaugural regular season match featured a formidable opponent, the thorny Rose. Rose received the ball and surged forward, even though he had just returned from injury. His speed was undeniably beyond what Xuan could match. However, Xuan was well prepared. Instead of contesting him at half court, he opted to defend near the three-point line. As Rose advanced, he gestured, signaling that he intended to take the shot himself. Thump, thump, thump. Standing just a step away from Rose beyond the three-point arc, Xuan rolled up his sleeves, bent his knees, and focused intently. Rose, undeterred, did not recognize the Chinese player before him, yet. Rose's drive was imminent. Xuan took a step back, but by the time he regained his composure, Ross had executed an astonishing maneuver, deftly bypassing his left shoulder. With a swift movement, he surged past. The sound of impact echoed. Thud, thud, crash. Yet, Ross's attempt at finishing was slightly lacking in finesse. Jason secured the rebound and passed it to Xuan. An opportunity for a counterattack for the Knicks. Xuan's pace was not slow. As Ross had just crossed the logo area, he swiftly caught up from behind, closely adhering to him and initiating physical contact. Xuan, unhesitant, swiftly delivered the ball to Anthony. The Bulls' defense was truly formidable. As Anthony approached the three-point line without even a dribble, Noah and Dunleavy converged on him. It was evident that the Bulls were acutely aware of who the Knicks' key player was. The space for the Melo was severely constricted, rendering him incapable of even a jump, let alone a shot. At this moment, Xuan finally evaded Rose's defense, swiftly maneuvering from Melo's left flank to receive the pass. Melo, using his left hand, made a downward toss. Upon receiving the ball, Xuan quickly attracted attention, dribbled once to alter the rhythm, and unexpectedly returned the pass. He sent it back to Melo at the top of the arc, who received the ball and took a shot. A clean jump shot from beyond the arc. The trajectory was exquisitely beautiful. Yes, the Knicks scored first. The score stood at 0-3. The visitors ahead, the home team trailing. Xuan's pass was splendid, demonstrating sharp awareness. However, against Rose, such skills proved to be of little consequence, as Rose executed a simple change of direction and elegantly slipped past Xuan. Rose delivered an alley-oop to Noah inside. Here it comes. Bam. As Noah slammed the ball through the hoop, Jason Smith found himself sitting on the floor. What a calamity. Jason hastily scrambled to his feet and passed the ball to Xuan. Rose continued to apply pressure in the half court, while Xuan persisted in distributing the ball. You may obstruct me, but you cannot hinder my passing. It was a judicious choice. Kafa complimented him, then muttered softly. Rose is defending far too seriously. The ball was passed to Melo, who attempted a pull-up from beyond the three-point line. This time, it missed, and Noah secured the rebound. Xuan, having not yet returned to defense, now found himself perfectly positioned to retreat. Rose accelerated. Xuan hesitated, attempting to maintain his defensive stance. Yet reason cautioned him that if Rose were to change direction at that moment, it would spell disaster. Thus, Xuan made a swift decision, pivoting directly to allow Rose passage, positioning himself diagonally behind. Defense was no longer an option, only disruption remained. Rose executed his signature folding layup under the basket with finesse. Swish. The interference proved futile. Had Xuan not reacted swiftly, he might have incurred a foul. The difficulty of that shot was immense. Even with his extraordinary talents, Xuan was acutely aware that he could not replicate Rose's prowess. This was a skill uniquely possessed by Rose himself. With a lightning-quick breakthrough followed by a folded layup, Rose retreated amidst the cheers of the ecstatic crowd. Xuan's expression darkened, feeling that he had been overlooked while others reveled in their joy. Jason Smith, in a rather disheartened manner, rushed over to serve. He energetically sprinted from the backcourt, but by the time he arrived, everyone had already wrapped up and left for home. Xuan brought him over, and the clever Smith immediately found something to occupy himself with, setting screens while in motion. Rose was momentarily hindered. Xuan seized this rare opportunity to charge towards the front court. With a 4-on-4 situation unfolding, the Knicks exhibited a conspicuous mismatch. He had no intention of passing. He opted to take the shot himself. Dribbling, altering the rhythm. Noticing that Noah was hesitant to defend too aggressively, Xuan launched a three-pointer. The silver-level Curry's three-point prowess was on full display. It was a success. There it is. Xuan's first attack after the opening was a resounding success. Splendid, my friend. I thought you would pass the ball to me. Tim Hardaway came over and patted Xuan on the back. I'll get you next time, Xuan replied, exchanging a high five with him. Deep down, he felt a twinge of nervousness, yet that opportunity was undoubtedly one that could not be missed. Noah was unable to anticipate his offensive choice, allowing him to seize the chance. It was likely that such an opportunity would not present itself again. Well done. Xuan took the initiative to express his gratitude to Smith, whose timely delay was impeccable. Rose received the ball from Noah and brought it to the front court. Confronting Xuan, whom he had already maneuvered past twice, he executed a between-the-legs dribble. With a series of between-the-legs dribbles, he faked Xuan out, changing direction with a cross. After a 2-foot jump step, he executed a one-handed layup. 900 points for Rose. He scored again, leveling the score at 6-6. Oh dear. That was effortless, as if he were gliding along a morning road. Rose could practically fly on it. The commentators exaggeratedly lauded Rose. The only silver lining was that the score was tied, and Xuan had contributed a three-pointer. However, Fan found it challenging to express. I believe it is unnecessary to compare Xuan and Rose. They are two players with entirely different styles, Wang Ming remarked. Even among all the perimeter players in the league, few can effectively defend against Rose. Now, what Xuan needs to do is to continue playing his own game. After Xuan's entrance, his presence was undeniably strong, contributing 3 points and 1 assist, with another pass that Melo failed to convert. In contrast, Rose managed 4 points and 1 assist. Thus, from a statistical standpoint, Xuan did not appear to be at a disadvantage. As the game progressed, Melo, feeling the pressure from Deng Li Wei, grew impatient and directly demanded the ball, which Xuan dutifully delivered. Following the pass, Melo swiftly maneuvered to the corner, positioning himself for an offensive play. With his back to the basket, he exerted force, pivoted, and executed a leaning jump shot. Facing the dual defense of Noah and Deng Li Wei, Melo shot with remarkable confidence. Crash. The rebound. Noah reacted swiftly, extending his long arms and securing the rebound with ease. The Bulls were poised for a counterattack. On the court, after a few minutes of intense competition, the Bulls began to steadily establish their lead. At 8:02, the first timeout was called with a score of 12-6, the Bulls ahead by 6 points. Following Melo's aggressive shot attempt, the Knicks had been unable to score again. The Bulls, or rather Tom Thibodeau, executed their strategy with great intelligence, defending effectively and transitioning into quick counterattacks. This straightforward and efficient tactical approach left the opposing coach, referred to as Old Fish, quite troubled. Yet, this was not the worst of his concerns. Have we really not utilized a single triangle offense since the start? Old Fish lamented, gripping Rambis tightly. His brow furrowed as though something utterly unforgivable had transpired. Indeed, Rambis shared in the frustration. Damn it, Old Fish cursed, his shoes pounding the floor in anger. He was furious, and Rambis was left to wonder who had drawn his ire, afraid to inquire further. I wish I could commend you, but the truth is, there is little to praise. 6 points in 4 minutes. It's a complete disaster. Old Fish glared around. Melo's expression was somewhat grim, but it was clear that Old Fish could not afford to dwell on that now. When we return to the triangle offense, Lansden, J.R., Cole, you must pay attention without hesitation. Old Fish forcefully implemented the triangle offensive strategy and substituted Xuan, Melo, and Stoudemire. Xuan felt somewhat aggrieved. What on earth did any of this have to do with him? The point guard undoubtedly bore the weight of orchestrating plays and making offensive choices, yet that was Carmelo. What authority did he possess to direct Carmelo's gameplay? The latter stood there, exuding confidence, demanding the ball with an air of superiority. Should he pass it to him? Or perhaps to him? Tactical considerations were mere trifles in Carmelo's eyes, while Xuan found himself reluctantly drifting in the wake of these ephemeral clouds, trembling in their presence. Rambis patted Xuan on the shoulder in silence. It was evident that Xuan had been an unwitting victim of circumstance, while Old Fish employed his signature move, aptly named Kill Him, to please Melo. Tom Thibodeau was perplexed. He could discern no rationale behind the Knicks' substitutions. If pulling Carmelo from the game was somewhat justifiable, then what was the logic in replacing the Chinese player? According to his statistics, Xuan had delivered 5 splendid passes in those few minutes, yet regrettably, his teammates managed to convert only 1 of them. In terms of offense, he had only made a single 3-point attempt, which fortunately succeeded. Aside from his lackluster defense, the young man's performance seemed commendable, especially considering he was up against Derrick Rose, the youngest MVP in NBA history. After altering their lineup, the Knicks finally executed the triangle offense they had painstakingly practiced for ages. The old Zen master wore a grim expression, but a smile crept onto his face at the opportune moment, nodding in agreement at Fisher, who cautiously glanced over. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Was a game still a game without the triangle offense? Now it appeared far more pleasing to the eye. However, accompanying this aesthetic delight was not victory, but rather the relentless onslaught of the Bulls' offense. The triangle offense proved too cumbersome, and the Knicks players lacked the necessary synergy and skill, even when opportunities arose. Their execution seemed as fragile as a house of cards. As they invested excessive energy into their tactical maneuvers, their defense inevitably became compromised. The Bulls seized the opportunity, launching a barrage of attacks. Xuan stifled a laugh at the sight of his battered teammates, yet Carmelo exhibited no such reservations. The joy radiating from his face was nearly palpable. The Bulls began substituting players during the second official timeout, while the Knicks had only made their first substitution during the initial timeout. Yet, the Bulls' second substitution occurred at the end of the first quarter, their third at the start of the second, the fourth at 8 minutes and 14 seconds into the second, and the fifth. It was evident to all that the Bulls viewed the Knicks as a mere sharpening stone. How else could they so leisurely transition from one lineup to another? Facing such a drubbing in the season opener, the Knicks fans were inexplicably furious. Get lost, you worthless players. I no longer wish to witness your gameplay. Did those 5 on the court indulge in something before arriving? Each year seems to be worse than the last. This year is surely worse than last. The cacophony of voices resembled the bustling sounds of a morning market at 7 o'clock. Old Fish's ears were filled with this clamor. In the current situation, while the triangle offense was indeed in play, the deficit only widened. Old Fish felt he could hardly endure any longer. He knew full well that once Carmelo returned, the triangle offense would again dissolve into nothingness, yet he still had to reinstate Carmelo. He found himself in an awkward position, caught between Carmelo and the Zen Master. He dared not defy the Zen Master's orders, nor could he command Carmelo-esque gameplay. For the first time, he felt he might have made a misjudgment this year. Strangely enough, Xuan had become a requisite for Carmelo's entry onto the court. When Old Fish decided to bring Carmelo back, he simultaneously substituted Xuan into the game. You played well in the first quarter, continue that momentum. Even more bizarrely, Carmelo actually initiated a conversation with Xuan. Xuan was taken aback, suddenly overwhelmed by surprise. However, upon catching a glimpse of the brooding Phil Jackson in the audience, Xuan abruptly realized that he seemed to have unwittingly become entangled in a matter of great significance. Surely, this fragile frame of mind will not become a casualty, will it? Xuan swallowed hard, yet in his current feeble state, he possessed no choice but to sway with the winds of fate. Such frailty is the original sin. On the court, the match approached the end of the second quarter, with the Knicks trailing the Bulls by 10 points, 42-52. This was despite the Bulls' continuous rotation of their lineup. Carmelo's shooting touch in the first quarter was far from impressive, hitting only 1 of 5 attempts. Yet this did not deter his confidence when taking shots, nor did it hinder Xuan from persistently passing him the ball. As Carmelo positioned himself at the top of the arc, the ball arrived perfectly. He took his shot. With a screen set, Carmelo halted for a mid-range jumper. The ball found its way to him again. Today, Carmelo transformed into an offensive kaleidoscope, capable of initiating an attack from any spot on the court. His artillery was set up all across Madison Square Garden. Star players inevitably draw admiration, even if Carmelo's shooting percentage remains rather disheartening. Xuan found himself splendidly overlooked, until he garnered the recognition of others. Even if he achieved a score of 50 or delivered 20 assists, many would regard him as merely a few hundred K in terms of visibility, lacking even the inclination for a second glance. If one were to disregard the relentless clang of missed opportunities, today's narrative could have been rather sweet. With time, Xuan even mused that with the right keyboardist, soaring alongside Mozart might not be beyond reach. Indeed, his talent was formidable, a 900-point purple powerhouse. Yet when his rhythm faltered, even if Xuan presented the ball on a platter, it could still be squandered. After rigorously proving that he could not rescue the world, he was once again substituted by Old Fish. The Zen master, observing from the sidelines, naturally placed the blame squarely on Xuan. Shooting 5 for 14? The Zen master furrowed his brow. Was he in a trance? He gestured to Fisher. I do not wish to see him again in this game. When two equally proud individuals converge, a victor must emerge. Old Fish, hesitant to defy the Zen master's command, substituted Xuan immediately after Sweet Melon was taken out. The notion of leaving someone who could not execute the triangle offense on the court was unthinkable to Old Fish. In the face of his own responsibilities, any sentiments of appreciation or regard for others were merely illusory. In truth, substituting Xuan was not an optimal choice. Xuan assessed the situation. Xuan's performance on the court was commendable. His passing accuracy stood at 82, with a shooting record of 3 out of 5, accumulating 8 points and 4 assists, and a 3-point shooting percentage of 50, overall shooting at 60. Such efficiency was commendable. Perhaps Coach Derek had other considerations. Yet I truly do not believe that removing Xuan would yield any beneficial impact on the situation. Xuan was indeed correct. After both Sweet Melon and Xuan were benched, the Knicks found the game increasingly challenging. The triangle offense struggled to take shape against a team as defensively robust as the Bulls. The Bulls repeatedly capitalized on offensive errors, converting them into counter-scoring opportunities. The turnover-to-counter-score ratio was a staggering 22-4, with the Bulls pulling ahead significantly. Of course, from the Zen master's perspective on the sidelines, the defeat could not be attributed to tactics. The reasons for the loss were twofold: a lack of player comprehension regarding the strategy and Sweet Melon's abysmally low shooting percentage. Therefore, as the final buzzer echoed, he left with a single cold remark: add extra practice. Extra practice for what? Tim Hardaway blurted out. The triangle offense. The old Zen master shot him a glance. Indeed, if you're hungry, you may head to the cafeteria. I've arranged for them to prepare something. Tim Hardaway, caught off guard, suddenly sensed the world's deep-seated malice. What the hell was he thinking, making such a remark? The Zen master's parting gaze left Tim Hardaway feeling uneasy. It's all right, Tim. Xuan consoled, unable to bear the sight of his distress. This unfortunate lad, under the Zen master's scrutiny, barely managed to consume 5 sandwiches for dinner. Far too few. Phil would only extend your practice by a few hours. It was no great matter. Xuan gently patted his shoulder, urging him to eat more and not to lose weight. The Knicks were truly uninspiring. Merely contemplating their tactics made Xuan long for the opportunity to play for the Golden State Warriors a decade ago. There was no other reason, except for the presence of a brilliant innovator there. The game extended until 11 p.m., followed by additional training until midnight. Thus, the first day of the regular season passed, leaving Xuan feeling somewhat fatigued. In truth, the triangle offense encompasses only so many elements. Its effectiveness relies heavily on the player's own understanding. Given the current level of comprehension among the Knicks roster, Xuan felt it was rather perilous to expect them to achieve that. Training lasting until midnight even left Tim Hardaway, who usually relished playing, declaring himself too exhausted to continue. Xuan observed him as he pulled out his phone and made 3 consecutive calls. Hearing the faint complaints from the other end, Xuan found it quite puzzling. Did these foreign girls truly have a fondness for prickly needles? It seemed illogical. The game extended until 11 p.m., followed by additional training until midnight. With an away game in Cleveland looming for the next day, the players of the Knicks were lamenting incessantly. Why the extra practice? It was utterly incomprehensible, as the matches were already exhausting enough. Damn, that cursed Derek. Hush. One cannot blame Derek. He too is a victim. Surely, I cannot vent my frustrations on Phil, for I lack such audacity. While the coach and management were absent, the players seized the opportunity to voice their grievances. Had there not been a game today, or if they were playing at home, their discontent would have been significantly lessened. The crux of the matter was the impending away match. The murmurs of the players gradually faded as the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, heralding the entrance of Zen Master and Old Fish. "How did you sleep?" Phil Jackson inquired, casting an authoritative gaze around the room. "Splendidly. Extremely well. I have never felt so comfortable. I even dreamt I had a girlfriend." As Xuan looked down upon the group, he hastily chimed in with a few words. Remarkably, everyone on the plane was fast asleep, including old Yu and Lambies. In fact, Xuan had overheard the master mentioning something that needed to be addressed during the flight. But at that moment, to hell with it. I simply wished to sleep. When Xuan eventually awoke, they had already arrived in Cleveland. "Hey, wake up, we've arrived." Xuan gently tapped the face of Tim Hardaway, who remained unresponsive, even snoring softly. Xuan helplessly rubbed his eyes, applying a bit of pressure. "She's up. Her husband has returned." Little Tim Hardaway was abruptly awakened, instantly springing up from his seat, and in a flurry of panic, attempted to roll beneath the chair. His movements so instinctive they were almost heart-wrenching. However, his size rendered such an escape impossible. Chaos ensued in an instant. "Just kidding." Xuan, exasperated, delivered another playful slap. "Why such a dramatic reaction? You seem rather practiced at this." Of course, anyone would instinctively want to hide upon hearing such words. Little Tim Hardaway retorted, finally coming to his senses, his annoyance evident. "Is that so? In our country, we have an old saying, one who stands upright has no fear of shadows. You. What about me? We've just disembarked from the plane." Little Tim Hardaway seemed to be concealing something, eager to divert the conversation. As they walked, he suddenly turned to Xuan and said, "Wait, did I forget something?" Little Tim Hardaway inquired, scratching his head in confusion. "I feel like someone slapped me." Xuan, with a sense of righteousness, remarked, "No, you must be dreaming." Successfully deceiving little Tim Hardaway, Xuan boarded the bus heading to the hotel. Strangely, from disembarking the plane to boarding the bus and finally arriving at the hotel, he had not encountered a single reporter. It was indeed peculiar. How could not a single journalist be present? The now awake Tim Hardaway transformed once more into a chatterbox. Who knows? Xuan shrugged. Perhaps they all went to indulge in some Mexican tacos. "Oh, I absolutely detest that dish. I would much rather dine at KFC." "Tim, how did I detect an insult in your words? Surely, that was not your intention." "Oh, you were overthinking it. That is precisely what I meant." As they bantered, the group gradually made their way into the hotel, having witnessed the grandeur of towering skyscrapers in New York. Arriving in Cleveland brought a refreshing charm reminiscent of a quaint countryside. The hotel arranged by the Cavaliers was quite commendable. At the very least, the view was splendid, as one could gaze upon the cityscape of Cleveland merely by opening the window. Xuan retrieved his mobile device and captured several photographs to send to Lin Yun. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yun's call came through. The two engaged in a leisurely conversation for a while when little Tim Hardaway entered the room. They were now preparing to dine before heading to the training facility for the evening's match. It would be disingenuous to claim that facing off against the Cavaliers, particularly against star players like LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love, did not excite them. Notably, Kyrie Irving, known as Uncle Drew, has a remarkable reputation domestically. Regardless of his performance or leadership capabilities, his ability to penetrate defenses is undoubtedly the most visually captivating in the league since Allen Iverson. One wonders if his silver-tier talent in the style of Allen Iverson can hold its own against such an opponent. Regardless, it is worth noting that your defensive prowess is lacking. Time passed during practice, and the group returned to the hotel to change attire. Upon disembarking the plane, they encountered no journalists, but they would soon be met with a throng of reporters at the arena, where every moment would be meticulously staged for the cameras, making their public image of paramount importance. Xuan unveiled a meticulously crafted outfit, a tang suit, which Lin Yun had specially commissioned for him at a considerable expense. Xuan was already handsome, and when he donned a perfectly tailored tang suit, he appeared even more strikingly elegant. Little Tim Hardaway glanced at Xuan's attire, then at his own tattered cotton rags, and once again felt the world's malice bearing down upon him. "Sue, may I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" "Could I possibly borrow your outfit for a bit?" Xuan fell silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze towards little Tim Hardaway. "What did you just say?" "I said, could I borrow your outfit, not that, the previous sentence." "Sue, may I discuss something with you?" "No." Xuan coldly turned his head away. Little Tim Hardaway? It wasn't just little Tim Hardaway. Even Carmelo cast several lingering glances at Xuan's attire. Meanwhile, The reporters who had secured interviews in the garage swarmed around like sharks sensing blood. "Hello, Sue. I am a reporter from Highling Sports. May I inquire if there is any special significance to your wearing a Tang suit today?" "Hello, Sue. I am a reporter from Penguin Channel. Is this outfit rented or purchased?" "Hello, Sue. I am a reporter from Triple X. May I ask if you're happy today?" After finally escaping this irritating crowd, Xuan, drenched in sweat, rushed into the changing room. However, upon entering, he was immediately surrounded by a group of teammates, led by Tim Hardaway, who began to scrutinize Xuan from head to toe. "Hey, what are you doing? What do you want?" Xuan exclaimed, his face filled with alarm. "Let go of me. Don't touch me. Move away, move away. Get off, get off. No touching. My clothes. My new clothes. They cost tens of thousands. Whose hand is that? Get away. Don't tug at it. I'll take it off myself." A chorus of rustling sounds accompanied by some malicious chuckles filled the changing room, leaving it in disarray. Half an hour later, Old Fish entered the changing room. He seemed to sense something amiss, but after a thorough inspection, he found nothing unusual. He clapped his hands to gather everyone. "Wait a moment, Sue, Tim, Carmelo, Amare, Jason. You five will continue to start. There is a saying in China, every sip and peck has its predetermined destiny." In his previous match, Xuan was frequently substituted due to the influence of Melo, yet now it is still Melo that allows Xuan to continue as a starter. It is difficult to ascertain whether this is a gain or a loss. Suddenly, You pointed out something amiss. "Tim, what are you wearing? Do you intend to play in that outfit?" The locker room erupted in laughter, for Xuan's attire was tailored to his height and physique, while young Tim Hardaway stood nearly 10 centimeters taller than Xuan. Even if the fabric of the shirt were exceptionally fine, it would still fit Tim like a second skin. The pants were even more problematic, utterly unwearable. Following this amusing incident, the atmosphere among the Knicks brightened considerably, allowing even Xuan to subconsciously overlook the formidable opponent they were about to face. At 7:30 p.m., the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse was ablaze with lights. The allure of the Little Emperor needs no elaboration. Even the fans who had jeered him 4 years prior now stood united with LeBron since his announcement of returning to his hometown. Meanwhile, they exchanged scornful remarks about the Miami fans. "What a lack of class. Miami has never been a decent place. It's a city of both vanity and absurdity." Since LeBron's announcement, Miami fans had gone utterly wild, tearing apart his jerseys and burning his posters. The Cleveland fans considered this behavior classless, oblivious to the fact that they had acted similarly 4 years ago. No one remains indifferent after experiencing the loss of a beloved, unless they have endured it once before. Much like Cleveland in 18, having lost once, a second loss bears little consequence. During the entrance ceremony, the Knicks, as the visiting team, were the first to take the court, led by young Tim Hardaway, followed closely by Little S, with Xuan third in line and Melo bringing up the rear. The exhilaration of sprinting out from the player tunnel was exhilarating. Even if the deafening cheers were not directed at him, they surged his adrenaline to a tremulous high. However, Xuan was soon to learn the true meaning of applause. When over 10,000 fans collectively chanted a single name, the overwhelming sense of glory surged through him, rendering him breathless with exhilaration. Xuan found himself rendered speechless by the tumultuous spectacle before him. Bang, 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 bang. MVP, MVP, MVP. As the fervor reached its zenith, the Little Emperor made his grand entrance. It was the first occasion for Xuan to witness face-to-face the legendary figure of the NBA. LeBron James. The detection assistance feature promptly provided information. LeBron James. Rating: 980 points. Threat level: purple. Extremely dangerous. A formidable presence with a rating of 980 points, surpassing both Carmelo and Rose by a staggering 80 points. Xuan was astounded. Could this truly be the prowess of the foremost individual in the league? This was the highest-rated person he had encountered thus far, without exception, a staggering score of 980 points. Such terror. Xuan was rendered speechless for a long time, utterly astonished by the sheer strength displayed. It is no wonder that, even at the age of 30, he firmly holds the position of the league's foremost player, leaving Durant gasping for breath. Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Carmelo has only scored 900 points, falling a full 80 points short of LeBron. Xuan was oblivious to the significance of the 80 points, yet he sensed that it was far from simple. Among the elite, LeBron James undoubtedly stood atop the pinnacle, surveying all beneath him. As the deafening roars of the crowd began to subside, Xuan gradually regained his composure. The NBA, indeed a realm teeming with hidden talents, posed a formidable challenge for someone of his stature. His aspirations of making waves here seemed as daunting as scaling Mount Everest. However, he possessed advantages. Youth was on his side at the tender age of 19. And he had a system to support him. He firmly believed that one day, he too would ascend to the zenith of this league, gazing down upon all others with unwavering focus. This was his ambition, a lifelong pursuit. When LeBron emerged, the attention of the entire arena shifted. Nearly all eyes and cameras drawn to him. With remarkable emotional intelligence, his first action on the court was to greet the fans, followed by high fives with the front row spectators. Naturally, he and Carmelo were well acquainted. As fellow members of the famed Four Horsemen, they exchanged a few words during warm-ups. "Your hairstyle seems a bit disheveled today. Do you want to tidy it up?" "Oh, come on, my friend. This is the look I intentionally crafted today. What do you think?" "It does appear a bit odd, I must admit, but it certainly suits your persona." Xuan gazed in astonishment at the nearby young Tim Hardaway. "Can you read lips?" he inquired. "No, I was just joking." Tim waved his hand dismissively. Scram. Seizing this opportunity, Xuan scanned the Cavaliers players present. Aside from LeBron James, the second highest rated player was none other than the young prince, Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving. Rating, 870, threat level, blue. Extremely dangerous. Kevin Love. Rating, 850, threat level, blue. Extremely dangerous. Among the three superstars, remarkably, Love had the lowest rating of 850. How absurd. Beyond these three, the remaining players were Dion Waiters, rating, 650, threat level, green. Anderson Varejao, rating, 580, threat level, yellow. Tristan Thompson, rating, 500, threat level, yellow. Matthew Dellavedova, rating, 450, threat level, orange. Shawn Marion, rating, 400, threat level, orange. Mike Miller, rating, 300, threat level, red. The Cavaliers had a 9-man rotation today. Yet their bench was truly lacking in strength. The disparity in talent on this team was rather alarming. With Thompson still young, and Varejao, Marion, and Miller aged, Xuan found himself seriously questioning how they had managed to reach the NBA Finals. After all, the bench is an integral part of a team's strength. However, when his gaze shifted to the animated conversation between J.R. Smith and LeBron James, a realization dawned upon him. Of course, these were not the matters Xuan needed to ponder at that moment. What truly occupied his thoughts was how to confront the imposing figure of Kyrie Irving. Rated at 870, the arena erupted in cheers once more, and Xuan turned towards the source of the commotion, witnessing the young emperor's dazzling display of pyrotechnics. Instantly, the crowd before him resembled a group that had just emerged from a construction site. How flamboyant! Xuan held in disdain the attention-seeking antics of others, feeling as though all enthusiasm had been drained away. As the warm-up concluded, the match commenced. On the Cavaliers' side, Irving, James, Love, and Dion Waiters stood in formation, while Varejao approached the center circle to jump against Jason Smith. The aging Varejao, perhaps rejuvenated by LeBron's return, surprisingly managed to push Jason aside and regain possession of the ball. Damn! Xuan silently cursed as he saw Irving dribbling toward him. This was reminiscent of the previous game against the Bulls, where they consistently allowed the opponents to seize the first attack, and the opposing point guards were particularly formidable. With Irving to the left, James at the center, and Love to the right, Varejao and Dion Waiters occupied the corners and the paint. Their roles minimal unless the trio faltered. Irving received the ball and advanced with calmness, displaying no urgency. It was the rookie on the opposing team who should feel the pressure. He passed the ball to James in the center, while he himself moved toward the 3-second area from the left three-point line. Varejao cleverly transitioned from positioning to setting a screen, and Xuan was just about to navigate around it when suddenly, a whistle pierced the air. Xuan glanced at the referee, who was pointing directly at him. What? Fury surged within him. He had merely attempted a slight maneuver around the screen, having neither touched Irving nor engaged in any form of pulling or tugging. Why was he being called for a foul? The referee signaled a charging foul. Xuan glanced again, and Valerio was comfortably sprawled on the floor. Damn it. He had clearly not made contact with that fellow. He merely intended to weave past him in pursuit of Irving. Who would want to touch you, you old fool? Yet, as a rookie, no one paid heed to his protests to the referee, and that guy's acting was truly astonishing. Xuan could firmly assure that he had never laid a hand on him. Yet, right from the outset, a foul was called against him, leaving Xuan utterly frustrated. The Cavaliers were awarded a sideline ball. Kevin Love executed the pass as LeBron James surged from the high post to receive it, pivoting swiftly. The Knicks dared not relent, as both Iggy and Tim Hardaway Jr. converged to apply pressure. In a sudden shift, LeBron dribbled once, altered his direction, and propelled the basketball towards the right, charging towards the paint. Jason Smith, who attempted to provide help defense, swallowed hard, but LeBron, undeterred, leapt from the paint for a thunderous dunk. Witnessing LeBron's prowess up close is truly an unparalleled experience, intense, ferocious. Naturally, Iggy was not one to be outdone. Among the Four Horsemen, his accolades were arguably the fewest, with his most notable achievement being the scoring title from the 2012 to 2013 season. Nonetheless, he has always believed in his formidable strength, explosive, indeed. Had it not been for David Stern's interference back in the day, he might have already claimed multiple championships by now. Jason Smith, ever the dedicated player, despite being posterized by the young king, quickly sprang back to his feet to initiate the baseline play. Xuan received the free throw and slowly advanced, waiting for Jason Smith to position himself. He certainly would not take the shot himself. Various offensive strategies danced through his mind. He could drive in and pass the ball, whether to the perimeter or the post would suffice. Alternatively, he might execute the shot himself, as Irving's defense was lacking, allowing him to capitalize on the rhythm for an effective release. Perhaps a pick and roll would also be advantageous? A mid-range jumper following the screen? Before Xuan could finalize his decision, he noticed my friend leaning against LeBron at the three-point line, signaling for the ball. And so, to hell with the tactics. Before Xuan even reached the three-point line, he effortlessly passed the ball to me. Xuan passed the ball to Carmelo and then began to circle the court with Irving. I will take on the Little Emperor. The score stood at 900 to 980. Undeterred, Xuan backed into him a couple of times. Realizing the Little Emperor was indeed formidable, he elegantly spun around and executed a fadeaway jumper. The arc was commendable, and the form was exquisite. If one could overlook the clattering sound of the ball hitting the rim. The rebound was secured by Varejao, while Jason Smith, cautious after witnessing Xuan's foul, felt it prudent to keep his distance from the Brazilian. Varejao passed the ball to Irving, and the Cavaliers initiated their offense. Xuan defended Irving in the front court, entering the second round. Caution was essential against Irving's penetration. However, before he could finish his thought, Irving suddenly accelerated. With a quick step, he pushed the ball to the left, prompting Xuan to lunge forward. But Irving swiftly shifted his weight back and flicked the ball to the right. A change of direction. He slipped past. Xuan missed the mark. After all, it is the esteemed Blue Master with a score of 870. Xuan could not help but concede. The deceptive nature of this fellow's movements was simply too potent, rendering Su utterly incapable of discerning from which direction the attack would be launched. The defensive position was still held by Jason Smith. Upon witnessing Irving's advance, Varejao even deemed it unnecessary to establish his position, opting instead to stand idly by, gazing at the stars. A splendid opportunity for a smaller player to challenge a larger one presented itself as Irving leaped into the air, contending against Jason's defense, and executed a jump shot. Clang. The basketball grazed the edge of the rim and ricocheted upwards. An opportunity for a rebound. The agile Tim Hardaway smoothly seized the rebound, initiating a counterattack for the Knicks. Xuan did not hastily request the ball. Instead, he moved with the flow of players towards the front court. Upon arriving, he noticed my partner signaling for a screen. However, why are you calling for me? Xuan felt a sense of displeasure, but could only step forward to switch defenses. Tim stumbled while bringing the ball over and passed it to Carmelo. Carmelo, gazed at the shorter Kyrie in front of me, unleashed my prowess, and shot right at his face. Here it goes. Bang. It still looked rather ungraceful. Xuan initially anticipated a fiercely contested match, one that would be marked by intense competition and dramatic moments. However, the reality was rather disheartening. The Cavaliers struggled, with their star player barely managing a meager 1 out of 5 shots amidst the relentless gaze of his opponent. The Knicks fared no better. Although their defense was earnest, their key player only managed to score 1 out of 6 attempts in response. In the opening minutes, both Irving and Love were not particularly active in their shooting. After approximately 4 minutes of play, the Knicks called a timeout, trailing by 3 points with a score of 5-8. Carmelo had only managed to score 3 points in those initial minutes, while Xuan remained scoreless. Coach Fish, with a nonchalant demeanor, exchanged both Carmelo and Xuan for Shumpert and Galloway. Xuan suddenly realized that he seemed to be inextricably linked to me. Wherever he went, I followed. and vice versa. What on earth is going on? We are not even acquainted. The Knicks began the match poorly, but Fan remarked, however, after they altered their lineup. Their performance deteriorated even further. The Knicks made substitutions, and the Cavaliers did too, albeit they merely replaced Varejao with TT, while the three superstars remained on the court. This lineup was distinctly different from the previous one. The youthful and vigorous TT in the paint was a force of nature, his speed incomparable to that of the aging Varejao. As the Cavaliers expedited their offensive tempo, compressing each possession to within 9 or even 8 seconds, the Knicks' triangle offense utterly collapsed. Although the Cavaliers are not the Warriors, their small ball strategy is nonetheless similar. The triangle offense is inherently a retro and cumbersome tactical system, utterly defenseless against such a small ball approach. If given the chance, Old Fish might have wanted to shout at David Blatt, "Hey, can we slow down a bit?" Old Fish had no choice but to call a timeout and bring me in to salvage the situation. This scene felt strikingly familiar. Up to this point, Xuan had yet to score a single point. Fan elucidated. Perhaps he should attempt to take the initiative in scoring, as the shooting touch of the other Knicks players is currently lacking. Xuan yearned to launch his own offensive, yet as the ball had barely crossed the halfway line, Xuan impatiently leaned against James, signaling for the ball. What could he possibly do? Should he feign ignorance? He could only bide his time and patiently seek an opportunity. Xuan passed the ball to Carmelo, who initiated a low-post isolation against James. At this moment, Carmelo's physique remained impressively robust. While his majesty could withstand the upper body pressure, he struggled against the formidable force of Carmelo's lower half. Through sheer determination, Carmelo carved out space within the restricted area. He secured the ball, feigned to the left, and executed a graceful pivot to the right, culminating in a shot reminiscent of a skyhook. Swish. Remarkably, it went in. As Xuan had already turned to run back, the ball unexpectedly went in. Astonishing. Xuan's inner thoughts were, of course, unspoken, on the surface. He was giving me a thumbs up. Boss, you were truly remarkable. You were also quite impressive. When Tianguo returned to defense, he playfully patted Xuan's backside. His impression of this Eastern newcomer now quite favorable. He possesses exceptional passing skills. No, it's more than that. He is extraordinarily adept at passing. This playful moment of Tianguo patting Xuan was perfectly captured by the broadcast cameras of Highline Sports, instantly flooding the screen with comments. Wow. This certain young talent in the NBA actually relies on. Smile. I only realized today what the Xuan draft show means. Thumbs up. Let me take a look. Has the NBA's tolerance grown this fast? Humorous, a magnificent scene, 90-degree bow. In truth, such moments are quite commonplace in the NBA, however. Due to Xuan's unique identity, the fans were particularly excited to jest about it. Xuan had always believed that at least 899 out of Tianguo's 900 points were counterfeit. Yet unexpectedly, just as the game entered its second quarter, Xuan found himself with a swollen face. Tianguo was on fire. Within a mere 3 minutes, Tianguo single-handedly delivered a 10-0 run against the Cavaliers, driving to the basket, executing high-jump shots, and sinking distant three-pointers. At that moment, Tianguo seemed capable of anything. Xuan was utterly astonished. Is this truly the prowess of a 900-point giant? One individual single-handedly contending against an entire team. This is what one calls a superstar athlete. The advantage that the Cavaliers had established in the first quarter was swiftly obliterated by me. Our emperor had barely rested for a few minutes before he was compelled to return to the court. The veteran Sean Marion, who came off the bench for the Cavaliers, was indeed seasoned, yet he could not keep pace with the rampaging Carmelo. As LeBron stepped back onto the court, the flames of battle ignited in my eyes. LeBron, I have awaited your arrival for long. Here I come, Carmelo. The spark between their gazes ignited a fierce rivalry. Xuan felt his heart flutter. Was this the manner of greeting among giants? Indeed, it ignited a yearning within him. As James took to the court, the Knicks braced themselves with unwavering determination. The sideline ball was inbound. James received the pass, and Carmelo swiftly positioned himself. Not his eyes, but his body. Interference, and more interference. With my substantial frame obstructing the path, James hesitated to take a three-pointer and opted for a feint before driving toward the basket. However, Xuan gazed intently, counting the strides of James. 1 step, 2 steps, the steps of a devil. 3 steps, for steps, I can go wherever I desire. 5 steps, 6 steps. Wait? No, that's not right. 5 steps, 6 steps? Xuan was taken aback. Where's the referee? This is clearly 5 or 6 steps taken. Why isn't he blowing the whistle? He had never witnessed someone turning a layup into a performance of art. Watching the regal figure of His Majesty, unperturbed and breathing easily, elegantly score amidst the cheers of the audience, Xuan silently set a goal for himself. He too would aspire to be such a person. However, the subsequent developments once again defied his expectations. Bang! Carmelo's jump shot missed, a rare opportunity squandered. Bang! LeBron's layup also failed. Bang! Carmelo's three-pointer from the perimeter seemed a tad too distant. Bang! LeBron's three-pointer was equally far off. Was this a quest to forge a legendary weapon? Xuan silently criticized within himself. After yet another missed opportunity, I gazed affectionately at James. Ah, it seems only you can truly defend against me. Indeed, you are the only rival of my lifetime. Xuan was perplexed as to where things had gone awry. The once vigorous Anthony had suddenly wilted upon the arrival of the Emperor. It seemed that the Emperor, like a dutiful partner, had chosen to mirror Anthony's decline. Nevertheless, the current state of the Knicks appeared significantly improved compared to earlier. As the first half concluded, Xuan's statistics stood at 5 points and 5 assists. While Carmelo led the Knicks with 16 points, followed closely by LeBron with 14 points. In the locker room, Coach Fish expressed his satisfaction with Carmelo's performance, particularly noting the impressive 10-0 run that had showcased their momentum. Just as he was about to continue, he was interrupted by Rambis, who entered with a grave expression. Coach Fish understood the unspoken message and signaled to follow Rambis outside. "What's the matter?" Phil called. "He wants to see the triangle offense in the second half." "Really?" But Phil said no buts. "We will continue with the triangle offense. Carmelo, you and Sue take a breather." Coach Fish felt that Zen Master had perhaps lost his mind. From trailing to now leveling the score and even taking the lead, though Carmelo's shooting was a bit off, his contributions were undeniable. Substituting key players during a moment of advantage left Coach Fish feeling weary. Indeed, as the second half commenced, LeBron, who was prepared to welcome back Carmelo, nearly found himself bewildered by the opposing team's clumsy execution of the triangle offense. David Blatt, having tasted success, decided to bring in TT, suggesting they replicate the first quarter scenario. Seeing Blatt grin widely at him, Coach Fish felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows. The sensation of being overshadowed was unbearable. Fortunately, JR off the bench proved formidable, nailing 2 consecutive three-pointers to breathe life back into the Knicks. Today, the Emperor was truly struggling. By the end of the third quarter, he had recorded a shooting percentage of only 5 out of 13 attempts. The Knicks led the Cavaliers 67-64 as the third quarter concluded. Meanwhile, Zen Master, far away in the Big Apple, was quite pleased with this outcome, as the Knicks lead robustly affirmed the efficacy of his triangle offense strategy. Provided the players could execute it proficiently, the Knicks would not only reach the playoffs, but could potentially take down LeBron himself. With the Knicks now leading into the fourth quarter, the Emperor felt discontent. He possessed a high emotional and basketball IQ, and when in subpar form, he willingly sought to create opportunities for his teammates. "Kevin, Kelly, I will create chances for you," LeBron stated earnestly, gazing into the eyes of his companions. To be frank, the rapport among the trio was not as harmonious as the outside world perceived. They were still entrenched in a lengthy and intricate phase of adjustment. The leading figures of 3 teams had come together, necessitating some sacrifices and concessions. Perhaps LeBron's formidable presence compelled Kyrie and Kevin Love to take a step back, yet it would be disingenuous to claim there were no lingering grudges. LeBron's struggles were evident not only to him but also to others, including Kyrie and Love. However, they chose silence. His acknowledgement of the situation was undoubtedly the best remedy. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Knicks witnessed a striking scene. LeBron charged forward, drawing defensive attention before passing to the perimeter. At that moment, both Kyrie and Love found themselves with open shots, a delightful opportunity for such stars. The Cavaliers seemed to have discovered a key to their offensive strategy. When LeBron penetrated the paint, he faced 2 options: to take the shot himself or to distribute the ball outside. The Knicks' clumsy triangle offense was utterly helpless against such a relentless display of individual brilliance. Quincy Acey, now in his 3rd year as a small forward, felt on the verge of tears as the lead evaporated from 3 points to a 5-point deficit in the blink of an eye. Coach Derek now had to decide whether to reintroduce Carmelo, as only he could contain LeBron. With 5 minutes and 32 seconds remaining, the second timeout of the fourth quarter ensued. Coach Fish made the decision to bring back Carmelo and Xuan. "Hey?" Kafa remarked, surprised. "Have you noticed that Carmelo and Sue seem to be paired together now?" Perhaps Xuan's style complemented Carmelo's well, Wang Ming mused, though he was uncertain. Regardless, it was a positive development. Kafat deemed it a fortunate turn of events. Let us see how the Knicks execute in these final 5 minutes. On the court, the atmosphere was tense. Aldridge prepared to inbound the ball. Towering at 211 centimeters, he found TT comparatively diminutive. He raised the ball overhead. Impervious to TT's attempts to block his pass, Xuan received the ball on the flank, steadying himself and embracing it. Upon noticing this, Owen momentarily froze, then resolutely took a step back. Are you allowing me to take a shot? Xuan chuckled coldly to himself. Is it merely habit? Do they truly believe that I am capable of nothing but passing the ball? Xuan showed no hesitation, entirely disregarding the eager Carmelo on his right, who was vying for the ball. He seized the ball with determination. Suddenly, he executed a feint to pass, accompanied by a swift arm swing and a shoulder shimmy. Xuan's feint was remarkably convincing. Irving lunged forward, only to realize a split second later that he had been deceived. Oh, such a leap. Xuan raised an eyebrow and confidently declared, "Here we go." He caught the ball, aimed at the hoop, and executed the shot seamlessly. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a three-pointer. Swish. At the moment of release, Xuan knew it was destined for success. The basketball sailed through the net with perfect precision. 80-82. The Knicks had caught up. What a splendid three-pointer, my friend. Although Carmelo expressed some dissatisfaction, his expression shifted to astonishment after Xuan's successful shot. This young man's three-point shooting appeared quite impressive. He had not closely observed Xuan before, but from his perspective, it seemed that every time he witnessed Xuan's release, the ball found its mark. Adding in the passes, a name suddenly flickered in Carmelo's mind. Linsanity. That guy was far more formidable than Xuan. Had it not been for his relentless pressure on the management back in the day, he might still be in New York. All sharing the same skin tone, Carmelo silently pondered. Could you be the second him? Xuan's shot was measured, for he was acutely aware of his own strengths and limitations. In the bustling metropolis of New York, maintaining a low profile was paramount. He did not harbor any illusions about matching up against formidable opponents like Anthony or the venerable Zen master. The wisdom of humility and the pursuit of wealth through diligence were indeed the guiding principles. Kyrie Irving found himself perplexed by the enigmatic figure before him. Based on the intelligence gathered by the team, this Eastern player was reputed for his playmaking abilities, with scoring being a secondary skill. Throughout the 3 quarters, Xuan's performance corroborated this perception, as he had only accumulated 8 points and 6 assists. Could such statistics truly incite trepidation within me? Irving chuckled softly to himself. Have I lost my senses? Yet, perhaps he had not lost his mind at all. Few had observed that Xuan's three-point shooting percentage today was an impeccable 100. His shooting touch was extraordinary. Nevertheless, he refrained from recklessly launching shots or seeking to dominate offensively. Instead, he dutifully facilitated plays for his teammate, Carmelo, setting screens as needed. His emotional intelligence whispered to him that this was indeed the key to thriving in the NBA. With the scoreline narrowed to a mere 2 points, David Blatt was seen frantically shouting from the sidelines, but alas, none of the Cavaliers players paid him any heed. LeBron James advanced with the ball, while Irving positioned himself at the left arc, signaling for the pass. After James delivered the ball, he intended to follow through with the screen, but Irving waved him off. No need, I can handle this myself. James hesitated momentarily before stepping back, choosing to place his trust in his teammate. Xuan felt the pressure and rolled up his sleeves, determined to defend earnestly. Irving began a series of between-the-legs dribbles, accompanied by continuous shoulder fakes aimed at confusing Xuan's subjective judgment. Suddenly, Irving accelerated. Xuan endeavored to discern his opponent's direction. Yet Irving's speed was exceedingly swift and remarkably deceptive. Xuan has indeed fallen victim to deception. A moment's hesitation leads to a cascade of missteps. As Irving penetrates the defense, he faces Jason Smith's guard, executing a graceful bank shot with his arm flexed. The basketball spirals through the air and finds its way into the hoop, scoring. It appears he has been outmatched after all. Xuan took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. The formidable prowess of Irving was anticipated, and at one point, Xuan even believed that facing Irving would prove more challenging than confronting Rose. Rose was the type of player whose moves were known yet impossible to counter, whereas with Irving, one could never predict how he would execute a play. To dare challenge the Mamba during his rookie season was an audacity that transcended mere arrogance. Steady yourself. Xuan reminded himself that players could easily be provoked and subsequently succumb to their emotions. he must learn to master his own feelings. Turning back, he recalled his blunder while backing down against James, allowing the Cavaliers to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. And there was Irving again, though Xuan retreated swiftly. Irving surged even more rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he glided past Xuan like a specter. An open basket. The score stands at 80-86. Irving has scored for consecutive points. Well done, Kelly. What a remarkable play. You are undoubtedly the fastest man in Cleveland, my friend. Haha. His teammates rushed over to celebrate with Irving, playfully patting his head and backside. Irving extricated himself from their exuberance, glancing back at Xuan's position, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable glint as if to convey, "Are you upset? You may seek revenge. I shall be here awaiting you." Xuan took a deep breath once more. This play was not his fault. It was a mistake by Sweet Melon. Well, even if Sweet Melon had not erred, one must still point fingers at the one who failed to secure the rebound. However, Kyrie's demeanor was undeniably arrogant. Xuan brought the ball over. But for some unknown reason, Sweet Melon stood at the corner with hands on hips, refusing to ask for the ball this time. Of course, Sweet Melon's disinterest did not imply that the other Knicks players shared the same sentiment. Typically, Xuan would have passed the ball, but now, he was determined to take the shot himself. Kyrie's offensive prowess was inversely proportional to his defensive capabilities. The better his offense, the worse his defense. "I may be unable to guard you, but you may not be able to guard me either." Xuan disregarded those clamoring for the ball, jesting. "Do you truly believe you are all Carmelo Anthony?" He dribbled again, executed a behind-the-back move, and switched hands. Possessing innate talent. Even if merely at a silver level, these fundamental dribbling maneuvers flowed with remarkable fluidity and grace. Suddenly, Xuan has initiated. In a flash of brilliance, Xuan swiftly struck the ball, grasping it with his right hand as he pivoted to the left, his left arm creating space against the approaching Irving. Just when everyone anticipated Xuan would charge towards the basket, he unexpectedly executed a quick step back. Irving, propelled by his own momentum, lunged to the right, leaving Xuan's path unencumbered. Taking a deep breath, he raised his gaze towards the hoop. A stunning three-pointer. The ball swished through the net. This marked his third three-pointer of the match. Xuan has successfully scored in double digits. Oh my goodness. Xuan, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, leaped up from his seat. Xuan's three-point shooting percentage is a perfect 100. He has made all three attempts. Xuan looked as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide open. Is there truly such a remarkable three-point shooting percentage? Where is it? Wang Ming had also overlooked it moments ago. Xuan pointed to a seemingly inconspicuous yet astonishing figure on the statistics sheet. Both of them had neglected their duties, failing to notice such a critical detail. Incredible. Truly incredible. Wang Ming was equally astonished, deep creases forming on his bald head. With such a shooting touch, he ought to attempt more shots. Upon this realization, they were struck with a pang of regret. The 6 assists that once gleamed brilliantly on Xuan's record have now dimmed considerably. They pondered the implications had all 6 assists been converted into three-pointers. What staggering statistics would Xuan boast now? 20 plus? 30 plus? Meanwhile, Rambis approached Old Fish with a grave expression, clutching a statistical report. "Derek," he called out. "Perhaps you should take a look at this." He gestured with the document in his hand. Old Fish glanced up, accepted the report, and noted a section highlighted in red by Rambis. Upon seeing it, Old Fish gasped, his pupils constricting sharply. "Is this for real?" "Old buddy, I wouldn't present you with a falsity," Rambis replied with a shrug. Old Fish examined the report once more, then turned his gaze to Xuan, who was dribbling on the court. Finally, he looked down at the report again, exhaling deeply. The most astonishing thing has occurred. 3 attempts, 3 successful three-pointers. From any angle. This statistic is remarkable. Wait, Old Fish suddenly interjected. What was his three-point shooting percentage in the last game? 50. Rambis recited effortlessly. After a moment of silence, Old Fish fixed a penetrating gaze on Xuan, who was still passing the ball to Melo. "Perhaps we need a timeout, Kota?" "As you wish," Rambis replied, chuckling as he raised his hands. With 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, the Knicks called for a timeout. David Blatt observed the situation, somewhat uncertain of the Knicks' intentions behind this pause. The score stood at 85-88, with the Knicks trailing by 3 points. Xuan's assist count has risen to 7, with a commendable tally of 11 points and 7 assists. As a second-round rookie, such statistics are nothing short of remarkable, especially when facing a formidable opponent like Irving. The timeout feels somewhat peculiar. Sue, Whatever the coach instructs you to do, just comply. Rambise's serious expression leaves Xuan perplexed. What could the coach possibly want him to do? Su scratches his head, pondering the coach's potential directives. However, Coach Fish has said nothing to him. It resembles a routine timeout. What's the matter? Rambis approaches Coach Fish. Fish turns to him, inquiring, how do you believe a good player should be nurtured? In the midst of storms or within a greenhouse? Rambis pauses momentarily, adjusting his glasses. Your approach may inadvertently invite unnecessary complications for him. Do you think my words would spare him from troubles? A glimmer of wisdom sparkles in Fish's eyes. If I were to vocalize my earlier thoughts, would you believe it would yield beneficial outcomes for him? Rambis remains silent, nodding in understanding, hoping that the young player comprehends the underlying message. As the timeout concludes, the Knicks prepare for an inbounds play. Vallejo adopts a posture as if he is on the verge of collapsing, causing Jason Smith to temper his movements. Xuan, compelled by circumstance, could only force his way through the defensive line to receive the ball on the flank. After Jason Smith delivered the pass, he rushed directly towards the penalty area. However, Valerio chose an unconventional path, abandoning Jason Smith to advance towards a higher position. They aimed to double-team Carmelo. Yet, astonishingly, Carmelo still called for the ball. How audacious of him to demand the ball even amidst the double team. Xuan was acutely aware that this was far from an optimal decision, yet he found himself compelled to exhale a sigh and pass the ball. Back to the post. Back to the post. As Carmelo muscled past LeBron, he was poised to execute a fadeaway jumper, only to be met by Varejõo's defensive rush. Anticipating this, Carmelo deftly gathered the ball just as Varejão lunged at him. It was a masterful feint, the boldness of a skilled artist. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Offensive foul on Carmelo. What? Now it was Carmelo's turn to fume. He slammed the ball to the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was no rookie like Xuan. He was a superstar in the league. To him, there was nothing wrong with that play. He hadn't even touched Varejão. Why was he being called for an offensive foul? If anything, Varejão should have been penalized for a defensive foul. But the referee ignored his protests, raising his arm to indicate that Carmelo had deliberately raised his elbow. What? This only fueled Carmelo's rage further. Laughing in anger, I raised my elbow? I am renowned throughout the league as a gentleman. Go ask around in the neighborhood to find out who I am. Do you take me for Chris? Meanwhile, Varejão lay on the floor, clutching his chest, a look of agony on his face. Damn it. Seeing his pitiful state only incensed Carmelo further, and he approached as if to retaliate. Damn. Everyone knew where I had come from, right? But Xuan and the others, along with the referees, would never let him actually throw a punch. LeBron, momentarily taken aback, rushed over to restrain Carmelo. The scene descended into chaos. The audience was equally bewildered. What was happening? Were they about to witness a brawl? From a distance, they couldn't clearly see the events unfold, but the large screen quickly replayed the incident. Carmelo faced the basket, muscled his way through, executed the feint, and Varejão lunged. Carmelo released the shot. Xuan and Wang Ming were intently watching the various angles of the replay. Did he raise his elbow? Xuan inquired, puzzled. It seemed somewhat plausible, but I believe it was a fairly normal motion. Wang Ming nodded and then shook his head. This call could go either way. The crux of the matter was that Varejão had fallen to the ground. Xuan pointed at the screen. Indeed, Wang Ming concurred. That is the pivotal aspect. Lao Yu and the others were equally unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Carmelo continued to rant, even as he was pulled to the sidelines, still visibly agitated as he shouted at Varejão and the referee. From Xuan's perspective, it was clear that Carmelo had not committed a foul. He had not touched Varejão when he raised his elbow. In certain situations, one's instinct may provoke a protective reaction, but that bears no relation to a foul. Lao Yu's expression turned grave. How things had spiraled to this point rendered the question of whether the elbow had been raised irrelevant. What mattered now was how the referees would rule. Given Carmelo's previous outburst, the referees had ample justification to eject him from the game. They should consider themselves fortunate that the situation had not escalated into an all-out brawl. Had Carmelo actually made contact with Varejão or the referees, it would have been a far more serious matter. Lao Yu instructed Rambis to keep Carmelo calm while he approached the vicinity of the officials' table to assess the situation. The three referees were huddled near the table, engaged in animated discussion, while security personnel stood nearby with an air of forbiddance. Lao Yu strained to eavesdrop, but could glean nothing, returning with a sense of displeasure. Prepare for the worst, he whispered into Rambise's ear. Although he could not hear the referee's conversation, The referee who had called the foul on Carmelo was visibly more agitated than the other two. 2 minutes later, the head referee stepped onto the court. He made two T signs with his hands, then raised them above his head and forcefully thrust them forward. Indeed, he had ejected Carmelo. Shockwaves rippled through the Knicks bench. The worst-case scenario had unfolded. Carmelo erupted, fists clenched, ready to charge forward. When had he ever endured such indignity? But at that moment, it was crucial to remain composed. Xuan and JR swiftly positioned themselves in front of him. If matters escalated further, it would be deemed malicious and could lead to a suspension. Damn. Carmelo's eyes burned with fury, yet the rules of the NBA were clear. On the court, the referees held ultimate authority. Regardless of fairness or not, one must comply in the moment. Lao Yu and Rambis exchanged glances, both recognizing the bitterness reflected in each other's eyes. With the team's star players sidelined, how could they proceed with the game? The situation had grown perilously dire. This was an utterly unforeseen turn of events. Xuan sat on the bench, acutely sensing the palpable bitterness and heaviness in the atmosphere. With the absence of the team's cornerstone, the match appeared to hold little hope. Xuan felt a twinge of reluctance as the score stood at 85-88. With the Knicks trailing by merely 3 points, there was still hope. He could not simply surrender. However, his current status rendered him at a loss for words. Anxious and restless, he felt as though his thoughts were being clawed at by a cat. What are you thinking? Lambis appeared before him without notice. Huh? Xuan quickly waved his hand. Nothing. Lambis chuckled knowingly. Whatever you wish to do, go ahead. There is only air before you now. Only air? Xuan began to grasp the implication behind his words, looking at Lambis with surprise. Lambis nodded gently with a smile, choosing to remain silent. He had said all that needed to be said. How far Xuan could go now depended solely on him. After all, he was a coach, not a nanny. With 2 technical fouls called, the opposing team was to shoot free throws. Varejao strode confidently to the free throw line, unperturbed. What a thick skin he possessed. His career free throw percentage was not particularly high, hovering around 60, yet in recent years it had seen a marked improvement. This, undoubtedly, was the reason he was entrusted with the responsibility of taking the free throws. Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety. With a mere 3-point deficit, if the player were to convert 3 to 4 free throws, the Knicks would face a formidable challenge. However, if he were to score 2 or fewer, the Knicks would still retain a glimmer of hope. It was all left to fate. Varejao approached the first free throw, executing a flawless technique. The first shot was successful. The crowd erupted in cheers, for this was indeed the Cavaliers' home court, and the fans naturally rallied behind their team. The second free throw, with a relaxed shooting form. Swish. Another successful shot. He had scored consecutively. Xuan's heart plummeted to the depths. Should another basket be scored, the deficit would widen to 6 points, leaving the Knicks with little hope. The pivotal third free throw. Xuan's gaze was firmly fixed on the Brazilian film Emperor. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Bang, bang, bang. The third penalty was missed. Xuan clenched his fist in delight, exclaiming, "Surely, Felicio cannot score this one. If you were so precise, how can the others survive? This is the final shot. Do not score." Oh yes. Xuan was filled with exhilaration. He truly made it. 2 out of 4 free throws. The deficit is now just 5 points. The Knicks still have a chance. Coach Fish deployed 5 players: Xuan, JR, Shumpert, Stoudemire, and Jason. The Cavaliers initiated the play, and Jason Smith made a significant contribution. He successfully disrupted LeBron's layup attempt in the paint. Our king has been off since the beginning. A crucial defensive stand. The Knicks inbounds the ball and launches a fast break. They cannot afford to waste any time. And neither will Xuan. As he brought the ball across half court, he faced Irving and, without a moment's hesitation, transformed into a version of Curry. He deftly spun the ball on his fingertips, stood tall, gazing at the hoop, and, amidst Irving's astonished expression, launched a 3-pointer. Goodness gracious. Irving's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this how he shoots? How outrageous. After leaving Xuan's fingertips, the ball seemed to have been equipped with a GPS tracker, spiraling through the air and dropping into the net before the astonished eyes of Cavaliers fans on the sidelines. It actually went in. Irving glanced back at the rolling ball on the ground, then turned to look at Xuan. Among all the people he knew, only one person favored such a shooting style, and that was Curry. In that moment, Irving saw Curry's shadow in Xuan. My God, am I seeing things? The score was 88-90, the gap narrowed to just 2 points. The game was not over yet. With 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining, the Cavaliers advanced on offense. Irving took possession of the ball. He aimed to outmaneuver Xuan in a one-on-one showdown. His pride would not allow him to stand idly by and let Xuan take the spotlight alone. He was a star, the reigning All-Star MVP, while Xuan was merely a rookie. Seeing Irving's hand signal, LeBron and Love silently retreated, for Irving was about to showcase his skills. With a series of crossovers, Irving changed his rhythm and suddenly accelerated towards Xuan's right side. Xuan lunged defensively, his speed commendable, yet Irving was undeniably swifter. As Xuan approached, Irving had already seized his shoulder, prompting Xuan to swiftly retreat a step and pivot to pursue once more. Irving, elevating his speed to its zenith, leapt into the air, executing a pull-up layup, a shot imbued with immense confidence. Xuan's attempts to interfere proved largely ineffective. Yet Jason Smith suddenly unleashed his prowess, swatting away Irving's layup with remarkable force. Upon landing, Jason Smith let out a fierce roar, a cathartic release of pin-up emotions. He had endured a frustrating game, having been relegated to the role of a mere backdrop for Irving and LeBron throughout. The ball remained in play, and the counterattack commenced. Xuan was filled with exuberance, just about to dash back. Suddenly, from an oblique angle, a figure emerged. It was none other than James. After remaining subdued throughout the game, James unexpectedly surged in from the weak side. He seized the ball, leaped into the air, catching the Knicks completely off guard. With a resounding thud, James executed a powerful tomahawk dunk, soaring to the left as the ball swished through the net. After a brief moment of silence, the arena erupted into pandemonium. Our Emperor had made his presence felt at a crucial juncture. The Knicks were blindsided by this unexpected turn of events. As Jason's defensive effort was commendable, yet before the invincible Emperor, all was rendered inconsequential. The score stood at 88-92, narrowing the gap to 4 points. With only 58 seconds remaining, time was running out for the Knicks. Xuan remained oblivious to the ultimate outcome of this match. His singular focus was to play the ball to the best of his ability, leaving no room for regret. With 58 seconds on the clock, the Knicks executed a baseline inbound pass. Xuan brought the ball up, while Irving applied pressure with an aggressive half-court defense. However, Irving evidently lacked the defensive prowess of Rose. With a deft change of direction, Xuan left him trailing behind. What a splendid opportunity! The keen eyes of old you on the sideline sparkled with excitement. If he could, he would have loved to shout at Irving, "Foolish half-court defense." Xuan made all 4 of his three-point attempts today. Do you dare to defend him in the half-court? Are you seeking your own demise? For some reason, Liu suddenly felt an overwhelming confidence in Xuan, as if he were certain that Xuan would make every shot. Xuan was somewhat taken aback. Irving's choice was rather unwise. Was he truly underestimating his own ability to break through? However, just as he contemplated whether to make a direct move, a figure unexpectedly appeared before him. It was someone Xuan could never have anticipated. His name was LeBron James. The king himself had come to personally guard Xuan. Xuan suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder Irving appeared so unperturbed, for their contingency plan was indeed in place. The might of our Emperor extends beyond mere offense. He is one of the rare players in the league capable of defending from the point guard position all the way to the center without faltering. This constitutes a lethal strike for the Cavaliers. Oh no. Old Fish shifted from elation to despair, bellowing from the sidelines. Screen, screen. Yet, James's arrival was so abrupt that the other Knicks players were caught off guard. Our Emperor had entirely blocked Xuan's path to the basket. I heard your three-point shooting is quite precise. James cast a sidelong glance at Xuan. If you have the ability, go ahead and shoot. Shoot? A faint smile unexpectedly graced Xuan's lips, as if to say, did they truly believe they were the only ones playing with intellect? Do they not understand what is paramount for a point guard? The mind. The mind is of utmost importance. As he effortlessly maneuvered past Irving, doubts began to stir within him, but upon seeing James, he comprehended the Cavaliers' strategy. In the absence of any movement from Xuan, James found himself increasingly anxious. In that fleeting moment, Xuan suddenly executed a leftward acceleration, shifting his center of gravity forward and lowering his upper body. By harnessing the inertia of his body, Xuan propelled himself to peak speed. Although James was not slow, as a defender, he had to account for reaction time. Merely keeping pace with Xuan was already commendable. James lunged forward, while Jason Smith and Varejao positioned themselves inside, ready to seize the rebound. Xuan abruptly halted, executing a sudden stop followed by a precise bounce pass. The flair was undeniable. The silver-tier athleticism reminiscent of Westbrook combined with the silver-tier passing finesse akin to white chocolate erupted simultaneously. Caught off guard, James swiped at air with his enormous palm. Pivoting to glance towards the right corner, J.R. Smith seized the ball, finding himself in a wide-open opportunity. Dion Waiters approached to double-team Xuan with a swift motion. The three-pointer swished through the net. Xuan once again delivered an assist, bringing the score to 91-92, with the margin reduced to a mere single point. A calm mind and an exceptional overarching view. These two phrases involuntarily surfaced in Lao Yu's mind. Truly a born point guard. In the face of unexpected circumstances, he remained unflustered, managing to find an almost perfect opportunity even under such challenging conditions. Lao Yu exchanged a glance with Lonbus, both comprehending the unspoken meaning in each other's eyes. We might have stumbled upon a treasure. Time was still on their side, and the Cavaliers had not called a timeout. With 40 seconds remaining, Irving advanced the ball past midcourt. The Cavaliers played with composure, and Irving dutifully executed a pick-and-roll with Varejao. The latter's positioning for the screen was not swift, yet Xuan dared not navigate past it, fearful that Varejao might suddenly unleash an impressive performance against him, which would pose a significant problem. The Knicks switched their defense, with Xuan now guarding Varejao. Irving utilized the screen to drive inside, and upon seeing Jason Smith approaching, he swiftly dished the ball to Love in the right corner. Love took a dribble to just inside the three-point line, evading Stoudemire, and executed a long two-pointer. Swish. It went in. Though today our Emperor had been somewhat off, both Love and Irving were performing admirably. The score stood at 91-94. The Cavaliers had managed to take enough time off the clock, with only 20 seconds remaining, and the final possession trailing by 3 points. Lao Yu called a timeout, marking the Knicks' last opportunity. He felt somewhat troubled. At this point, the best outcome for the Knicks seemed to be to tie the game, forcing overtime. The dilemma lay in choosing who would take the final shot, J.R. or Xuan. J.R., with his vast experience and steady demeanor, contrasted sharply with Xuan, who had shone brightly in this game. Moreover, he had maintained a perfect three-point shooting percentage thus far. How to decide? After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, Lao Yu reached a decision. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers were deliberating their defensive strategy for the final possession. They aimed to defend against the three-point shot without committing fouls. And if two-pointers were unavoidable, they would resort to fouling, ensuring possession remained with them afterward, all while carefully managing the clock, as they still had one timeout left. David Blatt advised. A three-point lead was significant. They merely needed to play steadily and avoid mistakes to secure victory. However, LeBron furrowed his brow, sensing that the game would not unfold as simply as Blatt envisioned. The Knicks were set to inbound the ball, with Jason taking the throw-in. Xuan suddenly maneuvered from a high position, utilizing the cover of Xiao Si to advance just in front of the three-point line as Jason lofted the ball towards him. Xuan received the ball and lifted it high, just as everyone's attention was focused on Xuan and J.R. Unexpectedly, Shumpert had cut to the basket without anyone noticing. Xuan's ball skillfully navigated through the crowd once more. The Cavaliers, unable to commit a foul in time, could only watch as Shumpert scored, 93-94. In this exchange of strategies between the coaches, it was undoubtedly Old Fish who emerged victorious, as Blatt fixated too much on the three-point shots. With possession of the ball, the Cavaliers opted to foul immediately after the Knicks inbound. LeBron James approached the free-throw line, and despite his earlier struggles, he did not disappoint Xuan, sinking one of two attempts. 93-95, with just 8 seconds remaining, the Knicks had no timeouts left, marking this as the true final offensive play. The Cavaliers chose not to foul, determined to withstand the Knicks' attack. If they could endure, victory awaited. If not, defeat was not guaranteed. The Emperor was furious. Thus, the Emperor resolved to take a risk. Apart from Irving, all Cavaliers players positioned themselves along the three-point line, engaging in a desperate defense. The Knicks prepared to inbound. As Jason threw the ball to Xuan, Irving made no effort to pressure him, maintaining a safe distance of 1 to 2 steps. This was a secure range, allowing Irving ample reaction time regardless of Xuan's maneuvers. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. Xuan traversed half the court, his foot poised upon the logo, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the hoop. Kyrie, fully absorbed, observed Xuan's movements beneath his feet. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Xuan, while protecting the ball, advanced to a position just beyond the three-point line. His eyes, strained from intense concentration, struggled to focus. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such discomfort. Just at that moment, the Emperor, who had been shielding Shumpert, suddenly surged forward with a decisive crossover step. Simultaneously, Love and Dion swiftly closed in on J.R. Smith. In their view, the Knicks' only viable options for a last-second shot were these two players, with Xuan being of paramount importance. 3 seconds. Xuan did not pause. With a swift motion, he struck the ball with his left hand, tilting his body to the right while his right hand deftly received the ball. Its broad palm striking again, sending the ball through his legs back to his left hand, an astonishing feint. LeBron anticipated his move. His imposing physique obstructing Xuan's line of sight, plunging him into a shroud of darkness. He could even discern the few unruly hairs protruding from LeBron's nostrils beneath that fierce visage. 2 seconds. If he did not take the shot now, it would be too late. Yet, in the broadcasting room, Fan was even more anxious than Xuan. Xuan bit down on his lower lip, fully aware that time was slipping away. Yet, the defense of His Majesty was truly formidable. There was no choice but to give it their all. The Knicks had previously devised two strategies, one with him as the finisher and the other with JR. However, now both faced a heavily fortified defense. It mattered not who took the shot. In Xuan's gaze gleamed an unprecedented determination. Beneath his feet, the silver-tier talent of Allen Iverson's breakthrough prowess erupted in a flash. Although LeBron had anticipated the move, as a defender, Xuan executed a sudden change of direction, accelerating with remarkable finesse, effortlessly evading him. At last, he could clearly discern the true visage of the hoop. Xuan was oblivious to the moment when a transparent message appeared before him. Congratulations, host. You have surpassed your limits. Allen Iverson's breakthrough talent is evolving. Evolution time unknown, effects unknown. James was taken aback. He felt he was already in position to defend, but Xuan's speed suddenly surged. In that fleeting moment, James could only roar at Irving, Kyrie. His voice was filled with anguish. 1 second. Irving rushed forward in a panic, but it was too late. Xuan stood at the left 45-degree angle, launching himself towards the basket, gently pushing the ball forward with his fingertips. Amidst the silence of the arena, the basketball, carrying Xuan's fervent hope, slowly fell through the hoop. It was a perfect shot. Ding. Congratulations, host. Stephen Curry's three-point talent is evolving. Evolution time unknown, effects unknown. Oh. Kevin excitedly pounded the table. The red light ball has gone in. The red light ball has gone in. It's a game winner. Xuan has made the decisive shot. Seeing Kevin pounding the table vigorously, Wang Ming was equally unwilling to be outdone. 5 out of 5 three-pointers in the game, culminating in the final buzzer beater. Xuan. This moment etched his name into the memories of all. On the court, as they watched the basketball roll away, James and Irving were momentarily stunned. Had they just been defeated? By a rookie, no less. Irving felt it most deeply. The rookie had executed the game winner almost right in his face. Was it a timeout? Surely not. The Cleveland fans in the stands were equally bewildered, murmuring among themselves. What? He actually made it? Where did this guy come from? I swear I had never seen him before. They were reluctant to admit it, but that was undeniably a spectacular shot. They had never anticipated that this young man could indeed make such a seemingly impossible basket. In the locker room, Melo felt a tumult of emotions, his eyes flickering as he regarded Xuan. He had to admit that the shot Xuan had just made was exceedingly difficult. If the positions were reversed, he would not have had the confidence to make it. The Knicks bench erupted in jubilation. Led by Tim Hardaway Jr., towels were flung about in wild abandon. My God, we just made a game winner against the Cavaliers in Cleveland? Tim Hardaway Jr. covered his mouth, incredulous. Someone slapped me. I feel like I'm in a dream. Smack. Aldridge playfully delivered a light slap. What? You really did it. Aldridge cautiously took a step back, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. I was just fulfilling your request, buddy. I was joking. Aldridge turned to flee. I thought you were serious. Hey, you stop right there. For Xuan, this was undoubtedly a rare experience. This was the Cleveland Cavaliers, home to the King and the Big Three. Old Fish was also thrilled, eagerly telling Xuan that after his shower, he would take him to the press conference. Rambis stood beside him silently, but secretly gave Xuan a thumbs up, filling Xuan with warmth. Hey, buddy, congratulations. Tim Hardaway Jr. came over to embrace Xuan. Thank you. Xuan looked at his face and suddenly felt something was off. What happened to your face? Tim Hardaway Jr.'s smile faltered, and he gritted his teeth as he replied. I got kicked by a donkey. Huh? Xuan was taken aback. What was that supposed to mean? Was it some new internet slang? Xuan pondered privately whether he had fallen out of sync with the times, wondering how it was that he could not comprehend the words of little Tim Hardaway. After finishing his shower, he emerged to find Lon Biss awaiting him. "How do you feel?" Lon Biss inquired, offering him a bottle of Gatorade. Xuan accepted it and took several hearty gulps. "Excellent. Let us go. Derek is up ahead." Lon Biss led the way out. This marked Xuan's inaugural participation in a post-game press conference. However, as soon as he made his appearance, the entire hall erupted with excitement. The sound of shutters clicking filled the air as reporters surged forward, eager to capture the moment. The press officer began by congratulating the Knicks on their victory, asserting unequivocally that Xuan was undoubtedly the star of the evening. With a flawless record of 5 three-pointers out of 5 attempts, he amassed a total of 17 points, 8 assists, and 2 rebounds. His shooting percentage stood at an impressive 78, with a perfect three-point shooting rate of 100. These were the remarkable statistics Xuan had delivered. "Sue, are you aware that you made every three-pointer you attempted tonight?" Xuan smiled lightly, acknowledging, "Indeed, I am aware. For a spectator on the sidelines urged me not to score again. To be candid, I truly find it impossible to acquiesce to such a request." Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. The journalists erupted in laughter, and beside him, Rambis exhaled in relief, glad that there were no signs of stage fright. Prior to this match, Xuan was merely an unremarkable second-round draft pick, but following this game, his name appeared frequently in the headlines of major news outlets. Whether it was his flawless three-point shooting of 5 out of 5 or his game-winning shot against the Cavaliers, these feats were undoubtedly worthy of acclaim. However, none of this seemed to affect Xuan. After the press conference concluded, he returned to the hotel alone. Little Tim Hardaway and Aldridge had gone out, chuckling about wanting to experience the rustic atmosphere, and even the 33-year-old Samuel had joined them. Yet, amidst the revelry, Xuan preferred solitude. After hanging up with Lin Yun, he lay on his bed, reminiscing about the events of the day. His shooting touch had been exceptional. He felt it from the very beginning, almost surreal. Did he hear something? Xuan pondered for a moment, and his eyes brightened. The system? He quickly focused his mind, and suddenly, a transparent interface appeared before him. Xuan, a 19-year-old male, boasts a score of 380, temporary 410. He possesses remarkable talents. Stephen Curry's silver three-point shooting, in advancement. Allen Iverson's silver breakthrough, in advancement. Russell Westbrook's silver athleticism, and Jason Williams' silver passing. Indeed, during the match, Xuan faintly heard the system's notification sound, but at that moment, he was fully immersed in the game, oblivious to it. Both talents are currently in the process of advancement. Xuan felt invigorated. Strictly speaking, it had not been long since his last advancement. He had anticipated a lengthy wait for the next one, yet it had come so swiftly. However, Xuan pondered for a moment. Had he heard something about breaking through limits? He tilted his head, gazing at the ceiling. Was that the phrase? This meant that he had exerted himself too fervently and thus achieved advancement? No, he was in the midst of advancing. Surely, it could not be that simple. Xuan mused softly. What do the terms 410 points and temporary signify? He had not encountered them before. Xuan whispered to himself, recalling that there had been no such terminology when he ascended from bronze to silver. Could it be an evolution? Xuan found it perplexing and ultimately decided to cease his contemplation, resigned to the fact that with such a laid-back system, he was on the verge of becoming a detective akin to Conan Edogawa. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it was undeniably a day replete with achievements. Firstly, he had set a personal record in scoring, and his three-point shooting percentage, along with his overall shooting accuracy, were commendable. Most significantly, 2 of his talents were on the brink of advancement. In due course, Xuan's prowess might ascend to a new echelon. The NBA is no easy terrain. Those lacking strength are swiftly swept away by the winds of competition. To establish oneself here, or even to become a trailblazer, one must possess undeniable skill. Xuan pondered for a moment, and suddenly his expression darkened. If there was one thing that had given him solace today, it was the gaze that Tiangua cast upon him as she departed. It was a sensation that was indescribable. Xuan has not yet become so arrogant as to believe he can match strength with Carmelo Anthony after a single victory over the Cavaliers. In this team, apart from owner Dolan, even the significance of the venerable Zen master pales in comparison to that of Carmelo. Moreover, past events are vividly etched in memory. If Xuan fails to cultivate discernment, he will have squandered this opportunity of rebirth. One must embrace humility in both character and actions. Su Xian established a guiding principle for himself, resolving that he must refrain from seeking the limelight any further. Tian Gua, a person of considerable pride, had become so arrogant that he could no longer tolerate others. After indulging in a moment of fanciful thoughts, drowsiness enveloped Su Xian, and he gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, as Su Xian emerged from the hotel, brimming with vitality, he encountered a group of IT gentlemen casually strolling towards him, clearly the result of a long night of work. "Good morning, everyone," Su Xian greeted them with enthusiasm. "It seems you all had quite a strenuous night," Su Xian said with a smile. Aldridge raised his large face, and the two prominent dark circles under his eyes almost made Su Xian think he was gazing upon a national treasure. "Good morning, Su," he said, his voice lacking energy. "Last night, I went to gauge public sentiment. It wasn't particularly exhausting, but I am a bit tired." Su Xian inquired in surprise. "Did you all stay up the entire night? How could that be?" Tim Hardaway Jr. waved his hand dismissively. "I began to sleep at 5:30. Su Xian glanced at his phone, instantly feeling exasperated. It was already 5:50 a.m., and he was informed that someone had been asleep since 5:30. Young Tim Hardaway attempted to drape his arm over Su Xian's shoulder, only to be disdainfully kicked away. "Do not touch me," Su Xian exclaimed, unfazed. Young Tim Hardaway chuckled and leaned in again. "Su, it's a pity you missed out yesterday. You have no idea how enthusiastic the ladies here are. Is that the reason you haven't slept?" Su Xian shot him a sidelong glance. "Impossible," young Tim Hardaway protested. "I didn't sleep because someone was treating." "Treating? Who?" Su Xian surveyed the surroundings. "It's Derek." "No, it's Clay," young Tim Hardaway declared triumphantly. "Why would he treat you?" Su Xian inquired. Young Tim Hardaway's smile faltered, and he waved his hand dismissively. "That's not for you to ask. You definitely missed out by not attending yesterday." "Well, I truly appreciate your reminder," Su Xian replied, waving his hand as well. "However, I think you all need to hurry back now. Otherwise, when Derek wakes up and finds you missing, it will be your loss." They needed to catch the morning flight back to New York, which explained young Tim and his companion's urgency. "Oh shoot," young Tim exclaimed upon realizing the time, quickly dragging the other two inside the hotel. Meanwhile, Su Xian commenced his morning run, a routine training he adhered to whenever time allowed and the weather was agreeable. How could the emperor maintain such fierce competitiveness at the age of 30? It was simply due to his unwavering commitment to training year after year, along with his steadfast dedication to a nutritious diet. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. Su Xian firmly believes that only through diligent and consistent daily training can one gradually enhance their abilities. After completing a lap, which took over half an hour, Su Xian returned to the hotel, had a light breakfast, and then went back to his room to pack. However, to his surprise, upon stepping into the corridor, he unexpectedly collided with Sweet Melon. Su Xian greeted him with a cheerful disposition, while Sweet Melon merely nodded in response, his expression considerably brighter than the day before. Securing a victory in Cleveland was undoubtedly a boon for the Knicks. Unable to sleep on the plane, Su Xian requested the game footage from last night from Rabbis. Little Tim Hardaway and the others were sleeping like logs, while Sweet Melon sat in the front row, donning large headphones and listening to music. And Big Stoudemire was engrossed in a book. What on earth? Su Xian was taken aback. Big Stoudemire was actually reading? Perhaps sensing Su Xian's gaze, Stoudemire turned the cover of the book to show him. The Untold Story with XXX. Su Xian, indeed, I have overthought matters. In yesterday's match, there were numerous aspects where I fell short, particularly in defense. Irving scored a remarkable 26 points over me, the highest in the game. Had I been able to discern the screen sooner, perhaps I could have thwarted him. Moreover, I should not have rushed in so eagerly. The feint was quite evident. As Su Xian reflected on his shortcomings while watching the game, his popularity across the ocean had reached a level that could only be described as explosive. Could it be that he had delivered a stunning blow to the Cavaliers? A flawless three-point performance, hitting all 5 attempts? Such prowess is indeed remarkable. At long last, China has produced a talented point guard. It's truly awe-inspiring. No longer must we worry about the absence of a capable player to navigate the court during the Olympics. Oh, let the tears flow. For anyone who witnessed Su Xian's performance yesterday, there could be no criticism. With Carmelo ejected and others failing to make a significant impact, Su Xian's impeccable passing and shooting decisively secured the victory. The guard position has long been a thorn in the side of Chinese basketball fans, with national players historically underperforming in both continental and international competitions. Xuan's emergence undoubtedly provided a tremendous boost, as we now have a point guard of NBA starting caliber. Unbeknownst to him, today Carson personally came to greet him at the airport. Bearing good news, the contract with New Balance for rookie invitation has finally been finalized. A sum of $200,000 will be deposited within a week, and representatives from New Balance will soon be arranging to measure Xuan's shoe size. Xuan nodded, appreciating the positive attitude. Do you know why they were able to move so swiftly? Carson chuckled softly. Your performance yesterday undoubtedly ignited their interest. Initially, New Balance was merely attracted to the vast market behind you, but after the conclusion of yesterday's match, the higher-ups altered their perspective. Xuan undoubtedly possesses the potential to become a basketball star. Such a prized talent represents a rare opportunity for New Balance, which is eager to penetrate the basketball market. Hence, last night, their executives reached out to Carson, and this morning, the specific contract was sent to Carson's email. Xuan nodded and leaned back in his chair. Today, there was no training with the team, as Coach Yu had granted them a half-day off. Xuan intended to head straight home for a nap. To his surprise, as soon as he opened the door, the enchanting visage of Lin Yun appeared before him. What brought her here at this hour? Xuan embraced her, whispering, I have missed you. Lin Yun gently nudged his chin with her head, much like a playful kitten. I have missed you too. Xuan cradled Lin Yun's head in his hands, his gaze lingering on her crimson lips as they slowly lowered. With Lin Yun's arrival, Xuan's intention to rest dissipated, and together they prepared a heartwarming dinner. After their meal, they strolled outside for a while, before Xuan escorted Lin Yun back home. Should I consider purchasing a car? Xuan pondered aloud. It seems rather inconvenient to keep taking taxis to see you. Why? Lin Yun scrunched her nose in thought. Are you finding it bothersome? Not at all. Xuan replied with a wry smile. Pulling her closer, I merely believe it would be more convenient. Perhaps it would be wise to buy one. Lin Yun contemplated. It would indeed make traveling to the gym for your training much easier. They agreed to go car shopping together when time permitted. But by the time Xuan returned home after dropping her off, the night had deepened. Under the vast night sky, with a gentle breeze caressing him, Xuan looked up at the stars. Considering his current circumstances, it seemed that he had firmly established his first step into the NBA. Yet, the path ahead and the distance he could traverse remained uncertain. Xuan has never been one to underestimate any situation, nor does he indulge in arrogance or complacency. Each step along his journey must be firmly grounded. The following day, as per his routine, he rose early for a morning jog. Old Yu informed him that the assembly time was at 9 o'clock. After completing his run and having a light breakfast, Xuan hailed a cab to the gym. Today's training was scheduled for only half a day, coinciding perfectly with the arrival of the New Balance representatives in the afternoon. Xuan, having coordinated with them, accurately determined his shoe size. From now on, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he shall don the New Balance sneakers during matches. A one-year contract worth $200,000, when viewed through the lens of future generations, is nearly a pittance. Yet, this is the reality. Until one demonstrates their prowess, no one is inclined to invest in them. After all, no one is foolish, is it? On November 2nd, the Knicks faced off against the Charlotte Hornets in a home game. Prior to the match, Coach Fish announced the starting lineup, and undoubtedly, Xuan was selected once again. Both Langston and Sean Larkin wore expressions of resignation upon hearing the news, for they had witnessed Xuan's previous performance, 5 3-pointers out of 5 attempts, culminating in a game-winning shot against the Cavaliers. This brilliance had effectively extinguished their hopes of entering the starting roster. You've become a celebrity now, my friend, remarked Tim Hardaway Jr. enviously. During the player introduction ceremony, Xuan was met with a resounding ovation, as fans lined the player tunnel, eagerly awaiting the chance to high-five him. Hey, young man, would you be interested in sharing a drink with me later? I have a very lovely daughter, one fan exclaimed. Come to my house. I have 2 daughters. Another chimed in. Well, although I don't have daughters, I do have a wife, you see. Xuan was instantly drenched in sweat. Are you all off track? He exclaimed. Hey, I can go. Little Tim Hardaway was bubbling with excitement beside him. Get lost. Who are you? The Charlotte Hornets are undeniably a rather intriguing team. While Michael Jordan had no issues as a player, his tenure as an owner has been nothing short of disastrous. At times, Xuan even felt that he was inferior to Dolan, who possesses a keen self-awareness and is willing to seek assistance from capable individuals like Phil Jackson to manage his team. Conversely, Jordan, despite his evident shortcomings, seems to harbor an inflated sense of competence. This is simply excessive. Over the years, aside from selecting Kimba, what has he truly done to aid the team? No, nothing. My judgment in the draft is undeniably poor. Take this year, for instance. The 9th pick was used to select Noah Vonleh. Regardless of how he performs, Xuan believes that this 9th pick could have been better utilized to select someone more promising, such as Jokic, Nurkic, Levine, or Gary Harris. Additionally, in 2012, with the 2nd overall pick, under the illustrious guidance of Jordan, they chose Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, while that year boasted talents like Lillard, Beal, Drummond, Green, and Middleton. Many speculate whether the choice was influenced by the similarity to Jordan's name. It's not entirely implausible. Furthermore, in 2013, he selected Cody Zeller with the 4th pick. Can you fathom how many talents he overlooked that year? Future regular season MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo, CJ McCollum, Steven Adams, Dennis S.C.A. Charter. The Hornets' inability to rise is indeed attributable to these decisions. If feasible, Xuan would suggest they find a new owner, perhaps in a few years. They could reach the finals. The Hornets' previous record mirrored that of the Knicks, standing at 1 win and 1 loss at 7 p.m. Madison Square Garden. For the Knicks, the starting lineup of Xuan, Shumpert, Melo, Stoudemire, and Samuel illuminated the big screen. Meanwhile, for the Hornets, the starting lineup of Kemba Walker, Henderson, Michael, Marvin Williams, and Al Jefferson was also displayed. Upon seeing the yellow-skinned player across from him, Walker's eyes narrowed slightly. Undoubtedly, he had heard of Xuan, who had gained considerable notoriety in recent days. It was rare for him to encounter a player with yellow skin who could handle the ball so adeptly. To be honest, Xuan's last three-pointer, which clinched the game, truly astonished him. He felt he could not replicate such miraculous maneuvers in the same position. Of course, compared to him, Xuan was even more breathtaking. Upon the first glimpse of Walker, a line of blue characters appeared before him. Kemba Walker, rating, 780, threat level, blue, extremely dangerous. A score of 780, surpassing Stoudemire by 60 points. Undoubtedly, this is the highest rating on the Hornets side, merely 20 points shy of the esteemed blue tier. While Walker at his peak might not be classified as purple, he certainly qualifies as deep blue. However, the second highest rating on the Hornets isn't his protege, but Al Jefferson, who also boasts a blue rating, though at 700, he remains a shade below Walker's deep blue. Al Jefferson averaged 21, 8 points, 2, 1 assist, and 8 rebounds last season, achieving a double-double. His protege follows closely with a solid green rating of 660. From the perspective of ratings, the Knicks should hold the upper hand in terms of high-end combat power, especially with a 900-point Melo. Facing players like Rose, Irving, and Walker, Xuan felt immense pressure. Could someone please give me a rookie to practice on? Xuan sighed, gazing skyward. This year, Walker signed a contract extension with the Hornets for 4 years at $48 million. In light of current inflated contracts, this deal is quite reasonable. Today, the Knicks starting lineup featuring Shumpert and Samuel was rather unexpected. I initially thought Derek would start JR, Kafar remarked. Wang Ming chuckled. Do you know why? Why? Kafar suddenly recalled something. A thug against a thug? Haha, exactly. You read my mind. JR against his protege is indeed a clash of two notorious personalities, both famed for their prickly demeanor in the league. As they spoke, the game commenced. With the referee's whistle, the ball was tossed into the air, and Samuel and Jefferson leaped with all their might. Samuel capitalized on his height advantage to regain possession. Xuan seized the opportunity and accelerated instantaneously. Walker let out a soft exclamation. His speed appears to be quite impressive. He positioned himself at the three-point line, intending to intercept, only to be obstructed by Samuel. The other members of the Hornets were captivated by the distraction created by Melo and Stoudemire approaching from the flank. Xuan glanced up and was astonished to find the path before him utterly clear. He took the shot. From the sidelines, Old Fish shouted emphatically. Xuan is undaunted. He seizes the opportunity and hurls it, riding the momentum of his previous performance. The three-point shooting prowess of a silver-tier Stephen Curry. Swish. It's in. As Xuan swiftly launched a powerful shot against the opposing team, it was indeed a splendid display of skill. For the Knicks fans, the most lamentable aspect of the previous game was its absence from Madison Square Garden. Although they have replayed the animated highlights countless times, witnessing the moment in person is an irreplaceable experience. However, today is different. Today, they are present at the venue. The Hornets initiate their offense. Walker advances with the ball. Despite Xuan's earnest and vigorous defense, he still struggles to keep pace with Walker's explosive first step. Walker's agility is remarkable. A floating shot near the basket, and it's in. If Jason had been on the court, perhaps he could have made the timely rebound, but Samuel is unable to do so. His age has significantly hindered his mobility. The Knicks have started the game relatively well, though the only frustration lies in their failure to execute the triangle offense even once. Xuan subsequently attempted several three-point shots, but unfortunately, none found the net. After missing an initial shot, Walker evidently heightened his vigilance. Unlike Irving, who is often seen as a sieve, Walker's strength lies in his well-rounded abilities. Such individuals are typically described as possessing moderation. Yet, this very moderation often signifies a struggle to stand out. Yet he manages to exploit this advantage to its fullest extent. Consider this: he may not match Wall in speed, nor Rose in defense, nor Curry in three-point shooting, nor Irving in driving to the basket. But can one truly say he is not formidable? He is. After all, an all-star player. Following a successful three-pointer at the outset, he aimed to take a risk, particularly given that Stephen Curry's three-point prowess has reached an advanced stage. Who knows when he will ascend further? However, after a few reckless attempts at the start, Xuan began to alter his strategy. He consciously contemplated how to create opportunities for his teammates and facilitate ball movement. Strictly speaking, the definition of a point guard should encompass organization and control of the game. Unfortunately, in recent years, this ethos has been somewhat derailed by Curry's influence. Patience is a virtue, Xuan silently reminded himself. One must not rush. It is only his third game. In the first 4 minutes, the Knicks shot 3 for 7, with Xuan making 1 of 4 from beyond the arc, resulting in a mere 25% shooting percentage. Melo displayed impressive form, overpowering the lackluster second overall pick on 2 occasions from the perimeter. With 8 points in 4 minutes, the Knicks' offense was not lacking. After the official timeout, a visibly fatigued Xuan was substituted out for Langston. Aside from his shooting woes, he managed to dish out 3 assists. While seated on the bench, Xuan contemplated as he accepted a towel handed to him by a staff member. He realized he had been somewhat overly ambitious. Had he steadied himself, his energy expenditure might have been less rapid, and his opportunities could have improved. Walker demonstrated through his actions that those 780 points were no mere fade. He excelled in driving, shooting, passing, and defense. There was not a single facet he could not master. To maximize the path of moderation is, in itself, a remarkable skill. Melo performed splendidly today, scoring 12 points in just 7 minutes. Thanks to his contributions, the Knicks accumulated 29 points in the first quarter, leading the Hornets by 8. For reasons unknown, Xuan sensed that after his several missed three-point attempts, Melo's attitude towards him had softened. During the intermission, he discreetly produced a banana from an unknown source for Xuan to eat. What could he do? There was no option but to indulge. One cannot refuse fruit, after all. The other Knicks players were taken aback by this scene. Tim Hardaway Jr. discreetly gave Xuan a thumbs up, wishing he could share in that banana as well. The game concluded with the Knicks narrowly defeating the Hornets 96-93 on their home court. In Xuan's third match, he played for 24 minutes, scoring 6 points, providing 6 assists, and securing 2 rebounds. Among his contributions were a free throw and a driving layup. With the score at 93-95, Walker's last second shot failed, allowing Carmelo to grab the rebound. In a desperate measure, the Hornets resorted to fouling, resulting in Sue converting 1 of 2 free throws. With just 1 second remaining, Walker tossed up a shot that clanged off the backboard, concluding the game. Despite Walker's failure to secure the win, his performance overshadowed Xuan's significantly. In 34 minutes of play, he achieved an impressive 22 points, shooting 8 for 14 from the field, with 2 of 4 from beyond the arc and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, alongside 5 assists and 3 rebounds. Carmelo, in 35 minutes, excelled with 28 points, shooting 12 of 22 overall, 2 of 3 from three-point range, and 2 of 3 from the charity stripe, along with 2 assists and 2 rebounds. Even Stoudemire managed to score 17 points in this match. The evidence remains clear. The elite continue to dominate, and even though they may falter at times, when they find their rhythm, they are formidable. Stoudemire's earlier performances were less than stellar, with 8 points in one game and 12 in another, but this outing was commendable, albeit still a mere whisper compared to his staggering annual salary of $23.41 million. Xuan even caught wind of certain news he should not have heard. Seizing the opportunity during his muscle fatigue period, he lingered in the gym for additional practice, a session that could enhance muscle memory. Currently, Stephen Curry's three-point prowess and Allen Iverson's ability to penetrate defenses are both in a state of advancement. This sensation of being on the brink is peculiar, akin to an ant burrowing in his ear, unreachable yet excruciatingly itchy. He yearned to rediscover the rhythm he had during his last game when he achieved 5 out of 5 from beyond the arc. If he could maintain that state for just a few more seconds, his path to improvement would likely become significantly steadier. However, the elusive nature of touch is enigmatic, and despite his fervent recollections, he ultimately found himself at an impasse. The advantage of playing at home is the luxury of returning to sleep after a shower. So Xuan was unconcerned about the passage of time, silently attempting again and again in the gym. Just as Xuan was engrossed in his practice, a voice unexpectedly echoed through the arena, startling him. Xuan turned his head and was surprised to see Samuel. "I guessed you would be here." Samuel picked up a ball from the ground and tossed it to Xuan. "Little Tim said you left early, but I didn't believe it. Since you're here, why not practice a bit more?" Xuan sent the ball soaring in a graceful arc, sinking it into the basket. "Good shot." Samuel gave a thumbs up. "If you could shoot like that on the court, it would have been spectacular." Hey. Xuan, slightly disgruntled, threw a ball back at him. "Are you here to discourage me?" Haha, Samuel laughed, dodging the ball. "Of course not. I'm just here to remind you that he's already a young star worth millions. While you're merely a rookie entering the league, it's only natural to be overwhelmed." "Thanks for the encouragement." Xuan rolled his eyes and continued his shooting practice. "Honestly, I was worse than you at your age. Isn't that quite normal?" "Ahem. What I mean is you don't need to compare yourself to them. Take LeBron, for instance. He was born to play basketball. In a sense, his very existence is meant to ascend to greatness." "Wow, you're a fan of LeBron." "I'm just stating facts, then what do you think you're here for?" "I'm here to enjoy life." After exchanging banter for a while, Xuan realized he couldn't progress today. Parting ways with Samuel, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and took a taxi home. Glancing at the time, he assumed Lin Yun was already asleep, so he refrained from calling her. He turned on the television and watched some game footage until drowsiness enveloped him, leading him into slumber. The next morning, Carson knocked on the door. "You've disturbed my sweet dreams," Xuan grumbled as he opened the door. "I hope you bring good news." Having stayed up too late the previous night, he struggled to rise at 4:30 a.m. Carson pulled out a piece of paper. "Take a look. Which style do you prefer?" It was a selection of New Balance sneaker designs. Xuan rubbed his eyes and took a glance at the selection before him. Though there were numerous styles, most leaned towards the casual. This matter was not of utmost importance, so he casually chose a black and white ring and handed it to Carson. "Is that all?" Xuan inquired, raising his gaze to meet Carson's. "Certainly not," Carson chuckled. "Didn't I hear you were considering purchasing a car a couple of days ago?" "I happen to have 2 tickets to a car exhibition. Would you like to attend?" "Where is it?" Xuan asked as he accepted the tickets, which appeared pristine and rather prestigious. "An international car exhibition, perhaps?" "Not quite," Carson replied, pouring himself a packet of instant coffee. "That event is scheduled for before Easter. It's not happening right now." He paused momentarily and added, "However, this exhibition is quite substantial in its own right, serving as a prelude to the international showcase." "Thank you," Xuan said, raising the exhibition tickets. With the competition scheduled for tomorrow, he anticipated only a half day of training today. He had already planned his relaxation, intending to meet Lin Yun later and visit the exhibition in the afternoon. Carson waved his hand dismissively, finished his coffee, and exited. Xuan maintained his usual routine. After freshening up, he engaged in a morning jog while skillfully dribbling a basketball. His fundamental training was unwavering, a daily commitment he adhered to without fail. The training session continued until 4 in the afternoon, after which Xuan called Lin Yun. The auto show had commenced that morning, although its conclusion was not imminent. Upon their arrival at the venue, they were taken aback by the considerable scale of the event. German cars, American cars, Japanese cars. An array of models left Xuan in a state of delightful bewilderment. "I recall that my father possesses several of these in his garage." Lin Yun discreetly pointed to a golden-hued emblem before whispering, "Isn't this one rather questionable?" Xuan's lips twitched slightly. "If one were to overlook the wild stallion within the shield, one might concede that your assertion holds some merit." After spending the better part of the day searching, Lin Yun found little to her satisfaction. Xuan, however, had taken a liking to the Audi A6. Though Lin Yun's disinterest in it led him to refrain from pursuing it further. Perhaps it would be best to wait and reconsider later, Xuan mused to himself. "By the way, my classes are nearing their conclusion. Lin Yun suddenly remarked, grasping Su Xian's hand. Ah? Su Xian exclaimed in surprise. So soon? Of course. I am a prodigy, Lin Yun replied with pride. She was renowned as an academic powerhouse in university, particularly in the realm of finance. Back in her homeland, Su Xian had often heard numerous professors and mentors commend Lin Yun's financial acumen, and it appeared that she continued to thrive in America as well. After bidding farewell to Lin Yun, Su Xian chose not to rush home that evening. Instead, he opted to visit the gym to enhance his strength. It was a monotonous and tedious endeavor. Yet, he reminded himself, the body is the foundation. During the last match against the Hornets, he had distinctly felt that Kemba Walker's physical prowess far surpassed his own. In their confrontations, Su Xian found his footing unsteady and was easily penetrated by his opponent. Gazing at the silver-tier physical attribute of Russell Westbrook in his talent panel, Su Xian fell into contemplation. Had he perhaps misunderstood? Might the primary focus of this talent lie in its resilience attribute? Westbrook, a name familiar to all, a man who has endured rigorous challenges yet emerged unscathed. A true embodiment of masculinity. As Su Xian pondered aimlessly in his mind, he drenched himself in sweat at the gym. The following morning marked the media open day, a time eagerly anticipated by little Tim Hardaway. Hey, you asked me about last night. I trained all evening. Let me think. I believe I returned at around 10, or perhaps it was 11. What? You say someone spotted me at a nightclub? Little Tim Hardaway vehemently retorted, impossible. That was not me. Perhaps lacking confidence, he shifted his tone and shrugged. There are many fans of mine who dress up as me. You know, cosplay. Su Xian cast a disdainful glance at little Tim Hardaway as he engaged in a futile exchange with the reporters, who were embroiled in a dispute regarding whether he had visited a nightclub the previous night. Why not accept the interview? Melo strolled over with the ball in hand. Noticing a row of Chinese journalists at the sidelines, all gazing at Su Xian with eager anticipation. No, I must train now, Su Xian replied, shaking his head. Perhaps I will speak with you after my training. Melo looked at him in surprise, perhaps pondering whether such individuals still existed in this day and age. Su Xian has always held the belief that strength is paramount, no matter how grandiose one's reputation may be, like that of a formidable overlord. It is ultimately meaningless without true ability. After completing his daily training and the team's foundational exercises, Su Xian approached the reporters gathered at the sidelines. Hello, Su Xian. I would like to conduct an exclusive interview with you. Greetings, Su Xian. Could we find a moment to share a cup of coffee? Hello, Su Xian. I feel a bit lonely today, and Most of them sought a private discussion with Su Xian, who glanced at the badges affixed to their chests. Remarkably, there was quite a crowd. Almost all the prominent media outlets from across the nation had arrived. An exclusive interview seemed implausible. Su Xian was about to politely decline when his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar face alongside a string of recognizable letters. CC. Naturally, Su Xian promptly nodded. I have ample time. I welcome you all for an interview. Zhang Heli observed the courteous young man before him with profound emotions swirling within. He had never anticipated that a player capable of competing in the NBA would emerge from his homeland. It was a dream he had long harbored. Initially, he believed this dream would remain unfulfilled until the end of his days, yet in the blink of an eye, it had materialized. Is the training intensity high? What does it feel like for you? After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Heli transitioned into the questioning phase. I noticed you engaged in extensive 3-on-3 training before the team's collective practice. Was this a special assignment from the coach? Not exactly, Su Xian replied, shaking his head. The coach encourages us to pursue activities that interest us. So, your passion lies in training? Zhang Heli inquired with keen interest. Indeed, Su Xian responded earnestly. Zhang Heli nodded, shifting to the next question. Do you feel a significant amount of pressure playing in the NBA? Very much so, as the opponents are exceptionally strong. And one can distinctly sense the disparity between oneself and others. Su Xian pondered for a moment before adding, however, with the passage of time, one eventually learns to relish this sensation. Do you have any aspirations for the next match? Or, to broaden the scope, what are your goals for the future? He reflected, for now, the priority is to establish a firm footing. Zhang Heli's inquiries were quite standard, and Su Xian responded methodically. When the topic of joining the national team arose, Su Xian did not hesitate for a second. His answer came forth immediately. Of course, he affirmed with great conviction. It would be my honor and has been one of my dreams since childhood. Zhang Heli nodded in satisfaction, closing the interview notes. After this exclusive interview, his perception of Su Xian underwent a significant transformation. What an exceptional young man, he thought to himself. Humble, polite, immensely talented, yet modest, a far cry from the mediocre players in our country. This journey to America was initiated by Zhang Heli himself, as he sought to understand Xuan's true character. Currently, the basketball fans back home were divided into two factions, supporters and skeptics. Zhang Heli was confident that this report would alter that dynamic. Chinese basketball certainly has promising successors. With an evening match approaching, Xuan did not linger. He returned to the locker room to change and head to the cafeteria for dinner. Dolan, being affluent, ensured that the Knicks cafeteria offered delightful meals, which Xuan greatly appreciated. His dinner comprised 2 pieces of boiled chicken breast, 2 servings of vegetable salad, 500 grams of bread, a glass of apple juice, and a small dish of fruit. Dear friends, my new book has just embarked on its journey. Could you lend your support? The initial phase is rather challenging, and I rely heavily on your encouragement. I aspire to become the king of pirates. Please don't let me perish on the beach. With a pitiful tone, if you enjoy my style. You know I rarely release single chapters, but now, on this platform, I assure you that this is undoubtedly the best recommendation we've ever received. However, if the data doesn't reflect well, I might lose the favor of the Great Gray. Rest assured, updates will be consistent. I can manage both my old and new work simultaneously. Once the old work concludes, how many chapters do you think I can release in a day? I hereby make a promise. From the moment this book is published, I shall not take a single day off. You will witness it. For each day off, I will owe you 100 days. Thus is my resolve. Given my sincerity, dear readers, could you assist me? Sniffles, P.S. There will be another update tonight at 7 p.m. Madison Square Garden. This marks the 2nd consecutive home game for the Knicks, with the Washington Wizards as their opponents. Washington serves as the political hub, while New York stands as the economic center. In the eyes of Americans, New York undoubtedly holds a higher status. This year's Christmas showdown also features the Knicks facing none other than the Wizards. Following the entrance ceremony, Xuan warmed up while observing the ratings of the Wizards players. To his surprise, the player with the highest rating was not Wall, but rather an older veteran. Paul Pierce, the truth, rating, 790, threat level, blue. Extremely dangerous. Xuan was astonished to see that the truth boasted a rating of 790. It was unexpected, given that he was nearing the twilight of his career when he left the Celtics. Truly resilient. John Wall ranked 2nd, rating, 780, threat level, blue. Extremely dangerous. Wall's rating matched that of Walker from the previous game, both at 780, only trailing the veteran by a mere 10 points. Impressive. Marcin Gortat. The Polish Hammer, rating, 600, threat level, green. Xuan was not surprised that Gortat had a rating of 600, although a veteran. He had averaged a double-double in his prime. Meanwhile, Nene also held a rating of 600. Not only is Nene a veteran, but he is also the epitome of a true man in Xuan's eyes. Far more masculine than Westbrook and others. Xuan has always believed that there is but one individual in the NBA capable of matching Nene in a head-to-head confrontation, a name you are likely familiar with. The game commences. For the Knicks, Xuan remains a starter, with Shumpert on the perimeter, accompanied by Carmelo and Stoudemire on the wings, while Samuel assumes the center position. On the Wizards' side, the backcourt features Wall alongside Garrett Temple, with the small forward position occupied by the seasoned veteran Pierce, and the formidable duo of Gortat and Nene anchoring the paint. Nene is designated to jump for the tip-off, but Samuel charges in aggressively, only to be swiftly rebounded by the opposing team. Wizards retain possession. The Knicks' transition defense leaves much to be desired, while they exhibit considerable speed. Their return to the three-point line is chaotic and disorganized. In truth, since Xuan joined the Knicks, one has not witnessed old fish dedicating time to the intricacies of defensive training. With the triangle offense still a work in progress, where would the time be found for defensive drills? Wall's speed is simply unparalleled. As Xuan had just returned to his position, Wall swiftly darted past him. Xuan exclaimed in frustration, "This guy is cheating." Although this was merely his 4th regular season game in his professional career, he had already faced formidable opponents. He had matched up against the likes of Rose, Irving, Walker, and now Wall. He had encountered nearly all the star guards in the Eastern Conference. While the first 3 were indeed strong, when it came to speed, Wall could confidently assert none of them could compete. His astonishing sprinting speed could reach an astonishing 10.3 seconds for the 100 meters. Xuan felt as though he had merely blinked, and in that fleeting moment, Wall had already darted behind him. By the time he glanced back for a second look, Samuel was still dazed in place, while Wall had effortlessly tossed the ball into the hoop. Well, The crowd erupted. The speed of Wall was astonishing. The score stood at 0-2. Samuel initiated the baseline play, and Xuan received the ball, his gaze lingering apprehensively on Wall, who was stationed at the three-point line. It was time for the second play. As Xuan advanced, he signaled, and Samuel refrained from moving towards the paint, instead positioning himself in front, directly receiving Xuan's screen. Wall was circling around. Xuan exhibited remarkable quickness, swiftly delivering the ball to the right side for Melo, while he himself maneuvered alongside Wall to the left. Samuel provided a secondary screen, as the Wizards' twin towers remained steadfast, allowing for a one-on-one confrontation between Melo and the seasoned veteran. Truth and Melo have long been rivals. Melo dribbled forward, challenging Truth's defense. A jump shot from beyond the arc, utterly confident. Yet, regrettably, the ball grazed the rim and rolled out. Rebound. Xuan shouted fiercely at Samuel. Samuel nodded heavily, his anger propelling him off the ground with a great leap. Hear my thunder. In the next moment, Samuel descended with even greater speed. Did the twin towers of Nene and Gortat truly believe this was a jest? Samuel, with his aging limbs, nearly found himself caught between these two like a sandwich. The rebound was secured, and Wall of the Wizards propelled the fast break. In a swift response, Xuan hurried back, positioned advantageously as Wall passed the ball to the old rogue for a trailing three-pointer. However, it missed. Maigua, closely following him, executed an impressive defensive maneuver with his keen gaze. Xuan swiftly stepped forward to secure the rebound. Wall attempted to contest, but was deftly evaded by Xuan's shoulder shimmy. What a splendid opportunity! In such tight quarters, Xuan is more than capable of maneuvering with finesse. As Wall turned to pursue, Xuan released the ball with remarkable speed, delivering a precise first pass that found the freshly positioned Melo just a step beyond the three-point line. What an exquisite pass! Xuan gave himself a round of applause. Sweet Melon received the pass and halted. Pierce attempted to close in, but Melon, sidestepped and dribbled within the three-point line. A jump shot. Swish. Indeed. Sweet Melon's two-point shot proves to be far more reliable than his three-point attempts. At the outset, both sides appeared to engage in a fiery contest. Yet upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be rather unsightly. On the Wizards' side, Wall's offensive maneuvers seemed fierce, yet the efficiency was quite lacking. After an entire quarter, he managed only 4 points from 6 attempts and 4 assists. Pierce was no better. After sprinting back and forth with Wall a few times, he simply gave up. I shall not run any longer. Do not inquire as to why, for I can no longer muster the energy to run. Meanwhile, the Knicks' defense was utterly abysmal. Among the starting 5, 2 players performed reasonably well, while one was a sieve, another only possessed vision. And the last was beaten so badly that even his mother would scarcely recognize him. Xuan speculates that Coach Fisher's decision to replace Tim Hardaway Jr. with Shumpert was intended to lend at least an appearance of solidity to the Knicks' defense. However, after J.R. Smith from the bench sank 2 three-pointers, the momentum began to sway in favor of the Knicks. The score stood at 17-23, with Guo averaging 3 successful shots out of 7 attempts in the first quarter, while Xuan played for over 9 minutes, managing just 2 points and 3 assists. The Knicks struggled to secure rebounds in the first quarter, with Samuel being severely outmatched in the paint by Gortat and Nene, failing to grab a single rebound throughout his time on the court. In contrast, Stoudemire displayed remarkable tenacity, snatching 4 rebounds from the opposing players, truly a testament to his reputation as the Little Emperor. Xuan sat on the sidelines, observing JR's shooting practice. JR is renowned in the league for his exceptional three-point shooting skills. Though his style differs from Curry's, there is much to learn. Mastering JR's unpredictable shots could certainly enhance Curry's three-point prowess. However, after watching for a while, Xuan shook his head in resignation. He started the first quarter strong, making 2 out of 3 shots, but faltered in the second, failing to score at all. It became evident that he simply could not replicate those techniques. Throughout the second quarter, Xuan remained confined to the bench as both teams battled evenly, concluding the half with the Knicks leading by 5 points, 40-45. In the locker room, Jason Smith and Samuel exchanged grievances about the unfair treatment they had experienced on the court. Both players, lacking in defensive skills and physicality, fancied themselves proficient scorers but had just been thoroughly outmatched by true competitors. After their complaints, they debated who would take the court next, with Aldridge chiming in casually, only to become the scapegoat for their frustrations. As the third quarter commenced, Xuan was called to the court. The Knicks on the floor included Tim Hardaway Jr., Carmelo Anthony, Amare Stoudemire, and Aldridge. On the opposing side, John Wall was present, with Nene on the bench, replaced by Xuan. Xuan, a formidable force in the Spurs' interior lineup, appeared even more robust than Nene, his bulk jiggling as he moved. Standing at 201 centimeters and weighing 120 kilograms, Aldridge chose silence, tossing a piece of frustration towards Jason and Samuel. The Wizards' combination of star guards and twin towers seemed somewhat disjointed. The twin towers suggested a lack of mobility among the big men, rendering them incapable of keeping pace with the fast breaks initiated by the guards. Conversely, the guard duo struggled to unleash a rapid offensive attack, thus failing to exhibit their formidable scoring potential. It was rather peculiar, to say the least. Xuan observed that Xuan's score was merely 380 points, slightly exceeding that of Aldridge. Xuan gradually brought the ball forward, while Wall continuously adjusted his position, ensuring that he remained directly in front of Xuan. Xuan made a swift movement to the right, executing a feint as he surged towards the three-point line. Wall retreated with rapid, small steps, positioning himself directly in front of Xuan in the blink of an eye. Xuan remained composed, deftly passing the ball back to the waiting Melo on the right side. He positioned his hands strategically, shielding himself against the approaching small forward Otto Porter, thus creating an opportunity for Melo to exploit a mismatch. Otto Porter, last year's third overall pick, unfortunately did not have a stellar rookie season, averaging a meager 2.1 points per game. It seems inconceivable that he has only accumulated 450 points, for Xuan is well aware that after 2 lackluster seasons, he managed to find his stride, and the lucrative contract he signed later serves as undeniable proof. Standing at 203 centimeters, Porter is significantly taller than Xuan. However, when it comes to strength and physical confrontation, he appears to lack considerable explosiveness. With Xuan blocking his path, Wall was left with no choice but to guard Melo. While Aldridge and Stoudemire engaged the twin towers in the paint, Melo leaped, raising the ball above his head as he shot, all under Wall's despairing gaze. Bang! Had it not been for that sound, it would have undoubtedly been a splendid shot. Aldridge attempted to contest, while Stoudemire found himself entangled with Gortat. Xuan, with his considerable bulk, cleared a significant space and easily secured the rebound, igniting a fast break for the Wizards. Though termed a fast break, it was, in truth, a rather dismal affair, with Wall being the sole player charging ahead. The Wizards' counterattack was undeniably lackluster. Xuan wished to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Wall, reasoning that since a confrontation was unlikely, it would be more beneficial for all parties to establish a common ground. After all, there was no loss on anyone's part. As Wall advanced towards the front court, Gortat had just reached the logo area, and Xuan was merely beginning to pivot into motion. Otto Porter embodied a consistently lukewarm demeanor. Xuan could decipher his sentiments. If one could not keep pace, so be it, it mattered not. However, the seasoned veteran Andre Miller timely caught up. Receiving the ball from Wall, Miller executed a sudden stop for a long two-pointer, while little Tim Hardaway, in a state of urgency, noted that his assigned defender had yet to arrive. Thus he charged forward with a powerful shoulder drive. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Remarkably, Miller's abrupt high-arc two-pointer found its mark. A successful 2-1 play, as Miller was hoisted up from the ground. He turned to little Tim Hardaway and shared a silent smile, his gaze reminiscent of a benevolent father figure. Xuan felt a deep sympathy for him, and after lifting him off the ground, he offered a comforting remark. From an age perspective, Miller could indeed be your father. Miller, undoubtedly the eldest player on the court, was born in 1976 and had already reached the age of 38. Little Tim Hardaway cast a glance at Xuan, as if to say that the embarrassment was not his to bear. The contributions of seasoned veterans like Miller to the team are invaluable, a reality that transcends the cold confines of statistics. He executed a successful free throw, completing a 2-1 play. Xuan brought the ball to the front court, yet he chose to entrust it to Carmelo. With a swift motion, Carmelo launched a three-pointer directed at Otto Porter's visage, while Porter exhibited no reaction whatsoever, maintaining his calm demeanor as though the shot had not been directed at him. Transitioning to offense, Wall settled into the half-court. He safeguarded the ball at the three-point line, patiently awaiting Xuan and Gortat to penetrate the key before lofting the ball to them. The Knicks opted to double-team Gortat, coordinating the efforts of Stoudemire and Aldridge. Gortat attempted a hook shot beneath the basket, which veered wildly off course. However, Xuan swiftly surged in from the weak side, his 120-kilogram frame effortlessly maneuvering through the defenses of Stoudemire and Aldridge to seize the offensive rebound. Xuan bumped into Xuan's stout waist, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn. My face." Xuan quickly stepped back, hoping to seize an opportunity, only to unexpectedly collide with a solid mass. Xuan shielded the ball with his abdomen, passing it back to the perimeter, allowing Andre Miller to sink another long two-pointer. The veteran's prowess is impressive. Aldridge did not immediately initiate the throw-in. Instead, he paused to catch his breath for a couple of seconds. It was no small feat. Xuan's substantial bulk nearly sent him into cardiac distress. This time, Aldridge showed wisdom. After executing the throw-in, he did not rush to the paint, but instead provided Xuan with a screen. Both Xuan and Gortat lacked the ability to switch defensively to the perimeter, presenting a rare opportunity for an open shot. Xuan took a step to the side, seizing the opportunity while Aldridge obstructed Wall. He aimed directly at the basket and launched a three-pointer. Stephen Curry's extraordinary talent for three-point shooting was unleashed. The ball went in. Xuan scored his 5th point in this match, marking his inaugural three-pointer. The Knicks began to simplify their play, while the Wizards followed suit. Wall orchestrated a brilliant alley-oop pass after a screen, creating an opportunity for Miller. Once again, it was Miller, a nearly identical long two-pointer, leaving young Tim Hardaway in despair. His defense was only marginally better than Xuan's, yet it could not withstand such relentless onslaughts. The veteran Miller amassed 7 points in these few possessions, dominating the court. It was simply astonishing. Nevertheless, the veteran Miller's performance was far from over. After securing 7 points in a single quarter, he continued to rack up another 8. In that quarter alone, Miller scored a remarkable 15 points, with a shooting accuracy of 6 out of 8 and 3 out of 5 from the free throw line. Under his leadership, the Wizards swiftly overturned the score, delivering a staggering 32-15 blow to the Knicks in that quarter. By the third quarter, the Knicks had collapsed. Despite their attempts to close the gap, Magu's shooting was abysmal, managing only 2 out of 8 attempts for 5 points and a rebound in that quarter. This Knicks team, true to its reputation, could not escape the traits of a struggling squad. Once the situation deteriorated, they did but one thing: exacerbate their plight. The notion of mounting a comeback was non-existent. Even Magu's layups were missed amidst the chaos. Xuan harbored a resolute intent to vanquish his adversaries, yet found himself powerless against the circumstances, ultimately concluding the match with a stat line of 8 points, 6 assists, and 2 rebounds. Carmelo Anthony, throughout the game, managed to convert only 8 of his 25 attempts, achieving a shooting percentage of 32 and a three-point accuracy of 26, resulting in a mere 18 points, along with 3 assists and 6 rebounds. With such an output from 25 shots, what more could Xuan possibly say? What a predicament! Samuel and Jason also faced their own misfortunes, with one scoring 1 out of 5 and the other 2 out of 7, collectively securing less than 8 rebounds. Unquestionably, Miller, with his 18 points, emerged as the MVP of the contest. Wall and Pierce each contributed 17 points, leading the Wizards to a 98-83 victory over the Knicks. A 15-point margin. With a record of 2 wins and 2 losses, Xuan and Wang Ming, while conducting a post-match analysis, compiled Xuan's statistics from these 4 regular season games: 9, 7 points, 6 assists, and 5 rebounds, averaging nearly double-digit scoring. Xuan widened his eyes, perplexed, as he had never observed Xuan dominating possession during games. How could his scoring average approach double digits? His assists are notably impressive, averaging 6 per game. Wang Ming remarked, "It is worth noting that this year's first overall pick, Andrew Wiggins, traded to the Timberwolves, also averaged 7 points over 4 games. Identical to Xuan's performance, yet his assists paled in comparison. Remarkable." Xuan and Wang Ming exchanged glances, swallowing hard, realizing that Xuan had unwittingly accomplished something extraordinary. As the first week of games concluded, the NBA officially released its latest rookie rankings. Surprisingly, the top spot was not claimed by the first pick, Wiggins, but rather by the second overall selection, Jabari Parker. Prior to the draft, Parker had been widely regarded as a top contender, believed to be an undeniable choice for the first pick in any other era. He had not disappointed the Bucks, averaging 5 points across 4 games, making him the sole rookie in this draft class to average double-digit scoring. Wiggins ranked second, having struggled in his first 3 games, though he did manage to score 17 points in the 4th. The NBA officials speculated that Wiggins would soon find his footing, thus despite Xuan's seemingly superior statistics, they placed Wiggins ahead of him. A rather vexing situation. Xuan naturally found himself in third place, with averages of 9, 7 points, 6 assists, and 1.5 rebounds as a second-round pick, a commendable achievement nonetheless. The Boston Celtics were currently in a state of discontent, including Ainge. They had high hopes for Smart, who had only managed an average of 7 points, 1.5 assists, and 2.7 rebounds over 4 games. Not to mention, his efficiency was utterly incomparable to Xuan's performance. In the office, the young coach wore a stoic expression, while Ainge, furrowing his brow, lit a cigar. Brad, perhaps your choice back then was indeed the correct one. Ainge inhaled deeply, allowing the rich aroma of tobacco to fill his nostrils. What if we had selected him? Our circumstances might be more favorable. The young coach glanced at him. We had 2 opportunities to draft him. His voice turned somber. Yet we ultimately missed both. Silence enveloped the room as both men fell into contemplation. Perhaps. Ainge gazed through the smoke at the young coach. Could we explore alternative avenues to acquire him? The young coach's expression was inscrutable, yet Ainge was never one to waver. Furthermore, Xuan's recent performances had indeed captivated him, particularly the game-winning shot against the Cavaliers that had brought immense satisfaction to Ainge. I may err, but I will amend my ways. 4. I have always been a merciless assassin. This decision would undoubtedly be a gratifying one, Danny. The young coach stood, opening the window as bright sunlight streamed in, his voice taking on a melodious quality. Soon, you shall take pride in this decision. Ainge shielded his eyes from the sunlight. Brad, we have yet to finalize any trade. No matter, the young coach waved dismissively, his voice fading as he departed. I have faith in you. Observing the young coach's retreating figure, Ainge shook his head and chuckled. Is it merely because I am called Ainge? What a stubborn fellow. Hello? Bring the documents to my office immediately. And notify those loafers that a meeting is imminent. As the league buzzed with unspoken currents, Xuan remained unaffected. Following the home game, there was even no opportunity for the Zen master to vent his frustrations, as they were to promptly travel to Detroit for a back-to-back away game. The Zen master, having organized his speech, emerged from his office only to find the entire Knicks team ready to depart. Derek? Why the rush? The Zen master intercepted the eager veteran. You could easily leave tomorrow morning. No need, Phil. They have already booked our accommodations, the veteran replied, unwillingly. I would rather not go, but we cannot squander their goodwill. Can we? The Zen master took a moment to assess him and the rest of the Knicks, and after a lengthy pause, relented. Very well, travel safely. No worries, Phil. I will make a call. The veteran gestured and swiftly darted away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In Xuan's mind, a vivid image immediately surfaced. Ross had just completed a layup, while Old Fish was merely finishing his turn. If Old Fish had possessed such speed in those days, one could only imagine the Lakers would have secured 100 championships. Yet, despite such musings, who wouldn't feel a twinge of apprehension upon seeing the lengthy speech draft in Zen Master's hands? Survival was paramount. On the plane, the others had succumbed to slumber. But Xuan persisted in watching videos, adhering to his routine after each game. At that moment, the details still lingered in his memory. Revisiting the footage would undoubtedly aid him in rectifying numerous shortcomings. By the time the plane touched down in Detroit, it was already the early hours of the following morning. What a dreadful predicament. As little Tim Hardaway disembarked, he lamented to Xuan, "Look at my dark circles. I have never appeared so haggard." Xuan disregarded him, extracting 2 boxes of takeout from the side of his seat, and donned his headphones, preparing to descend. Next time, I shall not engage in this manner. Little Tim Hardaway mumbled, "Next time, you all may come first. I shall attend alone." Xuan cast a glance at him. So you were willing to endure 2 hours of Phil's incessant chatter followed by an unrelenting tower practice? Little Tim Hardaway shivered at Xuan's words. Damn it, you've made me a bit fearful. Then why are you still babbling? Hurry up and get out of here. At this hour, Detroit was certainly in need of some rest. Around noon, Xuan took out his boxed lunch and heated it in the microwave, casually having a few bites. He had developed a fondness for bringing his own meals to away games. Firstly, the cafeteria's boxed lunches at the Knicks were quite delectable and suited his palate, and secondly, he had no desire to indulge in American takeout. The Motor City's economy had recently been sluggish, a fact evident in the sparse attendance at the Auburn Hills Arena on game night. Only about 1,000 or 2,000 fans occupied the vast venue, rendering it eerily desolate. Perhaps in line with the atmosphere, the Pistons' performance was equally dismal. They had lost all 3 of their completed games, without a single victory. Notably, in their last match against the Nets, they suffered a staggering defeat by 22 points, leaving them battered. Ahead of the game, the Pistons received a stern directive. They must ensure that the Knicks remained at Auburn Hills. Strictly speaking, this was Xuan's first encounter with Jennings. The position of point guard often brings one face-to-face with exceptional talents. For instance, in Xuan's first 4 games, he had faced prominent figures such as Wall and Irving. Yet, in the presence of peak Jennings, they seemed like mere novices. Jennings was the 10th overall pick of the 2009 draft. The mere mention of the 2009 class sends shivers down many spines, for it produced an abundance of stars. A substantial portion of the league's cornerstones hails from this draft, not to mention the emergence of several historic icons. Need examples? Consider Lin Yi, Sun Tzu, and Lee Sin Lin. Ahem. Standing alongside such prodigies, Jennings felt immense pressure, leading him to commit an astonishing feat in his rookie season, a single-game score of 55 points. Xuan watched the video of Jennings' remarkable 55-point game. This guy is truly formidable. Despite scoring no points in the first quarter, he astonishingly accumulated a total of 39 points by the end of the third quarter. In the third quarter, Jennings began to showcase his prowess, shooting an incredible 12 out of 13 from the field and 4 out of 5 from beyond the arc, amassing 29 points in just one quarter. Although Xuan also performed admirably that day, hitting 6 out of 9 shots and 2 out of 2 from three-point range, he appeared as a mere novice in the shadow of Jennings' towering brilliance. Following that game, Jennings' reputation even overshadowed that of the best rookie Tyreke Evans, who was averaging an impressive 25.5. The prowess of such a dominant competitor is truly awe-inspiring. Witnessing Jennings up close, Xuan felt an urge to exclaim in astonishment. It turns out that his 55 points were not merely a result of his good looks. Xuan scratched his head, gazing somewhat frustrated at the line of green text that floated before him. Brandon Jennings, score, 680, threat level, green. Jennings is classified as green? Xuan initially believed that the system would grant him a purple rating. After all, I am Jennings, just like LeBron, and we are all akin to LeBron. If you can achieve a score of 980, is it unreasonable for me to obtain a score of 900? Xuan gazed at him for a considerable time before shaking his head and sighing. Though we all share the title of King James, your looks are far from commendable. The beauty of one's appearance indeed influences destiny. Your score falls short by a staggering 300 points, which hardly surprises me. In truth, prior to Jennings' injury, his prowess was commendable, with an average score exceeding 15 points in each of his first 5 seasons. Jennings, perhaps sensing Xuan's scrutiny, cast a cold, expressionless glare in his direction. He resembled a fusion of defiance and arrogance, utterly dismissive of those around him. This demeanor remained unchanged even during his subsequent wandering after the injury. 3 words, born this way. Old Fish bore heavy dark circles under his eyes. He had promised to call the Zen master before arriving, yet upon reaching here, he completely forgot about it. Even in the locker room, Xuan could hear the Zen master's furious shouts on the other end of the line, likely having realized why Old Fish insisted on departing with the entire Knicks team that very night. Xuan envied the 70-year-olds who still possessed such a powerful voice and robust health. Regardless of the outcome of the game, as long as they triumphed over the Pistons, it would likely erase all previous concerns. However, if they were to falter, Old U's gaze wavered. It was inconceivable that they could lose, considering how poor the Pistons were. Yet, the most daunting realization was that while one may perceive the opponent as weak, the opponent might view them as even weaker. Teams in the Eastern Conference typically prioritize defense, but in fans' eyes, the Knicks' defense was utterly deplorable. Whoever sees Xuan, Tim Hardaway, or Anthony on the opposite side, just attack. No one should hesitate. Although DeFan was not as fixated on defense as his brother Xuan, his extensive experience allowed him to quickly identify the Knicks' most significant weakness. Their strategy was to double-team defensively, allowing some outside shots but preventing any scoring opportunities near the basket. Of course, they had to be cautious of the yellow-skinned player, ensuring he was not afforded easy shooting chances. DeFan meticulously explained the tactical arrangements to the Pistons team, while Old U was still drenched in sweat from dealing with Zen Master. At that moment, far away in New York, the irate Zen Master, having abruptly hung up the phone, received another call from Danny Ainge. The large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. The Knicks retained Xuan as the starting point guard, with Shumpert, Melo, and Stoudemire forming the front line, and Samuel as the center. On the Pistons side, Jennings and KCP partnered in the backcourt. KCP, last year's 8th overall pick, had a lackluster rookie season averaging only 5.9 points per game. However, he had performed admirably in the first 3 games of this season, averaging double figures, earning a system rating of 520, slightly higher than Shumpert's. The Pistons' small forward was none other than the Hawk King, Josh Smith. In the previous game, the Hawk King had scored 34 points, while the Little Hawk King managed only 14. The system assigned him a rating of 600, just surpassing the threshold of the green zone. For some reason, this phrase felt peculiar. As the clock approached 7, the referees cleared the court and signaled for both teams to take their positions. Samuel and the DeAndre Drummond prepared for the tip-off. If Xuan had the chance, he would prefer to call him by another name, the rebounding machine. He was the 9th overall pick in 2012, which meant he was only in his second season last year, yet he astonishingly averaged 5 points and 2 rebounds, a remarkable double-double. In the near future, he was poised to break the average rebounding record of the past 20 years, consistently claiming the title of rebounding champion with an average of 16 rebounds per game. Such a rebounding average was indeed outrageous, considering that legends like Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone never achieved 16 rebounds per game in a single season. During his peak, Big Ben averaged merely 15 for rebounds, whereas Drummond managed to reach 16. His name ought to be in the rebounding machine outrageous Drummond. Facing a player of his caliber, Samuel was likely under considerable pressure. As from Xuan's perspective, Drummond's name ominously displayed. Rating, 700, threat level, Cyan. Extremely dangerous. A 700-rated Cyan powerhouse. It turned out that Drummond was the highest-rated player on the Pistons. Samuel was fully committed to securing this possession. One could clearly see him rolling up his sleeves. His gaze towards Drummond infused with intensity. Yet, why wasn't he jumping? Why stand there merely staring? Would a glare suffice to defeat him? Xuan was overwhelmed with frustration, while Samuel appeared earnest in his stance. However, when the referee tossed the ball into the air, one had to observe closely to notice a slight movement beneath his feet. What was he up to? On the sidelines, Old Fish covered his face, unable to bear the sight any longer. The expressions of the other Knicks players mirrored a sense of helplessness. If you were to jump for the ball, was this the display you chose to show us? Sparse laughter erupted from the scattered fans in the stands. Samuel shrugged nonchalantly, fully aware that he stood no chance of outjumping Drummond, and thus decided to forego that endeavor altogether. As the Pistons initiated their first offensive play, Jennings advanced to the front court and immediately sought out Drummond for a pick. Xuan, utterly speechless, found himself concealed behind the imposing figure of Drummond. As Drummond's massive frame expanded, Xuan was enveloped in darkness. Josh Smith maneuvered past Carmelo, positioning himself in the low post. Jennings remained unhurried, only tossing the ball once he noticed the Knicks exhibiting signs of retreat. Josh Smith, unabashed, backed into Carmelo, dribbling a couple of times before pivoting, not opting for a fadeaway jumper, but rather executing a drifting hook shot. What kind of play is this? Carmelo felt somewhat bewildered. It is true that he stands 3 centimeters taller than me, yet that hardly justifies his arrogance. What audacity to attempt a hook shot. Moreover, he executed it from such a distance that he was nearly drifting beyond the three-point line. Just moments ago, Josh Smith could have easily passed the ball back to Jennings or lobbed it to Drummond, who was stationed in the paint, yet he chose to attempt a skyhook. A lamentable offensive decision. I swiftly snatched the rebound and handed it to Xuan. The Pistons retreated with remarkable alacrity, swiftly regaining their defensive positions. Xuan advanced to the front court, where Jennings approached him. Despite Jennings' short stature, his agility was quite impressive. Xuan's shoulder feint was seen through, preventing him from shaking off Jennings' defense. The Knicks' offense still revolved around Carmelo, with Samuel and Stoudemire clearing a significant space on the right side after drawing defenders inside. Xuan lofted the ball to Carmelo, who faced a one-on-one situation. Employing a move reminiscent of how Josh Smith had previously defended him, Carmelo sat back with considerable force. Though he may be shorter in stature, his power was undeniable. He pushed past Josh Smith and took a jump shot, a long two-pointer, beautiful in execution but unfortunately rimmed out. Drummond soared above Samuel to snatch the rebound, initiating a fast break for the Pistons. To Xuan's surprise, the play was once again orchestrated by Josh Smith. While he attempted a jump shot, it too failed to find the net. Observing Smith depart without a trace of effort, Xuan pondered if his memory served him correctly. Smith was on the verge of being cut from the team. The Pistons had officially stated that Smith was incompatible with Greg Monroe and Andre Drummond. thus releasing him to create opportunities for younger players. It was a lack of self-awareness, given his poor shooting performance yet still seeking to dominate the play. Stoudemire leaped fiercely, snatching the rebound amidst the fray between Drummond and Monroe, showcasing his resilience. The counterattack was on. Xuan hastened beyond the three-point line, leaving the Pistons unable to establish their defensive matchups, resulting in a situation where each player was left to guard whoever was nearest. Xuan stood before Pop. Pop was an intriguing individual. When in good form, he was formidable, yet when his performance waned, he could be remarkably inept. Defense was not his forte. Xuan leaned against him along the sideline and pivoted closely. Pop's resistance was feeble, and as Xuan lowered his center of gravity and pressed against him, Pop instinctively took a step back. It was in that instant that Xuan accelerated towards the right, executing a dazzling crossover. The innate talent of Allen Iverson surged forth. He had slipped past him. As Pop turned, Xuan had already maneuvered by, taking advantage of Pop's momentary lapse. The entire Pistons team had converged. Drummond closely trailed Xuan, his arms raised high, casting an imposing shadow. Xuan advanced and retreated simultaneously, displaying a level of cunning that surpassed that of the boisterous Drummond. He executed a pass, seizing the moment when all attention was drawn towards him. Melo received the ball on the weak side, and even with his composed demeanor, he couldn't help but internally commend, "What a splendid pass." The timing was impeccable. As Josh Smith rushed into double-team Xuan, the space before Melo naturally opened up. With a burst of energy, I soared into the air. And under the trembling gaze of Josh Smith, boom, the basketball was emphatically slammed into the hoop. The score was now 2-0, with the Knicks taking the lead. "Well done, my friend," I said, giving Xuan a pat on the backside. That dunk exhilarated me. If there is anything on the basketball court that can elevate one's spirits, it is undoubtedly a slam dunk. The Pistons initiated a baseline inbounds play, with Xuan waiting within the three-point line for Jennings. He deliberately maintained a two-step distance, harboring a strong suspicion that Jennings would attempt to score on his own. After all, he hadn't taken a shot since the beginning, which was certainly uncharacteristic of him. Sure enough, Jennings brought the ball up and signaled his teammates to spread out. He fancied himself quite clever, choosing not to attack initially due to uncertainty regarding Xuan's defensive prowess. But after several exchanges, he had gained insight. Thus, he was ready to enter into a one-on-one mode. Dribbling, he executed shoulder fakes, suddenly going between his legs. To the right, Jennings made a jump step, crossover, changing hands and direction. After creating separation from Xuan, Jennings took a step back, altering his rhythm. Three-pointer. Swish. Jennings' technique was truly impeccable. The basketball sailed through the net. With that three-pointer, the score shifted to 2-3. Xuan was acutely aware that his defense would undoubtedly falter against Jennings, a man who once scored an astounding 55 points in a single game. Notably against the formidable Kuro, it was entirely understandable that he would be overwhelmed by such prowess. Therefore, he reminded himself to remain composed, to absolutely maintain his poise. Yet, in the next moment, an expletive erupted from his lips. "Are you seriously back for more?" Jennings had just landed his second three-pointer of the match, with remarkable precision. Was Jennings truly this accurate? Xuan cast a bewildered glance at him, intensifying his efforts on the defensive end. However, it became evident that no amount of exertion could salvage the abysmal defense. From his initial score of 0 points, he has now remarkably accumulated 8 points. Xuan finally comprehended how Jennings had amassed those 55 points back in the day. The explosive scoring prowess was certainly on par with that of a certain elementary school student and the bearded one. Moreover, it appeared as though the Pistons had discovered some sort of switch. Whenever Xuan was on defense, it didn't matter who the opponent was, they would relentlessly attack. "What the hell?" Xuan bellowed in fury. "You think the village chief isn't worthy of being an officer?" "Sue, I stand with you," exclaimed Melo, unable to contain his frustration. "Fight back. Punch them in the face. I'll set a pick for you, Sue." Samuel shouted as well. "No need for that." Xuan paused and replied, "Just hold Andre off for me, all right?" Samuel grimaced. "Sue, I wish I could assist you, but I value my survival even more." On the sidelines, Van Gundy wore a satisfied smile. Thus far, his pre-game strategies appeared to be quite successful, even though he had only exploited one of 3 vulnerabilities. Quality over quantity mattered, and since he had seized one opportunity, he urged his players to capitalize on it with vigor. With that thought, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted toward the court, "Well done. Keep it up, boys." After all, one must always pick the ripe fruit. Then Gundy mused with pride. Xuan took a deep breath to steady his emotions. It was imperative to remain calm, especially at such a moment. He needed to retaliate. And the foremost challenge he faced was against Jennings. Undoubtedly, Jennings was stronger than him, yet he was not without his vulnerabilities. Xuan's defense is lacking, and Jennings is not much better. Xuan glared fiercely at his opponent. Dare to strike my face, and I shall have the audacity to lift your skull. The match resumes. The Knicks trail by 6 points with a score of 8-14. Xuan brought the ball forward. Jennings stood before Xuan. He was not a chatterbox, yet his defiant demeanor seemed to proclaim, "Rookie, if you have the skill, come at me. Attack you? Very well." Xuan would not hold back. Without the need to pass the ball to Carmelo, he swiftly dribbles to the right, executing a crossover. I can do that too. In this regard, Allen Iverson is the true master. The crossover possesses an extraordinarily exaggerated arc. Jennings, his gaze fixed on the ball, instinctively follows Xuan to the right. It is precisely this step. Xuan deftly secured the ball, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, executed a crossover while dribbling behind his back. The direction shifted to the left. However, Jennings had already lunged towards the right side. In a startled state, he attempted to recover, but his balance faltered. He stumbled twice, nearly collapsing onto the court. Meanwhile, Xuan had surged ahead, racing towards the free throw line. On the Pistons side, Drummond and Monroe, left with no choice, could only retreat in defense. Xuan maintained his speed, executing a Euro step from the free throw line, deftly maneuvering between Monroe and Drummond to take his shot. Bang! Swish! The ball kissed the backboard and found its mark. Wow, what a display of brilliance. This breakthrough is simply exquisite, isn't it? The Pistons fans in attendance appeared somewhat bewildered by Xuan's transformation. He had been so timid moments ago, yet now he struck with such vigor. However, while they could scold their own, they would not tolerate intrusions from outsiders. Thus, following the unsuccessful offense, they began to rally for their team. Defense. 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 Their voices reverberated loudly, yet Xuan's mind grew increasingly sharp. Samuel was boxing out, not allowing a screen, while Carmelo observed from the corner, accompanied by Josh Smith. Shumpert seemed poised to slip down the left side, with Pope closely trailing him, though he maintained half his focus on the perimeter. Jennings and Drummond formed a straight line, facilitating Drummond's defensive support. The Pistons' defensive formation was indeed commendable. However, a sly smile crept across Xuan's lips. He had an arsenal of tricks up his sleeve, and tonight, he would unveil them slowly. On the offensive front, Xuan skillfully dribbled the ball. Jennings stood a considerable distance away, approximately a step and a half. Dribble, dribble, a series of between-the-legs moves. Suddenly, Xuan lowered his center of gravity, his ball-handling hand distinctly shifting to the right. Jennings' expression twitched. Another feint? Having been deceived once, he knew he ought to learn. Just as he exerted a fraction of effort to shift right, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of Xuan, stationary, picking up the ball and raising his gaze. Whoosh! A breathtakingly distant three-pointer. The three-point prowess akin to that of Stephen Curry, explosive. Xuan had attempted a three-pointer earlier, but it did not succeed. However, this time, as he released the ball, the sensation was incredibly intense, and indeed, he did not disappoint. Xuan's innate talent for making such shots is as reliable as that of a seasoned veteran. Xuan scored 5 consecutive points. Jennings was infuriated, having lost to Xuan in 2 successive psychological battles, a mere novice. With anger fueling him, Jennings pushed the ball forward, disregarding Xuan's defense. He leaped to the right and unleashed a three-point shot. Bang! Jennings was rattled. A player of his caliber fears nothing when he finds his rhythm. Even the divine must bow before him, yet turmoil within is his true adversary. When his mind falters, his technique falters as well. Xuan paid him no mind, while Samuel fought valiantly, remarkably securing the defensive rebound from Drummond's grasp. Xuan pressed the accelerator and surged forward. Jennings had already retreated as soon as he released his shot. Xuan accelerated to 120 miles per hour. Jennings exclaimed, "I will defend, I will defend. I shall defend once more. Alas, I can no longer withstand it." Xuan is the offensive player, and his acceleration undoubtedly surpasses that of a defensive player. He calls for support. Bo P is positioned just within the reasonable collision zone. His position is commendable, yet he cannot withstand Xuan. Suddenly, a swift stop and a prayer. Bo P is deceived. Xuan swiftly darts to Bo P's right rear, heading straight for the basket. As Xuan executed a swift change of direction, he seized the ball with a single hand and launched a graceful floater. Pop, unable to effectively defend against the maneuver and unwilling to grant his opponent any respite, clutched Xuan with his left hand, bringing him down mid-jump. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Pop. Simultaneously, the basketball grazed the backboard and effortlessly slid into the net. With a resounding thud, Xuan fell to the floor, yet the ball found its mark. Damn it! Before Xuan could rise from the ground, Samuel had already rushed to confront Pope. The other Knicks players hurried to assist Xuan, while the referee promptly intervened, positioning himself between Samuel and Pope, issuing a warning to both, with particular emphasis on Pope. Although Pope was the one at fault, it was not permissible for Samuel to escalate the situation into chaos. Damn it! Xuan cursed resentfully, clearly directed at someone. He sat up from the ground, massaging his calf, and moved it slightly. The issue should not be serious, it merely ached, likely from a bump. Damn that fellow! Xuan cast his gaze towards Pop's position, just as the referee rendered a decision, deeming the foul as a defensive hold rather than an act of malice. In truth, categorizing such a foul as malicious would not be entirely unwarranted. However, one must consider that this is their home court. Dilem, Xuan shouted towards Samuel, reassuring him. I'm fine. Damn it! Samuel fumed, resembling a raging bull. If it weren't for someone holding me back just now, I would have shattered his jaw with a single punch. Are you all right? Samuel, ever considerate, did not forget to check on Xuan, while Sweet Melon approached as well. Xuan shook his head, gesturing towards the area on his calf where a faint bruise lingered. These fellows have gone too far. Carmelo was equally incensed. It must be said that such behavior on the court is the most despicable and loathsome. Carmelo? Samuel inquired, his gaze diverted towards Pop, who defiantly returned the stare. Carmelo pondered for a moment, then declared, after the game, come with me. Huh? Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Where to? To inform certain individuals how to conduct themselves. Carmelo's gaze was steady as it rested upon Pop, his voice calm yet imbued with immense authority. Under Carmelo's piercing glance, Pop shivered. The hierarchy of the predator and prey was unmistakable. Big fish devour little fish consume shrimp, and Carmelo? He would consume all. Xuan hesitated. Waving his hand dismissively, perhaps it's best to let it go. After all, I am unscathed. Nevertheless, Xuan was deeply moved by Carmelo's display. You are a true leader. Carmelo was momentarily taken aback, perhaps surprised by Xuan's sudden display of sentiment. After a brief pause, he chuckled softly. No, I am not. With a wistful shake of his head, Carmelo confessed, I only know how to play basketball. Well, perhaps I can also fight. But I truly cannot be a leader. Amidst a chorus of boos, Xuan approached the free throw line, taking his shot, and it was successful. A 2-1 conversion. 8 points on the board. Xuan has already scored 8 points in this segment, from a score of 8-14. To the current 16-14, Xuan has practically taken the reins of the Knicks' resurgence. Coach Van Gundy has called a timeout. Having been outscored 8-0 by a rookie, and it seems the momentum the Pistons had just regained is on the verge of collapse. Van Gundy furrows his brow. Although Xuan has a commendable record of making all 5 3-point attempts to clinch victory against the Cavaliers, what can a single game truly signify? In the NBA, conclusions are never drawn from the outcome of just one match. Yet, this sudden scoring burst of 8 consecutive points. Van Gundy's eyes reflect scrutiny. From his perspective as a coach, Xuan's physicality can only be deemed average. Yet his ball handling and ability to penetrate defenses are noteworthy, and his 3-point shooting is remarkable, contributing an average of 6 assists per game along with a commendable court vision. However, his defensive skills leave much to be desired. Van Gundy ponders thoughtfully, stroking his chin. If he stays on the right path, he may indeed prove to be a promising talent. Of course, admiration aside, discipline must be enforced. Upon resuming play, the Pistons have evidently intensified their perimeter defense, particularly focusing on Xuan. The defensive formation has shifted from a 1-2-2 to a 2-2-1. Xuan remained unperturbed, for he possessed a deft touch with his white chocolate passes. However, the Pistons executed their strategy with remarkable intelligence, deploying heavy defense against both Xuan and Melo. As both teams began to rotate their players, Xuan was substituted, making way for Langston. The lineup of Tim Hardaway, Melo, Quincy, and Jason took to the court, suggesting that Melo would likely play the entirety of the first quarter. After Xuan's departure, Melo noticeably increased his isolation plays. He has always been among the elite few in the league when it comes to one-on-one scoring ability, and his performance, fueled by frustration, surpassed even his previous efficiency. At the end of the first quarter, the Knicks led by 5 points with a score of 25-20. Melo played the entirety of the first quarter, finishing as the highest scorer on the court with 11 points. Xuan scored 8 points and provided 3 assists. Jennings started off well, but his performance quickly dwindled after Xuan responded with an 8-0 run, highlighting his greatest flaw, an erratic and inconsistent form. In the second quarter, I took a brief respite, allowing JR to step in at the small forward position while Tim Hardaway Jr. took a seat and Shumpert returned to play as shooting guard. This lineup struggled to find its rhythm, with JR's erratic shooting resulting in 0 for 4 from the field, while Shumpert managed a mere 1 for 4, collectively converting only 1 out of 8 attempts from beyond the arc. The Knicks' early lead in the first quarter was swiftly overturned, and by halftime, they found themselves trailing 42-44, down by 2 points. Xuan remained seated on the bench throughout the second quarter, just as Jennings across the court also took a prolonged rest. In the locker room, the team physician briefly administered some therapy to Xuan. He took a sip of Gatorade beside him and gazed at his current attribute panel. Xuan, a 19-year-old male, possesses a score of 380, temporary score of 410. He is endowed with the following talents: Stephen Curry's silver-level three-point shooting, in progress; Allen Iverson's silver-level breakthrough, in progress; Russell Westbrook's silver-level physicality, and Jason Williams' silver-level passing. The uncertainty surrounding the progression of his 2 developing talents leaves him with a sense of discomfort. Surprisingly, Jennings did not play in the second quarter, which caught Xuan off guard. Coach Van Gundy's intentions remain unclear. In the locker room, Coach Yu is devising strategies. The Pistons primarily focused on offensive plays through defensive counterattacks in the first half, especially in the second quarter, where they managed to close the gap and even take a 2-point lead. However, a 2-point advantage is hardly substantial. After analyzing the shortcomings of the first half, Coach Yu began to arrange the starting lineup for the second half. Undoubtedly, Xuan, who played less than 10 minutes, is included in the lineup, alongside Tim Hardaway Jr., Carmelo Anthony, Amare Stoudemire, and Samuel. On the Bucks side, Jennings returned to the court, joined by Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Karen Butler, Jonas Jerebko, and Greg Monroe as the starters for the second half. After resting for an entire quarter, Jennings immediately made his presence known, scoring a long 2-pointer against Xuan's defense. On the Knicks' end, Xuan found Carmelo, who, leaning against Karen Butler, executed a turnaround jumper in response. As they retreated on defense, Xuan signaled for a double team with Tim Hardaway Jr. Jennings passed the ball to Caldwell-Pope, who missed a 3-pointer. Stoudemire and Samuel effectively contained Monroe, allowing Xuan to secure the rebound and initiate a fast break. The Pistons quickly regrouped, and as Xuan pushed forward, he attracted a double team, passing to the trailing Carmelo, who launched a 3-pointer. 47-44. The Knicks had taken the lead. Carmelo scored 5 consecutive points after the break, and Xuan also tallied 2 assists. The synergy between Xuan and Anthony was improving, prompting fans to exclaim, "Is this the emergence of chemistry?" Wang Ming analyzed, "In my view, Anthony's off-ball movement poses a greater threat than his ball handling, and Xuan's passing often creates comfortable shooting opportunities for him." The Pistons remained composed. Jennings advanced to the front court, took a step to the right to shake off Xuan, prompting Stoudemire and Samuel to collapse inward. Xuan pursued, but collided with Monroe. Jennings executed a deceptive pass, halted, and made a jump shot for 2 points. Both Caldwell-Pope in the corner and Jerebko on the weak side were open, yet Jennings opted to take the shot himself, successfully scoring. Jennings now had 12 points. The score stood at 47-46, with the Knicks clinging to a slender 1-point lead. Shortly after, Carmelo, not to be outdone, received a pass from Xuan in the corner and hit a 3-pointer. The lead expanded back to 4 points. Moreover, Carmelo began his signature 3-finger salute. Xuan delivered 3 consecutive assists, leaving him exhilarated. However, in the subsequent 2 possessions, Jennings astonishingly sank back-to-back 3-pointers. It was madness. Utterly insane. It was terrifying enough that I had already scored 8 points, but Jennings came in with an impeccable 4 for 4 shooting, adding 10 points to his tally. How could this be happening? The excitement was palpable. Over here, Bo Per received Jennings' pass and netted a 3-pointer, while little Tim Hardaway also hit a 3. Chaos ensued. The entire Jinsi Northwest was thrown into disarray. Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement. In just a short span, he had already accumulated 5 assists, bringing his total to 8 points and 8 assists, nearly a double-double. In the midst of a fast-paced transition, he found a rare moment of open space. The Pistons, now indifferent to Xuan's presence, either attempted to defend or simply retreated, indifferent to his shooting fate. Yet, amidst the spectacle where everyone showcased their prowess, he alone faced the brunt of adversity. To his dismay, the open three-pointer failed to find its mark. Had he exhausted all his luck in the first quarter? Xuan was filled with frustration. While everyone else was scoring, he found himself missing shot after shot. It seemed unfair, transforming his sorrow into motivation. He resolved to focus on facilitating plays instead. The chaotic skirmish in the third quarter was nothing short of frenetic. On the Knicks side, Carmelo Anthony made 7 of 10 attempts, tallying an impressive 18 points in the quarter. Tim Hardaway Jr. contributed 7 points, while Amare Stoudemire and Samuel each added 4 points, leading the Knicks to a total of 33 points in that quarter. Despite not scoring a single point, Xuan racked up an astonishing 8 assists in this segment alone. With the game still in progress, his assists had already reached double digits. 11 assists. This achievement shattered his personal record for assists in a single game. Moreover, he had eclipsed Jeremy Lin's record. Lambeau's words left Xuan utterly bewildered. Which record did I break? Admittedly, I am but a casual fan. Lambeau informed him that on February 6, 2012, Jeremy Lin had recorded 7 assists in a single quarter against the Jazz, a feat now surpassed by Xuan. However, despite Carmelo's impressive 18 points and Xuan's 8 assists, the Knicks found little cause for celebration, because someone had truly shown. Jennings scored 25 points in the quarter, hitting 9 of 11 shots, including 4 of 5 from beyond the arc and 3 of 4 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 33 points, 3 assists, and 4 rebounds by the end of the third quarter. Remarkably, he had played for less than 2 full quarters. The Bucks scored 36 points in the quarter, edging the score to 80-75. Apart from Jennings, the rest of the Pistons combined for a mere 11 points. Jennings' performance sent the arena's fans into a frenzy. They spontaneously united in chants of MVP, MVP, MVP. His extraordinary display was nothing short of electric. Jennings, my goodness. With 33 points already on the board before the game concluded, the ESPN commentators were equally fervent in their excitement. A prodigious talent. Hearts racing. He truly lived up to the name of King James. Could the man who once scored 55 points in a single game be making a triumphant return? Hail to our emperor. Indeed, while Carmelo was in superb form and Xuan shone brightly, they paled in comparison to Jennings at this moment. The little King James moniker was well-deserved. The Knicks were somewhat perplexed. Old fish stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend what had transpired. How could they score 33 points in a quarter and yet see the deficit widen? What could explain this phenomenon? The Knicks' morale had dipped. Xuan hung his head, lost in thought. With his silence, the others dared not utter a word. Xuan shifted his gaze to the team's nominal second-in-command, Little C, who remained silent. This encapsulates the current state of the Knicks. When they win, all is well, but once they fall behind or lose, the atmosphere within the team becomes exceedingly strange and somber, lacking a figure to take charge. Perhaps Xuan's assertion that he is ill-suited for leadership stems from this very reason. Xuan was at a loss for words. However, the match was far from lost. Although the opposing team had scored 25 points in a single quarter, the overall score for that quarter was merely 33-36, resulting in a deficit of just 3 points. In that light, the situation seemed less daunting. One must not lose their momentum. Xuan felt compelled to take action. As the intermission concluded, the fourth quarter commenced. The Knicks fielded a lineup featuring Xuan, Shumpert, Melo, Stoudemire, and Samuel. On the opposing side, the Pistons presented Jennings, KCP, Josh Smith, Drummond, and Monroe. The Knicks initiated the offense, with Xuan unhurriedly bringing the ball across midcourt. Jennings clapped his hands and taunted, "Rookie, are you afraid?" Xuan had scored no points in the third quarter. "Is that so?" He replied with a smile, suddenly executing a swift crossover to break past Jennings on his right. "Got you, rookie." Jennings, despite his short stature, quickly retreated. Xuan maintained his speed, feinting as he directed the racket to the left. Crossover. Both Drummond and Monroe responded swiftly. Xuan anticipated that such a forceful approach would lead to trouble. Xuan advanced and retreated simultaneously, glancing back at the moon as he deftly tossed the ball behind him, perfectly setting it up for the sweet melon at the arc's peak. A three-point shot swoosh. Jennings displayed a lamentable awareness in defense, only realizing he needed to intervene as sweet melon released the ball. The score now stood at 78-80. narrowing the gap to 2 points. The pass was exquisite. Filled with joy, I affectionately ruffled Xuan's hair. That shot was undeniably delightful. I find myself increasingly enamored with the exhilarating sensation of receiving the ball and shooting immediately. It's simply splendid. Beginning with a successful offensive play undoubtedly bolstered our morale significantly. After scoring, the Knicks promptly retreated on defense, denying the Pistons any chance for a fast break. However, it appeared that the Pistons had no inclination for a quick transition either. Jennings advanced slowly, waiting for Drummond and Monroe to establish position in the paint before bringing the ball across half-court. The Knicks now had Shumpert defending, and it made no sense to allow them to exploit our defense. After scoring 25 points in a single quarter, Jennings began to float, bringing the ball up the court while blatantly disregarding Shumpert's defense. He took a step to the right and launched another three-pointer. Bang! Swish! It went in again. Jennings' shooting touch remained undiminished, restoring the 5-point lead. Xuan advanced into the offensive zone, and the Knicks did not possess any significant single matchup advantages. To be precise, only Guo was comprehensively overpowering Josh Smith. Xuan passed the ball to Carmelo, leading Jennings to the baseline. Carmelo, stationed at the three-point line, drew a double team, while Samuel moved up to set a screen, allowing Stoudemire to slip into the paint. Utilizing the pick, Carmelo forcefully created space for his shot. Bang! It missed. Stoudemire, caught in a 2-on-1 predicament between Monroe and Drummond, struggled fiercely in the paint. If it were the younger version of me, I would have easily handled them. But now, I find myself lacking the same strength. The Pistons secured the defensive rebound, and Xuan felt a pang of sympathy for Stoudemire. Yet he had to sprint back on defense as the Pistons launched a counterattack. Jennings was the first to break away, despite his short stature. He dashed ahead like the wind, while Xuan gritted his teeth, closely trailing behind. As they crossed the three-point line, Jennings did not rush to shoot. Instead, he caught a glimpse of the trailing Josh Smith out of the corner of his eye. Don't ask me where Carmelo went. I have no idea. The pass was made. Jennings, with a quick glance back, dished the ball to Josh Smith on the right, while positioning himself to block Xuan. Smith went for the layup. Clang, clang, clang. Bang. Each attempt grew heavier and further. Oh no, this is a disaster. The layup veered off. My dear Hawking, Xuan is a clever little rascal, seizing the moment while others, particularly Jennings, are still in a daze. He swiftly snatches the rebound from the center. A counterattack with a long pass. The space before me opens up. Swish. The ball finds its mark in the net. A splendid long pass. 81-83. After Xuan's opening, he has already delivered 2 remarkably exquisite assists. This time, it's Josh Smith who must take the blame. Jennings made an excellent pass, yet who could have anticipated that he would miss the layup? Jennings, refusing to pass, brings the ball forward to face Shumpert. Shumpert adopts an intensely serious defensive stance, eyes wide open, as if to say, if you dare shoot, I shall make you pay dearly. He truly finds himself at a loss against Jennings. Despite his previous commendable defense, he was still outmaneuvered by Yin. Jennings, however, is unfazed. He continuously dribbles on the perimeter, altering his rhythm and position. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the ball striking the floor only serves to heighten Shumpert's agitation. Their essay saying, a thief can only thrive for so long. One cannot defend against a thief indefinitely. By heavens, if I must fall, let it be with flair. With only 5 seconds left on the shot clock, Shumpert lunges forward. Jennings has been waiting for this opportunity. He gathers the ball, evades Shumpert's defense, draws back his bow, and aims for the basket. As the ball leaves his hands, Jennings has already turned to retreat on defense. Confidence like the wind, always by my side. He mentally counts down to the sound of cheers. But alas, fortune does not favor him. His moment of bravado backfires as the ball circled the rim before spinning out. Stoudemire secures the rebound. The Knicks launch a fast break. The fans at the sidelines gasp in astonishment. Jennings barely registers a flash of movement beside him as Xuan races to the three-point line. Stoudemire's long pass arrives just in time. Xuan turns and deftly scoops the ball. Swish. He scores with a layup. By the time Jennings comprehends the situation, it is already too late. Xuan would never commit the blunder of Josh Smith, executing a clean and decisive layup. With the score tied at 83-83, Xuan reached double digits, 10 points and 13 assists. A splendid double-double freshly minted. Alas, Jennings was incensed, just beyond the logo. As Shumpert hesitated on whether to extend his defensive range, Jennings unleashed an extraordinary long-range three-pointer. Swish. Indeed, Jennings proved to be indefensible, In the final quarter, he continued to rack up points, amassing 14 points in just the 9th minute of play. He concluded the game with 47 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds. Shumpert and JR took turns defending him, but to no avail. Jennings transformed into a relentless force, mercilessly assaulting the Knicks' defense. Ultimately, the Knicks surrendered, opting for Xuan to guard Jennings, for it was evident that no one else could contain him. Should sacrificing Xuan lead to victory, Old Fish could proudly declare, "We can triumph until the end of time." Trapped in this quagmire of self-destructive defense, Xuan's statistics grew slowly, managing merely 1 assist after an arduous stretch of play. However, this did not imply that the Knicks' offense had collapsed. Mike Guo was in fine form. Having scored 11 points in these 9 minutes following the 3rd quarter, he finished with a total of 40 points, not far behind Jennings. Both teams were formidable wolves. The score remained tight, with JR coming off the bench, hitting 2 crucial three-pointers, helping the Knicks cling to the Pistons' tail. 101-101. An unexpected turn of events. In the final 3 minutes, the game was astonishingly tied. On the court, the players were nearing their physical limits. This grueling battle tested their endurance significantly. Even though Xuan had rested an entire quarter, he now felt as if his legs were encased in lead. Yet, Jennings was in a similar predicament. Having expended significantly more energy, with nearly half of the Pistons' offense orchestrated by him, Xuan brought the ball forward, attempting a breakthrough from the right side. However, realizing he could not penetrate, Xu opted to distribute the ball instead. At the top of the arc, Sweet Melon executed a pick-and-roll with Samuel. Just as he stepped out, he received Xuan's pass. As Samuel returned to the paint, he set a screen for Xuan, prompting Jennings to decisively follow Samuel into the interior. While Drummond shifted to a high position to defend Xuan braced his arm, only to be met with a tenfold recoil. He resigned himself to abandoning the pursuit of the ball and instead ventured to the corner to clear some space alongside Xuan. I, too, was fatigued, my accuracy evidently waning. The ball grazed the edge of the rim and bounced up, prompting Samuel to unleash a fierce roar. Monroe seized the rebound, initiating a fast break for the Pistons. Perhaps it was better to set up a half-court offense. Jennings, with 15 seconds on the clock, advanced the ball past half-court, and Xuan, after catching his breath, approached him. Jennings, straining to change direction, evaded Xuan's grasp, executing a high-arching jump shot. Bang! Samuel roared once more. Stoudemire secured the rebound. In crucial moments, Stoudemire was the one to rely on. Monroe had already soared high, attempting a putback, but Stoudemire ferociously claimed the ball. As Xuan brought the ball past half-court and passed it to me, I, in a moment of desperation, hurled the shot. Yet it failed to find its mark. At this juncture, no one seemed to possess a steady touch. With fatigue draining our energy, our movements were inevitably compromised. Samuel's roar proved futile this time, as Xuan snatched the rebound, and the entire Pistons squad surged forward. Currently, Xuan was the most physically capable player on the Pistons, yet Jennings, blinded by his fervor, overlooked this fact. Jennings penetrated the paint, but fatigue hindered his ability to change direction. Xuan and Monroe vacated the area beneath the basket, while Xuan positioned himself before Jennings, who was nearly forced through by Xuan's presence. This inadvertently granted Xuan a prime defensive stance. Jennings took a breath, gritting his teeth as he pivoted. It was a clumsy spin, yet Xuan's low-post defense was even more inadequate, allowing Jennings to seize the initiative and create space. Xuan contemplated leaping forward, aware that he still had a chance to intercept, yet he hesitated, fearing that once he committed, he might be unable to halt his momentum. Jennings, after pivoting, sought to regain control during his change of direction. Clearly, he was overthinking. In the absence of strength, the more actions one attempts, the greater the likelihood of error. As Jennings attempted to retract, his footing faltered. His center of gravity shifted forward, his body leaned precariously. Oh no! Jennings silently lamented his predicament. In the next instant, he lunged forward, tumbling ungracefully. However, amidst the chaos, he still managed to hurl the ball towards the hoop. Jennings crashed onto the floor, yet the ball grazed the backboard and gently glided into the net. 103-101, the Pistons took the lead. A miraculous shot. The arena erupted in jubilant cheers. In critical moments, it was up to me, the King Jennings. Meanwhile, the Knicks fans emitted a near-sorrowful groan, incredulous that such a shot could actually succeed. MVP, MVP, MVP. The cheers reverberated throughout the Palace of Auburn Hills. Jennings emphatically struck the floor with his fist, letting out a triumphant roar. This marked his 49th point of the game, just 1 point shy of a 50-point milestone. Just 1 point. The crowd was on the brink of frenzy. The spectators never anticipated such an intense contest. It was worth it. It felt as though they had struck a fortune. One must acknowledge that such miraculous shots can indeed dampen morale, prompting Coach Fish to call a timeout. Xuan took a couple of sips from his Gatorade. In truth, he would have preferred to enjoy a banana, but Old Fish had already signaled for the players to gather and listen to his instructions. There was ample time remaining. A 2-point deficit was entirely recoverable. Focus on your shooting percentage, all right? When you have the ball, stay calm. If there's no opportunity, just wait, Old Fish reiterated, his tactical board in hand, expounding extensively. The central message was clear: patience was key. Old Fish opted not to substitute any players, and the Pistons maintained their original lineup. Now was the moment to shine. This was the final minute of the contest. The Knicks initiated a sideline inbound play. Xuan positioned himself forward, swiftly receiving the pass and delivering it to Melo, who, without a moment's hesitation, launched a three-pointer. Clang. On the sidelines, Old Fish's expression darkened. He had just emphasized the need for composure. The Pistons, enjoying a lead, naturally sought to slow the pace of the game, taking their time as Jennings dribbled past half-court with just 15 seconds left. Xuan realized he couldn't simply watch as the clock ran down. Gritting his teeth, he advanced. Jennings executed a quick step back for a three-pointer, but it missed. Jennings was fatigued as well. His previous spectacular shot had drained nearly all his energy. Samuel and Stoudemire collaborated effectively to secure the defensive rebound. Throughout the first 3 quarters, the Knicks' interior had been ruthlessly dominated by Drummond and Monroe, yet in these final moments, Samuel and Stoudemire performed admirably, securing several crucial rebounds without faltering. The Knicks had regained possession. Xuan brought the ball over, 38 seconds remaining, a chance to seize it. The ball reached Carmelo, who evidently understood Xuan's intent and promptly took the shot. The ball once again rimmed out. The Pistons began to manage the clock. Their best outcome would be to exhaust the 24-second shot clock and still make a basket. Indeed, achieving either would ensure the Knicks would depart this match in despair. Clang. The sharp sound of iron reverberated. Had a different defender been present, Jennings would likely have opted to pass. However, standing before him was Xuan, and it was clear that Jennings held little regard for Xuan's defensive prowess. Thus, he fell into the trap. While it may have been feasible to play this way when energy levels were high, now, with fatigue setting in, did it truly matter who stood in front of him? After all, he could hardly make the shot. And Drummond had been leaning on Samuel in the paint for nearly a year without anyone passing him the ball. 11 seconds. The Knicks' final offensive play. With no timeouts remaining, Xuan, panting, waved his hand to signal his teammates to press forward swiftly. Time was of the essence, and every fleeting second counted. As he dribbled the ball towards him, Jennings felt a pang of regret. He was motivated by self-interest, after all. He was merely 1 point away from achieving a 50-point game. The difference between 49 and 50 points, though seemingly trivial, represented 2 entirely different realms. If he did not seize this opportunity, he would likely find himself restless throughout the night. Jennings began to remedy the situation, fully aware that he was running on empty. His defense was akin to a sieve. Thus, he called for Pop to double-team. They would converge on Xuan. After all, he had never held Xuan in high regard. The clock ticked down swiftly, and Pop's double-team arrived in an instant. Under the slight physical confrontation, Xuan struggled to maintain his balance. What a prime opportunity! Jennings' eyes sparkled as he and Pop simultaneously reached out to snatch the ball from Xuan's grasp. With 4 hands converging, Xuan gritted his teeth, sweat stinging his eyes. The remaining strength he possessed was insufficient for a breakthrough or a change of direction. What was he to do? Xuan's gaze was imbued with an unprecedented fervor and hope. Deep within, something akin to a glass vessel shattered and exploded, flowing from the heart's pulse to the wrist. Yet, I shall not yield. The simple motion of bending and passing the ball was a struggle for survival amidst the narrow confines. Xuan passed the ball at a critical moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the limits. Jason Williams' passing talent begins to evolve. The duration of the evolution is unknown, and the effects remain uncertain. Xuan neither heard nor saw. His eyes were drenched in sweat, and his ears were overwhelmed by the cheers. Because the ball went in. Carmelo's buzzer beater was a resounding success. The Knicks triumphed over the Detroit Pistons with a narrow margin of 104 to 103. They had turned the game around. Without a doubt. Carmelo was the hero of the match, shooting 16 out of 27 from the field, 6 out of 11 from beyond the arc, and 5 out of 7 from the free throw line, amassing an impressive 43 points, alongside 4 assists and 6 rebounds, scoring over 40 points. He boasted a shooting percentage of 59.2 and a three-point accuracy of 54.5. Now it was Jennings who was left in disbelief. Despite his remarkable performance of 19 out of 30 shooting, 7 out of 12 from three-point range, and 4 out of 6 from the free throw line, totaling 49 points. His team still lost. What significance do those stats hold now? Immediately after the game, Carmelo rushed over to embrace Xuan. "Buddy, you did an incredible job." "Absolutely fantastic." Carmelo had briefly feared that Xuan would be caught in that sudden double team. Yet he was astonished that Xuan managed to pass the ball out in such a dire situation. That was an exceedingly difficult shot, and ultimately the decisive one. As calm returned and the battlefield shifted elsewhere, Xuan was joyfully undergoing rehabilitation. Today's game had taken a significant toll on his stamina. After delivering that final pass, he had collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. It was a contest filled with physical clashes and raw intensity. The screen was awash with sweat, watering the seeds of ultimate victory. As Xuan engaged in his therapy, he perused the news, with Sweet Melon by his side. Detroit, a city of little prominence, is grappling with economic decline, which has adversely affected even the journalism profession. Consequently, both Melon and Xuan declined to attend the post-match press conference, citing health concerns. Meanwhile, Old Fish has taken Little Tim Hardaway and JR to participate. Xuan and T-Mac were engaged in a conversation, and their relationship seemed to have blossomed further after this match. T-Mac pointed to a corner of the screen on his phone, displaying Xuan's final shot made amidst a tight defense. "Look, you're on fire." Xuan gave him a push. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The current state of the internet is unfathomable. Almost instantaneously after the match concluded, a plethora of information including videos, recordings, photographs, and updates on the game spread across the web. This is an entirely different battleground. It is hard to believe that the final victory would belong to the New York Knicks. ESPN analyst Gutierrez expressed his disbelief. "When Brandon scored 25 points in the third quarter, I thought the game was over." Anthony delivered a performance of phenomenal proportions. In stark contrast, the Pistons must now come to terms with the grim reality of a 4-game losing streak this season. Today's news is indeed sweet. Step aside. I want to see if Jennings shed any tears. Humorous image. Jennings had a rather unfortunate day. Not only did he fail to achieve over 50 points, but he also faced a heart-wrenching defeat. The waves of talent surged one after another. People are speculating that if Jennings opted to trust his teammates instead of taking the final 2 shots himself, the outcome of the game might have been different. Jennings felt wronged as well. In such a situation, even the seasoned kid would likely attempt to take matters into his own hands, right? No one would willingly forfeit the honor within reach. It can only be said that fate plays its tricks, and when destiny seeks to impose itself upon you, it is best not to resist, for resistance proves futile. However, after the game concluded, Xuan approached Jennings for a brief embrace. He may be flawed, but he is not malicious, albeit somewhat lacking in intellect, and possessing a few character flaws. Of course, aside from the stars of the match, both Anthony and Jennings, Xuan, as the secondary character, also garnered considerable attention. Goodness, he amassed 15 assists. To be precise, that translates to 10 points and 15 assists. Clearly, this constitutes a double-double. No, rather, a grand double-double. Scoring merely 10 points while racking up 15 assists. What else could this be but a grand double-double? Rondo II. I foresee him blossoming into the next Paul. Is someone upstairs trying to sow discord? Indeed, it is impressive. Few can deliver such performances in their rookie season. I am inclined to label him as the best. Well, perhaps he may not be the best rookie after all. Xuan's performance has garnered widespread acclaim. However, there inevitably exist dissenting voices that buzz incessantly like flies around one's ears. What have I observed? Has he ever executed a successful defense? Might I inquire? Is he but a specter? I regret to assert that he appears as fragile as a young Bambi. Xuan glanced at a few messages before casually setting his phone aside. He was not a banknote, incapable of pleasing everyone. And the reasons for their criticism were indeed unworthy of his effort to refute. They were all mere flaws. Perhaps he should find a way to silence them? Xuan had already executed these individuals in his mind. The therapy session for Xuan concluded slightly earlier than his own. Xuan could only watch enviously as they exited the treatment room. However, taking advantage of this brief interlude, he decided to take a glance at his attribute panel. Xuan, a 19-year-old male, possesses a rating of 380 for 125, temporary. He is endowed with talents such as Stephen Curry's silver three-point shooting in advancement, Allen Iverson's silver breakthrough in advancement, Russell Westbrook's silver athleticism, and Jason Williams' silver passing in advancement. Indeed, Jason Williams' passing talent is also in the process of advancement. Furthermore, the rating in the parentheses has transformed from 410 to 425. Xuan pondered silently. This alteration stirred a hint of speculation within him, though he remained uncertain of its accuracy. The rating is intricately linked to the level of talent. When his 4 talents progressed from bronze to silver, his rating escalated from 300 to 380, an increment of 80 points. If this holds true, each advancement corresponds to an increase of 20 points in rating. Transitioning from bronze to silver resulted in a 20-point increase. So what would the increase be when advancing from silver to gold? It must undoubtedly exceed 20, as evidenced by the disparity in advancement difficulty. The initial transition from bronze to silver seemed rather effortless, whereas now, he had to exert himself to the utmost to barely meet the criteria for advancement, with the timeline for successful progression remaining an enigma. However, one question lingered. Xuan gazed vacantly at the ceiling. During his prior advancement to silver, he did not possess the so-called temporary rating. Xuan felt a throbbing headache. Just as he was about to consume a banana for a mental boost, Tim Hardaway Jr. entered after attending a press conference. "How's it going? Feeling good?" Xuan cast a sidelong glance at him. "Feeling like crap." Tim Hardaway Jr. rolled his eyes. "Those guys didn't TC you and Carmelo losing their minds. I thought something good would come my way. Damn it, they're looking down on me." Just moments ago at the press conference, while JR was fine, Tim Hardaway felt utterly neglected. Were it not for a New York reporter's humanitarian gesture in posing a question, he would have sat there and drained the entire row of Gatorade on the table. "Sue, let's train together starting tomorrow." "Huh? What do you mean?" Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, gesturing for Tim to lean closer for a check. "No fever, right? Did you just drink some fake alcohol?" Xuan tentatively inquired. "Get away." Little Tim swatted his hand away, declaring, "I'm determined to put in the effort." His voice seemed to swell with pride. "I aspire to become a basketball star. A superstar, no less. Ideally, I'd like to be like Michael. If I have to settle for LeBron, that would suffice. And then I'll have them all licking the soles of my shoes." Little Tim Hardaway gritted his teeth and said. Meanwhile, far away in Boston, in Ainge's luxurious office, 2 individuals sat across from each other, Ainge wearing a wry smile. The truth was undeniable. They had turned him down. Coach Stevens furrowed his brow as he picked up the trade application form from the table. What about a straight swap for Smart? Ainge was indeed willing. Smart was the 7th overall pick, while Xuan was merely a second-round selection. Given that only a few games had been played, it was impossible to draw any conclusions. Ainge's willingness to gamble with Smart indicated a significant resolve. "Is there no room for negotiation?" the young coach asked as he closed the report. "There is some," Ainge shrugged. "They still require us to part with a future second-round pick. Hell, how could I possibly agree to such conditions? What about a second proposal?" Ainge fell silent for a moment. "Do you think you're clever? How did you know there was a second proposal?" "They want Turner." "Turner?" "Yes. They don't need guards. They require forwards. You know, Carmelo is playing over 35 minutes each game. They want to find him a substitute." It was evident that Ainge had engaged in extensive discussions with the Knicks regarding this matter. Turner. The young coach felt a twinge of anxiety. Although Turner was a player the Celtics had just signed this season, he was undeniably integral to their system. The former 2nd overall pick had averaged 17 for points, 3, 7 assists, and 6, 0 rebounds during the first half of last season with the Philadelphia 76ers, putting up near all-star figures. While his stats had dipped after moving to Indiana, that was merely due to positional overlap with his teammate. "What are you pondering?" "I'm contemplating the feasibility of this trade." "Are you out of your mind?" Ainge exclaimed, taken aback. "What is feasible about such ludicrous terms? They're completely off the mark." "Danny." Ainge was cut off by the young coach. Xuan just recorded 10-15. The coach's tone remained calm, leaving Ainge momentarily stunned. "So what? He can't possibly maintain 10-15 every game. Brad, you need to remain composed. He is just a rookie who has played 5 games. After a moment of silence, the young coach stood up. "I stand by my opinion, Danny. If you're unwilling to proceed with this trade, so be it. But I hope the one regretting this decision in the future will be me, not you. Ainge stood there, momentarily dazed, before shaking his head after a long pause. All right, you've won. Let us rewind 5 hours. On the phone with Ainge was Mills, but standing behind him was the Zen master. Phil, if Danny agrees to swap Turner, are we really trading Xuan? Mills hesitated, originally intending to flatly reject Ainge's trade request, but the Zen master's remote guidance prompted him to make such a request. Absolutely, the Zen master replied without hesitation. However, no howevers. The Zen master interrupted him. This is business, Steve. His words carried a chilling air. He is just a rookie. Regardless. As long as he plays well, what does it matter? Yet, Mills dared not voice this sentiment. The Zen master was a man who would trade even Kobe, let alone someone as insignificant as Xuan. Still, he understood that the Knicks had an abundance of guards, whereas viable forwards were scarce. Xuan was unaware that he had danced on the precipice of life and death. After resting for a night at the hotel, he followed the team back to New York the next day, not to play a home game, but an away game against the Brooklyn Nets. Brooklyn lies to the southeast of Manhattan, and Xuan was quite familiar with this area, known for its substantial Chinese population, making it the most densely populated Chinese community in New York. The game was scheduled for the following day. Old Yu had already consulted everyone, and given the proximity, it seemed reasonable to wait in Manhattan until the game commenced before taking a bus. However, without exception, no one expressed a desire to head to Manhattan. Everyone insisted on staying in Brooklyn to acclimate to the environment beforehand. Sue, are you coming? Even before disembarking the plane, a visibly enthusiastic Tim Hardaway Jr. invited him. Where to? Xuan inquired as he set his backpack down. Relax, buddy, Tim Hardaway Jr. said, flashing a grin that dispelled the gloom of the previous day. Oh. Come on, yesterday you mentioned you wanted to train, Xuan replied, shaking his head. You said you wanted to become a star. A superstar, did I really? Tim Hardaway Jr. scratched his head, wearing an expression of feigned innocence. You did. And you also mentioned wanting those reporters to lick the old skin off your heels, Xuan earnestly confirmed with him once more. Little Tim Hardaway furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, then suddenly declared, Sue, I must retract my previous statement. His tone was rather grave, and Xuan felt the weight of the atmosphere. Oh, you wish to take it back? Those things you said yesterday? No, it's what I just said. What did you just say? Was it the part where I said to relax, buddy? No. Then it must be Sue, let's go, right? Indeed. Little Tim Hardaway nodded solemnly, turning on his heel and departing the plane without a backward glance. Old Yu had taken a long break, with training resuming tomorrow morning, which explained little Tim Hardaway's urgency. After all, time waits for no one. Just as Xuan disembarked, Lin Yun arrived. During their late-night phone call, Xuan had informed her of his plans to visit Brooklyn for an away game today. Hey, why did your teammates leave in such a hurry? Lin Yun whispered after embracing Xuan. Who do you mean? Xuan grasped her hand. That one who talks the most, Lin Yun replied quietly. I saw him rushing to hail a taxi while talking on the phone about meeting at the usual place. Xuan fell silent for a moment, uncertain how to elucidate. Don't mind him. He probably has a training session, but it will be quick, likely over in the blink of an eye. Oh. Lin Yun nodded her adorable little head. She had a somewhat scatterbrained disposition, while Xuan was sweating profusely, eager to change the subject. Where shall we go for fun? How about we indulge in some cheesecake? There's a renowned cheesecake shop here. Cheesecake? I can't eat that. It's too high in calories. Xuan shook his head in refusal. Lin Yun tilted her adorable little head, pondering for a long while. How about you watch me eat? Don't you think that's even harsher? Haha, of course not. I find this suggestion absolutely splendid. Brooklyn Nets. Hey, do you really need to exert yourself so much? Did you not sleep last night? Little Tim Hardaway's eyes were vacant, with dark circles resembling makeup. Xuan helplessly patted his old face. How long do you intend to lean on me? Little Tim Hardaway indignantly raised his head and pointed at Xuan's nostrils. Ha! I knew you were fickle. You traitor. Xuan pushed him away with a swift motion and then greeted Lin Yun, who was seated in the second row, with a warm smile. Lin Yun lowered her petite head, feeling quite bashful, for when Xuan addressed her, the camera also shifted its focus. She was still unaccustomed to displaying affection in such a public setting. Sue, have you ever heard the saying? Little Tim Hardaway, noticing Xuan's indifference towards him, leaned in closer with his round face. Showing affection leads to a swift demise. Get lost, Tim. You're in my way. Xuan pushed him aside once more. If you don't move, I'll have to tell Derek about what you did yesterday. Xuan unleashed a powerful move, causing little Tim Hardaway to be taken aback and hastily concede. If old Fish were to discover their escapades from the previous night, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. With little Tim absent, Xuan felt a newfound tranquility, allowing him the opportunity to keenly observe the array of players on the nets. The highest-rated player, undeniably, was the true Eagle King, Joe Johnson, boasting a rating of 810, threat level, blue, extremely dangerous. Upon seeing this prominently displayed blue font, Xuan couldn't help but click his tongue. This indeed was the true Eagle King. In contrast, the rating of Josh Smith appeared somewhat lacking in comparison. Although Joe Johnson currently finds himself in the twilight of his career, last season he achieved peak efficiency. His shooting percentage of 45 matched a personal best, while his three-point shooting at 41 stood as the second highest, only trailing the 04-05 season. Surprisingly, the second highest rating was not attributed to the diminutive yet formidable player, but rather to the venerable Wolf King, Kevin Garnett, rating 720, threat level, green, extremely dangerous. Xuan noted that the system displayed a remarkably lenient attitude towards these veterans, bestowing them with commendable ratings. Following closely behind was the diminutive powerhouse with a score of 700, barely grazing the threshold of green. Or perhaps it could be construed as having descended to this level. Xuan surveyed the court and noted that only 3 players had scores exceeding 700 points. Meanwhile, the Knicks players appeared remarkably relaxed, gathering in small clusters to warm up while engaging in casual conversation, seemingly devoid of any pressure for the upcoming match. However, as the game commenced, the Knicks found themselves unable to maintain their jovial demeanor. Right from the start, Joe Johnson relentlessly faced off against Shumpert, successfully executing a series of plays that propelled the Nets to an astonishing 8-0 lead. Throughout the majority of the game, the Knicks were forced into a defensive shell, struggling to mount any effective offense. By the latter half of the second quarter, the Knicks had already collapsed entirely. I played for a full 20 minutes, managing to score merely 2 points, having made only 1 out of 11 shots. The highest scorer for the Knicks was JR, who came in and quickly missed 2 3-pointers, accumulating a mere 6 points, while others contributed only paltry scores of 4, 3, or 2 points, myself included. Darren looked rather unremarkable, his heavy-set frame suggesting he was nearing exhaustion. However, Xuan, who faced him, realized that this player was even more formidable than Rose or Irving. When attacking, Darren would plant himself firmly in the paint, forcing Xuan to retreat 7 or 8 steps just to halt his momentum. Xuan, with his slight build, found himself unable to hold his ground against him and had no choice but to switch onto Shumpert. Yet, this switch proved to be even more disastrous, as he now had to contend with the formidable Joe Johnson. Johnson, already tall at 6 feet 7 inches, had a significant advantage over the 6 feet 2 inches Xuan. Stretching out his arms and rising onto his toes, Xuan discovered that he could barely reach Johnson's chin. Had he exaggerated his height? How could he possibly be so tall? Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. When it came to speed, he could indeed keep pace, but his opponent played with astonishing simplicity. Dribbling, creating space for a shot, a fierce and unyielding jump shot. Xuan was taken aback. No matter how high he jumped, he could not reach that angle. That arc despair enveloped him. During halftime, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Each individual was engrossed in their own affairs. Almost no one initiated discussions about the game. When Old U entered, he did encourage everyone, but regrettably, it bore little fruit. As the second half commenced, the Nets' shooting touch gradually waned, yet it remained sufficient to suppress the Knicks. Old U rotated through several lineups, but none yielded any significant change in the situation. Frankly, this Knicks team had little strategy beyond the triangle offense, which could be succinctly described as chaotic play. For my goo, strategy was never a concern. It was as ephemeral as clouds. This type of team thrives when in a favorable position, as was evident in the last match against the Pistons, where my goo went toe-to-toe with Jennings. However, once they fell behind, hope for a comeback was virtually non-existent. This marked the most challenging game Xuan had ever played. By the end of the third quarter, he had managed to scrape together just 2 points from free throws, with a dismal 0 points from the field. His passing was riddled with errors. Darren's vast experience allowed him to anticipate Xuan's every move with uncanny accuracy. The stat line was grim: 2 points, 4 assists, 1 rebound, alongside 4 fouls and 5 turnovers. It was evident that this young lad from the East had lost his way in the game. Barkley turned to Kenny Smith, saying, "I bet he will definitely question his existence after this game." A mocking tone lingered in the air. Kenny Smith chimed in. Perhaps this is a common affliction among young players. Their performance fluctuates unpredictably, making it difficult to gauge their true abilities. He still needed to mature. Kenny Smith added, growth is accompanied by trials, and this is part of the process. On the court, Xuan seethed with frustration, while Lin Yun sat on the sidelines watching. Witnessing his dismal performance, Darren's style countered him effectively, leaving him with no recourse but to endure an onslaught. Moreover, his shooting had been abysmal for 2 consecutive games, yielding pitiful points in the flow of play. What was happening to me? Am I encountering a plateau? Xuan pondered in confusion, although the opponent defended excellently. It should not be the sole reason for his inability to score. Xuan contemplated slowly, striving to decelerate his movements. After all, a more measured pace is invariably beneficial. While it is permissible to refrain from scoring, making further mistakes is absolutely unacceptable. Xuan silently reiterated in his mind, reflecting that his cumulative errors over the previous 5 matches paled in comparison to the multitude he had committed in this one. The final score stood at 101-89. As the Nets decisively triumphed over the New York Knicks on their home court, Iguodala played for a total of 34 minutes, ultimately delivering a performance of merely 9 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds, with a shooting record of 4 out of 21, failing to make any of his 7 3-point attempts, and converting just 1 of 5 free throws. Truly, when Iguodala is on the court, it seems that no one else matters. Xuan did not fare much better, making only 2 out of 7 attempts, resulting in a mere 4 points, alongside 5 assists and 1 rebound, a rather disheartening performance. Fortunately, after adjusting his mindset, he managed to score 2 points through active play, while his turnovers and fouls were limited to 5 and 4 respectively. Following such a defeat, the atmosphere in the locker room was incredibly somber. It was akin to the Lakers suffering a loss to the Clippers at the Staples Center. Xuan sat on the bench, lost in thought as he reviewed his performance data. He had initially attempted shots from the perimeter, but upon realizing his lack of rhythm, he swiftly altered his strategy to facilitate ball distribution. However, it was too late. Xiaopeng had him thoroughly analyzed. The disparity in experience was stark. Xuan let out a slow breath, reminding himself that he had only played a few games and that he should take his time. In the evening, he strolled near the gym with Lin Yun, who perceptibly noticed Xuan's discontent. Consequently, she spoke with caution, seeking ways to uplift his spirits. Observing her small, pale face, seemingly frozen in the chilly air as she anxiously tried to explain herself, but only became more flustered, Xuan suddenly smiled, his face radiating warmth like a clear sky in May. What did you say? Old Yu sprang up from his chair, disbelief etched across his face. Boston wants Sue? Indeed. Mills shrugged. But we declined their offer. What was the trade? Old Yu pressed, having only just learned this news after leading the team through a series of away games. Smart. Smart? Old Yu echoed, envisioning a bearded man in his 30s. Yes, Marcus Smart. Mills affirmed. This year's 7th overall pick. Old Yu fell silent for a moment, pondering whether Boston would genuinely consider trading a 7th overall pick for Xuan, a second-round selection. After all, Ainge was known for not making unwise trades. So, Mills shrugged again. We turned them down. And the reason? There was no reason, Mills replied. Just as you suspect, Ainge wouldn't engage in a losing deal without purpose. But you still have no idea what that purpose might be, do you? This. Perhaps Smart has hidden shortcomings we have yet to uncover? Why not consider that Sue possesses qualities we have overlooked? Old Yu unexpectedly spoke in defense of Xuan. This was something Xuan himself would not have anticipated, given that Old Yu's treatment of him within the team had been neither particularly warm nor cold. Mills pondered for a moment, indifferent to the prospect of trading Xuan. After all, even if he voiced his opinions, no one would listen. You just had a dismal game, and yet you would defend him? Mills felt a flicker of curiosity. Old Yu stood up seriously, placing a hand on Mills's shoulder. Steve, let me tell you something. We never determine a player's worth based solely on one game. Just as I didn't overly praise him after his 5-for-5 3-point performance against Cleveland or his crucial assist in the previous match. He paused, his voice steady and resolute. Similarly, I will not label him negatively because of one poor performance. On the contrary, I will continue to start him in the next game. For that is not the role of a head coach. Yet, within this team, Old Yu's words held little sway. As he departed, he merely advised Mills. I hope you consider your decisions carefully and avoid future regrets. Given Old Yu's understanding of Ainge, this matter was far from over. Ainge would undoubtedly find a way to achieve his objectives. Remember, no means are off the table. The Knicks' upcoming schedule proved to be quite intriguing. with 2 matches against the Atlanta Hawks, 1 at home and 1 away. How annoying. Small Tim Hardaway expressed his disdain. Why can't they let us play the away game first? Currently, the schedule dictated that they play at home first, followed by an away match. Then 3 consecutive home games. Had they played away first, it would have resulted in 4 straight home games. It's the same, Xuan remarked, casting a glance at him. The journey is identical, and we're on the same plane. Don't make a fuss over nothing. Small Tim Hardaway wanted to counter, but after glancing at Xuan and then at himself, he reluctantly abandoned the thought, head hanging low. Hey, cheer up, buddy. I'm not saying you're unattractive, Xuan consoled, draping an arm over Tim Hardaway's shoulder. What I meant is that you might not be everyone's cup of tea. Nearby, Samuel couldn't contain his laughter. Sue, you should visit the Jimmy Kimmel show. You wouldn't shy away from his sharp remarks. Hey, Dalem, you're trying to stir the pot, Xuan replied, patting Tim Hardaway's shoulder. Speaking of which, I've never asked what your dreams are. You know mine. Small Tim Hardaway gazed at Xuan with a look of melancholy. I've told you before. Xuan threw up his hands in exasperation, but you have already retracted it, haven't you? Damn it. Well, if possible, I wish to be a role model for my son. He is 4 years old, yet he adores Stephen Curry instead of me. Samuel shrugged, his expression one of helplessness. Xuan pondered, stroking his chin, and suggested, perhaps I could assist you. Really? Samuel inquired, his interest piqued as he approached eagerly. How do you intend to do that? Well, I might be able to make your son take a liking to me. Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. What do you think of this approach? How trite, interjected Jason Smith and Aldrich, drawing closer. In my opinion, dreams should encompass playing the most exhilarating games, earning the greatest wealth, and securing the most championships. The group found themselves ensnared in delightful reverie. And don't forget to woo the most alluring ladies. 1 each day? Little Tim Hardaway chimed in excitedly. No, wait. 1 every hour. Xuan playfully patted his shoulder and said, Hey, Tim, isn't 1 hour a bit too long for you? You should change every second. The crowd erupted in laughter, and young Tim Hardaway, feeling embarrassed and angry, chased after Xuan, exclaiming, Damn it. Damn it. You stop right there. You're the one who changes every second. I can go all day without changing. As per the topic, 1,000 collections yield an additional update. Accumulating 1,000 recommendation votes brings another update. Donations starting from 10,000 will also unlock an additional update, and so on. For the sake of the new books period, rest assured that all additional updates will be compensated once it is officially launched. Don't worry about forgetting. If you do, I'll keep a little notebook to remember for you. I just checked, and we have already accumulated 2 updates, but if you all put in a little more effort, it will quickly become 4 updates. The collections and recommendation votes are just a tad short, especially the collections. We are so very close, just a reach away. Keep it up, my friends. It all relies on you now. Today, Phil Jackson personally attended the game, sitting at the sidelines with a serious expression. The eyes of every Knicks player were filled with a peculiar intensity. Why has that old man returned? Can someone get rid of him? Seeing him makes my energy dwindle to half, one murmured. Why don't you go? Didn't you notice how Derek is behaving himself? After a moment of silent exchanges, someone initiated a new topic. Hey, I heard that Jeannie Buss was spotted on a date with her ex-boyfriend a couple of days ago, and the reporters caught it. Is it true? It seems to be. I saw that news as well. Wow, how can Phil still sit here? I truly admire him. Can I interrupt? Which ex-boyfriend are we talking about? I'm sorry, she has quite a few. It was proven that even on the court, the speed of gossip spreading remains astonishing. However, by the end of their discussion, they had not reached a definitive answer. Young Tim Hardaway insisted it was Steve Sachs, the Dodgers' second baseman, while Samuel confidently pointed to his own eyes, asserting it was the former tennis star John McEnroe. The two could not settle their dispute and hastily ended their exchange of glances. These people are truly boring, Xuan thought, finding it difficult to connect with them. He was engaged in a discussion about game insights with Carmelo. To be honest, even Xuan himself did not anticipate becoming the person closest to Carmelo on the Knicks. Fate has its quirks. Yet, Xuan felt he possessed a certain charm. After all, both Langston and Sean Rajan, who had previously been in competition and conflict with him, now greeted him with smiles. Could it be due to his striking looks? The Atlanta Hawks, a traditional powerhouse in the East, may not seem to boast any top-tier stars at first glance, but upon closer inspection, wow, they are all formidable players. Paul Millsap, rating 840, threat level, blue, extremely dangerous. Al Horford. Rating, 800. Threat level, blue. Extremely dangerous. Kyle Korver. Rating, 710. Threat level, cyan. Extremely dangerous. Jeff Teague. Rating, 700. Threat level, cyan. Extremely dangerous. DeMar Carroll. Rating, 650. Threat level, green. This lineup, with DeMar's rating being slightly lower, has Teague and Korver just touching the cyan threshold. While Millsap and Horford are both dominant blue-tier players. Millsap has a rating of 840. Xuan observed the ratings with a degree of dissatisfaction. Horford's performance seemed to rise, while Korver's appeared somewhat diminished. After all, Korver is undeniably one of the most remarkable sharpshooters in the history of the league, certainly deserving a place among the top 10, if not higher. Nonetheless, despite the grumbling, when the game commenced, those destined to be outclassed were indeed outclassed. The Hawks, though seemingly unassuming, were relentless in their approach. Do not be deceived by Millsap's apparent lethargy. The aging Stoudemire found himself utterly dominated, unable to mount any form of resistance. As for me, I was also struggling, largely due to DeMar's fervent enthusiasm. On the other end, Jeff Teague seized the ball and initiated a fast break. DeMar, disregarding the recent fall from a block, scrambled to the front court, astonishingly completing a cut to the basket. It was utterly incredible. Xuan watched in awe, while I was slower to return. When our gazes met again, DeMar had already surged beneath the basket, while I was just beginning to turn. In terms of sheer talent, I overshadowed DeMar. Yet his performance on the court far exceeded mine. Xuan is performing admirably, having already amassed 6 points and 3 assists by halftime, making him the most efficient player on the court. He has taken 3 shots, successfully sinking 2 of them, all from beyond the arc. The Hawks exhibit remarkable teamwork. None of their 5 starters are superstars akin to Maigua, yet the fluidity of their gameplay surpasses that of the Knicks by 100-fold. It is no wonder they have achieved the top position in the Eastern Conference this season. Xuan sat on the bench, shaking his head in resignation, having suffered a crushing defeat by 20 points. Surely, Phil would not be pleased. Phil Jackson, with a frosty demeanor, remained seated at the sidelines, still seething from the previous game against the Nets. Moreover, the Knicks' current record of 3 wins and 3 losses fell far short of his expectations. In the mind of the venerable coach, the minimum objective set for the Knicks was to secure a playoff berth. Last season, the Knicks were tantalizingly close, finishing 9th, merely half a victory behind the 8th-seeded Hawks. The margin was indeed minuscule. Such is the psychology of the masses. If a team like the 76ers were to languish at the bottom of the league, few would be astonished. Conversely, the Knicks fans, including the players themselves, believed that their failure to reach the playoffs last season was simply a matter of misfortune. They were convinced that if anyone could rectify this stroke of bad luck, it would undoubtedly be the sage coach, unless, of course, one were to summon the legendary Bill Russell. Then they might concede. A man adorned with rings invariably instills an intangible confidence in many. The coach shared this sentiment. However, witnessing the Knicks' current predicament left him with a steely gaze. He had already formulated a plan. There would be a meeting. The score stood at 103 to 123. During the fourth quarter, the Knicks did exhibit some struggle. Yet they could not withstand the deluge of 3-pointers unleashed by the Hawks. Korver, upon receiving the ball, effortlessly sank 3 consecutive 3-pointers, extinguishing any hope of a Knicks comeback. What a cheat. How could 3-pointers be so easily made? Xuan watched in exasperation as the seemingly effortless yet lethal Korver wreaked havoc. Shumpert defended diligently, leaping and bounding like a monkey, yet Korver simply caught the ball, took aim against the defense, and launched a shot. Standing at 6 feet 7 inches, Korver, despite playing as a shooting guard, held his own against the small forward position. Shumpert's morale began to wane. Korver accomplished an astonishing 27 points on just 12 attempts, hitting 7 of 12 shots, 6 of 9 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 7 of 7 from the free throw line. The efficiency was frightening. In stark contrast, I, with 20 attempts, could only muster 20 points. Xuan is acutely aware that the Knicks' performance this season is exceedingly poor, despite the significant changes brought about by his presence. It remains an undeniable truth that the Knicks are languishing at the bottom of the league. Xuan exhibited remarkable diligence, seizing opportunities in the fourth quarter to draw a foul from Jeff Teague, converting both free throws successfully, and sinking a 3-pointer to elevate his score into double digits. With a shooting record of 3 out of 6 from the field and 3 out of 5 from beyond the arc, he accumulated 11 points, alongside 5 assists and 3 rebounds. What are you all doing? The last 2 games have been utterly disastrous. Phil Jackson's tone was exceedingly stern. The other Knicks players sat in silence, their lips pressed together. Do you think that fame equates to everything? Can reputation truly represent skill? The Zen master continued to scorn. No. In professional competition, only victories and championships determine everything. Xuan was taken aback, discreetly glancing towards the direction of Melon, who, as expected, had turned ashen. The implication of those words was unmistakably pointed, nearly an outright accusation. Victors and vanquished. The old monk's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Without a champion, you are all nothing in my eyes. At that moment, a jarring sound pierced Xuan's ears, a chair scraping against the floor, before he witnessed Melon rise from his seat and exit the conference room without a backward glance. This was disastrous. Xuan realized the situation was spiraling out of control. When had Melon ever been subjected to such derision? It was no wonder the old monk's words had provoked him. Carmelo. Old Fish hastily stood up, but Melon waved his hand dismissively, continuing his departure. Let him go. The monk's face darkened as he halted Old Fish, who was intent on pursuing Melon. My team does not require someone who refuses to heed commands. Wasn't he that a bit excessive? Xuan mused internally. If Melon was unnecessary, who else would be? The monk's ire redirected towards the others. Anyone who wishes to leave may do so. I will not retain a single one of you. A palpable silence enveloped the room. Melon could leave at will. But who else had the audacity to follow suit? Best to remain docile like a quail. That night, the old monk unleashed his wrath, chastising each individual in turn, and Xuan was no exception. Is he experiencing a midlife crisis? Little Tim Hardaway cautiously approached as soon as the silhouette of the old monk disappeared from the doorway. Midlife crisis? At 69, could he even have such a thing? Xuan shot him an incredulous glance. What is wrong with him then? Little Tim Hardaway lamented, feeling particularly targeted by the earlier reprimand. Who knows? Xuan shrugged. If I had the answer, I wouldn't he have been scolded. Truly exasperating. FK. Does he know about Jenny Buss dating Steve Sachs? It's not Steve Sachs. I told you, but John McEnroe. Xuan gazed in exasperation at Samuel and Tim Hardaway Jr., two lively characters who once again found themselves embroiled in a quarrel over Jeannie Buss date. Such audacity. Phil is coming, Tim, exclaimed one, sending the other into a fit of laughter. Just kidding. Damn it. Go to hell. The evening inevitably culminated in extra practice, which dragged on until past midnight. The forthcoming match was against the Hawks, and the Zen master had already decreed that the Knicks would employ the triangle offense. The following day, the team collectively flew to Atlanta. I, with an impassive expression, barely made it in time, not exchanging a word with the Zen master. However, he refrained from confronting Carmelo with any outbursts, managing to suppress the emotions from the previous night. The two maintained a respectful distance, each minding their own business. Xuan perused the upcoming schedule on the airplane, noting that following the game against the Hawks, the Knicks would swiftly return for a series of 3 consecutive home games. This schedule was undeniably vexing, as Tim Hardaway Jr. aptly remarked. It would have been far more sensible to play away games first before returning home. Such an arrangement would certainly alleviate many concerns. The current setup, however, appeared to be a blatant targeting of the Knicks, a dismal team with little regard for fairness. Upon arriving in Atlanta, the team boarded a bus to their hotel to rest, visibly fatigued. Once at the hotel, Xuan, as per his routine, made his way to the gym. He engaged with 2 20-pound rubber medicine balls, an exercise aimed at enhancing his lower body explosiveness. He leaped, envisioning himself as a frog, tucking his legs during the ascent and landing softly. After completing 10 repetitions, Xuan took a moment to catch his breath before embarking on another 10. This sequence of movements had become second nature to him. Xuan exerts himself diligently and is imbued with immense motivation. Presently, he possesses 3 talents that are all in the process of advancement. Xuan, male, age 19, rating 380, 425, provisional. Possessing talents: Stephen Curry's silver 3-point shooting in progression, Allen Iverson's silver driving ability in progression, Russell Westbrook's silver athleticism, Jason Williams' silver passing in progression. Strive. Persevere. Perhaps advancement is just a moment away. Xuan continued to sweat profusely, only to soon realize that something was amiss. He was unaware that Tianghua had quietly approached him from behind, remaining silent all the while. Have you always exerted yourself so diligently? Tianghua suddenly inquired. Xuan shook his head and said, I have simply grown accustomed to this. I cannot sleep when I return. You are aware of that. Are you not weary? I heard that Phil had you all practice extra last night. It was manageable, quite exhausting. Yet I recall someone once telling me that training during muscle soreness is when one can most easily surpass their limits. Xuan scratched his head, pondering the words that lingered in the air. But it is also the most vulnerable, isn't it? Carmelo added, then approached the treadmill to switch it on. You are still young. Training must be approached with moderation. After a moment of silence, Xuan replied, Thank you, Carmelo. With a casual wave, Carmelo donned his headphones. In the expansive gym, it was just Xuan and Carmelo. After completing his final set of jump ropes, Xuan quietly departed, leaving the remaining space solely for Carmelo. Upon returning to his room, just as Xuan was about to undress for a shower, the door creaked open. Little Tim Hardaway poked his head through the gap. I could tell you were back by the sound. Dale and I are planning to go out. Would you care to join us? Xuan picked up a recently discarded piece of clothing and tossed it aside. What are you thinking? He exclaimed. With a resounding thud, the door was slammed shut, causing the garment to drift only to the threshold. From outside, the voice of little Tim Hardaway echoed, Forget it, no good deed goes unpunished. After a refreshing shower, Xuan heavily flopped onto his bed. The scene of Sweet Melon training in the gym earlier left him contemplative. Firstly, he was surprised that Sweet Melon would head to the gym immediately after a tiring journey. Secondly, he had been inundated with various negative reports about Sweet Melon from the future. Yet, he could not deny that the melon he just witnessed bore some resemblance to the determined spirit of the future pioneer. If only Sweet Melon could maintain such form, perhaps the Knicks' performance wouldn't have plummeted to such depths. Xuan's mind wandered aimlessly until he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, he was awakened by the system's alert. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have surpassed your limits. The physical talents of Russell Westbrook are now advancing. The duration and effects of this advancement remain unknown. The Knicks and the Hawks are fierce rivals, their animosity palpable. The Knicks were understandably irate, as they had endured scorn because of the Hawks, and the prospect of further ridicule loomed ominously. How much can one endure? Today, the Knicks were determined to fight back, only to suffer an even more dismal defeat. Having been slaughtered by 20 points in the previous match, they faced an even harsher loss this time, by 28 points. A complete debacle. Xuan could only shake his head in disbelief post-game. The Hawks were undeniably formidable, exhibiting exceptional defense while their offense left the Knicks utterly bewildered. This three-point shooting team was simply uncontainable. Just like in the last game, when the Hawks found their shooting rhythm, it marked the Knicks' inevitable collapse. Jeff Teague executed a straightforward pick-and-roll, seizing opportunities for himself or passing to teammates. The outside sharpshooter Corver, the high-post Millsap, and the interior powerhouse Horford all showcased remarkable offensive prowess. In stark contrast, the Knicks' offense was painfully inept. The triangle offense, when mismanaged, was a sight to behold in its unpleasantness. Players spent the entire match seeking and running to positions, leaving little room for genuine offensive efforts. Once again, it was a crushing defeat. On the way back, the atmosphere was heavy with dejection. No one wished to speak or discuss matters pertaining to the game. Xuan, with his head bowed, appeared to be lost in thought, yet his mind had already retreated into a tranquil silence. Xuan, male, age, 19, rating, 380, 440. Temporary talents, Stephen Curry's silver three-point shooting in progress, Allen Iverson's silver breakthrough in progress, Russell Westbrook's silver athleticism in progress, Jason Williams' silver passing in progress. Thus, up to this moment, Xuan remained somewhat bewildered. What does it feel like to be jolted awake in the morning by the system's alert? Xuan felt a sense of dizziness enveloping him. Just last night, there had been no sign of activity from the attributes panel, yet he was abruptly awakened by the system's notification sound the following morning. It must be attributed to his workout session at the gym yesterday. As Westbrook's physical prowess finally aligned with his other talents, all now in the midst of advancement, his rating had notably increased from 425 to 440. Gazing at his current attributes panel, Xuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. Here he was, with all four talents poised for progression. Yet not a single one had successfully advanced. What kind of skill was it to have them all on the verge of success without a single triumph? Xuan expressed his frustrations, yet found himself resigned to the reality of the situation. However, he had now begun to grasp the requirements for advancing within this system. In a nutshell, relentless effort. Whether on or off the court, relentless effort is the key. The first three attributes began to evolve when he surpassed certain limits, while the final aspect, Russell Westbrook's physical prowess, was attained through continuous and rigorous training. Does this mean I must lift weights until my legs give way? At that moment, Tim Hardaway Jr. approached, interrupting Xuan's contemplation. Do you think Phil will scold us when we return? Tim inquired, visibly anxious, as he had just faced reprimand and was unwilling to endure that soul-crushing experience again. Probably not, Xuan replied, glancing at him. Phil is a kind-hearted person. He doesn't scold without reason. But we lost the game, right? What game has ever concluded without a loss? Even Michael Jordan experiences defeat, so how can we escape it? Tim Hardaway Jr. nodded skeptically. Observing his unease, Xuan reassured him, trust me, Tim. Even if Phil notices the prominent dark circles under your eyes or learns that you were out partying last night, he still won't scold you. What? Xuan gazed intently into Tim Hardaway's eyes. Phil, he is indeed a good man. Young Tim Hardaway, startled, retreated to the dressing room. Xuan exchanged a high five with Aldridge, both feeling an instant tranquility enveloping them. Like the players, Old Fish was also in a state of agitation, grappling with the triangle offense that Zen Master had mandated for this game. To employ this strategy, Igwa had played for less than 20 minutes. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. A loss is still a loss, and this time, it was even more devastating. What to do now? Old Fish rubbed his bald head, his face marked by melancholy. Upon the plane's descent at Kennedy International Airport, the Knicks players collectively shuddered, except for Igwa. Igwa, sporting sunglasses, was the first to disembark, followed closely by Xuan, while young Tim Hardaway, shivering, brought up the rear, his oversized hat and sunglasses concealing him thoroughly. The journey remained serene. On the way home, young Tim Hardaway gave Xuan a thumbs up, though he was perplexed, wondering, could it be that Phil is truly a good man? He had anticipated that the Zen Master would be there to greet them at the airport. Xuan returned home and prepared himself a delightful Kung Pao chicken. Eating boiled chicken breast daily had become quite tiresome, and he felt the need for a change in flavor. However, he lamented the absence of Dabanjiang in America, which left his dish lacking that distinctive taste. Just as he finished cooking and was about to sit down, the doorbell rang. Carson entered with a serious demeanor, as if he were there to collect a debt. Have you eaten yet? Xuan invited him to join. Carson glanced at him and shook his head, no appetite. Just as Xuan was about to dig in, Carson added, I suspect you might lose your appetite soon. What is going on? Xuan inquired. Reliable sources indicate that the Boston Celtics had previously submitted a trade proposal to the Knicks. My proposal? You're aware of this? Xuan asked, surprised. I'm not aware, but if it's not yours, why the long face? Carson took a deep breath. This is no joke. I know. Xuan paused his chopsticks and took a bite of toast. But what can we do? At those words, Carson slumped onto the sofa, deflated. Indeed, what can we do? His tone shifted to one of anger. Damn it. I can't believe I only found out today. Calm down, Carson. Perhaps this could be a blessing in disguise? Xuan chewed on a carrot. At the very least, someone values my skills. If Wiggins can accept his fate, what about us? Xuan maintained a rather optimistic outlook on the situation. Since the news was dated and no updates had emerged, it implied that negotiations had not materialized, at least not yet. His expectations were modest. He merely wished to play. Overthinking would be better spent at the gym lifting weights. New York's weather had turned peculiar as November arrived. The frequency of rainy days increased rather than decreased. With each downpour, the temperature plummeted, and a chilling breeze seeped through the various crevices of his clothing. Xuan previously resided in the southern part of Beijing. Thus he had grown accustomed to such weather, albeit it remained quite uncomfortable. After concluding a day of training, Xuan returned to the locker room to change after a refreshing shower. Young Tim Hardaway incessantly lamented about being reprimanded by Phil just before the training commenced. There exists no impenetrable wall. The activities of Tim Hardaway and his companions in Atlanta had inevitably come to light. Hardaway suspected the presence of a mole, as he noticed peculiar glances from others throughout the day. Never mind, Tim, you are no Sherlock Holmes, Xuan mused, finding Hardaway's concerns somewhat foolish. In fact, he believed it prudent for Hardaway to seek medical advice. Choosing to disregard him, Xuan turned to engage Aldridge in a discussion about Naruto. It is noteworthy that this Knicks player, Aldridge, was an avid fan of Naruto, and his interests extended far and wide, encompassing characters such as Gum Gum Man, Little Wolf Dog, Kenai Collection, Pokemon, and Bleach, among others. After being astonished by Xuan's extraordinary talent, Aldridge quickly regarded him as a confidant. A true friend is indeed rare to find. Who do you think the final boss will be? Aldridge inquired with great enthusiasm. Xuan hesitated before responding. Taking a moment to ponder, who do you believe it to be? Daub. Aldrich asserted with conviction, perhaps fearing that Xuan might not be convinced. He proceeded to support his viewpoint with numerous arguments. As Xuan listened and nodded, he couldn't help but inwardly scoff, thinking that Aldrich could never fathom that the other name for Hokage is the great journey of sacrifice and loneliness, a tale of black resentment and maternal rescue. Or perhaps it is referred to as the grand dream fulfillment. After changing their clothes, the group chatted and laughed as they made their way to the cafeteria. Young Tim Hardaway, displaying a hint of decency, offered to escort Xuan home after their meal. The vehicle emerged from the underground parking garage. The cold, gray-white clouds pressed heavily against the sky, seemingly on the verge of descending. The rain intensified, drumming against the car windows with a resounding thud. Such weather calls for wrapping oneself in a blanket and quietly reading a book by the fireplace. Tim Hardaway stole a glance at the dreary weather outside. Xuan gazed at him in silence. Little Tim's face gradually flushed. What the hell is that look? All right, I misunderstood you, Xuan shrugged. I thought you would tell me that in this kind of weather, one should wrap oneself in a blanket and flirt by the fireplace. Damn, I enjoy reading too. It's just that I don't indulge in it often. Just that? Xuan shrugged again. After all, does it really matter? Little Tim lived in the suburbs, not Manhattan. He needed to take Xuan home first. In many major cities in the United States, the affluent prefer to reside in the suburbs, while the city center is often populated by the less fortunate and the homeless. It is somewhat embarrassing to note that Xuan also lived in the city. Specifically in Manhattan, thinking about it, wasn't he among the poorest of the poor? New York is bearable, but places like California are quite excessive. As many wealthy stars and tycoons from Hollywood reside in Malibu. In New York, the wealthiest individuals, like Dolan, live in areas extending from Fifth Avenue to the east and Lexington Avenue to the west. This is the most expensive and sought-after residential area in New York. Often referred to as the Gold Coast, home to the city's elite. Of course, after a while, Xuan realized that there were reasons these wealthy individuals preferred not to live in the city. The traffic. Excruciating traffic. The distance from the arena to Xuan's home was merely 7 or 8 kilometers, yet they still hadn't left the starting point. Damn. Little Tim Hardaway was undoubtedly a road rage sufferer, honking the horn of his Porsche incessantly throughout the journey. Upon returning home, Xuan prepared a bowl of tomato and egg noodles for himself. Regrettably, there were no scallions, so he had to sprinkle some diced carrots for garnish. After finishing his meal, he made an overseas call to his parents. Since they were not well-versed in basketball, Xuan refrained from discussing that topic, instead opting to converse about matters they were more concerned with, such as meals, accommodations, and travel. Xuan contemplated the advance of his 50-month salary that had been deducted for taxes, in addition to the $50,000 he had sent home. He estimated that he currently had less than $200,000 remaining, and he intended to transfer another $100,000 to his family. No need to inquire further. The answer is simply the pursuit of a coveted school district property. On the 12th, the Knicks were set to face the Orlando Magic, the first challenger of their 3-game homestand at Madison Square Garden. The Magic currently boast a highly coveted young roster that has captured the envy of the entire league. Most of their core players are still on their rookie contracts, each remarkably youthful. This summer, they secured the services of the well-known sharpshooter Channing Frye to aid in the development of these budding talents. This is the kind of opponent Xuan was eager to encounter. The following day, the rain ceased. Xuan rose early as usual to run. The air outside was imbued with a refreshing essence, and the earth, cleansed by the rain, invigorated every cell within him, filling him with a sense of romance. As the wind blew, the humidity in the air became sparse and gentle, a soothing balm following the din of the world. Nothing felt more invigorating than such weather. After completing his run and having a modest meal, Xuan made his way to the gymnasium. During the morning's tactical training and strategy meeting, the venerable old monk remained present. In recent days, the Knicks players had approached him with a mix of trepidation and awe, primarily due to their fear of reprimand. After a brief rest in the afternoon, he had a light meal at 5 o'clock before beginning his warm-up. At 7 in the evening, during the entrance ceremony, Xuan found himself among the second to enter the arena. In the Knicks, the order of entry was not of significant concern, primarily, with Carmelo always entering last. There was little need for others to be so particular. Despite enduring 2 consecutive defeats, the Knicks fans still offered applause to the players, which deeply touched Xuan. Pre-match media analysts, including many experts, believed that the Knicks stood a considerable chance of victory, citing the Magic's youth and lack of experience as a critical disadvantage. Conversely, the Knicks boasted seasoned stars like Anthony and Stoudemire, well established in the league. However, it struck many as peculiar that Stoudemire had been relegated to the bench. In Xuan's mind, a sudden thought flashed regarding the impending events. Could it be possible? It seems far too early. Xuan distinctly remembered that Stoudemire was bought out in February of the following year. The present seemed far from that moment. Observing the seemingly unperturbed Stoudemire, Xuan pondered whether he might be overly sensitive, suspecting that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. The TNT live broadcast featured the commentary trio of Barkley, O'Neal, and Kenny Smith. It was rumored that Coach Derrick intended to play Stoudemire on the bench today. Barkley candidly remarked, "I must say, this is not a particularly wise decision." However, stepping in as a substitute was Quincy, to which Barkley paused momentarily. "He's quite a robust young man." On the Magic's front line were Tobias and Fry, neither of whom were the type of power forwards known for their physicality, particularly Fry, who resembled a slender reed. The Knicks appeared to be focusing on interior play. This statement bore a semblance of contradiction. With Stoudemire removed, the Knicks' interior space had opened up. And considering that Fry was the opposing power forward, the threat posed by Melo in the low post or mid-range would significantly increase. Could they possibly devise a strategy for Melo? The trio of Barkley exchanged glances, opting not to pursue this topic further. They were also aware of the earlier incident between Melo and the Zen Master, where he publicly stormed out of the meeting room. In truth, there are no secrets in the NBA. It merely comes down to the timing of what is known. The large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. For the Knicks, the starters were Xuan, Shumpert, Melo, Quincy, and Samuel, with Stoudemire seated on the bench. For the Magic, the starters included Elfrid Payton, Evan Fournier, Tobias Harris, Channing Frye, and Nikola Vucevic. Xuan glanced at the opponent's rating. Little Payton was this year's 10th overall pick in the lottery. But after being selected by the 76ers, he was immediately traded to the Magic. Rating: for 140 points, threat level, orange. For 140 points? That's the same as my temporary rating. Xuan couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. Evan Fournier, the 20th pick of 2012, had been rather inconspicuous in his first 2 seasons. Yet this year, following an injury to Audi, he began to flourish. In the last 4 games, he scored over 20 points in 3 of them, with one match yielding 19 points. The system awarded him a rating of 580, leaving Xuan uncertain whether it was high or low. Naturally, the most formidable player on the Magic was the 4th-year Nikola Vucevic. Rating: 700 points, threat level, blue. Extremely dangerous. This guy has averaged a double-double for 2 consecutive seasons. Although the Magic's record this season stands at a dismal 2 wins and 6 losses, even worse than the Knicks, the team's performance evidently does not affect Vucevic. In these 8 games, he has averaged an impressive 18-12, showcasing all-star caliber stats. He is also regarded as a promising future star and cornerstone for the Magic. Vucevic won the jump ball against Samuel, and the game commenced. As Little Payton approached with the ball, he appeared cautious, clearly aware of Xuan's capabilities. Xuan was equally cognizant of his strengths, primarily due to that hairstyle, which was impossible to ignore. Xuan worried that he might inadvertently fling his own head while running. In the front court, Payton signaled for spacing, with Vucevic and Tobias executing a pick-and-roll. After the screen, Vucevic moved to the center to receive the ball. Samuel lacked the ability to defend effectively, yet Vucevic hesitated to shoot, holding the ball for what felt like an eternity before passing it to the corner where Harris awaited. The three-pointer missed. Samuel secured the rebound, and Xuan brought the ball down court. Once Carmelo positioned himself in the low post, Xuan, without a moment's hesitation, lobbed the ball inside. Carmelo, with his ample frame, leaned back, instantly pushing Tobias aside, and executed a bank shot. The ball swished through the net. The Knicks executed their first offense flawlessly. It was simply magnificent. The audience erupted into applause, and as Carmelo retreated on defense, he playfully patted Xuan's backside, a moment captured by the cameras once more. The Magic inbound the ball, and Little Payton approached, momentarily hesitating as he contemplated driving past Xuan. Prior to the game, the coach had advised him that the short defender was lacking in defensive prowess. He felt confident in giving it a try. Xuan observed his hairstyle, and truly, that ball was driven in. The Knicks' interior defense was rather disheartening. Only Quincy was moving towards this side. I glanced at him and then turned my head away. Samuel managed to position himself against Vucevic, yet the latter showed no intention of entering the paint. After receiving a pass on the right side, he raised his arm, leapt, and executed a hook shot with a wingspan of 7 feet 4 inches. Samuel could only sigh in despair, unable to reach it. The hook shot is inherently a skill that demands physical prowess, as long as one is tall and has long arms, coupled with a bit of touch. This maneuver is nearly indefensible. In the annals of history, many great centers exist, yet Vucevic undoubtedly excels in the art of the hook shot among them. Unable to defend against it, Samuel threw the ball from the baseline, and Xuan slowly dribbled past half-court, continuing to seek out Melo. Tobias, with determination, pressed forward. But as I planted my large frame down, he lost his position immediately. This is a foul. Tobias intended to signal his teammates. But upon seeing Fry nearly pushed out of bounds and Vucevic struggling against Samuel, he felt utterly lost. The Knicks' interior defense is weak. Yet it seems we are not much stronger. Vucevic consistently ranks in the lower tier among the top 10 centers for a reason. His frail physique hampers his ability to withstand physical confrontations. Even his exceptional offensive and rebounding skills cannot mask this flaw. Regrettably, Su's shooting touch faltered on this attempt, and the ball slipped away. Quincy managed to shove past several defenders to reclaim the offensive rebound and passed it to the perimeter. Xuan's spirits lifted upon noticing Fry standing before him, not intimidated by this lanky opponent. Su executed a crossover and maneuvered past Fry's right side for a mid-range jumper, yet it too missed. Vucevic extended his long arms to secure the rebound, and the Magic's formation spread out. Payton passed to Fournier, who was closely guarded by Shumpert, seeking a screen to shake free. Quincy impeded the switch momentarily, leaving Fry open in the corner. The ball found its way into his hands, and with an angle too high for Shumpert to contest, the three-pointer swished through. 5-2, the Magic surprisingly led. Coach Fish on the sidelines roared for a timeout. To be honest, Xuan barely caught what he was saying. However, passing the ball to Melo was always a wise choice. Now that Stoudemire had exited, no one could contest Melo's possession. This time, Melo called for a screen at the three-point line. Samuel's screen was of poor quality, and Vucevic was unable to defend. Facing Melo was Fournier, who grimaced. As I launched a three-pointer. Clang. No good. Vucevic once again secured the rebound, transitioning to offense, with space before Fournier, a long two-pointer. Swish. It went in. The Magic surged ahead by 7 points. Beep. Coach Fish called a timeout. For this young Magic team, they feared falling behind more than losing their rhythm, and Fish's timeout aimed to disrupt their momentum. Compared to previous games, this match had been the most comfortable for Xuan, as Payton was performing terribly. How bad was it? In the last 2 games, Payton played 19 minutes, scoring 2 points in one and 29 minutes for the same output in another. As the game reached the timeout, Su had already amassed 4 points and 2 assists, while Payton, playing the same duration as Su, could only register a solitary assist. The Magic's head coach, Jacques Vaughn, felt immense pressure. The team had begun the season poorly with only 2 wins against 6 losses, and he viewed the Knicks as a team ripe for scoring opportunities. Yet Vaughn pondered whether to continue utilizing him, for he was merely a liability on the court. Originally, he had hoped to leverage Payton to exert pressure on Su's draft position, but now it seemed the tables had turned. However, without he absent, he had no choice but to make do with Payton. The timing of the injury was unfortunate. As a relatively inexperienced head coach, having emerged from an assistant coaching role with the Spurs, he had endured 2 seasons of unsatisfactory records. He was acutely aware that if the season continued in such a dismal fashion, his coaching career might come to a close. Therefore, he resolved to administer a stern dose of motivation to Payton. He could not allow him to continue in a daze. What difference is there between a person who does not rise and a salted fish? He approached Payton with a commanding presence. Alfred. His voice resonated with authority. Look at what you were just doing. Why didn't you dare take such a great opportunity? You are a top 10 pick. He is merely a second-round selection. Why should you fear him? Stand up, get back on the court, and show him that those who chose you are not blind. A barrage of reprimands ensued, spittle flying. Nearby, Aaron Gordon quietly shifted to a different spot after hearing those words. What? Payton was utterly bewildered, his confused eyes blinking as if asking, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What does this have to do with the draft? Moreover, are you praising me or chastising me? Dazed, Payton nonetheless hurriedly stood up and removed his pants to enter the game. Coincidentally, Xuan had also been substituted back in. Take him down. Alfred. Coach Vaughn gestured with both hands like a trumpet. Let him taste your prowess. Payton nodded vigorously. This time he understood. The coach was encouraging him. On the sidelines, Magic assistant coach Kean Wise approached Vaughn, whispering, Is this really effective? You don't understand. Vaughn replied with a smile. A firm stick followed by a sweet reward. No one can resist such a motivational approach. Perhaps. Wise shrugged and returned to his seat, hoping everything unfolds as you envision. In the latter half of the second quarter, both teams substituted players again. The Knicks fielded Xuan Wang, Tim Hardaway Jr., J.R. Stoudemire, and Jason Smith. The Magic introduced Payton alongside rookie guard Luke Ridnour, resting Fournier. Fournier had made a spectacular showing in the first half, already accumulating 17 points and 3 steals. With 5 minutes and 49 seconds remaining, the score stood at 44-42, with the Magic leading by 2 points. The Knicks now held possession of the ball. After Xuan brought the ball over, he noticed something odd about the petite Payton in front of him. Just moments ago, her defense had been soft and yielding, but now it seemed to have solidified. With Gold absent from the court, Xuan signaled to his teammates to initiate a triangle offense. The intricacies of this strategy are often shrouded in ambiguity. Even Xuan has yet to fully grasp how it should be executed, the positioning required, or the offensive maneuvers involved. However, does that truly matter? Xuan merely needed to ensure that either Old Yu or Master Xuan beheld his execution of this strategy. As for the method employed, who knows? Even Paxson, the point guard during the Bulls' triumphant three-peat, was evasive. You should consult Old Went's book. Jordan's response was succinct. It's that triangle thing. A rather disheartening reply. However, Xuan has now adeptly mastered the gestures of the triangle offense. The Knicks players began to haphazardly scramble for positions. After passing the ball to J.R., Xuan created space, leading Little Payton on an excursion toward the paint. Although unsure of the exact play, the mantra was simple: do not halt. J.R., hesitant to shoot so quickly, passed the ball to Stoudemire, who found himself inexplicably at the three-point line, wearing a look of bewilderment. He had no capability for a three-pointer and could only continue to distribute the ball. Xuan received the ball in the low post. Little Payton was glued to him, as if invigorated by some unseen force. Suddenly, Xuan felt something poking him from behind. Damn. Are you defending, or what? What is this? Xuan was furious. He is not someone to be trifled with. Get away from me. Xuan suddenly exerted force, pushing backward, feinting. He swiftly created space and leaped back for a jump shot. It was quite ungraceful. Xuan's proficiency in low-post techniques leaves much to be desired. Yet Gary Payton II's defensive skills in the low post are not particularly impressive either. A breakthrough. Xuan has secured the third goal of the match. The score is now 6. Little Payton's complexion appears somewhat pale. However, on the sidelines, Jacques Vaughn has arrived once more. Alfred, take him down. Take him down. Very well. Little Payton's lips twitched as he carried the ball past half-court, confronting Xuan. Xuan's defense appeared rather casual. Little Payton took a step to the right and accelerated directly for the breakthrough. The floater clanged off the rim. It was evident he wouldn't make the shot. Xuan shrugged at Little Payton, indicating that despite his best efforts, he still couldn't score. Hey, buddy, what's going on? Little Payton struggled to contain his frustration. Trembling with laughter, I misspoke. Yet, his performance this game had been utterly abysmal, even worse than in the previous 2 matches, where he at least managed to score 2 points. This time, however, he had yet to register a single point. In stark contrast, Xuan had already amassed 6 points in just a few minutes, achieving double digits for the game. There was still time. Jacques Vaughn consoled himself. Just give him another chance. Can the 10th pick truly be outperformed by a second-round draft pick? What a joke. Alfred will redeem himself. As the first half approached its final moments, Old Fish had initially planned to substitute in Shumpert for defense, but seeing Xuan's commendable performance in the last few minutes, he decided against the change. Little Payton brought the ball up, signaling for Tonius to set a screen. Xuan, momentarily distracted, found that Tobias had already approached him from behind. A prime opportunity. Young Payton decisively utilized a screen to shift to the right, executing a deceptive maneuver in front of his opponent. Could it be that Jacques Vaughn's eyes had yet to fully illuminate before they dimmed once more? Still nothing. After more than 5 minutes of play in the second quarter, young Payton had yet to score a single point. From hope to disappointment, and then to despair, Jacques Vaughn felt as though his heart had undergone a tumultuous roller coaster ride. Before entering the locker room, assistant coach Kean Wise intercepted Jacques Vaughn. What do you plan to do? Are you going to reprimand them? His voice betrayed a hint of concern. Overly chastising young players can sometimes yield counterproductive results. Jacques Vaughn hesitated briefly before shaking his head. I don't believe that's a wise approach. However, doing nothing is hardly a solution either. Kean Wise inquired with curiosity. So, what do you intend to do? Well, you'll see shortly. Xuan refrained from elaborating further and pushed open the locker room door. At halftime, the Knicks led the Magic by 4 points, 53-49. In the locker room, Old Fish praised Xuan not solely for scoring in double figures, but for executing the triangle offense with remarkable precision. Upon resuming play, both teams switched sides. As soon as Xuan cast his gaze across the court, he was taken aback by the audacious strategy of the opposing coach. The previously scoreless Peyton, who had failed to register a single point in the first half, was suddenly on the floor. Moreover, he was paired with Aaron Gordon. What does this imply? Xuan found himself somewhat bewildered. Not only had they secured the 10th pick in the first round, but they also brought in Peyton. Unlike the trade for the lesser-known Peyton, Aaron Gordon was a legitimate selection made by the Magic with the 4th overall pick. However, his performance had been inferior to that of Peyton, who had been acquired from the 76ers. Coupled with the presence of Oladipo and Fournier, Gordon's average playing time paled in comparison to Peyton's. Little Tim Hardaway clapped Xuan on the shoulder with a grin, saying, "Your main dish has arrived." Main dish. Xuan chuckled and shook his head. I fail to see where the substance lies. He grasped the Magic's intentions. During the recent match, Peyton had undeniably been at a disadvantage, and naturally, they were not pleased. It seemed unreasonable for a 10th overall pick to be outperformed by a second-round selection. Thus, they decided to deploy 2 players. Surely, with 1/10th overall pick and an additional player, they could turn the tide. However, the outcome surprised many. After introducing the new rookie duo, the Magic's situation deteriorated even further. Previously, it was just Peyton who faltered, but now the entire team was crumbling. In all fairness, Gordon was still merely a dunker at this stage. Since the season commenced, he had averaged only 1-2 attempts from beyond the arc, with most of his points coming solely from dunks. His offensive approach was simplistic: drive and dunk. Yet, executing dunks in a formal game setting is quite challenging unless one is capitalizing on fast breaks or transitions. Otherwise, where does one find the opportunity to dunk? The Magic faced defeat ever since head coach Xuan opted for the Peyton-Gordon combination. They had been losing. Meanwhile, the Knicks' three-point strategy began to bear fruit. Xuan played merely 25 minutes, shooting 6 of 9 for 16 points, along with 6 assists and 2 rebounds. While the combined score from Gordon and Peyton amounted to a mere 2 points, and those 2 points were scored by Gordon, as Peyton failed to score in his 20 minutes on the court. This was simply astonishing. Xuan appears to be remarkably more outstanding than both Gordon and Peyton combined. Indeed, many have speculated that the Knicks may have struck gold this season, yet their skepticism towards Xuan remains deeply entrenched due to past experiences. Unexpectedly, Xuan has decisively outperformed a first-round pick and a seasoned player. The moment the final buzzer sounded, the arena erupted with jubilation. Xuan, having scored 16 points and provided 6 assists, has become the 4th key contributor. It is clear that the first will always belong to the Zen Master, the second to Melo, and the third to Old Fish. On the sidelines, Old Fish exhaled a sigh of relief. After enduring 2 consecutive defeats to the Hawks, the pressure had been mounting. Securing a victory at home was undoubtedly a morale-boosting development. Furthermore, this win provides a sense of justification for the Zen Master, especially considering it was achieved through unconventional means. You ought to extend a handshake. Lambo, with his coaching experience, discreetly advised Old Fish. Old Fish chuckled, momentarily distracted by his joy, and let the suggestion slip from his mind. Congratulations. Thank you. You all played excellently. The 2 head coaches exchanged warm embraces. What transpired here? A first-round pick and a seasoned player were outclassed by a second-round rookie? Astonishing. Elfrid managed to play 20 minutes without scoring? What happened? Perplexed, I must ask, do those who overlooked Xuan now regret their decision? Schadenfreude. Since the season commenced, Xuan, with an average of 9, 3 points, 6, 3 assists, and 7 rebounds, is undoubtedly among the most impressive newcomers of the 2014 draft class. These statistics are quite striking. Even the first overall pick Wiggins averages only 12 points, while Gordon from the Magic is limited to a mere 5 points per game. Magic head coach Xuan candidly expressed his admiration for Xuan post-game. I see the shadow of success in that young player. A reporter attempted to inquire which star represented that success, but Xuan had already departed. The Magic have now suffered 3 consecutive defeats, and he must return to strategize for their upcoming games. If this continues, the duration of his tenure as head coach may entirely rest upon fate. Fresh from a shower, Xuan had yet to don his attire when he found himself encircled by a throng of reporters in the locker room. Unlike previous occasions, this time, many unfamiliar faces were present, American reporters. Previously, domestic journalists were predominant in interviewing Xuan, as many Americans dismissed him, doubting his potential, resulting in scarce coverage. However, now, Xuan took note of their credentials. ESPN, TNT. All the major American media outlets were present. Sue, hello, I am a reporter from ESPN. How do you feel about the victory? I am happy, of course. What do you plan to do next? I suppose I will grab a bite, and then head home to sleep. Did you find the victory easy? Not at all. We played hard and fought valiantly for this win. Do you believe you contributed significantly to the game? Not really. I played fairly average, but my teammates were exceptional. I essentially coasted to victory. Can you comment on your opponents? Yes, my opponents played excellently, especially Alfred and Aaron. They not only performed well individually but also exhibited remarkable teamwork. Yet, they combined for only 2 points? Clearly. Peyton and Aaron Gordon became the subject of ridicule, particularly Peyton, who played 20 minutes without scoring, stripping away all external factors and evaluating the game purely. I must assert that Alfred and Aaron's performance was utterly abysmal. American sports commentator Yang E remarked, I have never seen anyone fail to score a single point. Were you merely taking a stroll on the court? The Knicks' defense is so poor that my grandmother could score, yet you managed to end up with 0 points. Well, you are a rookie, and mistakes can happen, but I must say, let us hope this is both your first and last time. After watching this video, Xuan was at a loss for how to react. The criticism wasn't directed at him, yet the remark about his grandmother's scoring was truly unwarranted. It was too harsh. As the season progressed into mid-November, the candidates for the Eastern and Western Conference Player of the Week had already been announced for 2 rounds. In the East, they were Chris Bosh and the diminutive Dirk, while the West was dominated by the Warrior Splash Brothers. These two are formidable. Not only did they achieve a perfect record in the first week, but Clay averaged 29.7 points. In the second week, Curry's performance was even more extraordinary, with an average of 30 points. Upon reviewing their statistics, Xuan could only offer them a middle finger, 2 words, outrageous. Meanwhile, in the East, without LeBron James leading the charge, Bosh has stepped up. In the first week, he led his team to 3 victories, averaging 25.7 points, 11.3 rebounds, and 4.0 assists, a substantial double-double. Regrettably, in Xuan's recollection, Bosh's physical condition seems to be deteriorating this season, marking the beginning of his decline. Injuries are undoubtedly an athlete's greatest adversary. May he find good health. In the training facility, Xuan diligently practiced his shooting alone. Currently, all 4 of his talents are on the verge of advancement. Although the timing of this progression remains uncertain, striving for improvement is always worthwhile. As Xuan effortlessly launched 3-pointers, he found himself reminiscing about the captivating highlights of a past game featuring Stephen Curry. The remarkable nonchalance with which Curry releases the ball stems from his exceptional core strength, allowing him to maintain a steadfast grip on the ball while exhibiting remarkable bodily equilibrium. How many times did Curry bench press at 84 kilograms? Was it 10 or 11? I believe it was 10. And what about Durant? It seems he was unable to register any. TSK. Xuan shook his head. At that time, his bench press was 12 repetitions. Comparable to Westbrook. Logically speaking, his core strength should not be inferior to Curry's. Yet, he could never quite capture that particular shooting sensation that Curry possessed. Bang, 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 swish, swish, swish. Xuan exhibited remarkable patience, repeatedly experimenting in the empty gymnasium, where he was the sole occupant. He endeavored to launch the ball in a myriad of imaginative postures. Thus, bang, that approach seemed ineffective. Perhaps this way, bang, that too appeared futile. Let us try this. Swoosh. This one works. As the night wore on, Xuan returned home well past midnight. After a refreshing shower, he succumbed to fatigue, too weary to even make a phone call. Nevertheless, the following morning, he rose early to engage in his customary running regimen. How delightful it was to possess the physical prowess akin to Russell Westbrook. Xuan mused contentedly, although he was merely at the silver level. His extraordinary endurance was beginning to reveal promising signs. In the afternoon, during routine tactical training, Coach Liu commended the team, acknowledging their recent victory over the Magic, which alleviated his immediate concerns. Xuan moved to the side to engage in ball handling drills. Ball handling training encompasses the continuous practice of dribbling, passing, receiving, and of course, shooting as well. Good things often require patience, Cultivating a sense for the ball is not something that can be achieved overnight, and Xuan was not in a rush. By 4 p.m., Coach Fish arrived to oversee the triangle offense training. This is the daily routine for the Knicks. They dedicate nearly half of their training time to the triangle offense. The team's poor performance this season is not without reason. The previous day's game against the Magic was essentially a contest of mediocrity, where the outcome could have gone either way. Yet, Zen Master believes the triangle offense was instrumental to their strategy, resulting in an additional half hour added to today's triangle offense training. It is quite exasperating. With a game scheduled for tomorrow, they can at least enjoy a restful night's sleep today. Little Tim has arranged an outing with Aldridge and Samuel, demonstrating a complete lack of memory from the previous day's reprimand. After dining at the Knicks cafeteria, Xuan hurried straight to the gym, finding it far more convenient to engage in strength training here. He dedicated an entire day to his workout. Xuan once again exhausted all his energy. "Su, you have been training too frequently lately," Carson inquired with concern. As Xuan's agent, Carson had taken on numerous responsibilities, including those of an assistant and secretary. "It's nothing. I can manage," Xuan replied, taking a sip of Gatorade to catch his breath. "By the way, my wife would like to invite you to our home for Thanksgiving." Carson scratched his head, seemingly embarrassed. "You know, her culinary skills are quite commendable." "Of course." Xuan nodded without a moment's hesitation. "If you don't mind, I would like to bring someone along to savor your wife's cooking." "Absolutely. We would be delighted." Carson quickly waved his hands, clearly aware of whom Xuan was referring to. "Then it's settled," Xuan said, patting Carson on the shoulder. "I shall take my leave now." The following day, November 14th, the Knicks faced their second game of a 3-game homestand against the Utah Jazz. The most impressive, or rather astonishing, aspect of the Jazz this season has been their defense. Over the course of the season, they have allowed an average of only 94.9 points per game, ranking first in the league. This is a staggering statistic, especially when compared to the Memphis Grizzlies, often lauded for their defensive prowess, who allowed an average of 0.2 more points per game. Particularly intimidating is their backup center, Rudy Gobert, who, if memory serves, achieved a defensive efficiency rating of 98 during the 14-15 season. This is an extraordinarily formidable figure. To put it in perspective, last season's Defensive Player of the Year, Joakim Noah, had a defensive efficiency rating of merely 96. Moreover, in Xuan's recollection, Gobert went on to secure the DPY title multiple times in the future. Faced with such a formidable team, Xuan felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the Knicks had struggled against the Hawks, and the challenge posed by the Jazz seemed perilous. However, this was a tactical issue that did not require his concern. His focus needed to be on performing well in his own game. After the morning's tactical training and strategy meeting, Xuan took a few hours to recharge. At 7 p.m., the game commenced promptly at Madison Square Garden. Before the match, Xuan closely examined the ratings of the opposing players. Gordon Hayward, rating, 820 points, threat level, blue, extremely dangerous. Hayward's rating did not surprise Xuan. It was almost a given that this all-star small forward would possess a blue-level rating. However, he found the rating of their team's second scorer, Derek Favors, rather unexpected, 580 points. It was not that this score was high, but rather disappointingly low. The former third overall pick had averaged 13.3 points and 8.3 rebounds last season, which was not particularly remarkable, yet this season he had been in splendid form, having scored over 20 points in consecutive games. Xuan was perplexed by how the system arrived at such a rating. His attention was also drawn to Gobert's score, which was 600 points, a solid green rating. Remarkably, Gobert was the second highest rated player on the Jazz team, truly deserving of his reputation as a multiple-time Defensive Player of the Year. Xuan's averages of 9.3 points and 6.3 assists were impressive. Xuan, holding Xuan's statistics, turned to Coach Yang and inquired, "Do you believe Xuan has established himself in the NBA now?" Yang hesitated briefly before nodding. "I suppose so. I recently read a report by an ESPN journalist who mentioned that Xuan is likely in contention for the season's Rookie of the Year award." Xuan smiled and asked, "What do you think, Coach Yang?" Yang shook his head in disagreement. "That seems rather unlikely. Xuan's foundation is still too fragile." "Then who do you think is most likely to win the Rookie of the Year?" "It's still too early to say." Yang pondered for a moment. "However, I believe it will most likely be Wiggins, as the first overall pick. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to claim the Rookie of the Year title." As they spoke, the game commenced. The starting lineups were set for the Knicks. The backcourt featured Xuan alongside Shumpert, with Melo at the small forward position, while Stoudemire remained on the bench. The front court comprised Samuel and Jason Smith, with Quincy returning to the bench after starting in the previous game. For the Jazz, the backcourt included Trey Burke and Alec Burks, with Hayward at the small forward and the front court featuring the duo of Derek Favors and Cantor. Jason Smith, benefiting from his height, won the jump ball, allowing the Knicks to initiate the offense. Xuan brought the ball forward, signaling for Samuel to set a screen before making a back cut to receive a lob pass to the low post for Melo. This was reminiscent of their strategy from the previous game. Melo, with his considerable bulk, positioned himself, making it challenging for Hayward, who is among the few white small forwards who play exceptionally well. With a decisive move, Melo advanced a couple of steps, but Hayward maintained a solid defensive stance. As Melo pivoted and navigated along the baseline, he dribbled a few steps before executing a bank shot. Clang. Cantor interfered with the play. The rebound was collected by Alec Burks, while Trey Burke accelerated, seeking to capitalize on the Knicks' defensive disarray. However, Xuan was closely guarding him, and Trey Burke passed to Burks, who attempted a trailing three-pointer, but it failed to find its mark. Shumpert turned to secure the rebound, initiating a fast break for the Knicks. The pace of the transition was not slow. Just as Melo was about to cross half-court, Xuan delivered the ball. But was it an open shot? No. Favors leaped in to contest the shot. It was unexpectedly blocked. Melo, perhaps a bit too complacent, was outmaneuvered. Yet one must commend the Jazz for their impeccable defense. The start of the game was rather grim, with both sides struggling to score in several consecutive possessions. The Knicks struggled due to the formidable defense of their opponents, while the Jazz, despite the Knicks' lackluster defense, were equally ineffective in their offensive efforts. Indeed, this was an exceptionally thrilling and tense match. Barkley commented, "Hey, buddy, don't doze off. Wake up, as he playfully tapped Shaquille O'Neal, who feigned sleep at the commentary booth. The commentary booth echoed with Shaquille's thoughts. "I bear a weight that is not befitting my age." The game is truly arduous, especially since Old Fish decided to implement the triangle offense. In the opening minutes of each Knicks game, Fish typically encourages his players to express themselves freely. Only after these initial minutes does he begin to execute the triangle offense. This could be seen as a tenuous balance struck between Fish and the old Zen master. Coaching the Knicks is no easy task. Old Fish occasionally rubs his bald head, reflecting, "Thank goodness I lost my hair long ago. Otherwise, I'd be losing it daily with this stress." The defensive pressure from the Jazz was intense. Xuan attempted a one-on-one play, but upon noticing an open man, Trey Burke immediately called for a help defense. It seemed as though both teams had agreed to refrain from scoring in the first quarter, which concluded with a score of 17-18, with the Knicks leading by a single point as they entered the second quarter. Such meager scoring. Xuan played for over 6 minutes before being substituted, managing to score just 2 points from free throws, truly pitiful. However, after 4 minutes into the second quarter, the situation began to weigh heavily on Coach Lauyu. From the perspective of the starting lineup, the Knicks could somewhat compete with the Jazz, but the bench. He felt an overwhelming urge to ask Jazz head coach Quinn Snyder, "Where did you find such a towering player?" Gobert, standing at 2.16 meters, dwarfed both Aldridge and Jason Smith, who lacked such absolute height. Moreover, what Lauyu most wanted to inquire was, where did this fellow hone his defensive skills? "Can I send a dozen players to learn from you?" Gobert rarely initiated offense, averaging only around 5 attempts per game in the early stages of his career. While his efficiency was remarkable, he spent most of his time in a defensive posture, quietly undertaking the dirty work. Jason Smith felt as though his brain might burst. His opponent was already taller than him, and each time he received the ball to attack, he could see the rival's long arms, spanning 7 or 8 meters, obstructing all his passing lanes and scoring opportunities, completely blocking them. Jason Smith was in despair, despite being a tall 2.13 meters himself. He could hardly comprehend why his opponent's wingspan was so extensive. When Lauyu decided to make substitutions, Jason Smith practically sprinted off the court. Aldridge, puzzled, asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Catching his breath and resting a hand on Aldridge's shoulder, Jason Smith replied, "I just feel like I've narrowly escaped with my life." Xuan, seated on the bench, envied the opposing team, feeling a profound sense of security knowing there were such formidable players under the basket. In stark contrast, he glanced at his own side, particularly at Aldridge, who was being dominated by Gobert, and Jason Smith, who had just endured the same fate. Xuan grimaced in disdain, wondering, what a sorry lot we have here. A quality interior player can significantly bolster the confidence of perimeter shooters. Otherwise, Who would dare attempt a shot if every missed opportunity loomed large? And how could one manage to penetrate against a defense that collapses so effectively? Xuan felt a surge of restlessness. Just moments ago, an intense premonition surged within him. Today was the day he could ascend. It was remarkably potent. Akin to a bride, fully prepared in her chamber, awaiting the gentle lifting of her veil, and all that was required of him was a delicate touch. Sitting on the bench, he softly tapped his feet, attempting to quell his excitement. Yet, the premonition did not wane. Rather, it intensified. Perhaps a banana would help calm his nerves. Xuan discreetly retrieved a banana from beneath his seat, peeled it, and took a bite. "Su, you're up." Just as he was about to take another bite, Lambies turned and called out. "What?" Xuan hastily swallowed the morsel. This was not the right moment, was it? There were still over 6 minutes left in the second quarter. "Hurry up," Lambies urged, as the urgency on Old Yu's side grew palpable. Xuan glanced around and tossed the unfinished banana to little Tim Hardaway, saying, "Finish it." Little Tim Hardaway replied, "Could you refrain from throwing such meaningful things at me in public?" Xuan approached the podium just as Sean Larkin descended from the court, his expression steeped in gloom. Before the match, while listening to tactical analyses, he had felt fortunate to be a substitute, believing that the defensive pressure he faced would be somewhat alleviated. Yet, the gestures he observed were clearly beyond his expectations. Old Fish paid him no mind. His mood had soured since earlier. Many experts, including himself, had predicted that the Jazz stood a 50-50 chance against the Knicks. However, the current situation painted a different picture entirely. This was not a mere 50-50. It resembled a resounding 0-10. The substitute lineup was essentially being overwhelmed. "Su, I will need your offensive prowess shortly," Old Fish asserted with great decisiveness. The original playmaker on the court was JR, but his performance this quarter had been dismal. Had it not been for his commendable defense, Old Fish would have considered pulling him from the game. "Understood, sir. I am at your service," Xuan replied without hesitation. Yet, internally, he lamented. "I do not wish to face Gobert." With such a formidable presence in the paint, the offensive zone for perimeter players was nearly confined to beyond the free throw line. With Sean Larkin exiting and Xuan entering, it seemed Coach Derek intended to break through from the perimeter. Xuan's opponent remains Trey Burke. In the context of the Jazz's 10-man rotation today, Burke stands as the sole point guard, although Hayward could temporarily assume the role of a playmaking forward. He is currently off the court, necessitating Burke's return to the game. After Xuan advanced the ball into the front court, he surveyed the situation on the court. The Knicks currently had JR, Quincy, Samuel, and Aldridge on the floor. On the opposing side, the Jazz featured Dante Exum, Joe Ingles, Trevor Booker, and Gobert. Indeed, with JR struggling to generate offense, the Knicks lineup appeared to lack viable scoring options. Xuan signaled Samuel for a screen at the three-point line. It was imperative not to call for Aldridge. Invoking Aldridge would transform Xuan's challenge into that of Gobert. Samuel effectively obstructed Trey Burke, prompting a defensive switch by the Jazz, and now Xuan faced Trevor Booker. Booker, a player of diminutive stature and substantial build, stands at merely 203 centimeters. Epitomizing the archetype of a mini power forward. Xuan can leverage his speed to confront him. Samuel has developed a remarkable synergy with Xuan through their frequent collaborations. After executing the pick and roll, he proactively positions himself at the three-point line to receive the ball, subsequently passing it back to Xuan. From the 60-degree angle on the wing, Xuan swiftly accelerates. His first step is exceptionally quick, a deceptive move followed by a sudden change of direction. Xuan swiftly directed the ball to the right, simultaneously transferring his center of gravity. He maneuvered past his defender. Booker, realizing the situation, found it nearly impossible to keep pace with Xuan's agile movements given his hefty 200-plus pounds. A sudden halt followed by a small zombie jump shot. Clang! It veered slightly off target, prompting Xuan to retreat defensively as the entire Jazz team surged forward. The sudden jump shot, though seemingly an antiquated technique overshadowed by the three-point revolution, remains remarkably effective. Alas, it is a skill Xuan has yet to master. In a strategic standoff, Joe Ingles positioned himself in the corner for a three-pointer. Ingles possesses a commendable long-range shooting ability, boasting an impressive 44 three-point shooting percentage during his peak. However, he is far from his prime now. The ball circled the rim before bouncing out, and the rebound was secured by JR, who initiated a fast break for the Knicks. JR located Xuan in the front court, but the Jazz quickly closed in, three players converging from behind. Xuan executed a deceptive move to the right, skillfully evading 3 defenders, and with a graceful reverse shot, the ball swished through the net. The score now stands at 30-26. Xuan's fundamentals are remarkably solid. The Jazz's trio put up a commendable defense, yet Xuan remained composed, making an astute choice. Xuan practically adores Xuan among the domestic national players, who possesses such foundational skills. Even under the pressure of 3 defenders, he managed to score. Had the national team once had a player of his caliber to support Yao Ming or Yi Jianlian, perhaps the Chinese men's basketball team would not have faced the challenges it does today. The Jazz continued to play in a half-court style, hindered by their taller lineup, which limited their ability to quicken the pace. Trey Burke leaned into Xuan, driving in with increased speed and drawing a foul from him. The fans at Madison Square Garden did not hold back their disapproval, showering them with boos. Trey Burke took a deep breath and missed both free throws. Samuel and Quincy executed a double team to create space for Aldridge and secured the rebound. After Xuan pivoted to receive the ball, he accelerated with remarkable speed, delivering a pass to JR on the right side of the three-point line. JR caught the ball and took a step before attempting a contested three-pointer. Clang. Once again, JR's aim faltered. Xuan, filled with despair, lamented the well-executed pass that went unrewarded. Just as Dante Exum prepared to secure the rebound for a counterattack, a shadow suddenly surged past him, gliding across the free throw line with a ghostly swiftness, seizing the opportunity before him. A putback score. The ball was deftly tapped in by Xuan. Indeed, every defense harbors its own vulnerabilities. As Xuan retreated defensively, his gaze was intensely fixed on the astonished Dante Exum. Xuan. It was Xuan once again who scored this basket. A splendid putback. The timing was simply exquisite. Xuan excitedly remarked. This rookie has already accumulated 4 points against the Jazz consecutively. Meanwhile, Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley on the sidelines were also stirred. The Jazz may need to devise a strategy. What strategy? The Jazz's head coach Quinn Snyder frowned, initially believing that substituting Xuan was a mere whim, but he was taken aback by the effectiveness it had produced. Trey. Quinn Snyder called out to the court, prompting Trey Burke to turn his head. Stay focused. Trey Burke nodded emphatically. The 2 points Xuan had scored in the first quarter had lulled him into a false sense of security. He thought Xuan was merely a rookie, but now it was time to take things seriously. On the court, with just over 4 minutes left in the second quarter, the score stood at 30-28, with the Knicks having narrowed the gap by 4 points. I must say, your substitution was brilliant. Rabbis approached Old Fish. Old Fish remained silent, merely tilting his head to glance at him. You seem quite invested in him? I have a keen interest in talented young players who are daring and tenacious. Rabbis shrugged. That doesn't sound like you. That's because you don't truly know me. The Jazz launched an offensive. Trey Burke called for a pick-and-roll. The ball was transferred to the corner for Exum, who faked a move before passing it back. Trey Burke then shifted the ball to the opposite corner. Xuan attempted to keep up but failed to notice Booker coming in for a screen. He collided solidly. Trey Burke, utilizing the screen, launched a three-pointer. Swish. There it is. Trey Burke is also a sharpshooter. Kid, you still have a long way to go. After making the shot, Burke subtly wagged his finger at Xuan, a smirk of derision on his face. Damn, you're just a rookie. Xuan shot back with a fierce glare. Trey Burke, last year's 9th overall pick, was in his second year. Can you stop me? Rookie. Burke began to interfere with Xuan's emotions, increasing the physical contact and minor antics during defense. Damn. Xuan was pushed, causing him to lose the ball, but the referee did not call a foul. As Xuan retreated defensively, he gestured to the referee, indicating that the opponent had pushed him earlier. The referee acknowledged his signal, but deemed it a mere instance of normal competition. Normal competition? Xuan was both infuriated and amused. Everyone is a novice. Why should he receive the star whistle while they are relegated to mere novice whistles? Damn it. Just wait for me. As the Jazz team advanced, Trey Burke aimed to humiliate Xuan with a contemptuous display. However, was he overestimating himself? Did he think he was Stephen Curry? Xuan interfered. Samuel swiftly passed the rebound to Xuan. The ball. As Xuan received the ball, he had already reached the midfield line. A pass executed with perfect synergy. You think it's so easy, kid? Trey Burke positioned himself defiantly in front of Xuan, his expression fierce. Damn it. I'll soon toss the ball right over your head into the hoop. The duo exhibited the swiftest speed among the 10 players on the court, both sprinting at full throttle, leaving the others far behind. The three-point line. Despite Trey Burke's incessant taunts and disdain for Xuan, he remained vigilant. intensifying his focus even further. Here he comes. Trey's demeanor shifted as Xuan made his move. His first step was exceedingly quick. Anticipating this, Trey Burke swiftly shifted his body to intercept. Crossover. Xuan's movements were a seamless series of techniques, never pausing for a moment. Stop right there, growled Trey Burke, his weathered face contorted with rage. Although standing at a mere 185 centimeters, shorter than Xuan, his agility was the reason he could keep pace with him. Stop. Xuan scoffed coldly. Will you give me a chicken leg if I do? Go to hell. Xuan suddenly accelerated, his center of gravity leaning forward rapidly, utilizing the inertia of his body. He surpassed his opponent in that fleeting moment. Trey Burke also erupted, astonishingly keeping pace despite the circumstances. Do not even think about getting ahead. His voice strained to the breaking point. Yet, after executing a crossover, Xuan seamlessly transitioned into a prayer pose. It was flamboyant. Barkley tapped the table, but it was undeniably impressive. Trey Burke found himself unable to defend, even with every ounce of effort. He was alone on the defense line, leaving Xuan unrestrained to unleash his full potential. Whoosh. Like a fleeting shadow, Xuan glided past Trey Burke's right side, while Burke, deceived by a feint, lunged left. It was as if a pivotal moment in life had arrived. From this point onward, the trajectories of Trey Burke and Xuan diverged. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the limits. Alan Iverson's breakthrough talent has successfully advanced. Congratulations to the host. Alan Iverson's breakthrough talent has ascended to gold. This time, Xuan heard it. The answer's breakthrough talent has leveled up. Xuan's lips curled into a smile of astonishment. The premonition he had just moments ago had indeed come to fruition. Xuan, having set aside the examination of his attributes, effortlessly sank the ball into the hoop after offering his prayers. Upon turning around, he was met with the despondent visage of Trey Burke, shrouded in sorrow. Xuan considered himself not to be a bad person, so after some contemplation, he approached to offer a word of comfort. Keep going. You almost managed to block me. Suddenly, he seemed to hear the sound of blood rushing past his ears. How exhilarating. Gobert rushed over to take the free throw, and, as he passed by Trey Burke, inquired, Are you all right, Trey? I'm fine, Trey Burke replied, his complexion ashen, his lips trembling as if he had just been overwhelmed by 10 burly men. Could you lend me a hand? What? It was impossible for him to move. Trey Burke merely felt utterly humiliated and, moreover, guilty towards his fellow countrymen of Utah. How could he have been outwitted by a rookie in such a manner? Such indignity was intolerable. He craved vengeance. Trey's gaze towards Xuan was filled with a palpable hatred. Xuan pays him no mind, a mere trifler. If you possess any prowess, then bring it forth. Do you truly believe you can extinguish me with nothing but a glance? The score stands at 33-30, within the current lineup of the Jazz. Trey Burke is the primary offensive player, yet his mind is consumed with thoughts of vengeance against Xuan. A pitiful wretch. You would do well to pray fervently every time I take a shot, for that is your sole means of contesting me. Trey Burke, both mentally and physically exhausted, feels as though countless flies are buzzing around him, incessantly droning, and the unfortunate reality is that he cannot simply swat them away. Xuan acted with intent. This fellow was just pushing and shoving moments ago, yet the referee turned a blind eye. Thus, he resorted to his own methods to reclaim his dignity. Executing a layup over your head was merely the initial step. Humph. Those who provoke me shall not escape unscathed. It seems that from that very moment, a pivotal shift occurred in the game. Xuan of the Knicks began to excel, and following his ascent to a higher level. His ability to break through defenses soared, making his offensive maneuvers increasingly effortless. Conversely, the Jazz's offense nearly stagnated, with only Gobert unable to tolerate the situation, forcefully overpowering Samuel twice in the low post. Had it not been for that, by the end of the first half, not only would the previous lead have been equalized, but the Knicks would have also surged ahead. Even so, at halftime, the Knicks managed to lead by 2 points with a score of 44-42. During the intermission, buoyed by an exceptional second-half performance, he successfully elevated his score to double digits, 10 points and 4 assists. Well done, my friend. You have reached double figures in scoring. That play was magnificent. Could you possibly teach me? Upon reaching halftime, Xuan finally had the opportunity to check the earlier system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, for breaking through your limits. Alan Iverson's breakthrough talent has successfully advanced. Congratulations, host. Alan Iverson's breakthrough talent has ascended to gold. Xuan, male, age, 19, rating, 410, 455. Provisional. Possesses talents. Stephen Curry's silver three-point shooting, in progress. Allen Iverson's golden breakthrough. Russell Westbrook's silver athleticism, in progress. Jason Williams' silver passing, in progress. To his astonishment, the first talent to advance was actually the answer's breakthrough skill. Deep down, Xuan always believed it would be Quiz's three-point shooting. Alas, the envy is overwhelming. It has finally reached gold. Xuan let out a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with indescribable excitement. Gold represents another echelon. No matter how much silver is polished or renewed, it remains merely silver. Yet gold, that is true gold, radiantly golden. This undoubtedly signifies a monumental advancement. Xuan gazed at the system's score, which had surged from 380 to 410. He had leaped across a significant tier. At last, he had risen from the ranks of the oppressed to seize the mantle of authority. Xuan felt a surge of joy within, reflecting on how the arduous training he had undergone was finally bearing fruit. He could hardly fathom the amount of sweat he had shed for this moment. Sweat nurtures joy, and perseverance ultimately yields its rewards. With a heart full of joy, Xuan entered the changing room, where Tim Hardaway Jr. approached him. "Sue, your banana. Get lost," Xuan exclaimed, pushing him away with a look of disdain. "Why is my banana with you? You gave it to me," Tim Hardaway Jr. replied, looking aggrieved. "Huh?" Xuan scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "It seems that is indeed the case. But didn't I tell you to finish it?" Tim Hardaway Jr. gulped. "It was too big. I couldn't finish it. Get out of here. Always trying to take advantage of me." The atmosphere in the Knicks locker room was relatively pleasant. Coach Fish came over to outline the strategy for the second half. However, for the Knicks players, strategies were of little consequence. Xuan still listened attentively. Coach Fish's tactical acumen was commendable, yet he was overshadowed by his father's presence. As the second half commenced, Xuan remained a starter for the third quarter, although the Jazz had substituted Trey Burke. Those who performed well continued to play, while those who faltered were naturally benched. Xuan remained indifferent, merely noting that the defender in front of him had grown slightly taller. "Hey, Gordon, what are you doing here? Is Hayward actually guarding me?" Xuan wore an expression of utter disbelief. "However, while you guard against me, who shall defend against Sweet Melon?" Xuan deftly lobbed the ball over, and Carmelo executed a jump shot, only to encounter Gobert midair. The Jazz's defensive switch was undoubtedly effective. Hayward exhibited remarkable speed, proving to be a formidable opponent against an outside shooter like Xuan, while Gobert's defensive reach in the paint was astonishingly vast. After several minutes of play, the score stood at 52-50, with the Jazz having regained the lead. Quinn Snyder was thoroughly pleased. The young man with yellow skin indeed possessed commendable skills. Yet the Jazz's defense remained unmatched. Just moments ago, he scored 4 consecutive points, but that was merely due to our defensive lapses. Now that our defense is solid, let's see if he can shoot again. Let's see if he can breach our defensive line. Xuan decided to give it a try. Having consistently assisted his teammates, he now opted to take the shot himself. He gestured for his teammates to create space. Hayward, standing at 203 centimeters and weighing 200 pounds, possessed physical attributes that were undeniably formidable for a small forward. Xuan did not seek cover. How should Xuan play this ball? Should he break through or shoot? Why can't he do both simultaneously? Xuan dribbled the ball and took a step back, while Hayward refrained from following, exhibiting great caution. Xuan disregards his opponent, retreating to create space before accelerating towards the right. Hayward closes in, seizing the moment impeccably. What is Xuan about to do? What is Xuan about to do? He comes to a halt, dribbling between his legs, shifting to the left. Oh, a flawless change of direction in front of his body. He has outmaneuvered Gordon. At this moment, Xuan remained remarkably composed, fully aware that penetrating the paint was not an option. Therefore, he executed a sudden stop and unleashed a jump shot. With Westbrook's physique, surely it was permissible to borrow his signature move? Facing the vast ocean, with the warmth of spring and blooming flowers, he scored. Did he truly make that shot? In that position, Gobert was unable to respond. Splendid. What a magnificent shot. Xuan shattered the stalemate for the Knicks. On the sidelines, veteran Fish let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Quinn Snyder stood with arms crossed, his brow furrowed. That shot went in? Must have been a stroke of luck. He doubted Xuan could maintain such performance. Gordon, he shouted towards the court. Hayward nodded gravely, finally grasping why the coach had assigned him to guard Xuan. This young man was indeed formidable. However, next time, he would not allow Xuan such an opportunity. Hayward fixed his gaze on Xuan, Warning. If you get past me again, you can take my surname. In the next moment, he pondered aloud. What sounds better, Gordon Su or Gordon Xian? Gordon Su, of course. I don't bear the surname Xian. Foreigners often struggle to comprehend the structure of Chinese names, and Hayward was merely guessing. Hayward was quite an amusing character. If memory serves, he possessed considerable talent in gaming. Perhaps a chance to advance in the iron rank. Seizing the moment while the opposition was still unsteady, Su Xian scored 8 points in the third quarter alone. With the game still underway, he had already amassed 18 points, marking a new career high. Su Xian is on track to surpass 20 points today. Kafa exclaimed. This signifies a milestone achievement. That might be a bit challenging. Yang mused for a moment. What? Just 2 points and it's already difficult? Kafa's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, we must maintain some boundaries in our skepticism. How did Su Xian outplay you? I cannot be blamed. Yang Yi retorted, feeling aggrieved. Coach Derek substituted Su Xian out. Su Xian felt somewhat melancholic. To claim that he did not aspire to score over 20 points would be utterly disingenuous. However, he could not disregard the coach's words. Hey Su, are you enjoying yourself now? Little Tim Hardaway teased as he approached with a grin. Get lost. Su Xian was in a melancholic mood. What shall I do? I have come with good intentions to comfort you, said Tim Hardaway, feeling aggrieved. I wanted to inform you that Rambus mentioned. Wait a moment. Wait. Allow me to start in the fourth quarter alongside you. Just say it. How could the coach commit such an atrocious act? With just a 2-point deficit. There is no reason to hold oneself back. Su Xian's mood instantly brightened, and he found himself admiring even little Tim Hardaway. Tim, I notice you're looking rather dapper today. Aren't you? Little Tim Hardaway trembled, stuttering. What do you want? Go away. I'm not interested in a needle. With a score of 98-94. The Knicks triumphed over the Utah Jazz at home, securing victory by a margin of 4 points. Su Xian played for 27 minutes, achieving an impressive record of 22 points. 5 assists, and 4 rebounds with a shooting percentage of 58. 3 from the field and 60 from beyond the arc. He set a new career high in scoring, demonstrating remarkable efficiency against the formidable defense of the Jazz. Had it not been for fatigue in the fourth quarter, his tally might have soared even higher. After the game, Liu exhaled deeply as the Knicks finally leveled their record, providing a semblance of satisfaction to both Coach Zinn and the devoted Knicks fans. Coaching in New York is no easy feat. Hey, are you here to mock me? Hayward furrowed his brow. As Su Xian had stood before him for a while since the game's conclusion, it appeared that Su Xian was about to ridicule him. Yet he seemed momentarily at a loss for words. Annoyed, Hayward contemplated pushing aside this impolite individual to head to the locker room. What? Mock you? Su Xian pointed to himself in bewilderment, exclaiming, No, of course not. Where did you get that idea? He waved his hands dismissively and continued. I merely wanted to ask if you could do me a favor if you have some time. A favor? Hayward was perplexed. Buddy, you're the one who won. I have nothing to offer you. No, you do. Su Xian earnestly shook his head. Hayward shrugged in resignation. But we play different positions. What can I possibly help you with? Isn't that even better? Su Xian looked at him in surprise, curious as to how Hayward had deduced his position without Su having mentioned it. Well, I can't see how that's an advantage. I'm a small forward. And you're a guard. Hayward raised his hands in a gesture of confusion. Perhaps you want to learn shooting from me? What? Shooting? What shooting? Su Xian interrupted him, a puzzled expression on his face. Isn't that what you meant? All right. Do you wish to learn passing instead? But my passing isn't as good as yours passing? Not that either. What do you want then? I just want to ask you to join me for a promotion match. After arranging to meet Hayward at the Internet CAF that evening, Su Xian joyfully skipped back to the locker room. However, as he entered through the players' tunnel, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A throng of reporters had gathered, approaching him like cats drawn to the scent of fish. Su, hello? I am a reporter from ESPN. Su, hello? I am a reporter from TNT. Su Xian, hello? I am with CC. Su Xian felt overwhelmed as he exclaimed. Can you all speak one at a time? How am I supposed to hear anything clearly? He pointed at an individual adorned with a CC badge, inexplicably finding him most agreeable. Once the interview concluded and the Knicks teammates departed, Su Xian relished a refreshing shower before joining Hayward. And together they headed straight to an Internet CAF. What are you playing? Su Xian inquired. I'm playing Fiora. My Fiora is exceptionally skilled, delivering 6 strikes per second. Hayward pondered for a moment. Isn't it 5 strikes per second? Su Xian, a casual gamer, refused to concede, but the Black Iron promotion matches proved to be exceedingly challenging, leading to several failures that necessitated Hayward's assistance. With Hayward, A player of remarkable caliber, at the helm, Xuan effortlessly progressed to Silver Eye, still yearning for more. Upon returning home that evening, Xuan scrolled through the news on his phone. Across various sports media outlets, the headlines heralded his career high of 22 points, dominating the top spots. "Brother Lian, do you know this kid?" Jianlian shook his head, noting that Xuan had entered the draft directly from college and had no ties to the CBA, thus he was unfamiliar with him. 22 points? That's not particularly high. I've achieved that, and not just once. I've even scored 30 points, yet I'm not as popular as he is. Hey, Brother Lian, you've played in the NBA. Isn't scoring 20 points there quite difficult? Jianlian hesitated before nodding. Scoring 20 points in the NBA requires a stroke of luck. I don't think it's that hard. I've watched his game footage, and I could make many of those shots myself. The group began to chatter, expressing skepticism regarding Xuan's current fame and prowess. Jianlian quietly stepped aside, realizing that these young players had no comprehension of the intensity of competition in the NBA. For them, merely getting the ball across half-court would be a significant achievement. Xuan is in a league of his own. Although Jianlian has yet to share the court with Xuan, he harbors a deep-seated anticipation for such an opportunity. Had Xuan been part of the national team this summer, the disheartening events could have been averted. However, opportunities for collaboration will surely arise. Unlike these fiercely competitive young players, Jianlian contemplates the broader implications of honor and loss. His eyes shimmer with hope and longing, as he eagerly awaits the day he can join forces with Xuan, a point guard of NBA starting caliber, unlike the less accomplished players before him. "Great play!" exclaimed Yao Ming, his enormous fist raised in excitement. The screen showcased Xuan's spectacular drive past Trey Burke, a highlight of the day. Though he had missed the live broadcast, he hurriedly turned on the television upon arriving home. "Hey, Alien, did you catch the game? What do you think? Is he reliable?" "I must tell you, I was sweating throughout the match." "Hey, I've already mentioned it. Next year, we'll have our chance. By the way, I plan to visit the United States in a couple of days to meet him in person." "Yes, just wait for my good news." "That's it for now. I'll let you get back to training." After hanging up, Yao Ming could hardly contain his excitement. Initially, he thought Xuan's candidacy was a joke, but Xuan swiftly proved him wrong. Then, when Yao doubted Xuan's ability to establish himself in the NBA, Xuan once again silenced the skeptics. Not only has he secured his place, but he has also become a starter. And notably, he is performing admirably, averaging 10, 6 points, 6, 2 assists, and 2 rebounds per game. In the eyes of De Yao, Xuan is now replete with virtues. He possesses the ability to score, to facilitate, and to orchestrate plays. Crucially, his passing is both precise and swift, while his court vision is undeniably exceptional. As for his defense, that is merely a minor concern with such offensive prowess. What more could one desire? De Yao can hardly fathom the heights the national team could reach with Xuan's contribution. Is the hope that belongs to them finally on the horizon? Xuan felt that his mindset had become somewhat imbalanced. In pursuit of elevating Ku Hao's three-point prowess to a golden standard, he had already spent 5 hours in the gym. Yet all his efforts had been in vain. Drops of sweat cascaded from his brow and the corners of his eyes, splattering onto his jersey and the floor, glistening under the bright lights in a painfully glaring manner. Xuan gasped for breath, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to hurl the ball from his hand. The sphere traced a graceful arc through the air, gradually descending into the hoop. His hands trembled, yet he remained deaf to the melodious chime of the system notification. This scene had played out countless times. 3 hours prior, Xuan had anticipated hearing that sound, but even now, it remained elusive. The bold, capitalized inscription advancement still lingered behind the three-point talent of Ku Hao on the attribute panel. Xuan lay heavily on the ground, allowing sweat to cascade down his neck. His eyes were devoid of spirit. It should not be so. I have trained for a full 5 hours. Aside from quenching my thirst and taking brief rests, I have been shooting hoops the entire time. Surely, this duration of training has surpassed all limits. Why then have I not achieved the next level of success? Xuan murmured to himself, enveloped in profound confusion and bewilderment. According to the system, merely surpassing a certain physical limit would suffice to successfully advance that particular talent or to initiate its progression. Yet, after 5 arduous hours of training, there was not the slightest indication of progress. Not only was there no sign of advancement, but even the prior sense of foreboding had vanished. Where had he gone astray? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Xuan began to reflect. Perhaps the system's notion of breaking through limits was not as he had envisioned. It might require an element of luck, or perhaps a measure of time. Xuan lay on the floor, his mind in disarray. The allure of the golden-level Ku Hao's three-point shooting talent was extraordinarily compelling. This sensation intensified after the advancement of the answer talent. Yet, despite the progression of the answer talent, the three-point ability remained as stagnant as a still pond. Could this be a period of sedimentation? Xuan felt a twinge of headache. Currently, there was not a single veteran point guard in the team, and the only one was lying idle at home. He pondered the possibility of seeking guidance from a senior, yet found it unfeasible. Perhaps I could find a moment to pay him a visit? Xuan mused. Recalling that Calderon was not a difficult person to interact with, and considering the lengthy time he had spent recuperating, he should be nearing recovery. Xuan decided to visit Calderon after the game against the Nuggets, seeking wisdom and guidance. Although the prowess of these veterans may not be as formidable now, their wealth of experience is indeed an invaluable treasure. This is precisely what newcomers like Xuan find most lacking and challenging to cultivate. Many teams, when selecting talented and promising rookies, often recruit a few seasoned veterans as well, by allowing the old to mentor the new. The wisdom of the experienced can undoubtedly help the newcomers avoid numerous pitfalls along their journey. Xuan believed that progression could not be rushed. Haste would yield no results. For one cannot achieve fullness in a single bite. When the time for advancement arrives, it will undoubtedly come, much like the natural unfolding of talent breakthroughs previously discussed. Contemplating the timing of progression in vain is futile. Just then, as Xuan pondered in his mind, his stomach began to grumble. After 5 hours of intense training, it was evident that he was famished. Let us go and have a meal. After dining, we shall return to review the recordings. Xuan rose from the ground, shook off the soreness in his arms, set the ball aside, and exited the gymnasium. Xuan was engrossed in the meticulously edited footage of his team's games. Indeed, he had scored 22 points in the last match. However, that did not imply he had been devoid of errors. On the contrary, he had made numerous mistakes, which greatly troubled him. Setting aside the scoring from yesterday's game, he had recorded 5 assists, yet he had also committed 4 turnovers. An assist-to-turnover ratio of nearly 1:1 is alarmingly high. Bai Qiao possessed immense talent. One might even describe it as flamboyant, but it seemed that his teammates lacked such flair. After extensive observation, Xuan discerned a critical issue. His passing was sound. However, the Knicks were comprised of players who, aside from Carmelo and the astute shooter JR, lacked the anticipatory skills necessary for effective play. Even the likes of Tim Hardaway Jr. displayed only average ability in this regard. Bai Qiao's passing style was inherently flamboyant, with a penchant for audacity. Many have remarked that during his prime, Bai Qiao could instill fear in all 9 opposing players on the court. After reviewing the footage repeatedly, Xuan finally identified the problem. He had consistently approached passing with an expectation that his teammates shared his level of understanding, leading to what he perceived as brilliant opportunities being met with confusion from his teammates. They often reacted with bewilderment, questioning the origin of the ball. If the rest of the Knicks had possessed such awareness, they likely would not be experiencing such a dismal season. This issue could not be tackled objectively. It necessitated a resolution rooted in subjective understanding. Xuan remained unhurried, recognizing that both the advancement concerns and his present dilemmas required time to amass experience. After a day's rest, he arose early the following morning to engage in his morning exercises. While jogging and dribbling, he returned home after an hour, took a refreshing shower, prepared himself a few sandwiches, and then set off for the gymnasium. Xuan, a 19-year-old male, holds a rating of 410/455 temporarily. He possesses notable talents: Stephen Curry's three-point silver in progress, Allen Iverson's breakthrough gold, Russell Westbrook's physicality silver in progress, and Jason Williams' passing silver in progress. On his way to the arena, Xuan opened his attributes panel. There was still no sign of improvement in his three-point talent. The delightful surprise of waking up to a system notification had not occurred again. However, Xuan's mindset had improved considerably since yesterday, allowing him to rest his eyes in the back seat of the taxi without concern. The Knicks currently hold a record of 5 wins and 5 losses, making their final home game of this 3-game stretch particularly crucial. Coach Fish rallied the team in the locker room before the game. Their opponents, the Denver Nuggets, are also struggling, with a dismal record of 2 wins and 6 losses, placing them at the bottom of the Western Conference. Coach Fish had initially been confident, but after the arrival of the old Zen master, he felt a sense of uncertainty creeping in. Could one victory merely be attributed to the effectiveness of the triangle offense? Coach Fish internally scoffed at the notion. The last win against the Jazz was largely due to the exceptional performances of Melo and Xuan. With little connection to the triangle offense, why embellish one's accomplishments so brazenly? Balancing the desire to win while steadfastly adhering to a particular strategy is no simple feat. Watching the old Zen master leave, Coach Fish spat in frustration, convinced that without the meddling of that antiquated figure, the Knicks' record would surely be more favorable. Yet, he remembered that he was the one who had brought the Zen master in. What could he do? With a resigned sigh, he lamented. It wasn't that he didn't want to win. It was that there were troublesome individuals causing chaos. When Coach Fish first joined the Knicks, he harbored numerous expectations for the triangle offense. Otherwise, the Zen master would not have been so supportive of his ascension to head coach. However, after just 2 games, he realized something was amiss. The triangle offense felt overly cumbersome. While opponents could complete an offensive play in 7 to 10 seconds, his team struggled to even position themselves in that time frame. Yet, Coach Fish did not give up. He tirelessly researched how to adapt the triangle offense to the current pace of play. Unfortunately, the more he studied, the more disheartened he became. This archaic tactic seemed a relic of the past, ill-suited for the 21st century. Coach Fish wished to convince himself otherwise, yet the stark reality of their record was undeniable. Whenever he downplayed the triangle offense, the Knicks played exceptionally well, but if they relied too heavily on it, their performance was abysmal. Now, he felt troubled. If they were to utilize the triangle offense, Xuan and Melo's individual impact, as well as their synergy, would inevitably diminish. If those two faltered, the game would be rendered pointless. Damn it, if this continues, I'll be bald. Coach Fish cursed under his breath, feeling his brain cells rapidly deplete. At that moment, his mind was a chaotic whirlwind, echoing the cries of his dying neurons. By 7 p.m., both team starters took to the court. The Nuggets center was the imposing Russian, Mozgov, a 216 centimeters tall behemoth. How about it? Do you have confidence in taking him down? Absolutely. Good. I love that confidence. It exudes masculinity. This was the exchange between Xuan and Samuel before the game commenced. As the game began, Xuan eagerly anticipated a surprise from Samuel. Having long been deprived of the first offensive possession, the referee's whistle pierced the air as the ball was tossed into the sky. Samuel leaped with all his might. Come on, Dalem. In the next moment, Mozgov looked on in disbelief as Samuel swatted the ball back. Did he even jump? I can't tell. I was counting on you. Xuan brushed aside Samuel as the Nuggets executed a straightforward offense, swiftly passing to Danilo Gallinari for a corner three-pointer. Swish. They opened with a flourish. Xuan couldn't help but admire Gallinari. Danilo Gallinari. Rating 720, threat level, cyan. Extremely dangerous. A rating of 720 was quite impressive, surpassing Amare's score. Indeed, from Xuan's perspective, Amare's rating had plummeted to the 700s, teetering on the edge of cyan, and it seemed destined to decline further. The Knicks initiated the triangle offense, aimlessly running about. Shumpert barely managed to secure an opportunity for a mid-range jump shot, which veered far off the mark. The triangle offense's vulnerabilities were glaring. Even with the Nuggets' subpar defense, the Knicks struggled to find open shots when closely guarded. In transition, the Nuggets sought out Gallinari once more, as he received a screen and prepared to shoot again. This attempt missed, the ball circling the rim before bouncing out. Mozgov muscled past Samuel to grab the offensive rebound and score. Xuan initially intended to step in, but upon reflection, he pondered the efficacy of his slender arms and legs in such a context. Had he not noticed that Carmelo was merely spectating nearby? Samuel executed a baseline throw-in, and the Knicks continued to engage in their triangular offense. Xuan deliberately sought to create an opportunity for Carmelo, yet the latter appeared to lack enthusiasm, resulting in a high jump shot that completely missed the target. The Nuggets were relentless. While they might temper their intensity against other teams, they unleashed their full might against the Knicks. On the Knicks' side, offensive troubles were rampant, possibly due to an inherent discord with the triangular offense. Despite a commendable performance in the previous game, Carmelo started this one with 4 attempts and no successes, 2 of which were airballs. This prompted Coach Fish to immediately call for a timeout. A vicious cycle had ensued. Any semblance of stability in their triangular offense seemed to lead to an inevitable collapse. As if cursed by some malevolent force, I found it bewildering how the Knicks had performed in those initial minutes. Kenny Smith shook his head. This is an entirely different team compared to their last game. They exhibited no fighting spirit, resembling nothing more than a lifeless fish. No, they were even less spirited than that. They began the game with a humiliating score of 2-11 against the Nuggets. Such a disparity was nearly disgraceful. It is worth noting that many players on the current Nuggets roster were once members of the Knicks, like Danilo and Mozgov, who were traded to that desolate place in Denver during Carmelo's transaction. From the bustling metropolis to the arid heights of Denver, one can scarcely breathe in such an environment. It is inconceivable that they hold no resentment in their hearts. Of course, years have passed, and perhaps they have consciously chosen to forget this episode. Yet witnessing the Knicks' misfortune undoubtedly brings them a singular sense of satisfaction. Xuan paid little heed to the complexities of personal vendettas and entanglements that did not concern him. Following the rhythm of the previous match, he utilized a screen to take a mid-range shot from an elevated position, yet regrettably, it did not find its mark. Xuan's hands trembled incessantly, his arms seemingly cramping, weary and devoid of strength. Xuan sighed, feeling the repercussions of an intense training session from the previous day. Despite possessing the physical prowess of a silver-level Westbrook, he could not withstand 5 hours of rigorous exertion. Coach Liu noticed his subpar performance early on and substituted him out, while Carmelo was also benched, having contributed even less than Xuan, failing to score a single point since the beginning of the game. Meanwhile, the Denver Nuggets were thriving, with Gallinari single-handedly sinking 3 three-pointers in a single quarter against the Knicks. Each shot was more powerful than the last. The energetic Nate Robinson, coming off the bench, quickly matched his intensity, hitting 2 shots from beyond the arc. The Nuggets had already made 5 three-pointers in the first quarter alone, leaving the Knicks disoriented. The Nuggets employed a straightforward strategy, relentless pressure. They adhered to their opponents like a second skin, ensuring that every offensive possession was uncomfortable. Even if the Knicks managed to score, they suffocated them with defensive tenacity. Offensively, they played their game, while defensively they were like rabid dogs, tearing into their adversaries. Liu sighed despondently. While the Nuggets' defense was not exceptional, he knew that with patience, he could exploit numerous flaws. However, in a frantic situation, what good were those flaws if one could not capitalize on them? The Knicks trailed by 10 points at the end of the first quarter, and the crowd voiced their displeasure with a chorus of boos. The Knicks' performance was undeniably lackluster, with key players Carmelo and Xuan failing to collaborate and instead fighting their own battles, leading to a fragmented court dominated by the Nuggets. Despite their strong play, their defensive strategy must be draining them as well. Let us take advantage of this and rest up for the challenging tasks ahead, Liu encouraged. Though internally he sighed heavily. If this continued, the game would slip away. The second quarter mirrored the first. The Nuggets showed no intention of altering their tactics, and Coach Brian Shaw smiled as the halftime lead swelled to 15 points. He had instructed his players to focus on man-to-man defense when the Knicks deployed their triangle offense. While others may not grasp the intricacies of the triangle offense, Shaw was well aware of its complexities. During his tenure as an assistant coach with the Lakers, he had studied it diligently. After the Zen master retired and his bid for the Lakers' head coach position failed, he found himself in Indiana, eventually receiving an invitation to coach the Nuggets last year. The triangle offense, though seemingly simple, involved multifaceted movements that took time to master. Could the Knicks, with their misfit roster, truly learn it? Shaw chuckled coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Phil Jackson, whose expression betrayed his discomfort. Your time has passed, Phil. The only concern for Shaw was the Knicks' numbers 15 and 23, but both were underperforming today. God is on my side, he thought, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. You are destined to lose, Derek and Phil, as both teams headed into halftime. The live commentary from home reflected the prevailing sentiment. When facing others, I'm timid. Against New York, I strike hard. Xuan seems off today. Did he overdo it last night? Winking emoji. Perhaps he should consider a health tonic. Damn it. I bet heavily on the Knicks to lose 1-5. Crying emoji. For the next month, it's just gruel and pickles for me. Truly a clash of amateurs. This game is hard to watch. The Knicks' path to victory seemed to hinge solely on a sudden explosion of talent from Carmelo. Once a superstar ignited, no one could contain him. Yet, observing Carmelo silently seated on the bench, headphones on, Liu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Coaching the Knicks was proving to be an arduous task. After the break, Liu indeed reinstated Xuan to the starting lineup for the third quarter, with Sean Larkin and Langston's performances faltering. If Carmelo could not be relied upon, Liu had no choice but to place his faith in Xuan. You may have to play the entire quarter. Is that acceptable? Liu inquired, patting Xuan on the shoulder. Absolutely, coach, Xuan replied without hesitation. Having rested for over a quarter, he felt rejuvenated. Let us launch an all-out offensive, Liu commanded with a sweeping gesture. Xuan nodded emphatically. All right, as you say? He understood the old fish's sentiment. which could be translated as, "To hell with the triangular offense. I'm done with this." Xuan, filled with excitement, raised his fist as he took the court. Rambus approached from the side. "Do you have such faith in him? If I can't trust him, who can I trust? Old you can't even lift his head. Let's treat a dead horse as a live one. After all, I have no intention of passing." In the studio, upon seeing Xuan re-enter the arena, Ku Fan and Wang Meng also perked up. Xuan's first attack after returning. He called for a pick and roll in the front court, and Samuel effectively blocked his defender. How would Xuan respond? The opposing center did not step up, and he took a shot. Alas, what a pity, the ball was just slightly off target. Xuan shook his arms. After such a prolonged period of rest, the sensation of soreness seemed to have dissipated. Yet, upon exertion, he still felt a lingering discomfort. The Nuggets launched a counterattack, and Nate Robinson unexpectedly took a shot, but it missed. To be candid, the Nuggets lack strength in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Their current lead is solely attributed to that explosive Italian cannon, coupled with the Knicks' tactical blunders. Samuel secured the rebound and passed it to Xuan. Xuan accelerated forward, denying his opponent the opportunity to establish a solid defense. The Nuggets responded with man-to-man coverage. Each player assigned to guard another. The half-orc, Kenneth Farid, lunged fiercely, declaring, "I won't let you score." "Is that so?" Xuan replied with a subtle smile. He suddenly lowered his center of gravity and executed a swift burst of speed, pivoting sharply. Like a cheetah, he effortlessly tore through the half-orc's defense. Slipping in from his right side, the half-orc hesitated, realizing he was too late to mount a counter-defense. Before Xuan lies a vast expanse. Approaching the basket, he effortlessly attempts a layup. Though his intention was to dunk, fatigue hinders his strength. 2 points secured. The Nuggets swiftly counterattack, adhering to their straightforward strategy. Little Potato drives with the ball, seizing opportunities when possible, and if not, he creates space for his teammates to capitalize. Regardless of Xuan, Liu stated that his sole purpose for coming here was to attack. 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 After bringing the ball to the front court and leveraging his height advantage, Xuan leaned against the Little Potato and charged inward. As McGee and Ty Lawson closed in, Xuan retreated while engaging them, elegantly maneuvering around the free throw line before gracefully stepping back to the left 60-degree angle. Seizing the moment as the Little Potato approached, Xuan swiftly pivoted and executed a backward three-pointer. The Little Potato lunged forward, yet Xuan had already released the ball. Swish. It's in. In the inaugural quarter, Xuan finally made his mark with a three-pointer. Not bad at all. It came just in time. Xuan exhaled softly. The privilege of unlimited shooting is not easily earned, and once obtained, it comes with its own set of responsibilities. Xuan quickly amassed 5 points, lifting the spirits of the Knicks and dispelling the preceding gloom. Brian Shaw hesitated. His greatest apprehensions had materialized. Although this number 23 is merely a rookie, he has consistently been one of Shaw's foremost concerns. He chose not to call a timeout just yet, opting to wait a little longer, unwilling to believe Xuan could maintain such performance. Oh my goodness. Xuan, against the diminutive defender, scored his third three-pointer of the game. This rookie has remarkably accumulated 14 points in this quarter. Unbelievable. Xuan evaded JaVale McGee's block. McGee resembled an awkward goose. Goodness, where has he gone? The rookie is now unstoppable. He is dancing with exquisite grace at Madison Square Garden. Xuan is invincible. The storm of Xuan has arrived. The fans in the entire Madison Square Garden erupted with fervor. After enduring a dismal first half, just when they were ready to concede defeat, Xuan astonishingly emerged as a beacon of hope. A miracle has graced Madison Square Garden. This hallowed arena of basketball shines with unparalleled brilliance today. The air resonates with thunderous cheers, causing Nate Robinson to tremble involuntarily. Everything this rookie accomplishes appears utterly surreal to him. The sensation of trepidation makes him feel as though he is ensnared in a dream, a nightmarish vision from which he cannot awaken. He is proving his worth. He is indeed a rookie. Yet, when a rookie unleashes their fervor, they become an unstoppable force. To hell with the triangle offense. Xuan raised his hands and unleashed a fierce roar. The entire arena erupted in frenzy, echoing his cries. The atmosphere within the stadium surged, akin to a pot of boiling water. Unbelievable. An astonishing match. Barkley at the commentary booth was hoarse with excitement. Just moments ago, he had derided Xuan for his audacity, suggesting that his relentless pursuit of offense would extinguish the Knicks' slim hopes. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was met with a resounding rebuttal. 14 points in a single quarter. 16 points in a single quarter. 18 points in a single quarter. I have never witnessed a rookie perform with such prowess. The last time I saw anything like it was in 2009. He commanded the game. However, the Nuggets were not defeated. Kenny Smith pointed to the scoreboard. At halftime, the Knicks trailed by 15 points, but after Xuan's remarkable 18-point quarter, the score was now tied. Astonishingly, the Nuggets still maintained a 6-point lead. The Nuggets stood resilient. The Knicks faced an insurmountable deficit. This rookie accomplished everything expected of him, scoring 18 points in a single quarter. Yet, the Nuggets did not falter. Xuan's brilliance shone luminously, yet he ultimately could not seal the victory. He was utterly exhausted. His stamina was waning. Brian Shaw looked at Xuan in sheer astonishment, as if gazing upon a marvel. 6 minutes ago, he believed Xuan's energy was nearly depleted. But even at 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute remaining, this young man continued to fight. A rookie achieving what many veterans could not. What immense fortitude that must require. Brian Shaw could scarcely fathom it. Their defense was sound. Upon realizing that Nate Robinson could not contain Xuan, they swiftly adjusted their strategy, employing double teams. Remarkably, he persevered. Brian Shaw was certain that without this rookie 6 minutes ago, the game would have been over. But now, Xuan had ignited a flicker of hope for the Knicks. Xuan leaned on his knee, inhaling the fresh air deeply. His hands trembling as if devoid of sensation, and his eyes clouded. He was utterly exhausted. From the very beginning, fatigue had weighed heavily upon him. Although a brief respite seemed to replenish his strength, the intensity of the competition swiftly drained any recovery he had achieved. He desperately needed rest. Samuel jogged over to support him, his eyes filled with concern. "Are you all right?" Xuan, drenched in sweat, evoked deep concern. Lao Yu's trembling hand clutched the tactical board. A detail noticed by Lonbus, who gently leaned over to pat Lao Yu's hand. "Derek, make the substitution." Lao Yu, as if awakening from a dream, uttered a startled "ah," realizing that his mind was still replaying the vivid scenes of Xuan's recent scoring moments, akin to a cinematic reel. In the final frames of this mental film, he seemed to witness once more the moment before Xuan took the court, where he waved his hand and Xuan nodded emphatically. Yet, he had never imagined that Xuan could deliver such an extraordinary performance. Never did he foresee that the Knicks were entirely reliant on Xuan's basket after basket for their survival. No rush. We have not lost yet. Brian Shaw crossed his arms, striving to maintain a semblance of composure. We still hold the advantage, leading by 6 points. The opposing team is already struggling. Brian Shaw raised his voice, as if this would instill confidence within them. There's still a quarter left. If we perform well in this period, victory shall be ours. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. The Nuggets rallied together, countless hands joining in solidarity. Xuan brought them not only fear, but also unprecedented unity. Now, let us analyze the situation on the court. The Knicks, trailing by 15 points at halftime, managed to reduce the deficit to 6 points by the end of the third quarter. Undoubtedly, they reclaimed much during that period. Kenny Smith remarked, however, "I do not believe the eventual victors of this match will be them, for they have no second Xuan. It is inevitable that Xuan will need to rest. Given his current state, having pushed himself to the limit, it seems nearly impossible for him to seize another opportunity to play. Thus arises the question, if the Knicks relied on Xuan in the third quarter, who shall they depend on in the fourth? JR? Tim? Or Diallo?" Kenny Smith shook his head in denial. Can they be relied upon? Barkley, after a moment of silence, gazed at Kenny Smith and suggested, "Perhaps you have overlooked someone." "Who?" Kenny Smith inquired, only to realize, "Are you referring to Carmelo? His performance has been subpar. Coach Derek even benched him in the third quarter. Let me check his scoring. Oh, merely 6 points. I do not believe he will emerge as the Knicks' savior." Carmelo stared blankly at the scene before him, the familiar yellow skin reminiscent of years past. "What should I do? Repeat the past? No. Perhaps he could remain? I am growing old. He is merely a young lad. Maybe he poses no threat to my position." Carmelo opened his eyes and perceived a figure before him, a pale smile breaking into his view. Akin to a clear sky in May. After a long pause, Carmelo sighed. "I shall rest well. The rest is for me to handle. The young ones are working so hard. What reason do we have to retreat? Old mates, it is time to get to work." With a firm pat on his knees, Carmelo strode onto the court without looking back. After the brilliance, will there be darkness, or will the light shine anew? As the fourth quarter commenced, the Nuggets swiftly took charge. The Italian cannon, Gallinari, faced Aldridge's defense and executed a beautifully long two-point jump shot. This marked his 30th point of the night. The Italian is set to dominate the battlefield this evening. The score is now 86-78, with the Nuggets extending their lead to 8 points. Knicks fans, witnessing this, emitted near wails of despair. Damn, that Italian is too accurate. He has scored 30 points. What a pity the game seems destined for loss. If only Sue were still on the court. Sue is too exhausted. He needs rest. He has done enough. Indeed, had it not been for him today, we might have faced a far worse defeat. Xuan's recent performance has garnered him a considerable following. Meanwhile, as the fans engage in lively discussions, the match continues unabated. Upon my entrance, I attempted a high jump shot, which unfortunately did not find its mark, while the Nuggets seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, extending the lead to 10 points. Once again, a double-digit deficit. I couldn't help but declare that the Knicks were destined to lose today. Carmelo's shooting touch seemed woefully absent. Kenny Smith shook his head, expressing his belief that the gap would soon revert to the state it was in before the third quarter commenced. Barkley remained silent, lost in contemplation, wrestling with doubts. Could it be that Carmelo has truly lost his prowess? I refuse to believe it. He was once an offensive virtuoso, the most enigmatic scorer in the league before Durant's rise. Barkley lifted his gaze to the court, his eyes piercing as he scrutinized the man known as Sweet Melon. Carmelo, have you truly ceased to be the player you once were? On the court, Sweet Melon was once again in possession of the ball. He cradled it at his waist, signaling his teammates to create space. Suddenly, Gallinari noticed an opponent approaching him. Who could it be? A screen without the ball? Gallinari pondered, perplexed as he assessed Aldridge's lack of offensive prowess. It seemed illogical. His confusion deepened as he shifted his gaze in that direction, only to be jolted by the sudden appearance of an unexpected figure. Carmelo. When did he arrive here? Yet Sweet Melon did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. After deftly maneuvering past his defender, only Gallinari stood in his path. Gallinari lunged forward, displaying commendable professionalism, but as he did, Sweet Melon executed a series of nimble steps to create space, leaning back for a jumper. Swoosh! The basketball glided through the hoop, much to Gallinari's astonished disbelief. The motion was fluid and utterly natural. Oh, what a shot! It was ethereal. Gallinari, frustrated, struck his palm in disappointment. He had not anticipated the play. And perhaps, had he reacted sooner, he could have thwarted the attempt. We need to play our game, Brian Shaw called from the sidelines. As Sweet Melon's 2 points brought the deficit down to 8, there was no need for haste. They had ample time. The Nuggets initiated play from the baseline, advancing past half-court, executing an off-ball screen. Little Potato, Nate Robinson, seized the moment to dart towards the baseline. Sweet Melon stepped forward to provide defensive support, leaving Little Potato puzzled by his sudden intensity. However, with Sweet Melon taking up such space, passing was no longer an option. It was time for Gallinari to cut toward the basket. He received the ball and went for a layup. The pass had been slightly delayed, primarily due to Little Potato's lingering glances towards Sweet Melon. Nevertheless, Gallinari felt confident in his shot, relishing the feel of the layup. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before him. It was Sweet Melon. With a resounding slap, he swatted the ball away. A block? An astonishing rejection from Sweet Melon. Splendid. Xuan, disregarding the 8 coursing through his body, leapt to his feet, exclaiming with fervor, "What a stunning shot!" Caca. Gallinari uttered a sharp Italian expletive. How could that ball have gone in? Gallinari was visibly frustrated. The moment he was blocked, the imposing aura radiating from Melo irked him further. Yet, he had no time to dwell on it. Upon Melo deflecting the ball, it landed in the hands of Xuan Larkin. The young rookie, brimming with excitement, dribbled past half-court. But the Nuggets swiftly retreated, denying any opportunity for a fast break. As Melo crossed the half-court line, reaching the three-point arc, Xuan Larkin passed the ball to him. As Melo received the ball, Gallinari immediately converged on him, joined by J.J. Hickson. A double team? A cold smile crept across Melo's lips. With the ball in his hands, a mere step beyond the three-point line and 2 defenders before him, he remained unhurried. Both defenders awaited the moment he would dribble, poised to pounce and force him into a mistake. Gallinari was clearly intent on troubling Melo, his gaze laced with malice. Huh. Melo suddenly chuckled lightly. Double-teaming me? Perhaps you need another player. No sooner had he spoken than he took the shot. From just outside the three-point line, he launched an extraordinarily long three-pointer. Swish. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc, clean and precise. In an instant, the score shifted from 10 points to just 5. Brian Shaw shouted from the sidelines. Ignore him. Focus on our offense. Having studied Melo, Shaw recognized his inconsistency based on this game alone. He doubted Melo could maintain such scoring. The Nuggets advanced, and Little Potato quickly moved the ball. McGee set a screen for Gallinari at a 45-degree angle on the right. Utilizing the screen, Gallinari cut towards the basket. Having just been blocked, he exercised caution this time, taking a moment before executing a bank shot. Success. Brian Shaw clenched his fist and vigorously waved it in triumph. Well done. Melo, however, remained unfazed. Basketball is not like soccer. Completely shutting down the opponent is a lofty ideal. Moreover, in his eyes, what difference did it make if the deficit was 5 or 7 points? Here came Anthony. He reached the three-point line. He did not pause. With J.J. Hickson defending, a pull-up three. Wow, it went in again. Another score. Carmelo had already amassed 8 points. The gap narrowed to 4 points. At the commentary booth, Barkley pounded his chest in excitement. This game was utterly captivating. First Xuan, then Melo. Who would have imagined that after the Nuggets held a 15-point lead at halftime, the situation would unfold as it has? Wasn't this supposed to be a one-sided contest? Gallinari stared in disbelief. Melo appeared focused, his expression calm, yet in his eyes, he resembled a tiger ready to pounce. On the court, the dynamics of the game were shrouded in uncertainty. Coach Brian Shaw substituted in the full starting lineup. Brian Shaw was determined. He did not wish to relinquish this seemingly attainable victory. They had already taken 99 steps, and now only one remained. Coach Derek was equally relentless. He replaced Xuan with JR. Now, the Knicks lacked a point guard. In the final minute, this epic showdown would soon reveal its victor. With just 1 minute remaining, the score stood tied at 98-98. I had played the entire quarter, bringing the Knicks even with their opponents, scoring 18 points in a single quarter. The exhilarating sensation. Possession lay with the Nuggets. They aimed for efficiency. Time was still on their side, no rush. They needed to exploit the interior. Farid and Mozgov. Your task is to secure rebounds while executing second-chance opportunities. Brian Shaw endeavored to calm his voice, striving to appear less tense. Danilo, steady yourself. We need your scoring, your shooting. The Italian cannon, Gallinari, had performed exceptionally well today, tallying 38 points thus far. Earlier in the season, he had 2 games exceeding 40 points, with one reaching an astounding 47. He possessed the ability to conclude this affair. The Nuggets exhibited remarkable patience, executing 3 pick-and-roll plays. Gallinari, utilizing an off-ball screen, secured the ball. Ultimately, the Nuggets located their Italian cannon. Fire. Fire. The half-orc completed a layup. The ball went in. The Nuggets' strategy succeeded. Danilo reached 40 points for the game. Oh my God. Xuan lamented. The Knicks' defense remains inadequate. The defender on the screen was too slow. Yangi nodded in approval. Danilo is precise. 40 points, the highest of the game. How he wished Xuan were on the court to synchronize with Anthony. Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of regret. The camera panned to Xuan, who was clearly still recovering. He had exerted himself too intensely in the third quarter. After the basket, Gallinari roared in triumph towards the heavens. Xuan, Carmelo, bring it on. I'm not afraid of anyone. Coach Derek might need to call a timeout to devise a strategy, because time is of the essence. Indeed, at this moment. A timeout would be prudent to enhance the success rate. Huh? No timeout? It seems Carmelo has thwarted him. No need for a timeout. That is the message Sweet Melon has conveyed to Old Fish. Old Fish's hand lingered in the air for a moment before it slowly descended. In the final moments, he chose to trust Anthony. He brought it over, just Carmelo alone. The rest of the Knicks closed in from the flanks. Huh? Is nobody stepping up for a screen? What is going on? We need a high success rate. The Knicks are forsaking the pick and roll. Brian Shaw is equally perplexed. Shouldn't they focus on high percentage plays? Why abandon the pick and roll entirely? Are they really that confident? Brian Shaw is bewildered. A vague sense of unease creeping in from an unknown source. Perhaps it is just an illusion. Sweet Melon now stands at the eye of the storm. He slowly brings the ball forward, his gaze fixed ahead, where the blurry outlines of the hoop, opponents, teammates, and fans converge. He slightly tilts his ear to catch the electrifying sounds from the crowd, a cacophony potent enough to induce shivers. Such a nostalgic scene. A faint smile graces Sweet Melon's lips. Yet his thoughts drift back to a night earlier this year, also here, in this very arena. He single-handedly crushed the opposition under everyone's gaze, whether it is an illusion or not. Sweet Melon feels an uncanny resemblance between his current state and that night. Pride, passion, an invincible self, the best version of himself. Now, it remains the same. I have not changed. I have not aged. I am still the indomitable Carmelo. Go, Carmelo. Go. And Brian Shaw finally understands the source of his anxiety. Sweet Melon's gaze, Sweet Melon's gaze. It is the same look he wore during that game where he scored 62 points. It dawns on him. He has watched that game footage countless times. In truth, many NBA coaches have studied it extensively. For in that game, Sweet Melon displayed an array of offensive maneuvers, a veritable kaleidoscope of attacks. Brian Shaw recalls that Sweet Melon had precisely that fierce look, fierce as a lone wolf. Brian Shaw shudders as realization strikes him. No. He must devise a plan. He cannot allow him to play this way, even without a pick and roll. Others may take open shots, but Sweet Melon must be contained. Everyone, defend. Double team. Damn it. Go for the steal. Danilo, Farid, go for the steal. Everyone, go for the steal. Brian Shaw's voice crescendos. The Nuggets players on the court shiver at his command, but out of respect for their coach, they immediately comply with Brian Shaw's orders. The nearest Farid and Gallinari throw themselves forward, closing in on Sweet Melon, whose figure looms larger in their eyes. The beast man even feels that if he lunges, he could knock the ball from Sweet Melon's grasp. But just as they leap towards him, Sweet Melon releases the shot, a familiar jump shot. Sweet Melon is brought down by Gallinari and Farid, yet the ball soars from his fingertips. This shot must go in. At the moment Sweet Melon releases the ball, Madison Square Garden falls silent. Everyone watches the arc of the shot in the air. Swish. The ball spirals down into the hoop. It's in. It truly went in. The crowd erupts in jubilation. Not only did the shot go in, the referee blew his whistle, and there is an additional free throw. This is a 3-1. Sweet Melon raises his arms high, eyes closed, absorbing the familiar roar around him. He has done it. The Knicks triumphed. After Sweet Melon's 3-1, the Nuggets' morale crumbled completely. No one could ignore the magnitude of that shot. Barkley remarked post-game, in such a situation, the Nuggets had only one way to win, and that was to field 5 Jordans. The Knicks players, exhilarated, embraced each other after the game, though it was merely an ordinary regular season match. God knows how hard they fought. They trailed from the start, down by 15 points at halftime, and they led only once throughout in the final seconds. Bang! A hefty folder slammed onto the wooden desk, causing the coffee cup to tremble slightly. Derek, do you know what you're doing? The office was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Old Fish sat expressionless, as though Phil Jackson before him were a mere figment. We won, Phil. Winning the game does not resolve the issue. We won, Phil? So what? What about the strategy? Where's the strategy? Huh? We won, Phil? Don't you dare say that to me again. I want to see the strategy. The old Zen master let out a heavy sigh, his eyes seemingly ablaze with intensity. Old Fish's lips moved slightly, appearing resigned. Every victory is hard-earned. Is that your justification? Old Fish fell silent for a moment. Phil, I believe we must trust both the strategy and the players, just like in this game. Don't talk to me about this game. Before Old Fish could finish, the old Zen master interrupted him brusquely. Can you guarantee they will play like this every game? But we had fallen behind before. That is not a tactical issue. The old Zen master strode over. Speaking loudly, they have not grasped the essence of this strategy. Otherwise, they would not have fallen behind. Communication is impossible. Old Fish felt the world's profound malice. He attempted every means to communicate with the old Zen master, yet ultimately returned empty-handed. The old Zen master's obsession with the triangle offense was too profound. Yet the triangle offense is truly ineffective. In the first half, they were hammered by 15 points while using the triangle offense, and when he discarded it in the second half, it turned the tide. Does that not indicate something? Emerging from the office of the venerable Zen master, Old Fish felt as though a veil of gloom had descended upon his heart. Alas, one cannot awaken a soul that feigns slumber. Namo Amaba, it seems this benefactor has succumbed to delusion. After attending the press conference, Xuan joyfully accompanied Sweet Melon to a therapy session. Nothing is more delightful than the soothing embrace of therapy following a hard-fought match. If there were something better, it would be to have a female therapist. Are you all engaged in any activities later? Sweet Melon inquired, adjusting his position for greater comfort. His gaze fixed upon the huddled figures of little Tim Hardaway and his companions, who were whispering amongst themselves. Xuan followed his gaze and immediately wore a look of disdain. I am not of their ilk, he exclaimed. This is not characteristic of your youthful demeanor. Tien Gua paused for a moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, and tapped his head. Oh, I almost forgot. You have a girlfriend. Having a girlfriend is not of great consequence. What truly matters is that I am a good person, Xuan replied earnestly to Tien Gua. Tien Gua responded, I did not foresee you granting yourself a good person card. By the way, Carmelo, when you go to see someone, What do you typically bring along? Xuan gestured with his hands. Tian Guo was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Xuan's unexpected inquiry. See someone? I usually just bring my eyes. He scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Xuan, listen, does this even make sense? Can you just leave your eyes at home? Don't you need to buy a gift? Gift? Xuan pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. Perhaps you could purchase a pizza, one of the larger sizes? Xuan, is it appropriate to go out to meet people and buy pizza? Xuan's forehead was adorned with two large question marks. However, observing Sweet Melon's demeanor, it seemed he possessed little experience in this regard. He did not strike one as a person inclined to bestow gifts upon others, rendering any inquiry futile. The following day, Xuan visited a renowned pizza establishment nearby, commissioning an enormous 18-inch colossal pizza. He had previously accompanied little Tim Hardaway to Calderon's residence, and now he navigated the route with ease. Calderon's abode was a quaint villa, situated not in the most opulent area of New York. As Xuan had heard, it was a rental. In truth, while many NBA stars are indeed affluent, few actually invest in real estate. The transitory nature of NBA players is significant. For instance, one might find themselves in New York today, only to appear in any other city within the league the very next day. It may be hard to believe, but a considerable number of stars have faced bankruptcy due to properties that became unsellable. Xuan hesitated for a moment outside the door before finally pressing the doorbell. The primary reason for his indecision was the cumbersome 18-inch pizza he held, which had become rather burdensome. As the door swung open, he was greeted by Sue Calderon, who was clad in comfortable home attire. "Welcome, my friend," Calderon exclaimed with genuine delight, ushering Xuan inside. "Hey, did you bring a gift?" "Thank you," Xuan replied. "I wasn't quite sure what to buy." Before Xuan could finish his words, Calderon seized the pizza box and opened it. Instantly, a look of delight spread across his face as he gazed at Xuan. "Hey, buddy, how did you know I adore this flavor?" Xuan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. "This is merely something I purchased casually." Nevertheless, he maintained a cordial demeanor and waved his hand, saying, "I'm glad you like it. Please, make yourself comfortable." Calderon, radiating warmth, urged Xuan to take a seat. "Would you care for a cup of coffee?" "I apologize, but it is the only option I have. However, I can already detect its enticing aroma." Xuan exchanged polite pleasantries. Calderon then placed a handful of coffee beans into the machine, inquiring, "Would you prefer it stronger?" "Indeed," Xuan replied. Xuan nodded, and Calderon activated the switch, releasing the rhythmic sounds of the coffee machine at work. Soon, a rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air. "Would you care for some sugar?" Calderon inquired. "No, just a dash of milk will suffice," Xuan replied. Calderon placed a small spoon in the coffee cup and handed it to Xuan. "What brings you to my place today?" he asked, settling into the sofa across from Xuan and producing a cigar. "Care for a smoke?" Xuan shook his head. In both of his lifetimes, he had never mastered this skill. Xuan lifted his coffee cup and took a sip, remarking, "Quite delightful." Calderon chuckled softly as he ignited his cigar, inquiring once more, "What brings you here all of a sudden? It had been quite some time since their last encounter. Kurt mentioned that you have been recovering well." Xuan shrugged. "Does Kurt still spare a thought for this old fellow?" Calderon burst into hearty laughter. "Of course. Kurt has mentioned you to me several times." Xuan, with wide eyes, feigned innocence. "He suggested that I drop by your place when I have the time, to learn a thing or two from you." Calderon chuckled. "Well, I have little to teach you. I watched your match. You performed splendidly, far better than this old man." "Xuan, why does it seem like this fellow harbors animosity towards me?" Exiting Calderon's residence, Xuan let out a long breath. It was not a smooth encounter. He had initially hoped to seek guidance from Calderon, yet after consuming 2 cups of coffee, he still failed to find an appropriate moment to broach the subject. What a crafty old fox. Xuan shook his head inwardly, believing that Calderon might be overthinking the situation. He had come solely to seek knowledge, without any ulterior motives. However, Calderon seemed to suspect him of ill intentions. Well, that was of no consequence. It was merely a pity about the colossal pizza. Xuan clicked his tongue in disappointment, disregarding it, and hailed a cab to the gym. Lao Yu had informed him that they would take a day off today and gather tomorrow morning for the away game. On his way, Xuan opened his attribute panel. Xuan, a 19-year-old male, possesses a rating of 410, 455, provisional. He is endowed with remarkable talents, Stephen Curry's silver proficiency in three-point shooting in advancement, Allen Iverson's golden ability in, Russell Westbrook's silver physique in advancement, and Jason Williams' silver expertise in passing in advancement. There has been no progress. Still no progress. Advancement is not an easy endeavor. Xuan shook his head, expressing his helplessness. This journey is destined to be tedious and monotonous, yet one must persevere. As Confucius once stated, perseverance is the key to victory. Those who achieve great things are the ones capable of enduring solitude. Xuan joyfully indulged in a bowl of soul-nourishing soup, asking, "Would you care to partake?" "Not at all." "Oh, but you do." Engaging in weightlifting for an extended period can indeed become quite addictive. In the gym, individuals of all ages encircled Xuan, gazing at him as if he were an extraterrestrial, their mouths agape in wonder, nearly drooling. This posture, those abdominal muscles. His complexion. "Hey, you can look, but don't touch. Give me some space. If you can touch him, why can't I? My mother always said that good things should be shared." Ahem. Isn't it a bit off for two grown men to converse like this? Moreover, shouldn't our focus be on his training technique? Listening to the chatter around him, Xuan felt a wave of exasperation. These fellows were utterly outrageous. For heaven's sake. Could you step back a bit? You're blocking my light. Hey there, where did you learn that move? A handsome figure inquired. I've been meticulously studying recordings for 20 years and have yet to encounter such a posture. It seems to target the waist and abdomen. Perhaps beneficial for the spine as well. Observe how his body remains aligned. The gym, it appeared, housed quite a few knowledgeable individuals. Taking a deep breath, Xuan rose from the floor. Hey, what do you call that move you just did? Plank. Plank? That name is quite descriptive. What are the benefits of this exercise? It strengthens the waist and abdomen, maintains spinal alignment, and enhances core strength as well as. Xuan surveyed the room and pointedly remarked, and it can help diminish certain individuals' protruding bellies. It can help flatten the belly? Is that for real? A burly middle-aged man with a full beard eagerly squeezed in front of Xuan, asking, Hey there, do you think there's hope for my belly? Xuan cast a glance and exclaimed, Oh my, second senior brother. Are you carrying not just twins, but perhaps more? It is indeed possible, but... Xuan hesitated. Surely you cannot perform this action, can you? Impossible. The burly man with a thick beard waved his hand dismissively. This action is quite simple. It poses no challenge for me. No, I meant. Before Xuan could finish his words, a crisp sound of a thud echoed in his ears. It was the sound of fatty meat striking the ground. Xuan. Others. The burly man. The burly man silently rose from the ground, awkwardly scratching his head. Well, it seems I may have overestimated myself. After a moment of silence, Xuan approached and patted him on the shoulder. It's all right. Let me teach you another exercise that can help trim your waist. It's called the Asian squat. Come, follow my lead. Extend your arms horizontally and slowly lower your waist. Bend, bend, bend. Ah, good. Excellent. Just bend a bit more. Before he could finish, a familiar sound interrupted. Smack. The burly man, with his bushy beard, lay sprawled on the ground, innocently blinking his little eyes at Xuan. Xuan, do not look at me. I too am engulfed in despair. It is indeed challenging for foreigners to perform the Asian squat. However, why must you uniquely lean forward when others naturally fall back? I cannot comprehend. Nonetheless, the others have managed to master the plank position. Yet the Asian squat remains a formidable challenge, with a group of foreigners shaking their heads as they ponder how to settle down. This morning, I spent some time at Calderon's, which caused a slight delay, so I lingered in the gym until around 1 p.m. before finally emerging. For lunch, I was treated to a sandwich by the gym owner, who expressed gratitude for the 2 new training movements I introduced. Judging by his demeanor, I half expected a gift card or something similar, yet in the end, he merely patted his head and offered me a sandwich. The weather was fair when I left in the morning, but by the time I exited the gym, a delicate mist of rain had begun to fall from the sky. Ah, the weather in New York. Xuan shook his head, preparing to take a taxi to the gym. This lifestyle had persisted for quite some time. The gym, the court, home, 3 points in a continuous line. Xuan gazed at the weather outside, then glanced at his phone. How infuriating it is. If only there were a taxi-hailing app available. Fortunately, the gym owner demonstrated a modicum of humanity by offering Xuan a ride upon noticing him waiting for a taxi. Xuan did not decline. He was eager to commence his training. Madison Square Garden? The gym owner, upon hearing Xuan mention the location, cast a surprised glance in his direction. You're still a star athlete? Let us not exaggerate. I'm still a bit away from being a star, Xuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. However, I want to hold it against you for saying so now. Well, that is quite remarkable. The gym owner's astonishment was palpable, and his gaze towards Xuan shifted significantly. The atmosphere in the car grew increasingly peculiar. Xuan shrank slightly towards the car door, carrying a sense of caution instilled by his mother, who advised him that boys must learn to protect themselves when venturing outside. The journey was silent, and upon reaching their destination, the gym owner finally mustered the courage to grasp Xuan's shoulder. Before he could utter a word, Xuan retaliated with a swift slap. What are you doing? The gym owner, feeling aggrieved, covered his face and replied, I merely wanted to ask if you would be returning for your workouts. If so, I have an exceptionally exclusive VIP card for you. Xuan, you should have mentioned it earlier. Gym owner, you never gave me the opportunity. Xuan entered the grand arena. It was only then that he heard the resonant sound of the basketball striking the polished floor, following the dazzling beams of light. He gazed inside and beheld a familiar silhouette. Carmelo Anthony. This marked the second occasion Xuan witnessed the enigmatic figure of Melo training in solitude. Dribbling, shooting. The ball gracefully soared from Melo's hands toward the hoop. That familiar posture momentarily captivated Xuan. It was reminiscent of the shot he had made yesterday against the combined defense of the half-beast and Gallinari. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. Xuan chuckled, a feeling of familiarity washing over him. Tianchu, standing motionless, repeated the arm movement from earlier. Just as he was about to retrieve the ball, he suddenly noticed a figure standing before him. Who could it be? Here. Tianchu looked up, and Xuan had already presented the ball to him. Carmelo, could you teach me your post moves? Under the bright lights, Tianchu caught sight of Xuan's radiant smile. The gym fell abruptly silent, leaving only the sound of their sneakers scraping against the floor. After a moment of contemplation, Tianchu suddenly tossed the ball towards Xuan, exclaiming, Stop fooling around. What does a point guard need with post moves? Xuan raised his arm to intercept the ball and, with a casual flick towards the hoop, sent it soaring. The ball spun gracefully before finding its way into the net. Sweet Melon glanced at Xuan's position and then at the basketball bouncing on the ground. With such a shot, what more could one desire? It was akin to enriching one's arsenal. Xuan went to retrieve the ball and recalled the words of Confucius. One must always forge ahead on the path of progress, otherwise. What distinguishes one from a salted fish? What is so wrong with being a salted fish? Sweet Melon took the ball and attempted a shot, yet it veered off course. Xuan and others caught the ball beneath the basket and continued to pass it. Even if I am a salted fish, I aspire to be a salted fish with dreams who can turn its fate around. Bang. Sweet Melon missed another shot, gazing earnestly at Xuan. Heed my words. Specialization is the true path. Learning too much can actually be detrimental. Hey, you are the offensive kaleidoscope. Such words should not escape your lips. Xuan retorted with dissatisfaction as he tossed the ball back. But the crux is that you simply don't need to back down. Sweet Melon missed 3 consecutive shots. He threw up his hands in exasperation. At your height, backing down? Who do you intend to challenge? Nate Robinson or Isaiah Thomas? Backing down is an offensive maneuver in basketball where a player, with their back to the defender, engages in a one-on-one play near the basket. This technique heavily relies on height and weight. Otherwise, it serves no purpose. You turn around, and before you can even move, you're already covered. How can you play that way? I will grow taller. Just look, I'm already taller than before, Xuan said as he touched his bald head, feeling that he had indeed grown. Previously measured at 188 centimeters without shoes, he estimated he must now be around 189 centimeters. Sweet Melon assessed him silently and shook his head. To be honest, I can't see any difference at all. Xuan, however, I can teach you another technique. Tianhua pondered for a long while, stroking his chin. Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at rice. Come, watch me, he exclaimed. Positioning himself to receive the ball, he swiftly pivoted to face the hoop. Now, you are my defender. Come on, guard me. Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head like a daisy in the wind. No, you do it yourself. I'll just watch. Sweet Melon replied, What I mean is, you pretend to defend against me for a moment, then I'll perform a feint, pivoting 360 degrees, and then retreat to take a shot. Do you understand? How should I respond to you? Never mind, just give it a try. So soon? What do you mean, Such a simple move. Can't you manage it after just one look? Hurry up. Xuan mumbled as he approached. You turned too slowly. I asked you to dribble. Why did you take 2 steps? My legs are short. Make your feint quicker. Are you out for a leisurely stroll? That's a travel violation. You were supposed to retreat. Where did you go? If I'm not blocking you, are you planning to run to the other side? Half an hour later, both lay on the ground, breathless, disheveled, and drenched in sweat. How do you think I did, Carmelo? Xuan couldn't help but inquire. Sweet Melon remained silent for a moment, then said, Sue, have you considered that perhaps you are truly suited to be a couch potato? TCH. Xuan disdainfully gave him a thumbs up. Carmelo, haven't you heard that when God closes a door, he always opens a window? Sweet Melon tilted his head in contemplation and shook it after a while. I've never heard that saying. His tone was exceedingly earnest. I've only heard that when God